Come on, Pelican.
124 to 106. That's going to be your final. And the Warriors with a resounding victory. A 38-point difference from the 11:42 mark of the second quarter. But Golden State was dead in the water, down 34 to 14. And the Warriors get at least a split of these two home games against New Orleans.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. 888-957-9570. How about Lindy Waters III? How about Buddy Buckets in the fourth quarter? How about the Warriors rallying from a 20-point deficit? You heard it right there from the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy, right there, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors were down 34-14 early in the second quarter. Chase Center sounded like a mortuary. It was a funeral. It was like, damn, they have no offense. Where are they going to generate offense from? And Lindy Waters III comes in and starts lighting it up. And next thing you know, the Warriors outscored the Pelicans 73-48 in the second and third quarter. They win all the hustle stats. We'll get into it all here. But a nice victory for the Golden State Warriors without Steph Curry, without Andrew Wiggins, and without D'Anthony Melton. And we'll get to the starter stuff. We'll get into everything with Kuminga. We'll get to the World Series and how some of these fans just need to chill. And I wish Mookie Betts would have just, slapped somebody with his glove because that was out of pocket. Come on, Yankee fans, do better. Do better than that. But anyway, good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. What a win for the Warriors. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This is a hell of a store. We'll talk to Anthony Slater about the win. We'll talk to Anthony Slater about the game today against the St. Pelly Pals. But a nice comeback victory over the Pelicans. I got so many numbers that I don't want to get into, so many plays I want to get into, Shasky. That would have me alive, man.
So many thoughts from yesterday's game. I put the little guy down, and I come into the first quarter. I'm watching the game. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like a rock fight for the Warriors offensively. Ooh. They could do nothing. And then at the end of that quarter, they had multiple possessions that were just hollow. And you look up and they got 14 points. And I'm like, this is probably going to be a rough night. And for them to flip the switch the way that they did, and there was a variety of characters. You referenced Lindy Waters. I mean, this guy he was a revelation yesterday. Is he a starter? I don't know. He's definitely in the rotation. Like, this is a guy that needs to come in. Joey, let me know when you have the song. I kept thinking, as this guy is ripping confident threes left and right, going off the dribble, hustling for loose balls, scrapping for rebounds. I'm saying, is this guy the smoke on the water that the Warriors Splash Bros definitely needed? Going with our water team, the Splash Man, Steph Curry. Well, now we have smoke on the water.
Who am I working with? Paulie Mack? No, I'm kidding. Shut up, Paulie Mack.
It is a classic song.
It is a very good song. I don't know if Lindy Waters is bumping this in this. I don't know if he's bumping this.
Well,
I would love to know what type of music.
Dog. You want it? I got it. Dripping like water.
Maybe. But the Warriors, the last time the Warriors won after trailing by at least 20 points was on March 28th. 2023 when they overcame a 20-point deficit against the New Orleans Pelicans. And I remember that game. That was when Draymond Green got into it with Herb Jones, Brandon Ingram. Kuminga had a solid game, and everybody credited Draymond Green with helping rally them back in that game. So, look, the Warriors, man, against the Pelicans, who took it to the Dubs last year at Chase Center, blew them out. They're a bit different. No Jonas Valanciunas. Obviously, DeJounte Murray's out 4 to 6 weeks. Trey Burton III, you saw him there on the sideline with a hamstring injury. They were rolling with Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. And then, I don't know if Willie Green got them into a set. I don't know what they were doing. But you give the credit to the Warriors because this is what you can do. You control what you can control, right? The Warriors only turned the ball over 7 times.
That's incredible.
Actually, 8 times, 8 total turnovers, but 2 happened late in the fourth quarter in garbage time, right? So they took care of the basketball. You think about all the hustle points off turnovers. They forced 24 turnovers last night and scored 34 points off those turnovers. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Last night there was a guy that, sticking with my water theme, should not go chasing waterfalls, and his name is Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan, I love you, pal. No, I do. I love you, pal. And I think that this obsession about starting.
Oh.
No. We need to have this serious conversation.
No, we do now.
Yeah, we do.
Oh.
This obsession about starting. If they're going to go with Draymond's wishes, which you have to acknowledge where you are in the pecking order of the organization. Like, I love Jonathan Kuminga, but this team is going to listen to what Draymond Green wants. Are they not? Draymond Green wants a 5 alongside of him to start the game.
You don't want to play it. Like, who wants Draymond playing the 5 all season long? They're going to wear him out.
Well,
and he's a small 5 now.
Look, there's a whole nother conversation about, is TJD good enough to be that player all year long for X amount of, that's a whole nother thing. But he wants a 5 alongside of him, right? And if that's the case, there are certain combinations, especially with Steph Curry out, where it's not conducive for Kuminga. And if you're looking at it, he comes in like about 7 minutes to go and then plays 15 straight minutes. 15 straight minutes. So I know you want to be part of the starting lineup, but the Warriors posted on their Instagram and on their Twitter, first 5. And I thought it was one of the most genius things they can do. After seeing Shams Charania put benched in and I don't know if he creates the graphics. I don't know how much, checks and balances he has on it, but anyone that saw the graphic, benched, Jonathan Kuminga, it's like, wait a minute, he's not going to the bench never to return. He's not like a backup quarterback. He's not getting Anthony Richardson, okay? Like what's happening in Indianapolis. He's going to play. Question is, what combinations? He plays 15 straight minutes in the first half. That might have been more than had he started in a traditional lineup. And then he ends up with a season-high 28 minutes and a season-high 17 points. And what I thought, the most room in the lane for him to actually operate. So don't go chasing, I have to be a starter, I have to play the 3. No, for his own good, you get any shot you want with that second unit. Any shot you want. Yeah, you should feel validated.
Feel validated by what?
Yeah, Bonte did have a point.
No
more. But I know why it matters to him. But I'm happy the Warriors put it out first 5 because it's really
about. Do you have the Kuminga sound from after the game?
Layers of combinations of 5s.
I want to play the Kuminga sound because I've been trying to. It's not about validation, Shasky. I don't care about being right about this or being wrong. It's not the point of the exercise. It's what I try to educate people when it comes to the NBA, especially with this team and this organization. When you have so many guys that could play, you can go through so many different combinations. Same cases last year when you had Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, and Dario Saric. You have so many different combinations you could go to that on any given day. Hell, Steve Kerr's done this in the playoffs. He hasn't had that one starting 5 throughout the entire playoffs, right? Think back to the first championship season. The first championship season in 2014-15. What flipped the series in Game 4? Bogut, they're going to go to the bench. Iguodala are going to start. Kerr's going to play who gives them the best chance to win on any given night. And that goes for anybody not named Steph Curry. And so we saw it in the Sacramento series a couple years ago in the first round. Draymond Green gets suspended. He comes back Game 4. Guess what? We're going to go to the one big lineup. Looney, you're going to start. We're going to go Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, alongside Andrew Wiggins. Draymond, you're going to be our 6th man. So we fixate so much on who's starting, and I feel like I'll be preaching to the choir when it's like, hey, who's in the final 5 of the first half? Who's in the final 5 of the fourth quarter? Who's playing well? Like, TJD started yesterday, and he had mostly a forgettable game. It happens.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It happens. We got to stop fixating on, when I saw the alert, too, I was like, wow, bitch. And it made it seem like he wasn't even going to play.
That's what I'm saying.
And then next thing you know, he plays a season high in minutes. So my whole point is all I've tried to preach throughout the last 2 years when it comes to starters or bench. If you play well, you will get your minutes. If you play well, whether you start or not, you will see 25 to 30 minutes. And what happens yesterday? Kuminga gets rewarded with 28 minutes and 12 seconds.
But I don't think, okay.
Some guys care about it, but at the same time, you talk to these guys, you have the meeting with them, you have transparency, you have communication. And what did Kerr say after the game? Here's what he said after the game about Kuminga.
Well, without Steph and Wiggs, I didn't want to start Trace, Draymond, and J.K. I wanted a little more spacing, and I knew it would be a J.K. game. I knew he would play a lot because he's played well against this team. The matchups are good for him, and so I told him before the game, "You're going to play a lot. This is just about combinations and getting a little more spacing on the floor to start." So all it is just shuffling the lineup to try to get the right five-man grouping on there. But without Steph and Wiggs, to me, it didn't make sense to start the three bigs without those guards.
So it makes sense. So that happens, and everybody freaks out, and everybody's dumping on Kuminga, oh, man, this and that. Next thing you know, after a rough start to the game, turns out to have a positive game. Like, so.
But I get the fans are a separate thing. Buy-in from that player is it vital. Like for him, like I get everything you're saying. And like the fans are going to lose their minds no matter what, right? But buy-in from the players. Part of what made Bogut such a,
he bought in.
Well, no, but he bought
Iguodala
into his role, and he realized he wasn't going to close every night, right? And like there was going to be occasions where he would, and there'd be a lot of times where he wouldn't. Part of what made Iguodala such a great player for the Warriors, he bought in that he could do whatever role Kerr asked him to do. He bought in, and so I now think that like the ball is in Jonathan Kuminga's court. Can you buy in on the role adjusting depending on what the lineups are and who's got it going and who doesn't? I think this is a big opportunity for him. Not only, and he referenced his own professionalism, but show your maturity, show your basketball IQ, show all those things that we know you have in you, and buy in.
Here's what Kuminga said after the game with Zena Cato on NBC Sports Bay Area.
I mean, it's just a game of basketball. At the end of the day, we always got to stay professional. I mean, that's what we do. Just got to come out here every day and just play. Because that's what we choose to do every day. No matter what circumstance, no matter what's happening, you got to come here and just be a professional and play a game of basketball, play the game that you love, and go home. So it's that simple.
It's that simple. And I like the maturity. I like the growth from the young man. Just play basketball. And, there's a lot on the line for Jonathan Kuminga is what people are not realizing. There's a lot of built-in pressure. I've got to play well. I've got dollars and cents on the line. My value's going up and down. You're playing. We saw what happened last year with guys, and the last 2 years, guys who are playing with contracts hovering over their heads. We see it in football. We see it in baseball when guys are in the contract year. So you know what? Kuminga showed a lot of professionalism yesterday. It was off to a rocky start, but he came in there and played well. Another guy who played well, Brandon Podziemski. I thought his aggressiveness in that first half helped lead the Warriors back to that game alongside Lindy Waters III. And Brandon Podziemski, he's got a lot of heat on him. The kind of build off of what he did last year when he made all-rookie first team. And I thought he had a solid game, playing the point guard role. Look, this was a very good win for the Golden State Warriors last night. A very good win. I don't know how good the Pelicans are right now. They've got injuries as well.
I'll take it, yeah.
But you know what? They rally from 20 down. And look, the shot selection early on was bad. I get it. It was rough. But then you look up at the end of the day and look at these first half numbers. Kind of reminds you of the Portland game last Wednesday. First quarter, the Warriors were 5 of 23 from the floor.
Wow.
2 of 13 from the three-point line. Scored 14 points and committed 4 turnovers. And then something clicked. And then Lindy Waters III came in. And then Pod started rolling. And then next thing you know, in the second half, Buddy said, I'm going to come. Hey, how about that? Buddy started the game. Buddy Hield, that is. Started the second half. He came off the bench.
I know.
Came off the bench. This is what's, like, haven't we figured out? And that's another thing, too. Because I'm sorry to be long-winded here, Shasky, but I don't want to lose this thought. We do this with Shanahan, and we do it with Steve Kerr. What can Steve Kerr get some effing credit around here? What can Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, get some credit around here? He's pushing all the right buttons right now with a bunch of guys where he's trying to figure out, okay, who can I play here? Who can I play there? All right, he's been doing this for years, where if a guy's not rolling early on, hey, I'm going to bring you off the bench to start the second half. We're going with a new starting five to start the third quarter. He is not afraid to do that. And so I thought Steve Kerr was excellent. That offensive system yesterday looked pretty damn good, didn't it?
No, it did. It did. So getting back to that first quarter lineup, the first five, if you will, right? It's tough when Pods isn't hitting from deep because you don't have a lot of spacing. And when you have, like, this is going to be something that they're going to have to balance out all year. It's why I don't love the Kuminga starting lineup alongside Wiggins, Steph Curry, Draymond, and TJD. I don't love it because TJD's not a shooter. Draymond's not a shooter. And Kuminga's not a great shooter right now. He's just not. He's not. So now you basically have Andrew Wiggins and Steph Curry alone. And yesterday you saw it when you have Pods, TJD, and Draymond. The other two guys, it's important that they can stretch the floor. And Moody right now is kind of hit and miss, right? Like teams don't honor him like that. He will hit it. Don't get me wrong.
I thought Moody was solid yesterday.
I like Moody.
I think Moody was solid.
You see what I'm saying regarding the clunkiness? And so I do think it's really important that they have the appropriate lineups alongside TJD and Draymond and Steph Curry, and I believe Wiggins. So I think that other guy,
right?
I mean, I think Lindy Waters, Melton, these guys are throwing their name in the hat here. I mean, Melton's got to get healthy, clearly. I think Kuminga's best rolls off the bench as a 4, but again, it comes back to he's got to buy in. And the reason why I bring up he's got to buy in, when I saw the Shams report, my interpretation was like, oh boy.
Everybody's was.
What?
Everybody's was.
It was that I think that I interpret that Shams got it from the point of view of Kuminga's camp, crew, him, I don't know. And it's put in huge, bold letters. I was like, that felt very intentional.
But you know what? They were able to wash that away. And I think Kuminga is bought in. I think he's always been bought in. He just wants an opportunity to thrive. And you know what? He got that opportunity yesterday, and he played 28 minutes and 12 seconds. So again, I think we got to stop fixating on who's starting at the 5, who's starting to start the game, and who's playing well. It's all about playing well. If you play well, you will get minutes on this basketball team. And so Kuminga got 28 minutes. Lindy Waters, the third, who didn't start the game, ended up playing 30 minutes and 35 seconds.
Good.
Pods played 33 minutes and 32 seconds. So
how about GP2? He played really well yesterday.
GP2, I think, has been giving the Warriors good sparks in the 8 to 12 minute range. And he's not getting a lot of minutes. He's playing 8 to 12 minutes, but 2 steals in the second quarter. How about that? Or, picking up full court, being a thief, swiping, dunking. I mean, what a game yesterday for the Golden State Warriors. They roll over the Pelicans, down 20 early in the second quarter. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, what impressed you last night about this win? Is this sustainable? Lindy Waters the third. You got a new shooter here? He said he keeps a strap on him. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to talk Warriors all day. We'll talk about the Dodgers, Yankees. Big win. Warriors improved to 3-1. They get their first home win of the season. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline changes your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to change check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
I like my Warriors.
Mommy, want to play games?
90-81, ball knocked away from Hield. Squirts right to Kuminga, back cut, Waters down the lane, he hammered it down with a right hand. Nasty dunk by Waters, who's having an unbelievable night. 19 points for Lindy Waters.
Dub Nation, it's Lindy Waters. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Lindy. Got you a little podium game yesterday, and you balled out. You balled out, man. You showed up and showed out last night at Chase Center, going 8 of 13 from the floor, 3 of 7 from the three-point line, 21 points, the quick trigger, the driving. But how about the rebounding from Lindy Waters? Only 6'6". He's 6'6", folks, but he looks longer and bigger than that. He really does. He looked like he was 6'8" on the floor. 8 rebounds last night, balling for the Golden State Warriors. I believe those are career highs. Let me double-check that. Yeah, it was a career high in rebounds for sure. Was it a career high in points? Career high tying 4 assists. Third time with 20 or more points. He has a career high of 25 with the OKC Thunder when he did it against Atlanta, the Atlanta Hawks back in 2022. So, Lindy Waters, man, have a night. Have a night, huh?
I can't believe Oklahoma City is so deep that they didn't have room for this guy, because he's a guy that's going to be in the mix with the Warriors all year. I don't know what his role is going to be, but he clearly threw his name in the hat and was like, yeah, his hat in the mix, and said, I need to be involved. I need to play.
So now we're playing 13 guys?
No, I don't think that's the case. Look, Kyle Anderson had 1,000 three-pointers that were wide open to him last night. And there were a couple that were like late shot clock ones that he had to hoist up. Didn't love that. That's a byproduct of teams sagging off him, and he's going to get that shot a lot. So they're going to have to adjust a little, but somebody's going to get left out. Actually, probably multiple somebodies at some point if they don't end up making any moves. Moody started the game. It felt like he went stretches without getting back in there, and I didn't.
17 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, that's
but
it.
I didn't lose my mind about it, because I was like, I thought GP2 gave them just the right punch right when they needed it.
And you know what? Moody shot, he was 5 of 6 from 3. I know he hit 2 late in the game, but his shot, it's looking quicker. Like his setup, his release, it just looks a little faster, a little more fluid for Moses Moody here. But the Warriors yesterday, and I love these stats, the last 3 quarters, they outscored the Pelicans 110-75.
Wow. Points
off turnovers and fast break points. I'm going to combine these two. Points off turnovers and fast break points. 56-11. 56-11. Pell shot 54% last night and 41% from 3 and still get blown out. Why? Because the Warriors attempt 23 more field goals than the Pelicans. 23 more field goals than the Pelicans. Why? Because the Pelicans turned the ball over 24 times. And in the 3 wins, the 3 wins for the Warriors, they made 20, 20, and 21 made threes. So they're letting it fly. They were 21 of 46 yesterday from the three-point line after starting the game. What was that first quarter stat? Yeah, first quarter, they were 2 of 13, Shasky. So that means in the last 2 quarters, they were 19 of 33 from 3.
Wow. Yeah, you're talking about the turnovers for New Orleans. I thought the ball pressure from GP2 and Pods and their ability to scrap and get down on the floor and go after loose balls. Even Lindy Waters went down for a dive for a ball. Like, those are the things this team is going to have to do if they want all the advantages. They're not the elite team of 6-7 years ago to where, nobody dive, nobody get hurt. No, they got to scrap and fight and claw for everything. I thought Looney was really active on the offensive glass as well. I'm not sure if the numbers showcase that, but the limiting of the Warrior turnovers, Monte, is a big one. Yeah. I'm looking at the stat sheet. I'm like, I don't remember the Moses Moody turnover. And then I look at Draymond, and Draymond's got 0 turnovers, and I say, no, that was a great example. We had this conversation yesterday. He threw a pass to Moses Moody into double coverage that led him out of bounds. Mm-hmm. Moody gets credited for the turnover, but it was on Draymond, the point guard. It did feel like when Dre came off the floor, and I'm not making this about Dre, but I'm just saying, when he came off the floor, they put different combinations out there, and they started to get things kind of rolling again. And that was with a lot of overlapping lineups that had Kuminga in there. And I thought Kuminga was not his most elite, but I thought he was really good. I thought he was active.
Second quarter, Draymond went to the bench for a second, and they started to make their way. and they got back into the game. But they were down 34-21 with Draymond in the game. Let me see here, 36-24. And they finally pulled them, but they were down 10. They were starting to chip away when Draymond did go to the bench in the second quarter. So they were starting to get rolling there in that basketball game. But Kevon Looney, shout out to Looney, in 4 games, he's got 20 offensive rebounds. It's 5 offensive rebounds a game. I'm not going to look at the leaderboard in the first week of the season because stats are going to be all over the place. But 20 offensive rebounds in the first 4 games for Kevon Looney. So 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, where you at? Let's hear from Lindy Waters are getting an opportunity.
It always feels good. I come in and do the work every single day, and just no matter if my number's called or not, I'm the same person. But, it feels good to go out there and get a win, especially how we started out. We down 20 or something, but just kept our eyes off the scoreboard and just focused possession by possession.
What about the second half surge?
Very contagious, exciting, exhilarating. We started getting stopped, started playing more physical on the defensive end, and we started rebounding and running. Next thing you know, we start flowing on offense, and guys start having fun, shots going in. So very contagious. Very contagious yesterday. Then Buddy Hield. We get to Buddy Hield because, hey, this guy fascinates me, man. I was texting with Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway yesterday, ESPN 1320. The Utah Jazz were getting rolled by their Sacramento Kings, so they were feeling good. And Buddy Hield had the dribble drive with the layup in the fourth quarter. It was late in the shot clock. And I said, what? He's got that in his bag? And literally Damian Barling calls Bonte saved a highlight. We've never seen him do that in Sacramento ever. Well, this guy's a new man. And he's a new dude.
Why are you smiling?
He scored 19 fourth quarter points. He's a fun player to root for. Like, I liked Buddy Hield when he was coming out of Oklahoma. He fascinated me with the way he shot, his accent. I love it. And I've been in that locker room with him multiple times. So there was a game when he was with the Sacramento Kings. And Dave Yeager was the coach. And they were down 3 to the Warriors. And Yeager had pulled him. And it was like, what are you doing? He's rolling. He had benched him. I forget the game. It was maybe 2018, 2019, whatever it was. He got pulled. Then all of a sudden, he got inserted back in to shoot a desperation 3. And after the game, Jason Jones and the Sac media was in there. And they were like, why'd you get benched? And he was just like, he was over the situation. He was over it. And I was like, man, he's kind of getting the short end of the stick here. But he would speak his mind. And you can kind of see that in his pressers now. He just keeps it a buck. So to see him go on, like, he didn't have a great start. And he detonates for 19 in the fourth quarter. It's like, what? Now all of a sudden you're getting the post-game interview from TNT. Here's Buddy on Steve Kerr riding the hot head.
You got to ride that wave, and Steve did a good job of handling that and balancing the guys out. And when you got a hot hand like Lindy, who's deserving of a chance for this all training camp, he's been doing really well. And Steve was like, I'm going to go with Lindy, and he ride that wave, and it worked out. And it was my time to come in, and it worked out, So that's being a head coach, knowing your players and knowing when the guy got the hot hand, ride it and need that spark, because we need a spark in guys like Draymond and BP and Trace and everybody that played a part. Kyle went 0 for 9, but he still had a big imprint on his game. Martin, Zion, making the right plays, making the right reads, defensive plays, all that. So just trusting it and just trusting your teammates. My teammates had my back from the start to finish.
There are certain guys for certain areas, certain teams that just fit.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, they play a liberated style of sport, whatever it is. Soccer, baseball, basketball, it doesn't matter. Like, there are certain guys like Hunter Pence now in retrospect. Boy, he was like the perfect giant at the perfect time, for this team, for that team, for this community, his character, like, it was perfect. Pablo was perfect for those Giants. Buddy Hield was born to be a warrior. He really was. A bench warrior, not a starter. Like, you're so hesitant to give Buddy love.
Who?
You.
What are you talking about?
Because you're smiling and laughing. Like, I think that this guy has got like a Mo Spates-like quality to him.
What are you talking about? I'm hesitant to give him love. Giving him love every single game of the season. What are you talking about?
I think he's perfect.
Born to be a warrior. I don't know about that, but he's right now, because I do have questions. I asked Lubman, I was like, get his college coach, Lon Kruger, on. Because my question is, I always see, okay, the same thing with Bob Melvin. I always like, why didn't it work out in other places? Maybe it wasn't fit. Nick Nurse is supposedly this great coach, right? Didn't play him in the playoffs except that one quarter. Rick Carlisle and the Indiana Pacers play at the fastest pace in the NBA. They get up and down and shoot a lot of threes, and they traded him. So I was just trying to figure out, why did they trade him?
But
nobody's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like hesitant to give him love. He's balling right now.
But isn't this what
great?
I think the NBA and other sports have this as well. Like the fit matters, and I think like him also taking ownership of his own career and maybe understanding where he's at in his career and embracing that opportunity, and not like, for example, we're talking about Kuminga. Kuminga views himself a certain way. At least that's my interpretation. Whether he does or doesn't, that's my interpretation of it, right? Maybe he needs to, like, and I'm just thinking outside, maybe he at some point needs to, come in line with what the Warriors' view of him is. I feel like Buddy has realized, like, all right, I'm probably not going to be a 35-minute-a-night guy every single night as a starter, as number 2. But as a guy off the bench with the freedom to kind of just rip it and play wherever, I think he's adjusted, he's matured, and it fits. He's going to have bad nights, but I just think he fits.
No doubt. But I don't know why you're taking a shot at me. The thing that Fitz said last week, I think is very interesting, and I want to get into that. And this is an underrated thing in sports. I was thinking about it yesterday with Brandon Ingram on the other side and Jerry Stackhouse on the bench, but something Fitz said about Chris DeMarco and Rod Adams getting to know Buddy Hield for Team Bahamas and getting to know him and having that little intel saying, you know what, this guy may be able to play in this motion offense. So I'm going to get into that on the other side because it is a good fit right now. Warriors beat the Pelicans 124-106, rally from a 20-point deficit. They were down 34-14 and they scored just 14 points in the first quarter. What a win. What a win for the Warriors yesterday. They'll do it again tonight against the same team, the Pelicans, before hitting the road for a big 5-game road trip. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
What makes Crystal Geyser Elbow?
Heald, right wing Kuminga. They look for Draymond. Zone defense now for the Pels. And Heald says, I can shoot over that, and hits about a 28-footer.
Yeah, he's got it going now.
Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those break, Bonte.
I'm trying to, buddy. I'm trying to. He's always smiling. You know, at media day, when Buddy is walking around, he's shaking hands with everybody. He's just always smiling. Oh, man, what's up? The guy's just so damn happy. He's so damn happy. So the whole thing about the culture to go to State Warriors, so far so good with the culture, man. The guy's like, I'm in basketball nirvana right now. I'm in basketball heaven. I don't know what went on in Sacramento. I don't know what went on in Philadelphia. Don't know what went on in Indiana. But the guy's been all smiles since he became a member to go to State Warriors. So a nice fit for Buddy Hield so far. Very good game from him off the bench. He's been balling so far. Had the one dud, and at one point, yesterday he was 1 of 9. You're thinking, oh no, after going 3 for 14, what's going on with Buddy, man? Hot and cold. So, you know, is he going to hit 5 threes every night? Probably not. Is he going to hit 4 threes every night? Probably not. But you know what? He ends up yesterday going 7 of 11, and it's like, Steph who? You didn't miss Steph?
I wouldn't go that far, but he was really good.
I'm joking. 21 to 46 yesterday. The Warriors in their 3 wins have hit 20, 20, and 21 threes. And again, the turnovers. When you cut down on that was the thing against the Clippers. They commit 21 turnovers. Last night, just 8 total team turnovers. Really 6 until they pulled all their starters. But they were sitting at six turnovers for a long, long time. Pelicans, 24 turnovers. Warriors scored 34 points off those turnovers. And so far this season with the Dubs, Shasky, they're winning all the hustle points. The points off turnovers, the rebounding, they're getting the 50-50 balls, they're scrapping, they're getting steals. That was another thing. They had 28 steals in the first 2 victories. Last night, the Warriors come up with 15 steals, including Kyle Anderson, who went 0 for 9 yesterday, but had 5 steals himself.
Does size matter when it comes to rebounding? Well, sure. I mean, obviously, there's
size
elements.
Matters.
Exactly. Thank you. There's elements where you have to be able to have some size. You know, it's very difficult for Draymond Green to box out, you know, Victor Wembanyama. I mean, because he's just so large. But I think that if you're going to be a team that shoots from long range, you better be scrappy, because I have a belief, and it's a basketball truism. You know, you have like the Book of Barnett from back in the day. The longer the shot, the longer the rebound, right? And so there's going to be a lot of long rebounds, and long rebounds go to the hustle guy. They don't just go to the taller guy. They go to the hustle guy. And I just feel like the Warriors' hands are so much more active this year than they've been in years past.
No, they've been active all season long so far. GP2, all of them, man. 888-957-9570. Are you all bought in with this team right now? And what to make of the Jonathan Kuminga situation? Because it did take the pregame, and I wasn't at the game. I was off yesterday. Bully and I were off. It was a national televised game on TNT. I thought KB, Monty, and Fezzi did a great job, though. It was fun watching them. But the pregame buzz, as I got the alert about Jonathan Kuminga getting benched, I was like, phone just starts blowing up. I'm trying to figure out what's going on down at Chase Center. I'm reading everything going on. I'm thinking, damn, is this it for JK? It was a bit dramatic. And yet he plays a season high 28 minutes. So I don't know what to make of it. Does anybody else make of it? Is Kuminga a fit? Is this contract going to kind of just roam over his head all season long? Because it did seem like he pressed early. But next thing you know, pardon me, you see the second half. And this is one thing, JK, I don't think he gets enough credit for this. And he's shown this over the course of his first 3 seasons in the league. He'll struggle early, but as he acclimates to the game speed and he acclimates to the game planning, he acclimates to the opponent, he gets better and better as the game goes along. So, and that's been the case for the most part throughout his first 3 years in the league. So I thought we got a glimpse of that yesterday against the Pelicans, Shasky, that it was rough early. And then as the game went along, he started to find his rhythm. He started attacking the basket. He started making the right basketball plays, setting good screens, rolling to the basket, playing good individual defense, communicating on defense. And as the game went along, he got better and better and better.
The JK thing is going to be monitored all year long. His, body language, shot selection, defensive effort, communication, all those things are going to be monitored all year long. And look, I can't speak for him. I'm just speaking for myself. I think it's real easy for a lot of people to say, bet on yourself and go through it. I just know that for me, peace of mind to me and QOL, quality of life, for me, and I'm not an NBA player, just saying what my algorithm is, like that matters more than making every last possible penny at every single turn. We've had this conversation forever. This situation, the Warriors apparently, again, these are the reports, offered him somewhere close to $30 million. He wants more than that. That's his prerogative. But you also are playing with a little bit of fire here in the sense that, you denied the contract extension. And so now you're worried about how you have to play. And that's part of the peace of mind factor. This is going to continue to kind of play itself out. It's going to be monitored by everyone. I don't have a solution for what's going on here. I think business-wise, if we're talking raw business, the Warriors probably did the right thing for their business. I don't know if it's going to be the right move for JK personally and professionally. The season's going to play itself out. But when he doesn't get the start, and then Shams Charania tweets that out like immediately, and then it says benched on there, it's like, oh boy, did he get that right from someone in the JK circle? I don't know, but the way it was presented by Shams made it like he wasn't even going to play. And then the report of Kerr last year and JK maybe not being on the same page from JK's point of view, there's a lot of smoke.
I do want to know from fans, because it has been a topic of conversation. Does it matter to you who starts? Does it matter who starts to you? 888-957-9570. I've kind of been off this train for a while now. And I even go back to, I kind of learned this from Justin LeBeau, Coach Adam, Coach Tom over there at City College San Francisco. They've had one of the best junior college programs in the last 15 years, and it hasn't been close. Year in and year out. Year in and year out. What are they at? 4 championships now? They're going for one for the thumb this year. They got a loaded roster, but just doing a public address announcing there, and they were loaded. Justin would start different guys. Some of his better players would just come off the bench. Those better players would finish games. Those better players would finish halves. And then you see it all throughout basketball where guys may start the first half, they may not start the second half. Like Buddy last night, he started the game, he didn't start the third quarter. He came off the bench because Liddy was rolling, and Buddy touched on that. Now, you have to have a buy-in. You have to win games, because if you're not winning games, the guys start to get mopey. They start to get a little whiny, and all of a sudden they're just kind of sulking. But, does it matter? I want to know from the fans, does it matter to you really who starts, or is it more about the combinations that you want to see? 888-957-9570.
You've never played with anyone who, like, it really matters what their role or their
absolutely. Yeah. We all have there's always a crybaby.
Yeah. Well, or maybe not necessarily cry. They just feel more comfortable. I hear you on the crybaby part. There is always a crybaby.
Not crybaby, but it's a little strong. But, they're whining and they're kind of mopey or whatnot.
They want it. Like, there's always that one individual that wants you to personally invite them to the party, right? They want to feel wanted. Like, it's this weird thing, right? Not everyone is that way. Again, I'm just going off of what I feel. I feel like it matters to Kuminga. I hope it shouldn't, and this is why I wish he would have took the extension, because then he'd have his money one way or the other, and this wouldn't be this tug and pull, which I think is natural. It's like the natural part of, hey, I have a lot of money on the line here. Like I get his prerogative, like I really do, but I also see the bigger picture of the Warriors' prerogative, and I tend to side with the teams more than the individual players 9 times out of 10 because I want to see the team win.
On this team, you're not going to get your numbers because you're so deep. So even if you do start, it's not like you're going to get, like, what is the field goal attempts JK is going to average this year? No idea. So I still think, I'm just kind of laughing at the comments. I'm wearing this big old jacket. People say they could see steam coming out of my mouth, like we're doing a radio show in 35-degree weather.
Like it's the ice bowl.
By the way, the Penguin. Somebody brought up the Penguin. Penguin's a great show. Great show on HBO Max.
Next week is the Top Hat episode.
What's the Top Hat?
Well, he famously puts the top hat on that he's most known for.
Oh,
spoilers.
Thanks
no, that's the name of the episode.
Oh, I didn't even look at it yet. Well,
they give you a preview at
the
end.
Back to the other birds, the pelicans, if you will.
Come on, pelican! Come on, pelican, fly, pelican, fly. Would you give JK, whoever pays JK, whether it's the Warriors or any other team, You're going to be paying him for his potential to be great. Because you're not going to see the finished product this season.
Probably right.
He's 22 years old.
Yeah.
So you're banking on his future. You're betting on his future. So whatever money he gets, the stats this year is not going to do it justice. You know, he may average 15 points a game. He may average 14 points a game. But you're going to be betting on his future saying, I believe this guy could be a future all-star or close to that. And so that's how you're going to pay him. So whether he starts to come off the bench, it's just, how does it look? Is he bought in? Is he a professional? And I'm going to play this again. He sat there with Zeta Kane after the game on the court, and I thought this was one of the more professional answers he could have given Zeta Kane after the game.
I mean, it's just a game of basketball. At the end of the day, we always got to stay professional. I mean, that's what we do. Just got to come out here every day and just play. Because that's what we choose to do every day. No matter what circumstance, no matter what's happening, you got to come here and just be a professional and play the game of basketball, play the game that you love, and go home. So it's that simple.
It's that simple. I love the answer. I love the answer. And you know what? I don't think JK gets enough credit last year after what happened after the Denver Nuggets game when he didn't play the last 18 minutes and Denver rallied. What was it, a 25-4 run? In the fourth quarter, Jokic hit that crazy shot. And he, hey, I'm done with this situation. He had a meeting with Steve Kerr, and you know what? He backed it up. He showed maturity, and he played his ass off last year, so he responded well to it. So, look, the whole thing, the post that Shams had yesterday, it was misleading as hell.
That's exactly
it was misleading as hell.
Yeah.
It was nasty work. Reggie Miller, and you're right, 510 Comcast Business Sex Line. Reggie Miller did call Kuminga unpolished many times yesterday. Yeah, he's still raw. He's still trying to figure it out. So, that's what this season is for. But will he be better by March and April when the Warriors get ready for the playoffs? That's the key.
No, it's a great point. But also, he does bring stuff to the table, right? So, like, on this Warrior team, outside of Wiggins, and I guess to a lesser degree GP2, but he doesn't play as much as those other guys. Mm-hmm. Who's athletic like that?
Nobody.
You know, JK had multiple, very acrobatic layups around the rim yesterday that were just dynamic. He had a couple of nice rebounds. I don't know. I thought he had a really nice dribble drive where he, broke his defender down and then kicked it back out for a skip pass for an open three for Buddy Hield. He's done some really nice things in the half court this year.
Yes, he really has. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And let's bring on the calls here and go to Rob in Dublin. Rob, what's happening, man? Do starters matter to you? Who starts the game? Does that matter to you at all, Rob?
Good morning, fellas. Absolutely not, man. And I love the fact that Kerr is playing around with these different lineups right now, and the fact that, hey, it's how you finish the game, period. How you finish. And I think a lot of these, the younger generation, they put a lot of clout and a lot of, status behind that. Mm-hmm. I'm starting. And these are young guys. I mean, yeah, of course they want to start. But, hey, I think JK has grown over the last couple of years. He's matured. You can tell in his answer. Like you just said, Bonta, his answer at the end of the game was like he wouldn't have said that a year ago, 2 years ago. He would have been pouting or whatever, but it shows his growth, his maturity. You saw him in the gym over the summer. The guy is good, man. I think we're going to be fine. Yeah. Hey, go Dubs, man. Y'all enjoy y'all Wednesday. It's hump day, everybody. Let's have a good rest of the week. Let's go. Go Dubs.
It's interesting. I think he's right. I've worked with a couple of different big corporations where individuals, and me at a younger age, I feel like I wanted a specific title, right? A specific job title because I thought it brought status, right? And I didn't want to be, just a marketing associate or something like that. You don't want to be an admin, you think that there's no status in that. And I think at a younger age, a lot of people are searching for titles because they think it comes with gravitas. And then you get a little older and you realize just pay me the most. You know what I mean? Just give me a situation that I can thrive in, where I can make my family happy and I can have a good quality of life. But that does come with a little bit of maturity, and not everyone is wired that way at different points in their life.
What title did you really want that you're like, oh, I need that title?
Well, I didn't like a marketing associate.
Why?
You wanted to be more of a manager, right? You don't want to be, like on the lower end. Like, for example, right? I know a lot of people that are like, oh, you're basically a personal assistant. It's like, no, I'm an executive. No, I'm not me, but I'm saying, no, I'm an executive administrator, you know, or, you know, people don't want to be like, oh, you're just an admin. You know what I mean? Like they don't want certain titles because there's maybe there's a stigma that you're like not that important. I know a lot of people in their 20s and 30s that went through the corporate like ladder and they're looking for titles as opposed to, you know, looking for quality of life and maybe a more balanced work situation.
It was funny when I became a part-time supervisor at UPS, man. I was walking on water, man. I was getting a salary. I was wearing the tie. My grandma's the late great S.E. Brown. Oh man, Tay, I'm proud of you, man. I was feeling good, man. And I was just a little part-time supervisor. I don't know. I was just happy about the money, man. Like the title, we do get caught up in this society about titles and this and that. But
it's silly.
It is very, very silly. Let's go to Nick in the East Bay. Nick, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Yeah, long-time listener, first-time caller. How you doing, gents?
Good, man.
What's
Good.
up, man?
Thank you for
Thanks
calling,
tuning
Nick.
in.
All right. I got three things for you. The first, fans don't care. No one remembers who started Game 37 of the 2018 season. No one remembers Game 4 of 2012, right?
Thank you.
Brings me to point two. It's who closes the game, not who starts the game. We all remember the death lineup. They were amazing. And when there's only one or two possessions left in the game, that's who I care about. Who's going to make that play to get us that win? Point three, I think it reveals character when you do something like Andre Iguodala and you do something selfless and you go to the six-man role and then you bring up Harrison Barnes to let him shine. That's a team move, and that's what fans care about. That reveals something strong. So those are my 3 points. Well, thank you, Jen.
Good points there, Nick. And initially, Andre Iguodala wasn't too pleased with coming off the bench because his first year here, he started. Harrison Barnes went to the bench under Mark Jackson. Kerr had the conversation. Iggy wasn't too keen to it originally, but he bought into it. And the Knicks point about the deaf lineup. The deaf lineup played about 7 to 9 minutes together a game.
Yeah.
If that. It was like, all right, let's break the glass. It's an emergency. Let's roll. But it was so iconic that they would go on these runs, but it wasn't like they were playing 40 minutes together.
No, but you also had buy-in, which is the most important thing. And you reference Andre Iguodala, like he had made a lot of money before he even got to the Warriors, right? He got an extension in Philly. He got money in Denver. He comes to the Warriors at 30 years old and he starts whatever, I don't know, 65, 75 games, whatever he started that first year. Mm-hmm. And the second year, he's 31 years old, Bonte. Yep. Like he was at a different point in his life financially, you know, and you even said like, even then, like he had made a lot of money. He had status and he's an older guy. He's got a little more maturity. He wants to win. Like, you know what I mean? Like he had ticked off already being an all-star. Like JK is not at that point maybe in his own life. And maybe he's not willing to accept that. And that's like, not everyone is Manu Ginobili, you know?
Right.
Manu Ginobili is a very rare individual.
Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning,
Good
man?
morning, Oscar.
Hey, I called yesterday. I told you guys, don't panic. And we got to be just as good as them. And not only that, I said another thing. We got a good organization and we got a damn good coach. Steve Kerr is going to do his thing. And not only that, I've been watching Lily Waters play ever since Oklahoma State. Not only that, in high school. And man, he can shoot the ball. Not only that, he can play. He's 6'6". And not only that, Steve Kerr, he's got the temperature of the team. Big Kuminga, he has to understand. Steph Curry came off the bench. Draymond Green came off the bench. Not only that, Klay Thompson was coming off the bench last year. Man, we're going to do what we have to do to win. And stop listening to the media. And like you just said, youngsters do want to start. But I always tell my son, just because you got the title don't mean you know what you're doing.
Exactly.
The coach does. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So play your part. And look at the Warriors. You see what they did? Down by 20. I'm in the house with my gear on, and everybody calling me. You see what happened? I say, calm down. Buddy Hill's going to be okay. And what Steve Kerr did, he switched Lindley Waters to start in the second half, and Buddy Hill came off the bench. So Kuminga, he played well after that.
Yeah, he
played defense, and he started running up and down the court. And you know, hey, that's all we need you to do, and you'll get your money. On that note, we will win again tonight. I'm telling you right now, we're going to win again tonight because the Warriors is balling, man. I'm telling you, guys have a good day, man.
You
Go
too,
Warriors.
Oscar. I can hear your excitement, and I think Chase Center, they're going to get behind this team. This is one thing I anticipated with this team. Kind of an underdog. Nobody's expecting much. The over-under for the win total is 43.5. And after not making the playoffs last year, this has been a reset. You know, obviously you lose a legend in Klay Thompson. He walks to Dallas, and he's playing well, and Dallas is rolling. Chris Paul goes to San Antonio. But you get this new crop of veterans with DeAnthony Melton and Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield, and then you get the youngsters who are now growing. Pods is growing. Pods, I think, we don't talk enough about Pods. He played his ass off yesterday. The guy's a gamer, man. I roll with Brandon Podzinski. I think he's a winning player. And then you get Kuminga, and TJG's got to find it. First 2 games he was great. Didn't miss a shot, 11-for-11. Struggled the last couple games, but I think TJD will get it rolling. And Moody's always staying ready. But this is the type of team where nobody expects much from them that a fan base will get behind. And I think Chase Center's going to be rocking tonight. I really do. On a Wednesday night to get the sweep before they go on this monster 5-game road trip. I think Chase Center's going to get behind this team all season long. And guys are bought in. Guys are bought in, man. You heard from Buddy Hield. You heard from Lindy Waters. You hear from Draymond. You hear from JK. Guys are bought in on trying to win. And you got to stack wins. That's the other thing. You don't want to fall too far behind in the Western Conference when you look at these standings to start the season. Lakers are 3-1. Phoenix is rolling. You know, Denver's trying to find their way. Oklahoma City's undefeated. So you got to keep pace. You do not want to fall too far behind from the top here because you want to make that top 6. It's essential to make the top 6 and, so you can avoid that play-in.
They're a really fun team. They're scrappy, and they look like a bunch of guys that are desperate to show how hungry they are. And that's the feeling I got watching Lindy Waters last night. I was like, man, this guy wants it. Like, he is going to take whatever tiny sliver of an opportunity he's going to be given. This guy's going to try to maximize it. I couldn't believe how good he looked this year.
It was unbelievable. By the way, what's blowing me away is this number right here. And if it matters for you who starts, 888-957-9570 can make the argument. Does it matter? Does it not matter? The Warriors last year only had 8 games when they hit 20 or more threes. They were 7-1 in those games when they hit 20 or more threes.
Okay.
They've already had 3 such games in the first 4 in which they've hit 20 or more threes. They had 8 all of last season. That's insane to me.
Well, we were talking about this, in the offseason, and it's like, the Moneyball thing. Hey, we're losing Giambi, but what if the cumulative of adding 3 or 4 players equates to the output of what one player would give? And I was trying to make the argument, the cumulative that they brought in is they hit more threes than just individually Klay and Chris Paul. But it's hard to make that. I mean, come on, Klay's one of the greatest shooters of all time.
Well, not only that, because you don't know who's all going to play.
Exactly. What are the overlapping minutes going to be? You know what I mean? And but early on, it's just, you lost one of the greatest shooters ever, but the bench has added a bunch of shooting. And so I think the cumulative early on, the returns are great.
Yep, no doubt. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Starting doesn't really matter. Remember, the Warriors won championships with Bogut, Zaza, JaVale McGee starting, but those guys didn't normally finish games. No doubt. All right, 650. It's funny. Somebody's like, break, ha, 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 ha. Is Lubman screaming in the ear? He's not screaming today because he went to the game last night. He had a good time. But more Warriors talk coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal for members and more. USDA.
It's on the deck. Alvarado comes up with it. He'll penetrate. Handoff. Misi lost it. Throws it away. Kuminga with it. Kuminga off to the races. He's going to go in and dunk it over the head. Warriors get to the century mark +1 with 6:35 to go.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Josh Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
I got you, JK. I got you, buddy. We're still rocking with you. Big game for him. Big game for the Golden State Warriors as they rally from a 20-point deficit. The last time they did that was in the 2022-23 season against the New Orleans Pelicans. And I remember that game like it was yesterday. It was unbelievable when they came back in that game. Draymond has sparked the heat. He kind of sparked the team because Herb Jones and Brandon Ingram, he starts getting into it with them. There's a big scrum on the court. And then, you know, the Warriors rally. Curry starts going crazy. Starts setting a high ball screen for him. And then Jonas Valanciunas is out there in the three-point line. And Curry is like, yeah, I'm going to take him for this dance. I'm going to cook him. I'm going to fillet him. And that's what happened in that game. And yesterday it was just a great ball movement. The Warriors get up to, how many assists? 34 assists last night. 34 assists. So the ball was hopping. But these winning categories, folks. And these are winning categories. Fast break points. You look at the combined fast break points, 56-11. You look at the field goal attempts, 97-74. You think about the points off turnovers, 34-5, as I just mentioned here. So all the hustle points, all the rebounding, all the shot selection, the ball hopping. It was beautiful. It was on display yesterday as they rally from the Pelicans. And they're trying to do it again. Can they get greedy and get the split? Get the sweep, not the split. They already got the split. Can they get the sweep?
This is a team that's got a lot of guys that annoy the hell out of the other team. There was a point in the game where C.J. McCollum is, there's a dead ball. It's going to be a sideline inbound, and GP2 is just kind of like, I don't know, bent over at the waist with his head kind of in C.J. McCollum's like chest, stomach area. And it's not that he's like doing anything illegal or anything. He's just annoying C.J. McCollum. I'm thinking Pods is kind of like that as a guy. Like, he'll pick you up the full length of the court. He'll annoy you. He'll get his chest into you. GP2 will do that. Buddy Hield offensively, he moves more than I gave him credit for. I thought he was kind of a standalone guy. His off-ball movement's not bad. It's not on the level of Curry, but, like, it's not bad. Like, I underrated that. Looney's kind of like a I'll get in your chest kind of guy because that's just who he is. Moody's a scrapper. He'll scrap with you. They got a lot of guys that are just kind of annoying to play against. And I thought yesterday was on full display in that second and third quarter.
Yeah, no doubt. How many people are enjoying the Let It Fly Warriors? The Let It Fly Warriors, don't forget, Hip-Hop Made the Bay. The most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. And it's Hip-Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Bone Thugs, and DJ Quick. That is this Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. Better get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Come on, man. Who doesn't want to see that show? Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's going on, man? Good morning.
Hey, what up, man? Good morning. I'm just tripping on how all the callers are saying that it doesn't matter who starts. I say it definitely matters who starts. At the end of the first quarter, we were down 31-14. Thank God that our shooters shot the lights out last night, and it ain't going to be every time that they're going to bail us out, man. And the question I think you guys are always going with, or trying to center it around Kuminga. I don't think it's a Kuminga thing, man. I would like to not start Draymond. What's the point of starting him if he's not doing anything as far as helping us offensively, because we are an offensive team?
Well, I guess the argument is pretty simple. It's and whether people agree with it or not, their rhetoric is with Draymond off the floor, I believe they were like 29th or 30th defensively. With Draymond on the floor, they're infinitely better.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the same argument could probably be made. Without Curry on the floor, you're offensively not as good. Like, I hear that. Here's the question that I have. Like, if Curry's going to be out, let's just say another couple of games, you really don't have a backup point guard, like a pure point guard. And Dre really is that pure point guard. So if you're going to start Pods, maybe Draymond is the guy off the bench and you start Kuminga. I just don't see them doing that. But and running Draymond Green essentially as that point forward off the bench, I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Plus what he means defensively, getting guys in the right position there, bringing up the floor, bringing the ball up the floor. But, Oreo Cookie. Does anybody agree with Oreo Cookie? 888-957-9570, because I could play devil's advocate as much as I say, hey, man, the starting five doesn't matter. It's the status thing. It's who finishing. They have gotten up to slow starts in 3 to 4 games that they've played.
Okay.
Portland got off to a slow start. Now they're trying to figure out the lineup with JK, Wiggins, Dre, TJD, Steph. Got off to a slow start against Utah, down 15-6. Yesterday, as Oreo Cookie just mentioned, 34-14. So maybe it's not so much about who starts, it's about having the right combination out there. So can Steve Kerr find the right combination to start a game? And the right combination, maybe he doesn't have that yet. Maybe it is a Buddy Hield and Steph Curry in the backcourt with Andrew Wiggins and Dre and Looney. Maybe it's TJD and Dre and Wiggins and DeAnthony Melton and Steph. Maybe it's Pods and Steph. I don't know. Steve Kerr doesn't know yet. But maybe it's about getting the right combination to start the game. Not so much who's starting, but the right combo to start.
Am I crazy off of one game to say that maybe they experiment with Lindy Waters down the line somewhere if this kind of sustains? I mean, it feels so premature.
Yeah, because then there's a Steph element. Does he know how to play with Steph? How does he play with Steph?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't care. His shooting's great.
He's Red Dead Revolver, the old video game. I mean, that guy was dialed in yesterday.
He was dialed in yesterday.
I couldn't believe. It's one thing when you see a guy in the preseason. He played with his hair on fire yesterday. I was so impressed.
I was impressed, but I don't want to get crazy.
No,
I don't want to get crazy. It's one game. It's one game. I don't want to get recency bias, but I believe this young man. This young man believes in himself, but he is 27 years old, so he's mature.
Steve Kerr did say last night multiple times in the postgame, Bonte, that Lindy Waters was the second best at minimum
in training camp.
Yeah.
He had a great camp.
So I don't know. Practice is practice, right? I don't want to make it like it's the end-all, be-all.
Well, Antonio Daniels told us yesterday, who was it? Brennan Ingram. And who else was it that had a great camp? And I was like, wow, 1A, Jordan Hawkins.
Who
the
was
young man out of UConn.
at one point in the game.
Yeah, he struggled yesterday. Jordan Hawkins, young man, he was 0 for 6 for the game. 4-4 from the free throw line. Only scored 4 points. Had no impact.
I didn't think that was a foul on the 3-point shot.
No, I didn't
where
either.
He kicked his leg out. Anyway, keep going.
But Antonio, and so I was like, what about Zion? He goes, it doesn't mean Zion had a bad camp. But it's just these guys had a better camp. So I don't know how Steve Kerr's going to roll with this, but the hustle points going into that game last night, people are going to love this. Second in offensive rebounding so far to start the season. Second in second chance points to start the season. They're number 1 in the league, and I think this is important. This is a stat that gets overlooked. I wish we talk more about it. Deflections. They're the best in the league when it comes to deflections in the half court or the full court, and they're number 1 in steals per game. And the deflections, I think, is important because there's only 24 seconds in the shot clock. You get 1 or 2 deflections within the half court, all of a sudden you're disrupting that offense, and all of a sudden they're setting us, oh boy, we got to play iso ball. Oh no, our flow. That's what the Lakers did so well to the Warriors in that playoff series a couple years ago. They got so many deflections within the half court where it threw off to Steph and to Clay and to Draymond and the split action. It threw it all off. So having these deflections and getting your hands on the basketball where guys got to, oh man, I got to gain possession here. That's a very intriguing stat to me. So again, second in the league in offensive rebounds. Yesterday they had 11. Looney's got 20 through 4 games. Second chance points, they're second best in the league. And last night, where are they at in second chance points? 13-11, so a little down. Deflections, I would love to see the deflection numbers from last night. And steals, they had 15 more steals last night.
They look like a team that when they're guarding off ball, they don't fall asleep as much.
No.
And are so hyper-focused on where their man is, in relation to the hoop. There was a moment last night where JK was off ball and Alvarado tried to seam one in on a cutter, and JK just jumped right in front of it and just picked it off. And I'm like, I don't think JK does that last year.
No doubt.
Last year, he's either paying way too much attention to the point guard and doesn't see his man cutting and is left 2 steps to the left, or is so close to his man that he plays himself out of the play. They've done a really good job. Now, I guess, like, the personnel they've brought in is better defensively, right?
Yep.
Than last year.
Melton's better.
Is Kyle Anderson better than what they have?
Kyle Anderson's not bad.
Sarich?
He's not. Yeah, he's a lot better defender.
Well, that's why I'm just. Yeah.
He's no doubt.
They're different players.
Yep, no doubt. But he's a lot better. He moves his feet well. He knows. And the communication defensively, these guys know where to be. Now, Kyle Anderson should get credit in terms of this when it comes to defense. He played for Chris Finch in Minnesota, and he played with Memphis. They're one of the better defensive teams with JJJ and Kyle Anderson coming off that bench. So he's a smart player. He's got to get his shot rolling offensively. But they seem better. Chris Paul was a bit older.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, without a rim protector, is not the same defender. Now, I will say, just watching the Mavericks, and I watched that entire game yesterday against them and the T-Wolves, Klay looks like a better defender on that team because they have Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively behind them, two shot blockers. And P.J. Washington could go out there and contest some shots at the rim. So all of a sudden, he could press a little harder on the perimeter and not give guys space. He forced a turnover on Anthony Edwards late in the game. The final moments of that game was really good defensive possession for Klay. But overall, on this team with the Golden State Warriors, they are a better defensive team. And I think Draymond Green, we don't get with Draymond Green. We always fall into everything else with Draymond. There's a lot of times if you just watch the game, him pointing, communicating, stay back, I got it, let's switch, subtle little switches there in the paint. So defensively, that's why you start Draymond Green, because you want to start off with it. You don't want guys just getting out there, getting comfortable, getting hot, and that's where Draymond Green comes into play. So, look, he'll get rolling here, but defensively, it's communication. I think it's important when you have a new basketball team, and Draymond Green's the one who's been here alongside Steph for so long to where he understands what Steve Kerr wants to do defensively.
Well, I thought yesterday they couldn't get off to a good defensive start because you didn't have Wiggs or J.K. in that opening lineup, and you're giving Ingram a lot of space to shoot, and he can just kind of shoot up over guys, even if you're trying hard. I thought Buddy Hield did try hard yesterday, but he's not the greatest defender. He's way more effort than I thought. I thought he was a turnstile defensively.
Yeah, no, he's playing hard.
He's playing way better. I hope it's sustainable. But like when you don't have Wiggs and you don't have JK in that starting lineup, you do lack the perimeter defense.
And when you're not scoring offensively, you're taking the ball out the hoop. Pelicans are setting up their half-court defense, and you're struggling here because you don't have Steph. It was ugly, man. It was that first quarter was ugly. 21% they shot, 21.5%, 5 of 23, 2 of 13. But once in the second quarter, Lindy Waters helped break this game open. Pardon me, and Buddy Hield, he spoke on that after the game. He's like, they asked him, what changed? He said, Lindy Waters. Lindy Waters. So who was Lindy Waters the third? Pardon me. When that trade went down, I think it broke on the show, actually. We had no idea who he was.
No clue.
No clue. But it's a nice little move by Dunleavy. Nice little subtle move, working the margins, bringing in the player. Now, I don't know how sustainable this is. I want to see it for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. But so far, so good for Dunleavy.
I mean, he's got a little juice. He tries hard, and I kind of underrated his handle. I was like, I thought he was just a catch and shoot guy. Like I was thinking in my mind like Anthony Morrow from back in the day, right?
Yep.
Like
who played for the OKC too?
Yeah, very ironic.
Georgia Tech.
But like that's what I thought. Like a stationary, don't leave him, on an island. He's gonna knock it down. No, he's got a little handle. Like not the greatest, but he's got a little handle. He had a couple of nice driving layups. Yep. He went back door a couple times. I think J.K. hit him on a back door on one. So, yeah, I think he's got a little more to his game. And clearly Kerr loves him. And I think that's the most important thing. The coach loves him.
I do want to open it up the lines because it happens with Shanahan. But I want to know where Warrior fans are with Steve Kerr. Because you look at the system yesterday, his offensive philosophy, you saw it on display. I don't know how much Terry Stotts has implemented, but the ball was hopping around. And so far, in 3 of the first 4 games, they've had over 30 assists, right? They've had at least 33 assists in 3 to 4 games. 34 last night, 38 in the opening night with 33 against Utah. Where are we at with Steve Kerr? 888-957-9570. I think Steve Kerr's done an excellent job so far. It's not easy having a 12-man rotation. And he's telling us, like, dude, I'm going to play 12. I'll play 12 in the first quarter if I have to. And he's done that. Where are we at with Steve Kerr so far through the first 4 games? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr asked on what changed in the second half.
I just think, playing without two starters and another guy in Melt, who's one of our first guys off the bench, it's an adjustment. So first quarter, we were just trying to get a feel and obviously struggled to make shots, but I just liked the fact that we kept poised and everybody who came off the bench played well and made a big impact. And that's all we talked about in the first quarter. A couple timeouts. Just it's a long game. We'll get there. But we took care of the ball. 8 turnovers for the whole game, which always is going to give us a chance to win. And then our defense kicked in, and obviously Lindy Waters came in and lit it up and changed the game.
Well, what about mixing him into the rotation? Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that.
We've decided we're going to have a 13-man rotation now. We're going to go from 12 to 13. I've said it since day one of camp. This guy's a ball player. The game flows when he's out there. It's not just because he's a good shooter. He's a good basketball player. It's the shots that he doesn't take because of his patience. It's the cuts that he makes to the basket. It's getting into the fight defensively. From day one of camp, this guy has been one of our best players, frankly, but couldn't get him out there till tonight. He's going to make his case for more playing time. So I don't know. I'm just happy to have this kind of depth for nights like tonight where we're missing 3 guys, and it'll pay off big time for us over the course of the 82.
And you know what? Somebody just mentioned this, and I remember this play. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Waters missing a quarter 3. But going back and grab a rebound and hustling. And it was on that specific possession, remember Buddy Hill contesting at the rim, going straight up to make it difficult. Forget who shot the layup there, but he made it difficult and contested the shot, and Lindy Waters hustling back. So they're hustling. They're playing hard. They're giving 100%. And Steve Kerr's pressing all the right buttons here. So 888-957-9570. How would you rate Steve Kerr through the first 4 games? I think he's done an excellent job so far.
Lindy Waters is playing fearless. I think that's the word that I keep coming back to. And I think to a degree, Buddy Hield, too. He took a shot at the top of the key, almost near the logo, like, wow, heat check. And I don't know who texted the group thread like, wow, Buddy Hield. I mean, you talk about feeling it. I mean, that's some freedom. But the guys, they look comfortable and they look hungry. And so to your point about like Steve Kerr, I think Steve Kerr has started to curate this roster to a bunch of guys that he likes and trusts. I think the last couple of years, the roster, there's been some people on it that he just, for whatever reason, doesn't like, doesn't trust. And he might just be right about that, but like can't play the way he wants them to play. I feel like Dunleavy has done a really good job giving him pieces that he likes. Like when you say, and I know he's joking, 13-man rotation, clearly he likes like 9 or 10 of those guys at minimum. Wouldn't you agree?
He does. He even like Guy Santos. He likes Guy Santos.
Well, that might be.
So, yeah. No, he does like that. And I like Guy. I was in the Waymo with Guy.
Oh, yeah?
Not too long ago. We took him to go to Gay Park to see the Buffaloes. He couldn't believe it. It's like, what? I got Buffaloes over there? I was like, yeah, look at that.
He didn't know, huh?
He didn't know. It's from Brazil, man. It's from Brazil. Guy Santos. Anthony Slater. He's going to join us at 8:30 on the River Islands Gas Line. Don't forget, all gas on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Gas Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So can they hit the sweep before hitting the road? This is a Monster 5-game road trip against Houston, against Washington, D.C., or the Washington Wizards, against the Boston Celtics, against the Cleveland Cavaliers and Kenny Atkinson. And, of course, that trip ends with the Oklahoma City Thunder. So it's imperative that the Warriors stack these wins early and often.
I'm watching New Orleans last night, and I don't watch a lot of New Orleans basketball. I'm not here to pretend like I'm, league passing them and they're oh my God. But you could tell they missed a pure point guard. Like it felt very your turn, my turn between Ingram and Zion, depending on who was on the floor and when. And they didn't have the spacing of the shooting of Murphy. And like you could see that was a big loss for them. But you still had 2 individuals going off in Ingram and Zion, but it never felt connected from about midway through the second quarter on. That's a win that the Warriors might look back on at the end of the year as they're fighting, a game here, a game there, whatever. Like, that's one of those wins. I think they lose that game, no doubt about it, last year. That's a game like you banked. You had no business winning after a quarter. I looked at that like, they might just get blown out in this one. To fight back and win that one, that is a testament of the coach. And I think that he deserves a lot of credit this morning.
This is a different team, the Pelicans. It's a different team. No Jonas Valanciunas. CJ McCollum's a year older. You know, Brandon Ingram, one thing that's going to be talked about there in the Big Easy, and we didn't really get into it with Antonio Daniels, but he's got a contract coming up, and that's hovering over his head. And then where is Zion Williamson? Is he bought in to what they're doing in New Orleans long term? You don't have DeJounte Murray right now, that point guard they're looking for. No Trey Murphy III. I don't know if they're going to have Herb Jones tonight. I really don't.
They play McCollum a lot. McCollum stinks.
He's not my favorite player.
He's making $33 million this year.
Not my favorite player.
What did he score? How many did he score last night?
Scored like 8. He scored 5 points.
He only scored 5 points?
5 points, 5 assists, 6 rebounds.
Couldn't have. I don't know why. He just bugs me.
Why does he bug you?
He's done nothing wrong to me. It's not like I hate who he is, but just watching him, he just annoys me.
Because of the Warrior hate?
I don't even know what it is, but like watching GP2 get up into him and like him being so like rattled by it, I'm just like, come on, CJ, relax, dude. This is what GP2 does.
Speaking of trades, he must have been happy in Salt Lake City.
They got a big win.
Against the Utah Jazz.
I think they've won 2 in a row.
They have. It's the Blazers and the Jazz.
Yeah.
Like the Warriors.
Hey, can't
win in the NBA.
has a problem right now.
They can't win in the NBA, but they've taken care of the G League teams. Good for the Sacramento Kings. That's a shot at Kitty.
What did you make of Zion Williamson last night? He had about 25 or 26 points through, I don't know, maybe 2.5 quarters.
I'm a little surprised he hasn't developed a consistent jumper.
They were laying off him. Dre was begging him to shoot a 3.
And he made the first one, but then Dre was like, go ahead, keep shooting it. You brought it up, and I kept thinking about it during the game when I was watching him. You brought up, man, most fascinating he watches his sports. And last night, you asked me what I think of him. I wasn't fascinated by his game yesterday.
Why do you say that?
Just, playing bully ball. He gets to the bucket, and he hits his layups, but nothing fascinated me. Like, it didn't feel like doesn't feel like he makes his team better.
Doesn't he need a point guard to set him up? Because to me, the whole Zion experience is I get the ball so deep in the paint and I'm so explosive, right. You can't double me. I'm too deep for you to double. When you don't have a point guard or a penetrator, you saw the Warriors pack the paint and they were like, we dare you to initiate offense from the outside. And I just don't think that's in his game.
Yeah, I just, like, I was watching Minnesota and Dallas. And Anthony Edwards came out, he scored 24 in the first quarter. He was on fire. Now, to Dallas's credit, they held Anthony Edwards to 13 points over the final 3 quarters. Looked like he was on his way to a 50-burger, and he didn't get that. So, I just, it doesn't feel like he makes his team better. It doesn't look like it. Well, not right now.
Him and Ingram look like they're on solo missions.
Right.
They don't look like they know how to play together.
No.
Ingram's a very, I think he's actually very good, but he's very much like ISO. I have to take 3 or 4 hard dribbles, get to my spot at the elbow. Because the Warriors have been linked to Brandon Ingram. I believe they said, like, we're good. Like, essentially, like, we don't want him. I could see where I think he's a good player. I wouldn't want him on the Warriors. So the way we play, like if you're mad at JK, I mean, the ball going to Ingram and no one else seeing it, I don't know how that would fly with some of these guys on this team.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, a situation in Detroit with Jamison Williams, who's suspended for the next game. He's suspended for 2 games for performance enhancements, said he didn't do anything. But they're reviewing a request for a warrant to arrest Williams on a charge of carrying a concealed weapon. Apparently back on October 8th, policemen pulled him over. They let him roll. They just let him go despite having a loaded gun. The Lions promptly notified the league upon learning of the matter. We have no further comment at this time. So Jamison Williams, man, a promising young wide receiver, just keeps getting caught up in some things here. So I don't know why he's rolling around with a gun. I don't know if he needs a gun, but who am I to comment on that? I mean, these athletes have targets on their backs. So we know that from what happened down the street with Ricky Pearsall. Let's go to Cole and Hayward. Cole, what's happening?
Hey, morning, fellas. Just a few quick things. A couple minutes ago, you guys talking about the starting 5. I think that, Steph for sure when he's healthy, Kevon, Draymond, Kuminga, but I really want to see how Moody would fit in there at a starting 5, especially after paying him $39 million extension. I think it's in him. I think he would play better just getting that chance. But there's that. And then McCollum, I think he's garbage, man. I think the player that made him is Damon. Damon Lillard made him, and then he got paid to go to the Pelicans.
He's made, I think, like $250 million in his career.
Yeah,
wow.
but
I mean,
yeah.
No, I'm with you.
I think
but he's also 34 years old, right? Most guards at 34 years old really dip off in the NBA.
Yeah.
Very few are Steph Curry.
Yeah, one last thing. The other night, Dallas' first game, after the end of the game, I know Clay had a hell of a game. But you can see in the post-game interview, man, I feel like he misses home a little bit.
What makes you say that?
Guys, have a good day.
No, Cole.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
makes
yeah.
you say? What makes you say that? What makes you say that?
You could just see it in his face, man. I know he's enjoying himself over there, and he's gonna have a good time with Kyrie and Luka and stuff. But you could just see it, man. Signing Warrior jerseys. I got a buddy that lives out there, and he kind of was at the game, just kind of watching things, and he just pretty much said, "Hey," you could just see, even on the post-game interview when he was like, "Yeah, I look good in blue." Just those little innuendos. Just
like
those little things. It's kind of like, hey.
I don't know.
I don't.
Let me ask you about Moses Moody.
He's fine.
What did you see from Moses Moody last night, B?
I saw,
because whenever he doesn't play, we hear from a lot of Moses Moody people.
Right. Well, he only played 17 minutes and 30 seconds. And look, he got off to a slow start yesterday. 1 of 3 in the first quarter. He didn't play the entire second quarter when they made their run.
Wow, I didn't know that.
He didn't play a single second in the second quarter.
Well, you went with GP2, Kyle Anderson, Pods. Like that lineup was doing dirt.
Yeah. So look, I think Moody, for what he was asked to do, I think he had a solid night. I think he did. And I'm just looking at the way he moves. Shot looks quicker. Release looks quicker. But when you talk about Lindy Waters III, I can already see how Kerr maybe is catapulting him above Moses Moody in a rotation. So, Warrior fans, are you good with that if Steve Curry lets you do that? Because I know Moses Moody, look, we all love Moses Moody. He's a pro. He talks like he's been in the league for 15 years, man. I'm so impressed with the young man. Maturity beyond his age, man. Wise beyond his years. But he played 17 minutes, and when they made their big runs, he wasn't in the game. So I thought he was solid. I think Moody's never out of position. No. But he's right now is a role. Is he a starter? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. He had a nice little 2-man game with Pajemski in the corner, I believe in the third quarter, where he kind of, broke his guy off the dribble, kicked it out to Pods. Pods tried to break his guy off the dribble, kicked it back to Moody. Moody did it again, and then boom, got Pods for the wide open 3, which was a huge momentum play for the Warriors in that one. And it was just like little things like that. He knows how to share the ball.
We got a couple minutes here. We had Colin Hayward. Is that what we're going to do all year? Let Clay be Clay. Like, we're all... Let Clay be Clay. You see, it's just fascinating, man. November 12th can't get here soon enough so we can get it all over with. The standing ovation, hey, we miss you, Clay, everything like that, because I'm so ready to move on. Let him do him. I'm worried about what Buddy Hield and the Golden State Warriors and Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II, what are they doing? Can we get back to the damn playoffs? Can we get back to the playoffs? 888-957-9570. How would you rate Kerr's performance? Real quick, do we have get the World Series real quick before the injury report? We're going to get Slater on at 8:30. But the Yankees win yesterday to not get swept, which is good. I thought they weren't going to get swept because Freddie Freeman hit another 2-run home run. That's 6 straight games in the World Series where he's hit a home run, which is now a World Series record.
It's incredible.
Postseason record. And he smoked that pitch.
Why are we pitching this guy in middle inch? Can we make a guy with a broken ankle or whatever the injury is? Can we make him go the other way? Yeah. Can I make him reach a little? Geez Louise, what are we doing? It's driving me nuts. But the big part of the game, in terms of early on, how about Mookie Betts down the right field line with the ball that he catches? And then the fan is literally grabbing the glove and trying to rip the ball out of the glove. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Do we have that sound? Do we have it? Spinoni will pull it in just a second.
I couldn't believe it.
It was wild. It was wild. While you look for a Spinoni, let's take this caller. Marcus in Pacifica wants to talk about the starters. Marcus, good morning. He's still on hold. I was going to get to him here. Let's get to him. Now we got Marcus. out in what do they call Pacific? Do they call it P-Town?
P-Town, yes, P-Town. I'm actually originally from the city, but my wife and I moved out to Pacific in 2005. Love it. Great beach town. Get out and walk. They got the infamous Taco Bell that serves margaritas.
Yeah.
So
Taco Bell Cantina.
if you haven't been, slide through.
My brother lives in Pacifica.
I was going to jump in. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What part?
Like near Nick's Rockaway.
Manor, Lindemar. In the
up
front,
near
the back.
Terranova.
Okay, all right. He's out watching them football games on Friday night.
Yeah, exactly. What you got on the Dubs?
So I do think the starters matter. It's not the 80s where, you had Hall of Famers coming off the bench. Most of the NBA players today, you're paid to be a starter. Most guys coming off the bench, your 6 men are not going to be getting that type of money. So to the players, it does matter. But I think more importantly, it matters because as we get further along through the season, you're going to need to be able to depend on certain players to be able to play in those closer games. A lot of the teams are still starting to figure out kind of what they're going to be doing with style. You saw last night, the big two came out and they both scored 30, but they didn't get a lot from other players. I think that's the problem when you don't find out who you have on the team. New Orleans. But, with they had 9 players the Warriors did last night that played plus 15 minutes. I think that's going to change. But the biggest thing that I wanted to point out in this one, and I know we're kind of going up and down on Moody and what he is, per 48, he's 35-5-3. We're only 4 games in. I know it's really early, but Moody, when he's on the floor, is playing. He can't do anything when he's not in the game. So on the flip side of that, you've got Kuminga, who's 22-7-3, 37% from the field, 16 from 3. Moody's 53-52. That's not going to happen all season either, but it's something that you got to acknowledge. And I know Kerr is. We'll see how these rotations go. I expect within a month or so, we're not going to see as many players out there, but we're a stack. We got to.
Can I ask you something, Marcus? Can I ask you something, Marcus?
Yes,
you mentioned how the rotation may be pared down, and they may only go with 8-9. Who would be the odd players out in your rotation here with the Golden State Warriors?
It's really difficult because you have a lot of guys that are playing really well. Peyton has already shown last night he played 8 minutes. I thought he had a great game in his 8 minutes. Kyle Anderson, he's big, so we're going to need to use his size, but he might be one of those guys where one night he plays a little bit more than others. I don't think he's going to see consistent minutes. Waters, if he keeps shooting like that, it's going to be hard to keep him off the floor. Yeah. But, you got Melton. Of course, Steph's going to be out there. They have a lot of players, which is kind of what I was saying is with Dunleavy, he's really making Kerr's job hard, which I think is good because he's got a lot of really solid players. We just need, Hield has far surpassed, I think, anybody's expectations as far as what he's been able to do so far this year. He's proven to be a true number 2. Him and Steph are going to be really difficult to handle. Once Wiggins kind of gets his flow, he's got to start. Kuminga is really, I think, playing himself out of minutes. He's got the talent, but, I was talking to my son first game of the year, and I was telling him, this is Kuminga his rookie year. He's driving into 3 people. He's not patient offensively. He really is, pushing the tempo, whereas with the Warriors, the ball's got to move. He's going to get his shot.
Yep. Good point, Marcus. We got to run here because we got the injury report. He's going down the roster. Marcus is tapped in here. He's tapped in with what's going on. Do you have to call? Before we get to the injury report, line up the calls because we're going to get right back in the Warriors. But I do want to squeeze this in. Bottom of the first inning, Gleyber Torres hits one down the right field line, and Yankee fans, Yankee fans did this. Let's take it away, John Sterling.
Cutting toward the line is Betts in the corner. I can't see what happened. I honestly don't know.
That's interference. Got to be. The fan took the ball out of his hand. He's out.
See, if the ball goes in the corner, the stands that jut out take away our view. So Betts went right into the corner on the wall. Let's look, Susan.
Well, he's got the ball, and a fan took it right out of his glove. You can see it. He's got his glove in his hand. The fan in a Yankee uniform is prying the ball out of Mookie's glove. This guy should be kicked out of this game.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, my goodness.
He's allowed a root, and that's all. I couldn't agree more.
He physically opened up Mookie's glove as he was trying to get the glove back. You don't want to lose your glove. And he took the ball out of his glove.
So there's one away, and here's Juan Soto.
I have a very simple rule. Whether you're at a Niner game, a Warrior game, or a Giants game, do not insert yourself into the action at any level. Don't stand up and try to block a guy or, like when they're shooting a corner three and you're sitting in one of them really good seats. I've never sat there, but you get my point. Like, don't insert yourself into the game. Don't be that person. Now, when it's a home run play or a ball down the line, I understand the natural inclination. Like if I were to throw this notebook at you, Bonte, what would your natural inclination be?
Probably throw it right back at you.
Well, to catch it, right?
Oh, no.
You're going to stick your hands up.
Catch it and throw it right back at you.
Okay. But you're ruining the exercise. But you get where I'm going. Like, I understand an accidental.
I hear what you say.
Someone's got a glove on and they're just not thinking. Like, they're reacting. They're not like, oh my God, I'm interfering here. That was so different. That guy was reaching over and grabbing and actively trying to rip it out.
And the other guy held Mookie's right arm.
Ridiculous.
So it was two guys, and Mookie had every right to either take the baseball and throw it right at his face. Oh my goodness. Slap the hell out of him, because that's what needs to happen to some of these people. Some people need to just be checked.
I'm coming around on you.
Some people just need to be checked. And then these guys are taking photos after the game.
No, it's ridiculous.
They're toasting the town and Mookie was ticked off. You're grabbing his glove, and then the other guy grabbed his right wrist. Like, if Mookie took the baseball and threw it right at that guy's chest, are we mad at Mookie Betts? I'm not.
No.
I'm not.
But here the way I look at it is, and it's pretty straightforward to me. When they added the nets, initially I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm talking about the ones behind home plate and everything. No, there's a safety factor, which I am all in on. When you run a business, you want to make sure your patrons that are paying a top dollar are safe, because people aren't paying attention in the close seats. And number two, I actually kind of like the separation between a player acting, because that's part of the field of play, where you go up against the netting and make a play. Verdugo did that the night before. I almost think you might have to just put nets all the way down the line. I hate that we've come to that. No, it is sad.
We can't police ourselves.
But Bonte.
We can't police ourselves.
Bonte.
What's wrong with some of you guys?
These people are being glorified online. I'm like, no, those are idiots.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are being glorified. We'll get to all the calls here. A lot of Warrior calls today, man. People are fired up about the win last night. They rallied from 20 points, but Mookie Betts, if he threw the baseball right back at the dude or threw his glove at the guy's face or slapped the living hell out of that fan, I would have been mad at it. I would have gave Mookie Betts a standing ovation. I wouldn't have bought his jersey, but I would have been like, Mookie, you eat for free in San Francisco, buddy. What a clown that guy was.
It was a hell of a play by him, too.
I know Joe Davis was ticked off. I mean, it was just unacceptable.
It's a bad look for everyone.
Unacceptable. The Dodger fan in game one, you idiot. What are you doing?
Well, that one, again, I'm not trying to defend him. It was dumb. But, on that one, I get, the natural inclination of trying to catch a home run ball. I get it. But, dude, you reached over. That's where I draw the line.
But, see, have some self-awareness.
No, I agree.
There was a Yankee who hit it. You're wearing Dodgers gear.
Well, it might have went over the fence, though, and he could have saved
it. Looked like it was going to be
short. He could have been an anti-hero.
The trajectory of the ball looked like it was going to hit the wall.
I'm with you. I mean, you get where I'm going.
I mean, Mookie could have been injured.
Coulda.
The entitlement. I'm looking at the play again. There's the entitlement of these two guys.
Well, if they broke his wrist, sprained his wrist, and I'm paying him $300 million, you know how furious I would be as an owner?
No, I would be furious right then and there. They deserve to get ripped out. Did Mookie talk about it after the game? I wonder if Mookie talked about it, because we're so lucky.
He's too classy to come out and say
I would have slapped the living hell out of these fans, dude. I swear to God.
Could you imagine if they would have done that to Albert Bell?
That was bad.
What would Albert Bell have done?
That was bad. Albert Bell would kick their ass. He would have grabbed and pulled them onto the field of play, kicked their ass, and then Albert Bell would have been the bad guy. You know? Whole boy grabbing his arm. Who the hell do these guys think they are? Some of these fans are just too damn entitled, man.
I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
Could you imagine that Xavier Davis?
Yeah, all right. We'll get to all the calls. Mike, Jared, Ariel, Jimmy. There's some really good calls coming up here. And there's a lot on Steve Kerr. I think people are ready to give Steve Kerr his flowers. Not that 4 championships. didn't do anything good, right? I mean, the guy has helped you win 4 championships, but no, it's some fans to tell you that anybody can
He
coach this
deserved it.
team. Come on, man. All right, Jordan Mason dealing with a shoulder injury, aggravated his injured shoulder. He's been dealing with the AC joint sprain in his shoulder since the 49ers' Week 6 win in Seattle. Mason tried to come back in the game, but between the injury and Isaac Guerrero's play, it made more sense to hold him out. So head coach Kyle Shanahan said that Jordan Mason will be reevaluated after the bye week as the Niners try to get healthy and get ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a 3-way tie for first place in the NFC West. You're right, 5-1-0. Tommy Pham would have definitely slapped the living hell out of him. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Anthony Slater, 8:30. Your phone calls next. Warriors rally from 20 points down, and they blow away the Pelicans, and they'll try to do it again tonight at Chase Center. We'll discuss it here coming up on the roast.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast.
90-81, ball knocked away from Hield. Squirts right to Kuminga, back cut, Waters down the lane, he hammered it down with a right hand. Nasty dunk by Waters, who's having an unbelievable night. 19 points for Lindy Waters.
Tim Royal to call right here on 95.7 The Game alongside Tom Tolbert. And oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It looked awful in the first quarter when the Warriors shot 5 of 23 from the field and 2 of 13 from the three-point line. Scored 14 points. They were struggling. 4 turnovers. They couldn't find any rhythm. And next thing you know, they're down 34-14. But then what had happened was they outscored the Pelicans 73-48 in the second and third quarter to flip this basketball game. And obviously, Lindy Waters, the third, is the talk of the town. He goes 8 of 13 off the bench, scores 21 points. And for all the plus-minus geeks, he was a plus 26 on the floor, grabbing a career-high 8 rebounds. He dropped 4 dimes. Buddy Hield, how about him in the fourth quarter? 19 of his 28 in the fourth quarter alone. He got crazy hot. And the Warriors are 3-1 to start the season and get their first home win of the year. And man, we're going to talk about it here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. 888-957-9570. Shasky in the building. We got Spinoni 11 in the building. Lovin enjoyed the game. He had primetime seats watching the Pelicans get rolled last night in that second half. And the Warriors, shorthanded or not, they dropped 34 assists. Points off turnovers, flipped 34-5 in their advantage. Fast break points, they were out and running, 22-6, Warriors advantage. Kuminga comes off the bench, but it doesn't matter because he plays a season high in minutes. And overall, we're all feeling good. Let's see if they can get a sweep today against the Pelly Pels.
Yeah, that would be that'd be really cool for them to get the sweep without Wiggs, I'm assuming Wiggs is out again today.
I'm gonna assume he was on the bench though. It was a good sign. Whenever I hear back injuries, you usually don't see guys sitting on the bench.
Good point.
But not there, Wiggins. Wiggins and Melton. Wiggins and Melton were sitting on the bench there, so it was a good sign, I think.
Yeah, and so to get that win was, shocking, quite frankly, to be down what they were down and then to win going away the way that they did. It was like a 35, 40-point swing within that one game. And so, yeah, that's really surprising. And also, looking at the Pels, they're obviously missing guys, but their 2 big dudes did play well in terms of points.
Yeah.
It just felt like they weren't playing as a connective unit. And I contrast that with the Warriors, and boy, they really feel connected right now. I know there are some lineups that are going to be clunkier offensively, but it does feel like they're all pulling the rope in the same direction.
No, they are. They are right now. Everybody's bought in. It felt like they were bought in last year when they started 5-1, and then, I don't know. But no, this feels different. I'm not even trying to compare it to last year. This does feel different. Some new faces, some fresh faces, and they look a little more athletic. They look scrappy. Guys understand their roles. And again, that unnamed player, Toby Bonte, we're winning 50. I'm starting to buy it.
Well, win games like this with Curry out,
I'm starting to buy it.
I will get on that train.
I am starting to buy it. Let's go to...
Kerr looks happy.
Let's go to Mike in Fremont. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
It was awesome to see the comeback last night. And just to touch on the caller before who was like, we got to scale this down to an 8 or 9 person rotation. Why? The biggest problem we had all year last year was depth, and because we had to run Steph out there for 35, 40 minutes every single night just to stay in a game. Now he's out for a long period of time. Didn't seem like we missed him. Obviously we miss him, but when he comes back, even he's going to have to be limited a little bit. Make sure the ankle's good. You can sit Wiggs and you can still come back from that deficit. So play a 12, 13-man rotation as long as you can. You save legs, you save time, you save people, all that energy and endurance that they have to go through, and then they'll be there at the end of the season when they have to be.
Who's the guy that you've been most impressed with?
All of them. I would say Moody because of just what he brings, but then also I would say probably Draymond's even like calmed down. They were talking about how he was like a peacekeeper almost last night. It was a little weird.
Did you see? There was a point where
but it feels like, yeah, but it feels like everybody, like you said, everybody's pulling in the same direction. And once everybody was on the same page, and I'll give Steve Kerr his flowers, but honestly, to bring in all that depth, give a little bit to Mike Dunleavy for bringing in all of those people that because they didn't have this last year.
Draymond and the referee were at one point, he was getting a little animated, but then he smiled at the ref, and I was like, wow, like, are we seeing him turn a new leaf? I mean, I'm tongue-in-cheek with that, but he smiled at the ref, and I don't know if he dapped the ref up or
patted him on the shoulder. It was like, you're right.
And I was like, dude, if you just did that a little more often, you could still be animated, and you're going to have moments where but if you just mix that in a little more, that is the maturity and the growth we've all been just begging for.
Well, I'm, I am looking forward to my House of Prime Rib dinner that you're going to owe me when he plays 65 games this year. Looking forward to that one.
Do you think he's going to play? I mean, we're 4 games in.
He's playing 65.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely incredible. I just want to remind you about the bet. It's out there.
Injuries and suspensions.
No, we had caveats. If he gets injured.
What were the caveats?
The caveat if he gets injured.
I don't remember that. I remember specifically we marked the tape. I said,
mark the tape.
It was a DraftKings rules where there was injuries.
I didn't think he was going to be suspended for 20 games.
No, it's like a Bovada. Yeah. Suspensions were in play. That's in play.
And so were injuries.
No. We said caveat. Injuries. Can't do nothing about that. Yeah, we did. No. Yeah, it was. Mark,
you're making up
No, I'm not making up. It's on the tape. It's on the tape.
I love he's pointing at Spadoni like Spadoni's got it.
I don't know where it is.
Spadoni remembers it. Love me remember. The roasters will remember. Trust me. But you know
Ernie
what?
Chavez, get on it.
Then again, the roasters be hating on me and they be trying to go against me. So you know what?
Well, which is it?
He's going to play 65. Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. What's up, Jimmy?
Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Another beautiful day in the city. On Steve Kerr, I think he's due for a good year. You know, he's had 2 tough years. He's had a lot of locker room issues. And I'm excited to see a team that punches above its weight, that doesn't play as they should or is a disappointment. I think he's due for a team that really punches above its weight. And, it's early, and he's incorporated 4 new guys. People seem happy to be here. And, we'll really see once they start playing the better teams. But, yeah, I'm excited, and I think Steve Kerr's due. Thanks, guys.
It's interesting. So, not that he was terrible last year, but he just was, maybe there wasn't a cohesion between his feel for the game and the roster that he was given and all that. Like, all those things have to come together. It does feel, it's early, but it does feel like he genuinely has pieces that he likes that I think fit each other a little bit better. And they all feel very hungry and ready to earn their keep. Again, it's early. Everybody's on their best behavior in the first week or two.
He also didn't have a contract going into the season.
I didn't even think of that.
He didn't get the contract till late in the year, right? So we had the Warriors Summit, San Leandro, and he didn't have a contract. So there was that kind of, he was coaching, and usually in the NBA, you don't have a contract. A lot of coaches don't go through that late enough season. So I think that was huge for Steve Kerr, as well as trying to win and keep guys in the lineup. There's a lot going on. There was a lot going on last year. Chris Paul's role, Clay's role, Draymond missed a ton of games. Andrew Wiggins missed a ton of games. There's Jim Kuminga. He wants to play more. Moses Moody getting DMPs. And then he didn't have a contract extension, so he didn't sign a contract extension until February 2024. Or this year, I should say. 2-year, $35 million contract extension. So he didn't have that contract extension in February, so maybe that had something to do with it. But Steve is coaching his ass off right now, man. He's coaching his ass off, and the heat that he gets on a daily basis, it's very, which, when you think about it, Shanahan gets heat, not get people say, well, he hasn't won the big one, Bonte. Well, Steve Kerr has helped the Warriors win the big one. He's helped to do it 4 times. 4 times. And they've made subtle adjustments throughout each of those series. And yet, Steve Kerr doesn't get his flowers. Gets laughed at. Yeah, I wouldn't take Steve Kerr. He doesn't know anything. Steve Kerr, how many years have we said with Steve Kerr? Boy, out of timeouts, man, the play designs he has is next level. Next level. But maybe just, it's become, I was talking to somebody about this the other day, where it used to be about the players. And somewhere it's flipped with sports fans to where we just blame the coach. It's like, well, players have to execute. Players have to make plays. Coach can only put in a play. Players got to be able to run it. So I get holding coaches accountable, but it's flipped on its head, a full 180.
Well, I think the players get a lot of grief individually on their social media accounts. I do believe on the talking shows like this one, there's some player stuff, but you also don't want to harp too hard on some of the players because then they hear it and then there's feedback. I feel like the coach is an easy culprit for a lot of shows. I do believe that. And also, in the NBA in particular, it does feel like we just throw coaches away left and right.
Throw them under the bus.
No, but like the players do too.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not just saying like the fans, like it's both. Like the players feel like great example, like the Darvin Ham thing. I mean, Laker fan, I'm not saying that they're not wrong. I'm just saying, you ask a Laker fan what was wrong the last year, like Darvin Ham. Like they just, every night it was Darvin Ham's fault.
Especially because it was a year after they advanced to the Western Conference Finals. But Darvin had, obviously it's tough coaching the LeBron James-led team.
No doubt.
And Anthony Davis. So the honeymoon phase right now for J.J. Redick's going very, very well. We'll see how that plays out. I do think the Lakers, what they're doing that nobody's talking about really is the way they're using Rui Hachimura. I think he's a very underrated player. And they're finally putting him in a position to succeed. For the first games, I've been all over the league pass, man. I love the NBA. I think it's off to a rollicking start. Guys are into it.
Rollicking?
Yeah, you like that word?
I mean, it's wow.
You see the latest rumors with the Lakers. And
Are they rollicking?
Who they may be pursuing, potentially, depending on how this team goes. And we all expect this team not to be very good. Keep an eye on Jordan Poole. I'll just say that.
What?
Keep an eye on him.
Wow.
They are not happy with D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's, looks like he's an extra in Game of Thrones.
Well, it's just not only that, it's just
the hair is great.
It's a D'Angelo Russell experience.
He looks skinnier. Am I the only one that sees that? He looks thinner.
Yeah.
The hair is slimming.
Is that what it? Okay.
Damn, wow.
Was that what would you make of a Jordan Poole to the Lakers?
That would be a good move for the Lakers.
What about for your Warriors?
Well, my Warriors, look, we go against Jordan Poole. It's all good. I'm just saying, that's a good move for the Lakers. I'm not afraid of him, but Jordan Poole so far this season, he's off to a nice start. He has playoff experience. He doesn't get credit. Jordan Poole, that's another thing. Jordan Poole just first ever postseason, averaged 17 a game, had some monster games. Now, he had some turbulence along the ride, but he had some monster games. And I won't forget them. People do, but I won't. 61% from the three-point line is very early.
Whoa.
So far, he's off to a great start. 61% from the three-point line. 22 points, 5 assists, and he looks engaged. Hit the game winner against the Atlanta Hawks the other day. Grant Liftman's Atlanta Hawks. Jordan Poole looks good, man. That would be a sneaky little move. He played well off of LeBron because one thing Jordan Poole can do is get to the lane. Dribble drive penetration. Damn, Spadoni.
Ever so briefly, your point about like just criticism in general from fans, media, everyone on players and coaches. I saw this play out in real time with Marquise Goodwin a couple of years ago when he scored a touchdown, and I think it was like a blowout game, and he pointed to the skies, and everybody online lost their minds about why he would celebrate like that. And then afterwards, we found out that he was suffering through a tragedy, right? And Charvarius Ward had a tragedy happen, with his family, with his daughter dying, and it stopped me in my tracks because his daughter's like the same age as my little guy, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I couldn't even imagine what he's going through. And then in my own mind, I'm thinking like, man, how many times have I like critiqued this play lately? And I know play is different from like critiquing the individual and all that stuff, but it's like, you just never know what people are going through in life, man. And then I read an article that came out in February, which I feel ashamed, having not known that his daughter was born with certain heart complications and had open heart surgery. And I went through that with my father, who was in his 60s. I couldn't even begin to fathom going through that with a baby. And it's just, you just never know what people are going through. And so there are times where we all like criticize someone and then come to find out like, wow, they're actually going through something very, very, very serious. But my heart just goes out to Jarvarius Ward and his family. And I mean, words aren't going to help him with what he's going through. It's just what a horrible, horrible tragedy that him and his wife have been going through. It's just, no one should ever have to go through that. It just sucks.
Tarvarius and Monique Ward, and he's been dealing with injuries this year, and he doesn't know if he's going to be here long term because he's a free agent. And obviously that money's probably going to go to De'Amari Lenore, the younger player, a little more dynamic at the quarterback spot. But, you know, Tarvarius and Monique, our thoughts and prayers are to you because I have a baby girl. And, you know, Tarvarius Ward, you know, Jin Lee Chan had a great article. Matt Barrows, of course, had an article in The Athletic. And, you know, that was his best friend. And I think about Chesna, and that's my best friend. That's my baby girl. You know, she's watching the Warriors game with her feet laid up on me, cuddling or whatnot. That's my guy. That's my dog. You know, I talked to me and Aaron spent a lot of time together. So having a kid, you get that perspective, and they're so innocent, and the world is ahead. It's just, I don't know, man. I just, that one hit me in the cardiac, man. That was, I feel for Tarvarius, man, what he's going through and whatnot. So, yeah. You know, and I try to tell people all the time, like, these athletes they're like us. They want to be normal like us. And that's why I've watched kind of what I've said over the years on the radio or whatnot and try to, as I've moved up the ranks here and learning and being around these players. Like, I think the best experience I've had was being around City College in San Francisco and knowing what these junior college players go through, trying to get a Division I scholarship. Now, you think about the pros and what they go through, and I always make the analogy that they can't walk into a Starbucks like you and I can without being mobbed and wanting to get selfies or whatnot. And then the minute they don't take a selfie with somebody's quick to go online saying, this guy's a jerk, he wouldn't sign my baseball or whatnot. This guy signed millions of baseballs a year. They take millions of pictures a year. They're traveling all year long. And so, damn, yeah, that would, you know, these athletes, they're people too, just like us. They're humans just like us. And they go through issues just like us. And they probably go through a lot more issues because they've got all this money in the world, and certain people think that, oh, they make all this money, they should take care of this. They should take care of that. Oh, where's my tickets for this? Where's my jersey for that? You know, I've heard of, you know, players here in the Bay Area where they started to play their best when the family just, hey, man, why don't you just stay in the hometown? I got this here. I don't need you hanging around the team. I don't need you hanging around the game, the facilities. I got this. And so, you know, here's an instance of a jerk right here from the 530. Comcast Business Text line. They could buy 5 houses when most fans can't buy one. Cries a river. You idiot. Listen to what the hell we're saying. This is the problem.
Money.
It's a jerk like the 530.
Having money, I've said this forever, whether you're Pablo Sandoval or Robert Downey Jr. or whoever it is in whatever walk of life, just because you have money, it doesn't insulate you from being depressed or not feeling professionally fulfilled, or even all the money in the world can't help you with certain health issues. You know, we threw a lot of money in the world at various things for different family members, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. You could have the best health coverage in the world, and things just happen. And so, just because you're rich, it doesn't insulate you from normal everyday issues. You know,
no doubt.
Divorces. I mean, Tom Brady's got everything. Yeah. Him and his wife just went through a wild divorce, and I don't think Tom was happy throughout that period. You know, I just
a little sad now because I think she's pregnant with the jiu-jitsu fighter, and Tom had a very cryptic message on his Instagram. So obviously he's feeling some type of way.
I know I'd get hurt. I would feel that. And so I just think that we do this thing where, like, money, I'll be happy. And then, yes, to a degree, it helps a lot of things, but it can't sometimes always solve all your issues.
Anthony Slater, 8:30. Anthony Slater, 8:30. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening?
Man, it's like I don't know how people don't separate the life from the sport. You know what I'm saying? And it's abhorrent that somebody would comment and say something ridiculous like that, man. Like, seriously, grow up, bro. And, like, you know, it should have came from the top. Like, hey, man, take as much time as you need, bro. We're here for you, whatever support we can give to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, grief counselors, all that, man. I've had friends that have lost kids, man. It's the most brutal thing to witness, man. And with, my daughter's 25 now, man. So you guys, man, you spend every moment with your kids as you can, man, because time goes by so fast, bro. And you look up and like, man, you'll be 80, your daughter will be like 50. It's crazy, man. It's like I spend. Me and my daughter, we watch every 49er game together. You know what I'm saying? For the last, since she was 8 years old, she would fall asleep at Candlestick at halftime. I had to carry her out of there until she finally made it through the fourth quarter, like her second season. And I was like, oh, it's on now. And man, we've had so many magic moments, man. I'm just saying, like, shout, thoughts and prayers to his family, man. That's all I can say,
I
man.
totally agree with you. Nick, well said. And my brother said it to me. My brother's got 3 under 4. And he said to me, like the first week, he was like, hey, man, he's like, the days are really long, but the weeks go by very quickly. And I thought I knew what he was talking about. And yesterday, my little guy, he's pulling himself up. He's climbing on things. He's really starting to like climb like crazy. And I was thinking like, damn, he was so right. I mean, he is so right. And I know we think like, because the days are long when you're raising kids. I don't care. Man, woman, doesn't matter. Like whatever. Like it's tough. It's freaking hard. And they go by super quick. And you do have to embrace those moments. And for the Ward family, as I, go back, how do you fill that void?
No, you don't. You never do. You never do.
My
you
heart goes out to them, man. I'm getting emotional.
You got to think about it all the time. That's why, and it gets mad at me. But when baby Chaz climbs into bed in the middle now, I'm like, I'm good with it. I want my daughter to be. I want my daughter here. Hey, come on into bed. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. When I pick her up from school, she's waving and smiling. This Papa rolled out the window so I can say bye to everybody. You see her growing and her conversing and asking questions. It's a beautiful thing, man. So, hopefully the Warriors it's going to be tough to get through this, but they got our love and support, no doubt about that. All right, before we get to Slater, we got the bet sound. So I bet that Draymond Green will play 65 games. Shasky said, no, he's not. I'll bet you that. Incredible. And the bet is, if he plays 65 games, Shasky's taking me to the House of Prime Rib. Oh, yeah. So
we should really make it a show thing. You should take all of us. Joe Shasky is what you should do.
No, you guys down there. You guys should all take me.
Not really made of money.
I don't think you guys. Well, you got 3 houses, or you're working on your 3rd house. All you guys were like laughing at me about it. So no, you don't get in on this.
When did I laugh?
And the parameters,
you didn't believe.
Injuries are part of it, right?
You don't believe.
Well, we have the sound if you guys want to play it, and you can hear what you guys actually said.
Okay.
Anything could happen.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Has
and anything
it
is
crossed
possible
your
for
mind
Sacramento.
that maybe Draymond, I don't know, gets suspended at least once next year?
No, I think Draymond will be on his best behavior.
I think Draymond's learned his lesson at this point.
I do believe that. I do believe that. He may
I'm
get
not
ejected.
optimistic.
He may get a couple double texts. He may get some texts. He may get suspended for having 16 texts. But the long suspension, 27 games, he's playing. I will bet you this.
He had multiple
He can
suspensions.
shave it down to at least 20 games.
I'm willing to make this bet right now.
Make the bet. What's the bet?
Draymond will play at least 65 games in the regular season next season. He's playing at least 65.
So he'll miss 17.
I just said he'll play at least 65.
Okay, well, you're missing 17.
No, well, I just said he'll play at least 65.
That's like a fifth of the season.
No, it doesn't mean he's going to miss 17.
He'll miss at most 17.
I'm not taking
there you go.
that
That's
bet.
the way to phrase it, Flubbin. He'll play at least 65. You want to make that bet?
I'm not optimistic.
What are we betting?
Whatever you want.
So there's your bet.
But there was more to it, like caveats or whatnot.
Well, yeah, you add some stakes. We can get into that on the other side because we are up against it here. But yeah, you guys did add some stakes and stuff like that.
Was
but as far as like
a part of it?
No, you guys left no caveats. It is literally 65 games. That's it.
Fine. You know what? I'll roll with it. Fine. I'll roll with it. It's all good. He's playing 65. A lot at stake this season. They want a 7-game series.
You know what? I will take all 3 of you to House Prime Rib, but you got to split the meal. It's a joke.
I'm not losing this bet.
That's a good little contingency.
I feel like this is a lock. Draymond's playing 65. Let's go. He's asking, trying to get me. So you're saying he's missing 17? No, I'm saying he's playing at least 65. At least.
Well, there's 82 games, so I just did the math.
Well, he's played at least.
I mean, if he misses 17 games, he played 65 games. So, I mean, you guys are kind of both. Either one you want to go with.
No, I'm just saying he's played at least. He could play 70. You know?
It's always a fun game.
Let's go. Let's play tonight, baby. Let's get 5 in.
I could win Powerball.
Let's get 5 in. No, you can't. That's not happening. Only old people in Florida win that. No, actually, in California, people have been winning. All right. Anthony Slater coming up on the other side. And that'll be brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Slater to talk about the Dubs in this rotation. Lindy Waters III, the Buddy Hield experiment. It's been going well so far as the Warriors are 3-1. They get their first home win of the season last night. Willard and Diz, by the way, I know Willard texted to us. They were out there at Chase Center yesterday. I think they're going to be at the Gay House today. Willard has some primetime tickets too. How's he getting all these Warrior tickets? Anyway, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
Formula 5. I said Draymond's playing at least 65 games, not 55. He's playing at least 65 games this season. And I got the House of Prime Rib on that. I haven't been there in a very long time. Looking forward to that. What do you think he's at 65? Late February? Early March?
Come on, Pelican!
Knock on wood. Knock on wood. So far, so good. 405. Is your chat ever coming back? I don't know. But don't let the people at the other stations lie to you and say that they're for the people. They haven't taken phone calls in 15 years, man. Stop. Stop playing. All right, anyway. Had to get that out.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
A little salty. Didn't get the best sleep, not gonna lie. But you get clouds like the 530 texting and sensitive stuff like that. Kind of gets under my skin. All right. Anthony Slater joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Slates, what's going on, man? Good morning.
I'm good. That's always an odd audio drop, that mashed potato thing. But
It is a little. It does get a little odd. I know you're much more than a mashed potatoes guy, right? You like steaks. You like macaroni. What else do you like, Anthony? What is your go-to meal?
I don't know. I like a lot of things in life. I don't.
You travel too much, so you can't you probably just go to wherever, right? You're not a fast food guy because you're in great shape.
Yeah, I mean, but if I'm in Philly, I'll have like a cheesesteak. If I'm in New Orleans, I'll try to go to a gumbo spot or something. I try to go local.
Yeah, there you go. I respect that. So I got a bet with Shasky here. When was the bet made? I don't know when the bet was made, but I basically said Draymond will play at least 65 games this season. And Shasky just scoffed, laughed at me. I believe Draymond's going to play at least 65 games this year, don't you?
I've got a question. Is his skepticism like, oh, he's older in his career, he's going to get some bangs and bruises, or is it like he thinks there's
No, he thinks there's just suspensions.
Well, it's a catch-all. It's called a catch-all, meaning it's both the suspensions and the injuries. I mean, the guy, he's older.
You tell me, Slater. Play this out. You got the sound. Let's play it for Slater. He's a good friend of the program. Play this out for Slates. Anything could happen.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Has
Anything
it
is
crossed
possible
your
for Sacramento.
mind that maybe Draymond, I don't know, gets suspended at least once next year?
No, I think Draymond will be on his best behavior.
I think Draymond's learned his lesson at this point.
I do believe that. I do believe that.
I'm not optimistic.
He may get a couple double texts. He may get some texts. He may get suspended for having 16 texts. But the long suspension, 27 games, he's playing. I will bet you this.
He had multiple
He can
suspensions.
shave it down to at least 20 games.
I'm willing to make this bet right now.
Make the bet. What's the bet?
Draymond will play at least 65 games in the regular season next season. He's playing at least 65.
So he'll miss 17.
I just said he'll play at least 65.
Okay, well, you're missing 17.
No, I just said he'll play at least 65.
That's like a fifth of the season.
No, it doesn't mean he's going to miss 17.
He'll miss at most 17.
I'm not taking
there you go.
that
That's
bet.
the way to phrase it, Flubbin. He'll play at least 65. You want to make that bet?
I'm not optimistic.
What are we betting?
Whatever you want. There it is, Slates. There it is.
It's 4 for 4.
4 for 4, baby. We're off to a good start. The Warriors are off to a good start. 3-1. And obviously we'll get to Buddy Hield and we'll get to the depth and everything like that. But Lindy Waters the third? How about him? How about Lindy Waters, Slates?
Oklahoma
State. Did you know about him, Darren? Did you know about him in Stillwater?
What about Stillwater? Yeah, I knew about him. I watch Oklahoma State basketball. The thing is, he was like a solid little rotation player for not a great Oklahoma State team. He was never considered an NBA prospect. Sam Presti found him, and then that Thunder that's a factory in Oklahoma City, and they developed him. And obviously, it's through his hard work. And I'm around the Thunder some, and I know plenty of people within the Thunder. They love him. They've been saying all summer how much he's gonna they've been the ones he could help. Get him on the floor. They didn't want to give him up. The problem is they just have so many players / first round future picks. There just wasn't necessarily room for him. which is kind of his issue right now with the Warriors, right? He's the 13th man in a 12-man rotation, but I don't should that be the case moving forward? I don't know.
No, well, I think we're gonna find out as time goes on, but I do believe the shooting is sustainable because that's what everyone has basically been talking about. Like, this guy's a great shooter. Now, will he shoot the clip he shot last night? Like, we'll see, right? But I thought that the way that he played with his pants on fire and his hair on fire, where he was dribble drive penetrating, which I didn't think he could put the ball on the floor, active on at least he was trying on defense, it felt like, hustling for loose balls. He went backdoor a couple of times because of the threat of him being able to shoot. I feel like the guy's got an opportunity here, though, doesn't he? Like, at least be in the rotation. I'm not saying he's a starter.
He's a good player. I think he might start tonight. Started the second half last night. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to because of the depth that makes it difficult for a lot of guys. Moody, Kuminga, other guys. I'm sure we're going to talk about, but Steve Kerr loves him. Steve Kerr had a long conversation with Mark Daigneault this summer, the Thunder coach, and Mark Daigneault voiced to him how much he's going to love him. I know Thunder people were saying the entire time they thought he fit the Warriors system, right? I mean, you can already see that, the movement, the cutting, everything that Steve Kerr likes. There was a moment last night he hit a couple threes, and he's kind of curling around the wing. He got the ball, and like the Pelicans flew out of two guys, and it led to I believe it was a Moody layup. After it got dumped down, it was like it was kind of gravity related, to Lindy Waters. I do think he's a volume like near 40% type 3-point shooter in the league, and he's big. He's taller. He's probably taller than you expected, right? A lot of times these sharpshooters are smaller. Like, no, he's not a huge wing that's going to like physically, be imposing defensively, but he's also not going to just get run over. And you saw that last night. He's smart, and the other thing is, like you guys probably saw his personality at the press conference.
Yeah.
But he's like super professional. Again, that's a little bit like the Thunder factory that he comes from. It's just like all business, kind of no distractions, and I think they found somebody here.
No, what did he tell you, Slater, last night? I keep that strap on me. Yeah, I keep that strap on me, man. I love that. All right, some personality there. What about Buddy Hield? Buddy Hield's podium games have been pretty good this year, and he's been pretty good on the court in 3 to 4 games. The outlier being the Clippers game on Sunday, where he goes 3 of 14 and 1 of 9 from the 3-point line. But boy, that guy heated up yesterday. And the move to the rim, where he's going through the legs and dribbling, driving. I text our boys Casey and D'Lo. You know them boys up in ESPN 1320. They said we've never seen that in Sacramento. Buddy's got a little bag on him, Slates.
Yeah, it's funny because like fans are going to need to understand it. It's a little Clay-like with the really hot stretches and really cold stretches. Before the second half last night, he was 4 of 22 shooting in the 6 quarters on the homestand, and then he scores 25 in the second half and hits 6 of 6 from 3. Obviously, he had those first 2 explosive games, but he kind of like Kerr went to Lindy Waters over him to start the second half because he wasn't good in the first half, and then he's the player of the game in the second half. So it's going to be hit and miss, and I do think with depth, as long as it's accepted by everybody, that's where the benefit is. Like there's going to be Buddy Hield nights and non-Buddy Hield nights, and theoretically, if he's cold, you just go away from him. And if he's hot, he might win you a game. Like in some ways, he didn't necessarily win the game last night, but he put it away. He, at the number they got him at, how they got him, they just kind of snuck him in their final little 7-8 million, whatever it was, amount of cap space that was left really at the end of free agency. That turned out to be a creative move and potentially a really big move for a team that needs shooting.
So before the game, Shams Charania reports, and it was a little misleading based on the graphic, like Jonathan Kuminga, and it says benched in like really large, bold font on the graphic that's associating to the tweet. And I'm like, well, is he going to play? Is he benched forever? Benched to me is like you don't play much, Like he ended up having the most minutes and the most points he's had all year. It was a little, rough early on, but I thought he was excellent in the middle part of the game. And I'm just wondering, will he buy in to the I can come and not be a starter and still get a lot of my minutes and a lot of my production, in various lineups? Is he willing to buy in? Was that the sense you got after the game?
Look, I wrote about it in detail about why these decisions are being made, what is making this like rotational puzzle very tricky. And, you know, I kind of had a back and forth with him in the locker room, maybe 4 questions long that, you know, I think makes clear he doesn't necessarily love the situation, but like as far as buy-in, like he's going to play when Steve Kerr tells him to play. And last night it was off the bench. And like you said, he played 28 minutes. He played well. He looked motivated. So like, he has to, right? He's playing for a contract. He's playing for his big contract. He can't just like completely pout all year and like have a bad season. Like he really needs to have a good season for his own individual self, but also for the team. So again, tonight I expect him against the same Pelicans team, you know, probably coming off the bench, but probably playing high minutes. Now, what's tough right now, and what's tough probably for him to take, but it's just like the lineup combinations don't favor him starting if Draymond Green is going to play power forward, and Draymond Green clearly wants to play power forward. He's made that clear. Now they tried to force fit that really big starting lineup, which, you know, the coaching staff kind of did that with a level of skepticism. I think it was a little bit to appease, you know, the players to see if it worked. And I know it would have had a longer runway had Steph not sprained his ankle. Like they were going to give it a test drive of, it sounded like at least, you know, 10 something games.
Right.
And maybe, by the way, maybe they'll go back to it when Steph comes back in a few games. But Kerr's belief last night going into the game, while it seems counterintuitive that, hey, Steph's out, Wiggins is out, then you bench Kuminga. That seems surprising because he would seem to be your top scorer if those two are out. But he wanted to play Draymond at the 4. Draymond wants to play the 4. Trace at the 5. There's a belief without Steph on the floor, without that gravity, you can't also play Kuminga at the 3. Now, that has been a point of contention. Obviously, Kuminga believes he can be a 3. Draymond has said he's a 3. Kerr kind of believes he's a 4 at this point. There's just a lot going on here. As far as buy-in, again, like, doesn't seem to love what's going on, but kind of has to play really well for himself and for the team, and did last night, as you mentioned. Like, he should be credited for the way he played.
We're talking to Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Does a great job for the Athletic, covering the Warriors, the Thunder, the Kings, you name it. But he's really tapped in on the Golden State Warriors. So I'll ask you this then, because it does feel like Steve Kerr at some point is going to have to pare down a rotation. Playing 12, 13 guys. We've seen him play 12 guys in the first quarter alone, for that matter. It's wild, but it's working right now. Would it shock you if Kuminga was wearing a different uniform by the end of the season?
I don't think anything in the league shocks me. This is my 12th season covering it. I mean, the Durant era, all those early Thunder teams I covered, some of the crazy. I mean, the last few seasons.
Yeah.
Poole era, the Wiseman era. Like, you know, let's go on and on.
CP3,
so, like,
yeah.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to come out and, like, I definitely don't want any type of, like, you know, clip where it's like I'm predicting.
Yeah, no doubt. Because like, you make a point, though, like...
Would I be shocked? No, you know, I mean, you know, like, it could happen. I mean, like, this is a pivot point of his career. There was no extension signed. His future is unknown, and the Warriors feel at a very urgent moment. We know that they weren't heavy into the trade market this summer. I know they didn't complete one, but they were very explorative. And, you know, talking to their people in the front office, it's very clear they're even somewhat public about it. Like, they're going to be an aggressive deadline team.
Right.
And Kuminga, because he didn't sign the extension, has a very, you know, low salary tradable contract. And if there's a team out there that is ready to pay him, like, it's like possible. Again, what else is possible is he plays well. He has a good season. He goes in a restricted free agent. He gets a huge deal, either an offer sheet that the Warriors match, or maybe the Warriors give him a deal. Like, there's a lot on the table with him in his future. And because he didn't sign that deal, it's more unknown.
How's the relationship between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga? We know there was some turbulence last year after that Denver game when they went on a 25-4 run. Still that game with a Jokic 3-point shot. Where are their relationship at, Kerr and Kuminga?
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I think it's clear, like, you know, Kuminga didn't love the decision to have him come off the bench last night. He does, you know, and beyond that, like, yeah, he was starting, but he had played, I think, like 20, 18, and 22 minutes the first 3 games. I mean, that's certainly not how he necessarily envisions year 4 starting. But also, like, you know, despite him making somewhat of his feelings clear, and like we all know, like, his desires long-term to be a star in the league, like, he is professional in the sense of, like, he's accepting of these moves. So he's coming off the bench last night. I thought he played more of the type of game they want him to. He was more to the rim. He got to the free throw line. He was in better lineups. Again, like, I think at times Steve Steve's very honest with the media, right? It's what we love about him. But I don't he has come out and been saying that he thinks he's not a small forward. I'm not sure that Kuminga loves to hear that. But these are just the back and forth of sports, high level, competitive, big money sports. I don't think it's at some irreparable state. But that's just the reality of the situation in a very complicated rotation, and that's always going to kind of create these moments.
You referenced Oklahoma City earlier when we're talking about Lindy Waters. You referred to him as a factory when it comes to development. What do they do that the Warriors aren't doing? Because I look at what the Warriors have in place right now, and we still kind of don't know who Kuminga or Moses Moody are to a degree. It's just What is Oklahoma City doing? What specifically are they doing? Lindy Waters didn't play in games, and yet he feels wow, this guy can really help them. He might be a one-off. I want to explore that. What do they do?
Yeah, I think one of the main things they did over the last half decade is for about 3 seasons, they went into a cocoon and, tanked, whatever you want to call it. They all they cared about for a few years was finding the best coaches, finding the best young talent, in their Oklahoma City bubble that is it's very stern and serious and hardworking, and they really used the G League team, Oklahoma City Blue there, where Lindy Waters, by the way, played under Mark Dagnall when he was the G League coach. They like to develop coaches. That's how they got Mark Dagnall, who's now considered one of the best coaches in the league. And they just they grind. And again, they did it, the difference, in my opinion, between them and the Warriors over that time, when the Warriors had a bunch of young players, but couldn't, it was such a tough environment to get them on the floor. And the Steph system, the Draymond system, just the spotlight of the Warriors. I mean, we can talk about all the various mishaps in the Wiseman development. We can talk Kuminga, Moody, all that. But some of that's because they're competing for titles. And I know the Thunder are now, but the Thunder weren't for a while. And that was purposeful. And I think that had a lot to do with it, how they developed in those years away from, how many times did you even think about the Thunder for 3 or 4 straight seasons?
Yeah, no.
Probably not at all, but they created what they are now then.
No, Dagnall's come a long way. That franchise come a long way. The Oklahoma City Blue, their G League team. Shaska and I were talking about it before. I think I had a tweet yesterday said, shout out to the OKC player development program for Lindy Waters, man. They're just developing dudes at a high level. Real quick, before we let you go, Steph's not going to go tonight. D'Anthony Melton's not going to go tonight. Is there any reason to think that Andrew Wiggins will go tonight? And how long would all 3 of those players do you anticipate them being out for?
Yeah, so on the Wiggins front, Kerr said it was minor last night, and it's possible he could play tonight. I have no injury report at this point. I will say I saw him post-game with I don't know if it was a heat pack, but something wrapped on his lower back. That's not saying he will or won't play, but clearly he is kind of dealing with some soreness there that was lingering at least into post-game last night. So I think the way that they played and the slow game this season, I probably predict he wouldn't necessarily play tonight, but Kerr said it's not serious. Melton, you're only concerned because of the history of it. I think he only played 35 games, something like that last season, because of some really tricky to solve lower back issues that, date back further than last season. They have him under the Rick Celebrini plan. I know before he even signed, he talked to Rick Celebrini, and I think one of the appeals of the Warriors to him, I know this, I've talked to him, was the Otto Porter history, Draymond Green, who had that back issue, and the way Celebrini, managed those guys through a season, particularly Otto Porter. And so I think some of this is maintenance with the Anthony Melton, making sure he's healthy throughout the season. But still, the fact that, he's having a, lower back issue right now, it's an alarm bell. But again, they're not saying it's long term. They just pulled him out for a couple games. Probably would see him on the road trip. And then Steph, they were encouraged with the way that the ankle responded post game the night it happened, and even the next day. I thought they were maybe going to do one of those reevaluated in a week. And the fact that they decided to tape that back and just say, hey, reevaluate it Friday, signals to me not necessarily that he's going to play at the start of the road trip in Houston, but it's possible. And if it's not then, it'll be pretty soon. It's a minor sprain.
Got it. That'd be good because that road trip is a monster with Houston, the Wizards and Jordan Poole's playing well. And then, of course, you get Boston, Cleveland, and the Oklahoma City Thunder that we spoke about. And yeah, you're right. Anthony Melton last year playing 38 games, starting 33 of them, and obviously missed the playoffs from the Sixers. Slater, man, I'll see you tonight at Chase Center, man. Keep up the great work, buddy. Thanks for joining us.
All right, fellas.
All right, that's Ian Slater here on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And right there with Lindy Waters III, OKC said he's going to be the perfect fit with the Golden State Warriors, going to move. And their player development, man, we were talking about this before the show. I don't know what the hell they're doing out there, but both Jalen Williams, the one for Santa Clara and the one from Arkansas, some ballers. Lou Dort, who we saw in the bubble and kind of was a jug. Oh, he's this and that, had the game of his life when he hit on. Lou Dort's a baller. We know about SGA, where that trade with the Clippers and Paul George looks like an all-time blunder for the LA Clippers, especially if they don't make the playoffs. Their first-round pick is unprotected, which goes to Oklahoma City. Chet Holmgren, who I thought coming out, I saw him here in the tournament when he was playing for Gonzaga. I was like, man, he's not going to last in the league. This dude's a baller. And they've developed him. Whatever they're doing in OKC, man.
But those guys you referenced, I think where I'm not struggling, but it's like, wow, like a lot of those guys get to play. Now, the other Jalen Williams maybe doesn't play as much as the guys you referenced, SGA and Chet and the other Williams. I know I'm confusing everyone. The Santa Clara Williams. Right. Those guys play a lot. Isaiah Joe was coming off the bench for them. Right. I like him.
He's a former Sixer.
Yeah, and I like him a lot. I'm saying like Lindy Waters. Now, again, it's one game. I don't want to lose my mind, but I'm like, how is he this good having not played that much? He's got a great feel for the game in the half court.
Well, but the thing is, when you do play as youngsters, you can develop bad habits. And it's tough to shake those bad habits off. We see a lot of youngsters play, and they just don't get better. But they've been able to develop and play through their mistakes. Spinoni in my ear just whispering that Alex Caruso started with the Oklahoma City Blue, their G League affiliate. This Carson Wallace guy, we seen him lighting up against the Warriors last year, Carson Wallace. So they've got some dudes, man. Whatever they're doing out there in Oklahoma City, I think this league will start to replicate it, man, because they got a lot of players, they got a lot of ballers, they have a lot of picks. And right now, they're a young team that is going to be a problem in the Western Conference for years to come.
Well, the development is one thing. How to replicate it, like, they made one of the great trades in the league, and they kept parlaying, and they made a ton of trades. I mean, at one point they had like whatever it was, half the first rounders over a 2-year period. It was crazy how many picks they ended up with, and so that Paul George trade
looks like an all-time.
It's the equivalent of a Herschel Walker like trade for the Cowboys, is it not?
At the time, we all were like, "Wow, Kawhi and Paul George together, Clippers,
right?"
I got to look that trade up now because...
Well, they got SGA.
Yep.
And then they got, I believe, 4 or 5. Because you can't send... I want to say it's a staggered picks over a 7-year period. But they got 1 million picks. But they also did... I think they acquired Chris...
So the Clippers received Paul George. OKC received Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Danilo Gallinari. Miami Heat's 2021 unprotected first rounder.
Okay.
The Clippers 2022 unprotected first rounder. The right to a 2023 first round pick swap with the Clippers.
Wow.
The Clippers 2024 unprotected first round pick. The Heat's 2025 protected first rounder for 1 through 14, unprotected for 2026. The right to a 2025 first round swap with the Clippers. And the Clippers 2026 unprotected first round pick.
Plus, they kept all their own picks.
Yeah. So far, they've got 2 starters in the deal. Jalen Williams and, of course, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Clippers right now don't have Paul George, and they don't have those picks. And we'll see how the Clippers play. They were impressive on Sunday. Ty Lue's going to coach those guys up, man. They're going to be competitive, but more picks.
There's a chance if the Clippers, and we'll see if Kawhi doesn't play this year and the Clippers end up being a bad team, there's a chance the Oklahoma City Thunder can get Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Like the best player coming out of the draft since I don't know who.
But here's where...
That's insane.
Here's the only... No, it is insane.
Right? They have picks galore. Best American-born player.
They have picks galore. The only question I have with them, and I this is so in the weeds, but like the CBA is so odd. So like who you pay and how much you pay them, it's like really important. At some point, they can't keep all of these guys making tons of money. Like if Chet ends up getting near max money at some point, I mean, he looks awesome, right? I don't know what he wants. It's going to command. SGA's making big money. These other, like, the Williams is going to want big money. It's just, there is a, they're going to have to ship somebody out. But that being said, they have so many picks, they might be able to get away with it.
So that's a long way away when you think about what they're doing with their cap. Because look,
Lou Dort's on a pretty team-friendly deal.
Yeah, Lou Dort's
making to the other players in his bracket.
Lou Dort's making $16.5 million this year, $17 million next season.
That's not a lot.
Hartenstein's making $30 this year, $28.5.
Wow, Hartenstein's making that much. Wow.
But they have a club option on Hartenstein in 2026-27, and they have a club option with Lou Dort that same season. Now, SGA is going to be a restricted free agent in 2027-28. They'll probably try to lock him up. He's making 35 this year, 38 next year, and 40 for his. He's an MVP type of player.
That's nothing.
He's an MVP level type of player.
Wow.
Isaiah Joe making 12 this year, 12.9 this year, 12.3 next year, the 11 after. Chet Holmgren is on a rookie deal. 10 million, 10.8 this year, 13.7, and then he's a restricted free agent 2 seasons from now. I mean, they've got Caruso's a restricted free agent after the season. He'll be highly sought after. He's 30 years old. But you look at these contracts, Jalen Williams, 4.7 this year, 6.5 the year after, then a restricted free agent. The other Jalen Williams, $2 million.
Yeah,
so they're I mean, I wouldn't even worry about their finances. They will be okay. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'll do a quick Google search. They're in the works of getting a new stadium. So maybe Clay Bennett will finally want to.
Chesapeake Bay is going away?
Chesapeake Bay. I don't even think it's called that anymore.
What's it called now?
I don't know. Is it still Chesapeake Bay?
When I think of the old OKC teams, I think of Chesapeake Bay.
It's funny that we're thinking of the old OKC teams like they've only been around for like 15 years.
It's ridiculous.
It's kind of ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It's kind of wild. Coming from Seattle, let me see. What is their arena? Now that's going to bug me. What is it called now? Oh, yeah, it's the Paycom Center. That's right. The Paycom Center.
Of course.
The Paycom Center. Yeah, and I think they're gonna build this new arena, or they're trying to anyway, build a new arena in Oklahoma City, a new project. So we'll see what happens. They agree. Oh, yeah, they approved a development agreement for a new $950 million arena. So it's under $1 billion. Wow. Under $1 billion.
Well, your money goes a long way in Oklahoma.
It does.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being real. Like,
it does.
It just goes a long way.
Did you live in Oklahoma?
It's really hot.
I'm out.
Yeah, I probably not.
The Russian River gets a little hot.
The Russian River the river flows into the mouth of the ocean.
I'm kidding.
And you get fog every morning. You're in the redwoods. It's
I think
totally
the highest
different.
point in Oklahoma is like 19 feet. It's a very flat state.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's like super flat out there. It's in the plains.
I don't know a lot about Oklahoma.
Earthquakes or tornadoes? I'll deal with the earthquakes.
Tornadoes, something else.
It does flood up at the Russian River, Bonte was alluding to.
When we get rain, which is every other year.
My boy Ed, the sports fan, we used to do the Versus podcast together back in the days with ESPN as an editor. He's from Lawton, Oklahoma. And now I guess that was an hour and a half away from Norman, Oklahoma, where the Oklahoma Sooners play. And of course, Slater went to Stillwater, Oklahoma State University with the Cowboys. You also have Tulsa in Oklahoma. That's all I know there. They had a big,
I thought you were going to keep going.
No, they have a big rivalry there, high school rivalry. I think it's called Jinx High School. And I watched this documentary on this. This is about 10 years ago, maybe. Jinx High School rivalry. Yeah. Football stadium. Yep, it popped right up on my Google search. See, I have a high school knowledge, man. Come on. Who is their big rival? Who are the big rival? I don't know why we're getting into the weeds with this.
I'm just listening.
They call it the Backyard Bowl. Yeah, Union High School versus Jinx High School, the Backyard Bowl out there in Oklahoma. You know, they love their football. Go ahead, Love It. What do you want to say? You're about to say love? You're about to say legal?
Yeah, something like that. So tell you, look at your chat box.
Legal and then walk it back Wednesday. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
I mean, you got to do the legal first, though.
Come on, Pelican.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station.
So
So what?
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Happy hump day.
Before we walk it back, let me give a shout out to my guy, Kurt Yagi. I see you on the Comcast business text line. Send me a text, Kurt. We need to talk. I know you got something coming up here. Shoot me a text. Kurt Yagi from Rock. Give us a shout out. They just celebrated their 30-year anniversary. And look at this. This is great. Can he give me a shout out? He'll know who I am. Sitting in the car for the next half hour. Real Options for City Kids. That's what it stands for. They do a lot for the youth here in the city. So, Kurt Yagi, you got your shout out, and I do know who you are. Send me a text. I need some intel on what's going on with you, man. I know something's going on at the Salesforce Tower that I saw cross through my email. Anyway, walking back Wednesday. I think my takes have aged so well. I don't know if I have anything to walk back. You start, Sasky.
You reap what you sow, brother.
I want to start right here. I might walk back this Draymond Green. No, I'm just teasing. I was going to go with the Draymond Green bet. No.
You kind of thinking he's going to play 65.
There's no way he plays 65 games. I mean, come on. Give me a break. You're 4 games in. You're throwing a ticker tape parade. I mean, get out of here.
No, I'm just waiting for my steak. I'm looking at the menu right now. King's Cut? Do I go King's Cut? Man, it's been a while since I've been there.
I'm going to walk this one back from yesterday. You know, I came in and I said, I'm not that mad if the Dodgers win it all because the Giants just aren't that good. Now, I'm not mad at the Giants. I'm not mad at the Giants.
I knew you were lying.
But as that game progressed yesterday and Freddie Freeman hit that ball in the first inning, and I said, I was pissed. I got really angry, and I realized, like, I lied to myself, and I'm going to walk it back. If the Dodgers win the World Series, no matter what it looks like, yeah, I was full of it. I was wrong. I'm going to be pissed. Now, I'm not mad at the Giants. I'm mad that the Dodgers are winning and they're this good. And I'm mad we put ourselves in this position this long with Farhan. Now, I give the Giants credit for having done what they've done. But, God, it will not be good because, look, this team could rattle off 2 or 3 or 4 consecutive World Series. That's how good that core is of Betts, Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman. And they're doing this with the injuries. Freeman's got a hurt ankle. Ohtani's shoulder, it's like he's holding it up like it's like duct tape together. I don't know how they're doing this. Walker Buehler is going to get right, okay? He is. He coming back off his second Tommy John. He's going to be better. So as that game progressed yesterday, and then they fought back, it was 5-4. I said, oh, my God, they cannot win this game. Yankees, in the words of Princess Leia, help me, Aaron Judge. You're our only hope.
Did I get fooled on that?
And I watched David Ortiz, and I think he jinxed himself. I watched David Ortiz in the postgame after the Dodgers went up 3-0. And he said, hey, Captain, you're not like us. And then he started doing the Kendrick Lamar, not like us. And I said, oh, so he thinks that the Yankees are not like the Red Sox, meaning the only team to come back from 3-0. I think he jinxed them. I think the Yankees can do it. I'm walking it back.
So, I've got so many questions. You took like 5 minutes of our time there, but I got so many questions. One, I almost feel like you just disagreed with me yesterday just to disagree. Because I knew you were lying. You were capping so hard yesterday. Like, it doesn't even bother me. It's like, wait, what? Doesn't bother you that the Dodgers are winning? So you're capping there. Then the core, then you start to say, well, they only got a couple years. And then listen to yourself. I almost feel like you argue with me just to disagree. That's unbelievable.
This is Walk It Back Wednesday. This is not like back and forth. So what's your Walk It Back?
No, I don't know what I have to walk back.
Clean it up, Ante.
Yeah, I'll make one up.
I
don't have a lot to walk back. I don't. I really don't. I've been kind of spot on with a lot of things lately, man. As we're saying out loud, Shaska and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely. You want to apologize to Buddy Hield?
Why do I need to apologize to Buddy
You've
Hield?
been a little skeptical.
Who would be skeptical of Buddy Hield?
I'm just going off the evidence that I've seen.
He's on his fifth team.
Well, you can walk that back a little.
I'll walk it back.
All right, there we go.
Buddy Hield, I apologize. For what? I have no idea. For being skeptical of a new addition, playing an emotion offense in an offense he hasn't played in since he was in college. I walk it back, I guess. Now I'm the Buddy Hield hater.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Go ahead, Spadoni.
I'll make mine brief, but I was in the camp of you have to start rookie quarterbacks right away, always, no matter. Like that was what a lot of people thought as of late.
Except
there's been a trend right now, which is pretty ugly when it comes to quarterbacks getting started right away or getting thrust into positions they're not ready for. We'll see with Drake May, who's actually shown some promise early on. Obviously, he's only benched for a few games to start the year. He's concussed right now, but he's showed some promise. Maybe, waiting a little bit behind Jacoby was the right move. But Anthony Richardson, this one, I'm very conflicted on it because if you're the Colts, the reason why Frank Reich isn't your head coach right now is because they never found a quarterback.
Yeah.
The whole point of moving to Shane Steichen and going offense still was to find your guy. And you thought that guy was Anthony Richardson. And when you drafted him, you knew he was a project. And he was a redshirt basically after missing his entire rookie season. I just don't understand giving up on him so quick into this season for what? To maybe make the playoffs and win a game in the playoffs with Joe Flacco?
Who's 40?
I don't get it. I don't get the vision of what they're trying to accomplish moving forward in Indianapolis when you've already gone through Carson Wentz, through Gardner Minshew, through Jacoby Brissett. You need to stick someplace when it comes to these guys and these rookie quarterbacks. I just don't know how you come back from this if you're Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen, in this whole situation.
Just not a good quarterback, but that's kind of my philosophy for the most part. I want a rookie quarterback to sit for a year. The NFL's a different
Well, he
beast,
basically
man.
did, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he got hurt.
Jaden and Caleb.
I said there's exceptions to the rule.
I mean,
there's some exceptions.
I mean, whether he's hurt or not, he didn't play in his first year.
Didn't play.
Well, he got hurt.
And he sat behind Gardner Minshew, who's a spot guy.
But Anthony Richardson, I don't even think he was that good at Florida. I never bought the hype. I
can see a lot of the correlation between Anthony Richardson and where the Niners might have been had Trey Lance played. Yeah. I could see where people are going with that.
It's tough in this league, man. This league is tough. Let's go to Lubbock. Get in here.
I've never really been a big fan of Jameis Winston, and that is 100% due to the fact that he did what he did at Florida State, winning that national title and
Florida State.
Things.
Beating Auburn. Right, it was great Rose Bowl, by the way. Underrated.
It had its moments. I've never been a fan of him. I need to start walking that back. Jameis is kind of starting to win me over. I mean, first off, watching him kind of inject life into the Browns last week, it was pretty cool. He's become such a wholesome figure on TV. The speeches are even funny now. We've come a long way from eating a W. Jameis Winston, man, who just was named Offensive Player of the Week. Got to start walking back my disdain there.
I'll walk back another one. I'll walk back just for, Dave Roberts. I didn't think he'd be here. I didn't think he'd lead the Dodgers to this point. Dave Roberts, I think when it's all said and done, I'm going to make this take. May walk it back soon, but when it's all said and done, if the Dodgers win this World Series, one day in the next 20 years, we'll be debating whether or not Dave Roberts was the best manager in Dodger history.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Like that? You like that, huh?
Tommy Lasorda is such a big character. It's going to be really difficult to, you know what I mean? Like, I think Andrew Friedman's going to get a lot of love, and Dave Roberts, just because of the way the modern baseball is. Like, I hear your point of view.
2 World Series for Tommy Lasorda? Dave Roberts one away from his second.
Well, one of them was a Mickey Mouse.
We would have celebrated. We would have won it. If we won, we would have celebrated.
He's also the architect of a lot of playoff shortcomings.
Tommy Lasorda, too.
No doubt, but it was way different back then. Like, just to get to the playoffs, only 2 teams made it.
Just saying.
They won the division.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
It's my bold take, not yours. My bold take. More coming up. Marina Sunnyvale. Wow. I think she's going to come. Marine, hang on tight. I want to get to your call. Very interesting caption there. Very interesting call coming up here on the Morning Roast. And it'll be brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check it. Pajemski to Jackson Davis, shovel to the corner. Moody flies in for a layup from the left corner to the rim. Willie Green calls time. It's the largest lead of the night for Golden State. Down 20 in the first half. They lead 71-67. 6:26 left in the third.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody, or should we call him Mo Money, with a 3-year, $39 million deal. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. That was Tim Roy you listened to right there, the radio voice of the Golden State Warriors right here on 95.7 The Game, your flagship station for Golden State Warriors basketball. Thousands of other stations, millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. And sports talk, music, news, great podcasts, like the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys. Have you guys recorded an episode lately? What's going on with the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys?
Well, we're waiting. We're in like standalone. There's nothing to really talk about because the Giants haven't announced any of the managerial candidate or GM candidates that they're supposed to be, interviewing. We have no idea. Although
Bryce
yesterday,
White
Sox broke protocol.
Yeah, Bryce Eldridge. You guys could talk Will Venable, who got hired by the White Sox. Yeah. Shout out San Rafael High School. I would rather be the White Sox.
That was the guy I wanted the Giants to hire last year off of Bochy's bench.
No, he's been in a rumor mill for quite some time now. Great. I remember reading about him in high school. I think he was a year or two after me. He was either class of 01 or 02.
His brother played at Boise State.
Yeah, but I know Will Venable, he was 01, 02. And he was a three-sport star at San Rafael. He was playing basketball, football, base. He was like everything at San Rafael High School. I remember he was like the Marin County Athletic Player of the Year. So anyway, he gets a job with the Chicago White Sox to try to turn them around. You can talk about that for 10 minutes. Maybe talk about the World Series on the Garlic Fries and Baseball. Look at me giving you guys content ideas. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors, stations and radio shows like Steiny and Guru, who are in the On Deck Circle. Guru's back, and Dr. Narab Pandya, Joy Willard Dipson. You know Dr. Narab Pandya. Last rated to him in his son at the California Classic. It's another thing, and I'm not trying to brag, I'm not trying to flex. But I felt like we put Dr. Narab Pandya on at the station. And all of a sudden, he's doing weeklies with Willard and Dibs. I still we haven't had him on the station. Yeah, let me just.
They also talked to Dr. Brian Feeney.
Yeah, they get all the doctors. Why can't we get a doctor?
Feely, Dr. Brian Feely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're thinking of Mr. Feeney from
I apologize. That's my bad.
Oh, you think about Topanga?
Look. Mark and Dan are just smarter than us. So if I'm a doctor, I would want to talk to someone who's on their level, and we're a little dumb.
Speak for yourself.
Well, the conversations can get dumb.
No, I speak for yourself.
You
said you like the kiddie table, so I dumb it down for you sometimes.
Sure. So, you guys are slippery. You guys were talking about Oklahoma City and player development, and then we kind of talked about, obviously, there's a Kuminga, not conundrum because that's too strong, but there's something going on here with Kuminga, and we'll see where it goes. And then we talked about Anthony Richardson. I think there's an overarching theme. And I hear you, Joe. I get your point on drafting quarterbacks is really hard. Developing is really hard. I would just take it a step further. Any position in any sport is really hard to identify, draft, develop, cultivate, nurture. And I bet if you went through the first round of the NFL draft, I bet there are, other positions outside of quarterback, which we all think is a very difficult one, where you're going to see a lot of busts and misses as well. The Niners, for example, took Solomon Thomas at one point. He wasn't any good. They took Kinlaw, and they've taken lots of different positions. McGlinchey, and so it's not like quarterback's the only one. I just think quarterback's so hard to play, and there's so many hits and misses, and there's so many huge whiffs at the position because there's a lot of stuff that you can't measure. And I look at the NBA, and there's a lot of misses in the NBA too.
I also think it has to do, to your point, you're right. There's misses everywhere, every possession, every single year. Linemen.
Yeah.
Raider fans, Robert Gallery. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying?
Wide receivers. I watched Jalen Rigger. How many teams has that guy been on?
I mean, there's misses everywhere. But I would say the nature of the business, too. I've always said that the NFL nowadays is a year-to-year league, which puts more emphasis on teams winning right away. And fans in the NFL nowadays are not that patient. So you may play 6 games as a rookie. And think about the Carolina Panther fans. They're already out on Bryce Young. I haven't seen him much. He hasn't had no talent around him. Then he trots out there to the Mile High City against Denver. He's got no starting wide receiver. He's got backup line. It's a joke. He's a joke. And his career may already be over as well, he'll get opportunity to start, but the situation matters. But in the NFL, nobody has patience anymore. Like, as a coach, you're Shane Steichen, you're in your second year, and you know you got an owner like Jim Irsay, and you're in Indianapolis, and you got guys in that locker room saying, we got enough talent to at least get to the playoffs. Got to remember the Colts were in a do-or-die game with the Houston Texans and win the division. The AFC South title came down to Indianapolis and Houston. C.J. Stroud versus Gardner Minshew. So a lot of those players are saying, we need a veteran quarterback in here because we have a playoff-ready team. We have the assets with the wide receivers, with the running backs, with the offensive line. And so we don't have patience to sit here and wait for Anthony Richardson to figure it out, sort the click. So fans are not patient. Coaching jobs are on the line. GM jobs are on the line. You cannot afford to be patient in today's NFL, and that's going to hurt young quarterbacks if you play them right away. You know, Matt Eberflus has probably got some security right now because Caleb's playing well, and the Bears are in the mix. What if the Bears were 2-5, 2-6, and Caleb was struggling? Well, who would we be talking about? Belichick taking that job, or somebody else taking that job.
But Ryan Poles would still be there. That's the GM.
He's the GM.
Right?
He would be there, but the coach wouldn't.
Well, I mean,
the coach would get fired.
I don't even know if Eberflus is good. I don't know. I think these guys.
I don't know, but kind of my point is these coaches don't have time to be patient, and if these guys are struggling, you got to pull the trigger. You got to make a move here and find a different option. Robert Saleh tried it in Zach Wilson.
Yeah, but I think we're
for Aaron Rodgers at 39 years old.
But where I come down on this, like Shane Steichen on this particular one, like Shane was the one who stuck his neck out for Anthony Richardson in the same way that Kyle Shanahan was the one that hand selected Trey Lance, and so he kind of created this. You know what I mean? And he put himself in this situation, and so. So like Eberflus is different because obviously he was there before when they had Justin Fields and whatnot, and so he's a carryover. And there was an argument to be made that who knows, they could have moved off of him in the offseason. But
the whole point is he was feeling the heat somewhere, saying, "I saw what this offense looked like with Joe Flacco, and I've seen what it looked like with Anthony Richardson."
Yeah, but he picked him, so I don't really have a lot of tolerance to hear it from him.
But he has to pivot. That's my whole point. He picked him. And they got Joe Flacco in here as a veteran backup look, if they believed in Anthony Richardson, and I'm with Bomani Jones on this one, if they really believed in Anthony Richardson, they would have signed a guy like Josh Johnson, where he's no threat to take the job. They signed Joe Flacco. And I remember Spadoni.
He missed the whole year because of injury. They had to insulate themselves in some way.
Yeah, but I remember Spadoni read that tweet. Remember Spadoni? You read the tweet. It was a high. We discussed this. And I was like, this guy's right. Where he goes, how long until Joe Flacco takes that job? How long would it take? And Richardson got hurt again, which tends to happen all the time. Flacco came in and was like, wow, they're throwing deep, they're throwing short. This offense looks like an NFL offense. And then they go back to Richardson, and it looks awful.
Look, I'm not here to cape up for Anthony Richardson. What I'm saying here is that this is of their own doing. Like that's kind of like put themselves in this position.
Yeah, but why he's doing it is because you cannot afford to be patient, which is my point.
But when you draft a raw project and then are mad at the results, like you've kind of made your own bed. Well, it's like with the Warriors. Like you drafted Kuminga, he's a project. You kind of knew he's a project. Then you either have to do one of two things: move off the project immediately, right, and have a better option, or see the project out. When you're in no man's land, you kind of like you just.
But he drafted Richardson, and they thought last year would be the rebuilding year. Gardner Minshew comes in and replaces him. He's like, wait a minute.
Well, no, he got hurt.
My team is exactly. That's what I just said. Richardson got hurt again, like he always does. Minshew comes in, and it's like, wait a minute, we're battling for a division title. Holy smokes, we're farther ahead than we thought. Kind of similar to Kyle Shanahan. It's like. Wait, Trey Lance gets hurt, Jimmy's here, and then we get Brock Purdy. It's like, yeah, I'm not going back to Trey. My job's on the line. I got to win now. And that's kind of what this league is about now. It's a year-to-year league, and I think patience in this league, you can't exhibit much of it when your job's on the line. Teams and owners will flip on a coach so damn quick, it's not even funny.
I don't know. Shane Steichen picked him, and he's not good.
Yeah,
and
I think we're saying the same thing, though. Like, he's just... Shane Steichen picked him, but he also realized, damn, I picked him, and I may have a lemon here.
Well, he's going to get fired either way because at some point, Flacco's 40. At some point, they're going to bow out in the playoffs, even if they make it that far. And
he won't get fired for that. He takes Indianapolis to the playoffs. He'll get some leash. He'll get some runway.
I'm saying, like, eventually, he has to figure out the quarterback spot. And to Joe's point on Take It Back Wednesday was like, hey, part of why Frank Reich isn't here is because they couldn't get the quarterback right. And I look at Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll's coaching his butt off.
There's also
Brian's going to get probably clipped because of Daniel Jones. And that was because of the GM.
Well, that was also...
And the owner. The owner and the GM paid the quarterback.
But you know what, though? Indianapolis had a slew of problems out there. It wasn't just the quarterback. That team just wasn't even good. And they were going in the opposite direction. They were the Indianapolis Colts. So, I mean, when did Andrew Luck retire?
2015, 16,
17? 16, 17.
17.
And then Wright's trying to get quarterbacks, and it just wasn't pretty. But they had Jacoby Brissett out there playing. Yikes.
Well, I appreciate a big swing. Like I do. I appreciate a big swing. Like the Warriors took a big swing on James Wiseman.
2019, Andrew Luck retired?
I know, it's crazy. 2019. It seems like it was way longer ago, right?
Frank Wright was a coach, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So he got the job thinking that he had his franchise quarterback. And Andrew Luck retires on him. And it screws the entire process up.
That's different. But I'm saying in this one, they hand-selected the guy.
Just like Shanahan. And you know what? When you hand-select somebody and it doesn't work out, it's time to pivot. We got to pivot now. And that's what he's doing right now. So I don't blame him. But my overall point is there's not a lot of patience within the organization nowadays when you see teams go from worst to first and first to worst. And all of a sudden you're like, there's so much parity in NFL now. It's a win-now league. It's not about a 5-year window. It's about year to year. How can I win now?
Frank Reich, by the way, started, just to put a bow on this, started in 2018. So remember, they went to Kansas City and won that first-round matchup against the Texans before.
The second half.
That's right. And then they played
Smith in the second half.
They played in 2018. They lost the Chiefs 31-13 in the divisional round. Yeah.
There you go. Let's go to TC and Sac. TC, what's happening?
Vontae, Shasky, what's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Oh, man, just tapping in. Look, hey, my boy asked me, he asked me, was I mad about Buddy Hield? I said, no, man. How you say Dak gon' Dak? Buddy gon' Buddy. Y'all gonna see what he do. He a good shooter, though. Good dude, I ain't got no ill will against Buddy, bro, but he was like, Buddy gon' Buddy, bro, just like Dak. Y'all gonna see it sooner or later. And as far as my Kings, we rolling, we finding ourselves best free throw shooting team. From the last free throw, like, bro, it's going to be a fun season. Everybody was sleeping on y'all too, bro.
I don't care
y'all
about
the Kings. Fun season.
TC. I don't care about the Kings.
I got to expect, hey, listen, I'm a Kings fan. So
I know, but we're not talking
But
Kings.
we can talk about Niners.
Okay.
We can talk Niners, though.
Okay.
I didn't learn nothing about that Dallas game. That didn't show me nothing. We can bring CMC back. We can bring everybody back. We can even bring BA back. It ain't going to help this team, bro. We're not winning on
Contact Floyd Water Plumbing at JadenFloydWater.net. Oh, man.
Lindy Waters should get a sponsorship from Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain because he was flowing yesterday. That jumper and those dunks. Are you kidding me?
He blew me away. I guess one game. I don't want to be like, everything has changed now and put him in as a starter. But wow, he was playing with a decisiveness that it blew me away.
Oh, man. Let's get Marine to Sunnyvale. I want to get right back to Lindy Waters. Get right back to the Warriors. But Marine to Sunnyvale has been patiently waiting on hold as she has an interesting take about some baseball. Maureen, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Life is great.
This is the first time I've called in to the morning roast. I love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
But I have to say this, Shasky, on this Walk It Back Wednesday, you said you would be upset if the Dodgers won. And I get it. I disdain the Dodgers. But I've been here 40 years or more, but I'm born and bred outside of Boston. I bleed Red Sox. Anybody but the Yankees. Dave Roberts started that miracle 20 years ago when he stole second base. And no one's ever done what my Red Sox, they are my Red Sox, what they've done. So go Dodgers. I don't like them, but I hate the Yankees.
can I ask you a question?
Oh, no. Why no? Why'd you
Is
do
that the first female flush?
Yeah.
Got to be careful. No, you guys tried to flush Tony before. You guys flushed Tony. You need
Speaking
to
of
contact
flushing,
Floyd Water Plumbing.
we have a bathroom problem.
At floydwater.net.
We have a bathroom problem here at the station, and I'm going to bring it to air. We've got one bathroom for a lot of guys on this floor, and there's a lot of different stations.
Well,
don't
forget about the women in the station. They have one bathroom as well.
Number one.
Oh, I can't speak because I've never been in there, so I'm just going to speak on the men's bathroom.
Well, it's similar. I'm sure they go through the same issues.
It smells like a Coachella porta potty at times. I don't understand.
Number two.
It's so bad. It's so bad. And today I'm going to request that someone buy some spray because it's so bad in there. Like, so bad.
Will you call 311?
I might need one of those
never
power
been in a
washers they
bathroom
use
before?
on Union Square. You know, those like sprays?
Yeah, what bathroom does smell good? Especially
Aside from one at your home, because
Right.
a personal bathroom at home, we all will doll up a little bit to make it look nice. But
restaurant industry,
what publicly used bathroom ever smells good?
Adam, it's too much for me.
Well, I'll give you some secrets of the salesman, if you will. But one of them is that in the restaurant industry, you do judge how clean a kitchen is based off the bathroom.
Well,
Right?
yeah, you're a restaurant. You have to keep it clean.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean,
but also when you're in sales, right, and you're always out in the driving in your car or whatever, my go-to would go to the nicest hotel and try to park nearby there and go use the restroom there.
So what does it smell like, you said? Have you ever been to Coachella?
No, I'm just
So
guessing.
how would you know?
I'm just guessing. Well, I mean, it's in the middle of the desert. I'm just guessing it wouldn't
You've
smell
never
great.
been to Coachella.
All right,
Have
how
you been
about
to
this?
Outside Lens?
What?
Have you been to Outside Lens? All right.
Yeah, one time.
Yeah. All right.
It's
Just
I'm
once?
I'm aged out, of
Well, they bring some acts that.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
like when my nieces who are 17 and 18 are going, it's like
So you get the VIP wristband, you could kind of
Probably not
do
for
your
me.
own thing. VIP, do your own thing,
I mean, not all of
this.
Not all of us common folk have king's access.
No, I mean, you're working on your third house. I mean, come on now. You got,
I'm gonna back off.
They'll sell you shorts, Shasky. Our bathroom stinks.
It's so bad.
I don't know.
So bad. So Spadoni, you feel me on this one.
No, I don't think he does.
I get here early enough where I don't have to worry about that stuff.
I watched this entire.
You don't know where to go after that
I watched this entire video. What's the new Clipper Arena called?
We're in a snitching hour now.
Intuit Dome.
Intuit Dome. Okay, I watched this big video
They got
about
a lot of toilets there.
about
Yeah.
ball. Yes, and he was adamant that they had to have X amount of toilets so that people could get back to their seats, but more importantly, spend money at the concessions. It was very interesting.
I love the way they had that set up. I think that's a new wave. It's pretty cool.
The touchless or whatever it's called. What is it? Not touchless, but
They
like
scan your face or something
Yeah,
like that.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think Lovin's having a conversation with a phone call with a caller here. So, Lindy Waters, 510, Comcast Business Text Line. I suggest you be a good employee and bring some cleaning supplies and clean it yourself to show everyone how it's done in the Joe Shasky household.
Well, I do clean my own house.
No, he's suggesting that you clean
I'm not
here.
doing it here. No.
Oh.
No, not doing it. Not doing it. I'm not going to do it, so stop asking.
What is going on here?
So, we're looking for solutions instead of complainers.
Do you think this Kaminga thing's going to linger?
No, I was sticking in the bathroom now. See, you don't get to change the subject now that you open it up.
My God.
Now I've got thoughts. Now the brain's working on this bathroom situation.
You're my shower, Monte.
FP's
That is not a good.
FP Santangelo Sr. Happy belated birthday to you, brother.
Oh, happy birthday.
I miss him. I miss FP. The complainers of the world. There's all these people who love to complain. They complain. But I'm a solution guy. I like to look for solutions. So the solution is maybe we come in and we bring cleaning supplies. Bring some, what is their air freshener? I forget the names of all
I'll
these
fall in
fresheners.
line right after you. I'll be your apprentice.
I'm not complaining
to
about
your
the bathroom.
journeyman.
Bathroom smells like a bathroom. Bathroom smells like a
Thinking
bathroom.
of Febreze.
Febreze. No, there's some
Glade.
other stuff. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Glade, all that
Glade,
stuff.
yeah, Glade
Yeah,
is
there you
good,
go.
yeah.
So instead of
Lysol.
complaining on air and throwing people under the bus, maybe this was an off-the-air conversation with the boss man, with the Kearns.
Oh, he knows. I
with
let
the
him
Joe
know last
Cunninghams. Well, 510. This is good. I'm going to read it. Comcast Business Text line. Maybe Shasky can have his maid come and clean it.
That's not fair.
3 houses, huh?
That's not fair. I do the dishes. I fold laundry.
You do the dishes, or you put them in the dishwasher?
No, you gotta scrub them down a little before you put them in the dishwasher. Everyone knows that. You know.
See, right, Lubman, we got a couple of solutions. Don't complain about it. Just bring some supplies, bring some Febreze. Say, hey, I brought some stuff to make the bathroom smell good. So if you have to take a double deuce,
and you gotta
or you put some matches in there. Just light a match.
Be the change you want to see in the world. That's all you gotta do.
Washing dishes, it's not beneath me because.
That's good to know.
No, but I'm just saying, like in the food service industry, if you're not prepared to like wash some dishes, like you'll never survive. I did it forever.
Yeah,
no problem washing dishes.
You know what? Washing dishes has always been therapeutic for me.
Yeah, me too. I put the iPad now to the side and bang.
It's therapeutic for me. I don't buy cleaning.
I'm out.
But we look for solutions. So, complain about the bathroom. Like when Steiny brings cleaning supplies, probably not. Guru, probably not. Willard and Diz, probably not. So, you could be a leader here, Shasky. Take control of the bathroom situation and just come in with a bag full of Target's right down the street. I know Baby Chaz loves Target. She was begging to go to Target yesterday.
Can I ask you a question?
No, you cannot.
JK.
Well, that kind of was the question.
Only 22 years old, right? That's something we said.
Yeah.
JK, only 22 years old. You think he should be further along?
Well, it's tough, right? You would think that he should be further along. When you look at the way his rookie year, he's raw. He's not going to play. They win a championship. You got Wiggins, you got Draymond, you got Otto Porter Jr., you got GP2, you got Poole, you got all these guys. So then the second year comes around, and you think that he's going to take a step up, and he's playing the lineups that maybe wasn't conducive to his game, and Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome come around. And Steve Kerr's a win-now type of coach. I got these guys. We're in the mix. Got to win. We're not going to get inconsistent minutes. Then last year he finally becomes consistent or whatnot, but I don't know. He's 22 years old, man, and he doesn't have a lot of reps. So should he be following along? You would hope that he is. But hopefully by the end of the season, he is farther along and he's that player that everybody believes that he could be within that building.
Well, I think where I get frustrated with the rhetoric regarding Kuminga is that, to a degree, yes, the coach controls, when he plays, but he also has culpability in that. And the one area that I would love to actually see him take a big leap forward, and I thought he did a good job yesterday, if he just was dedicated to just crashing the glass on this team, just crashing glass all day, and not just jumping in the air for a rebound, but boxing out. I think that would go a long way to increasing his minutes. I know we're going to look at points and the 3-point shot and the shot selection and passes and some of the defensive lapses, but if you were an 8 to 12, give or take, rebound game guy like that would be huge for him. He would stay on the floor in a lot of different scenarios.
There's a lot of different rebounders on this team and a lot of 3-point shots to where long rebounds are happening. So that's why you see guards grab a lot of rebounds on this team and you see wings. So he did see 28 minutes and 12 seconds. He's going to get plenty of playing time tonight at Chase Center against the Pelicans when they tip off and the Warriors go for the sweep. So let's see it play out. Let's see where he's at a month from now. It's the beginning of the year. And the way he ended last season, I thought was a massive step in the right direction. The guy damn near averaged 20 from January 1st on. Like damn near averaged 20, 5 rebounds, was getting to the cup, and he was starting to play better defense. His defense is getting a lot better. So I think we should wait. Give us some time here. Give us some time. Now, the contract stuff's going to linger. There's going to be a point we get there, but do not light a match in the bathroom. The sprinklers will go off. Your boy, Rocco. This bathroom thing, I'm a little sidetracked. But JK is going to be fine. Should he be farther along? Maybe if you think so, but also you look at the situation, and I understand why he's not maybe where you may want him to be at. Where do we want him to be at? You want him to be an all-star right now? He's 22 years old.
Well, there's only so many all-stars.
Right.
That's a little too far for me.
Well, sorry to cut you off there, Shasky, but I mean, my question there, that wasn't an intentional cutoff. I apologized. When it comes to Kuminga, though, just in terms of should he be further along, I mean, how much is it the fact that when he was drafted, he came onto a team that was basically in win-now mode. He didn't get that runway that all the other guys got.
Yep, just explained that one.
Yeah.
They won a championship. Where is he going to play? No, it's to your point.
No, it's where would he have gotten that
context
time?
matters here. Yeah, where's
Look
he
at
going
the
to
other guys who were drafted, in that first round with them. The minutes they've played, the stuff they've done, it's because they were on teams where it's just like, yeah, go out and do whatever. Like Kuminga didn't have that, runway to just hit the court and do whatever and learn, kid. Like,
but what if I said to you, like, of the guys in his draft class, first rounders, he was drafted, 7th? He's 11th most in minutes. All that being said, he has stayed relatively healthy. He has gotten some opportunities because injuries play a factor in this. Like I'm looking at Cade Cunningham. He's 9th in overall minutes. Well, he was hurt, a few times.
Right.
And so that's going to play into it. But he has gotten a lot of minutes.
And he's played on a team and he gets to handle the ball and he's the number one option. Like he is their franchise guy. Steph Curry's a franchise guy here. And then you had Clay, you have Draymond, you have CP3. There's a lot of mouths to feed around here. A lot of mouths to feed. So, and he's not to mention Andrew Wiggins, who's an all-star, who plays at 3, which Kuminga's doing right now. So he's going to play at Andrew Wiggins? You're going to really play Kuminga ahead of Andrew Wiggins coming off that championship? I don't know. By the way, we're going to get to a call in just a second. I know we're running out of time, but these texts are coming in pretty funny. Yo, guys, if your bathrooms are kept up properly, not only is that a health code violation, but in California, they have to be kept to a certain standard, or legally they can't do bleep when you take a long-ass break to go home and use the facilities there. So is this a health code violation? Are we going to get investigated for this bathroom situation?
I think our janitors do a very, very good job of keeping these bathrooms clean.
Last night was the first time I saw JK get blocked at the rim that bad.
I thought you were going to say last night was the first time I seen the janitor in this building.
Oh, no.
Oh man, can we go to my girl, man, in Oakland, Tony?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm glad we're off that subject matter. Now, you guys
Tony, hold on, Tony. Do you think we could get shut down because of this? I don't know how the bathroom smells. I haven't been in it all day.
But you know what's interesting? It all depends what area you're in. Like, we go to this Scottish event that's huge, thousands of people, and the bathrooms are utterly, pristine. It's all who's using them and how they're leaving it for the next person, right?
I'm with you.
It's the Russian River cabin rule. The Russian River cabin rule is leave it better than when you showed up.
Yeah, that's what I used to say to the tenant. All right. So you guys are talking about people and he's a project and this and there's no solution. Okay, today I know you're not understanding the field, but some players, they aren't like Luka and they aren't like Brady, where they don't even need a coach. Most guys need it. And this person at the club I was talking about, I said, now when you size up a person, he goes, well, how do you do it? And I go, you're just looking at the object. I look and feel how much will they have, how much stuff they're bringing. He goes, how do you do that? And I said, well, you obviously can't do this with sports. What else do you do? And he builds stuff. I go, when you're talking to your friend, another builder, and they give you that passion, and suddenly he goes, yes, and I can feel it. I go, do you feel that? It's like a breeze going through you. That's spiritual passion. So the coach, now Kerr is much better than Shanahan, but these people, they don't bring it like a Kuminga. He needs more passion. He's not going to bring it like a Luka automatically. So someone has to be hired that gives these people the stuff so they walk out there and they become heroic. They expand. They have God's fullness. Do you understand what I mean?
Tony, I always understand what you mean. And thanks for the phone call.
I had no idea what she meant.
Because you're not in the zone, Chasky. It's simple.
I listen.
Gotta get to the zone.
I think if I were to translate what she said into basketball terms, I think what she basically said is the Warriors' player development could probably be a little bit better.
There you go. Way to tie that together, Lovin.
I just think that we say things like that, and development's really hard. Like, some people just don't have it in them, right? Like, the coaches, no, I know, but like the coaches could say the same things, and some people just commit the same mistakes over and over and over again. Other people, you teach them something and they grasp it almost immediately, and next thing you know, like they take off. Like, everyone, how they learn and how they react. Like, some people develop at different stages, and I think we say like, oh, this team can develop and this team can't develop, and I don't know.
I do. Well, number one, I want to say the Warriors have developed. I don't want to make it seem like I want to speak for myself. That's what I was going to get here. Looney's developed. Poole developed. Clay developed. Curry developed into an MVP. Draymond developed here as a second-round pick and became a defensive player of the year. Andrew Wiggins was a two-way star. Is a baller for the Warriors. I mean, guys develop here. Let's not get it twisted. Guys have developed to play very, very well in the system. Moody's developing. TJD, he's developing. Now, also with Kuminga, you got to put in the context. There's a lot of stuff happening here. There's a lot of variables. These combinations that he's playing with. He hasn't played a lot of minutes with Wiggins, Draymond, and TJD, and Steph Curry. So it's going to take some time. So, as I say, there's no patience in the NFL. In the NBA, you can exhibit a lot more patience. You can look long-term in the NBA. You can look like, I get it, Steph and company want to win now. Are they a championship team right now? I don't think so. But can you get there by developing? In the NBA, I think you're awarded a lot more patience. Baseball, you're awarded patience. The NFL is just a different beast. But you know what? Kuminga is getting better and better and better, and he gets better and better by the game. So I say we exhibit more patience with Jonathan Kuminga. Now, he's probably thinking, I need to play now because I need to get my money or whatnot. But he's going to be there. Barring injury, I think he's going to get his bag. I don't know if it's going to be from the Warriors, but he's going to get a bag. So that's where I'm at with that. Fast five.
It's time for the...
Five said it wasn't confusing at all what Tony said. Said what she meant. Said they need to have the passion for the game. And what she said you have to have is a commitment to what to do better, not hoping to do better. That's Tony in Oakland. What you got, Shasky?
Today we've got Yankees Dodgers at 5 o'clock, and then we've got Warrior recap after that, nightcap, if you will. Is this the biggest start of Garrett Cole's Yankee career?
Isn't it? It's not even close, right?
It has to be, right?
No doubt.
Don't let the Yankees win this one.
Who's pitching for the Yankees? I mean, for the Dodgers? Is it Flaherty? I think he gets rocked.
Wait, did you say this is his biggest start in Garrett Cole's career?
Yeah.
He started Game 7 against the Washington Nationals.
For the Astros. I said Yankee. I said Yankee career.
Oh, it was a Yankee career. Sorry. I was going to say, this probably isn't the biggest start.
Game, huh?
He lost it. Juan Soto had a bomb in like the first inning, I think, against him. Young Juan Soto.
Hey, he punked Garrett Cole in that game. I remember that because he was in the box. I said, all you guys say, get in the box. And Soto's kicking dirt like, what do you want? What do you want? And he goes, yeah, I do like Juan Soto, man. Yeah, go ahead, Spadoni. What's your final thought?
Oh, my final thought today. Boy, that's a great question. I kind of questioned the depth of this Warriors team a little because everyone was just telling me how great it is. And I was like, well, we'll see. No Steph, no Wiggins, no Melton, right? Well, they shut me up. That was an impressive win yesterday. Being down 20 and Zion Williamson having more turnovers alone than the entire Golden State Warriors team, considering how young and all these new pieces, that goes back to coaching and buy-in for me from the players. That was impressive.
Lovin'.
Guys, don't let those Sharks get hot. That's 2 in a row, baby.
Checked by Wallman. Glove down. Wallman out in front. Toffoli scores! And the Sharks lead again.
Tyler Toffoli there with the goal. Randy Hahn on the call to give the Sharks a 3-2 lead. They would beat LA 4-2. Scoring against his former team, that's always good. His team leading 6th of the year, guys. The Sharks, we got a winning streak.
Toffoli, hey, he's going to get a lot of points in fantasy this year. Just throwing that out there.
Are you playing fantasy hockey?
Just throwing that out there.
Are you playing fantasy hockey?
I listened to Ted Ramey during the intermissions, and that's what he said. And I listened to him after the second game.
Oh, gotcha. So you started playing fantasy hockey?
I'm not in the league. He just said if you have him in fantasy, you would want to have him.
I thought you were in the league.
No, he'll get a lot of opportunities.
No, that's what they're saying. Like he absolutely
he will.
He's the guy to have. For the Sharks too.
Ticket on the Blackhawks.
He's tomorrow. The Matt Stafford, you would say, of this hockey team.
Chicago Blackhawks tomorrow at 7:30 p.m.
Is he Italian?
Toffoli?
I'm teasing.
My final thoughts are with the Wards. Monique and Traveris Ward hit me hard yesterday thinking about my baby girl and what could happen, picking her up. It's like, gosh, just somebody look over her at all times throughout her life to make sure that she's safe and sound and hopefully no complications. And I know the Warriors are going through it. The bye week comes at a perfect time for them. And hopefully he can get his mind right to get back to football, but it's going to be tough for them to overcome it. And I understand. We all understand. Hopefully people with kids understand. So my thoughts are with the Warriors, man. I hope you guys get through this, man. And, it's never going to be easy. You're going to always think about it. There's no doubt about it. I'm not saying that you can just forget about something like that, but I'm pulling for the Warriors, man. Hopefully they can fight through this, and, thoughts are with them. Thoughts are with them. That's it for us. Warriors and Pelicans tonight at Chase Center. Looking forward to that. Willard and Diz will be live on location. Saturday Guru are next. What else we got? We got a minute here? How much time do we have? Bye-bye? Oh, we can say bye-bye? Bye-bye. That was Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Your business needs a network. doing a great job. I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're Warriors. And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what. See, this is a team I can get behind.
We'll see. You be Evan and Spadoni?
No. The Warriors. 15 years, they finally put a team together that I can get behind. Well done, Mike Dunleavy.
Dude, a lot of people think it's because of Curry jersey, but it's not.
No.
You've been excited about this team. It's not about the gift that
what
Curry
it's about?
gave.
Here's
And
what
the
it's
call
about.
that he made, right.
Here's what it's about. Kyle Anderson can go 0 for 9 from the floor and still help you. With 5 steals.
Man, oh man, what
Strength
a game.
in numbers.
Man, it's back. And it might not be your number might not be called that day. Like, we'll get into Kuminga.
Yeah.
But listen, I was at a funeral. My guy Lamont, God rest his soul,
sir.
Steiny. Have you ever went to a church? Have you ever been
Careful.
in a church and the reverend's doing the sermon? My friend from Union City.
And you're checking scores?
Iguodala's friend, Landis Graydon, he did the service. And you feel like they're speaking to you about life. And the one thing I'm taking out, Steiny, I'm not going to be mad at little stuff anymore. I'm going to enjoy this Warrior team. I'm panicking. They live in the Clippers. But what I saw
What about Kuminga?
Why am I feeling like that's a nothing burger?
Well,
what if I told you when they decided not to give JK the contract, that said a whole lot. And I'll leave that there for you to decipher. When they said we're not going to marry you right now, I don't think anything should have Warrior fans crazy like last night. And can we, to the media, PSA, benching is when a player does not play.
I agree.
Not when he's out of the starting rotation.
I agree.
Yeah. You do that in New York.
Jonathan Kuminga was not benched last night. He was told he's coming off the bench.
Via text.
Let me tell you something.
I'm out.
Getting benched means you get 0 playing time.
Right, you're off.
You don't get 30 minutes and get benched. Anyway, nice game last night for the Warriors. They fell behind by 20 at one point, 34-14, and they came back and they won by almost 20. So you go into halftime, and I kind of felt like they were fortunate to be as close as they were, and then they come out in the third quarter like the Niners.
Man.
21-0. And they put away the Pelicans. And now they're 3-1, and they got the Pelicans again tonight. And this is the one you want to try. Get a little greedy.
This is the one you want?
Get a little greedy right here. No doubt about it. When you see these,
3-1.
I'm sorry, but when you see these back-to-backs in the NBA like this,
what do you
it's
back-to-backs?
It feels like 90% of them, you always go 1-1.
Okay. So
you got a shot here to win again tonight. Maybe you get Wiggins back. He gives you a different dimension, and you head out on the road with a 4-1 record. But look,
you were at the game.
Yeah, I was.
You were on the bench with Stotts. Whitley took a picture.
Yeah,
both you guys look good for your age, man.
He's too old.
Now, damn. Now you wouldn't think you just did a show with him yesterday.
Exactly. Exactly.
Top rope.
No, Terry Stotts. Oh, God.
You go back.
He was on Mike Montgomery's staff back 20 years ago. Terry Stotts. Let me tell you something. Can I give a hint to some people
Take your time.
on when you? Let me tell you the biggest, one of the best things you can do when you see someone you haven't seen for a while.
Give it to me.
Is approach them, and before you say hello, say your name, because nobody remembers you. And so
I had this yesterday. I saw a lot of friends I hadn't seen.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Terry Stotts in 20 years, so I'm walking toward him, and he looks, and I see that he kind of remembers, but no clue who he's going to.
So you said your name.
Steinmetz.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
This sucker.
And then he goes, I'm sorry, who?
No. Okay, I was like, yikes.
But there's nothing worse than, hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up? How you doing, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means you don't know the guy's name.
So not to snitch on you, you were in a conversation yesterday where you thought it was somebody else, and then they revealed mid-conversation, this is not the person.
That's true.
And on that note, real quick, Steiny, about Sunday, the Niner game, I ran into the mailman in Capitola, and I forgot to shout him out yesterday, so he loves the show, offered to buy me a drink. I said no because I had money. So shout out to the mailman. But listen, just about last night, Rob Lowe. What if I told you all when they were down 20, it felt like the Toronto game and the New Orleans game last year at home when this thing got to 30 or 40 and Boo Birds came out. Stunny, I thought it was going there, and they showed heart. They were scrapping. And Draymond, thank you. That's what leaders do. So everybody balled, and Stunny, do we got a Lynn sanity problem?
That wouldn't be a problem. That would be a solution.
He is out there balling. Waters the third, asked how does he stay ready, says he sleeps with the strap. He's always ready to. You know what a strap is, Donnie?
Well, I found out this morning.
A blicky. Yeah.
A what?
A blicky.
A binky. That's what kids sleep with, right? A little binky?
Or gat.
Like a
but
little.
Anyway, Stoney, he said he sleeps with a strap. He's ready. He wakes up ready to shoot. That's incredible.
Yeah, in this day and age, in this day and age, maybe you just say, you know what? when I wake up, I'm ready to shoot.
I said what I said.
But
he was great.
Yeah, he was Buddy Hield.
25 second half points, man. He's a shooter, so he can get hot with the best of them. But Stoney, he couldn't hit the side of a barn in the first half. I was like, oh, brother. But I like it.
Yeah, they're, it's one of those games where I heard a couple people say, well, that's a game they don't win last year. And I'll agree. You know why? Because last year they didn't have Buddy Hield, Lindy Waters III, and Kyle Anderson. Maybe that's the reason they won it.
Now, what if I told you the Clipper game is the game they didn't win last year and they didn't win it Sunday? I know I just went to the funeral on my life change.
I mean, is that really what you want to do right off a funeral is start bickering with your partner?
Oh, no.
It sounds like that's what you want to do.
I'm done bickering.
Yeah, right.
Shout out
you want to bet?
Carter. Yeah, Chickarine. That was bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah. No, I mean, look, that was a great win last night.
Pods,
and no Curry,
minutes.
No Wiggins, no DeAnthony Melton, and they get solid games from everybody. And here's what the best part of the game is. And before the game, I'm with Evan, and we find out Kuminga's not going to start. And, at first you go, oh, okay. And then you think, well, wait a minute. You're telling me Kuminga's not going to start and they don't have their two leading scorers, essentially, Wiggins and Curry.
Go ahead.
And no Melton. How can he not start? And Steve Kerr, and we'll get into it, but Steve Kerr ended up explaining why Kuminga didn't start. And I said to Evan, well, I guess I know what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. But the reality is then you play a game like that, and the best part is Kuminga isn't the biggest thing last night.
I mean, he was a big part of the comeback, Stott. He played a season high in minutes and had a season high in points.
But that's the kind of game where if you lose and Kuminga comes off the bench and, he might not be crazy about it, it takes on a bigger life of its own. And you win a game by 20 points. Now, it just...
But does he start tonight?
It depends, I think.
Because I listened to you, Willard and Dibbs from Chase. They did a great job. You, Evan, and the guys, Donnie, and Willard and Dibbs. I think it was all of you in agreement that last night was a Kuminga game. And I totally was in agreement.
It was.
And it ended up being that. But moving forward, Donnie, and I asked Evan this in the green room, if you're Kuminga, how would you feel, even though you played, the fact that you weren't starting?
Yeah, well, he's clearly annoyed.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that's hard to decipher from his post-game comments.
I would be.
And we'll get into some of those post-game comments. But, I mean, what I'm seeing early is that this is about the team. It's not about the one guy who's playing for a contract. And bottom line is Kuminga came off the bench and he helped. And he played his season-high minutes. And he was a big part of the second half. So
everybody played last night, Stoney. I know the league got ugly, but everybody played.
Spencer played
3 minutes,
Reese
2 or 3, 2 or 3.
Reese Beekman?
He got 3 minutes, no field goals.
Okay,
yep,
that's fine.
Gary Payton II, 8 minutes that felt like 16.
888-957-9570 is the number. The way I look at that game last night is in a very, very positive way. I mean, to me, in the NBA, if you're going to play a lot of guys, you got to win games so that when they go back to the locker room after the game, nobody's got a gripe. And even if you have a gripe, it shouldn't matter because you won by 18 points. So that's where I'm at with this team right now. They're getting a lot of contributions. I thought Pods played his best game of the year. He was really good in the second half. The guy makes things happen. He definitely does. I'm not saying he's a perfect player by any stretch, but
he gets every ounce of out of his talents. What about his footwork? I mean, the dude will sit there and dance and dance and dance and spin and get it up. I'm like, man, kudos.
Yeah, so the Golden State Warriors with a nice win last night. They're 3-1. And tonight's the kind of game, boy, now you really want this one, especially when you're going on a 5-game road trip.
Yeah.
But listen, Warrior fans, I know we're only 4 games in, but they're 3-1. And so far, they're playing a lot of guys, and a lot of guys are chipping in. So is your enthusiasm different now than it maybe was before the season? Have you gotten a little less skeptical? Is it still too early? Look, there's going to be a lot of bumps in the road. There's going to be a lot of challenges. But
last year we got off to a good start too.
Yeah, if this team can stick together, and that's why I think the 3 veterans they signed is important, because Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, and DeAnthony Melton, I think that if they go game to game, maybe their minutes fluctuate. They've been in the league long enough that they know what the deal is, and they'll be ready to go when their number's called.
Kyle Anderson standing 20 minutes, 0 for 9, but a +9.
Yeah.
So he was doing other stuff too.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into the Golden State Warriors today, people. They're 3-1, and they play the Pelicans again tonight. They came back from 20 down and essentially won by 20. So it was an impressive second half in particular, and the Warriors look like they got a little something cooking, even though it's very, very early. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Toronto's nothing! You hear that? That's the...
106. That's going to be your final. And the Warriors with a resounding victory. A 38-point difference from the 11:42 mark of the second quarter. But Golden State was dead in the water, down 34-14. And the Warriors get at least a split of these two home games against New Orleans.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. The Golden State Warriors beat the Pelicans 124-106. They were down 20 early in the second quarter, and they come back and win handily. A lot of players contributing, and they win on a night when, depending on who Steve Kerr's going to start, you could say they were without 2 or 3 starters in Curry, Wiggins, and DeAnthony Melton. But the guys who stepped in did well, and the Golden State Warriors are now 3-1. And here's the one thing I was thinking is I get it's early. They've only played 4 games. But if you're trying to do what Steve Kerr says he's going to try to do, which is play a lot of guys. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be 10, 11, 12, more than that, less than that. But if you're trying to do that and you start 1-3, then you got some early challenges already. And people start thinking, well, you can't do that in the NBA. And look, you're 1-3. The difference is you're 3-1, and you've done it that way. And now maybe you start thinking to yourself, I wonder if they've got a little something here. Where are you, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. I know there were a lot of Warrior fans out there that were a little bit skeptical about this team, and you can still be skeptical about this team because it's still unbelievably early. But the early returns have to be pretty positive. And I'm just wondering if you're a Golden State Warrior fan who was coming into this season wondering or worrying about where this team was headed, do you feel a little better about where it might be going? 888-957-9570. And a lot of stuff happened last night, Goo, and most of it good.
Yeah, no doubt. And it starts with, for me, Steiny, Lindy Waters III. Team high plus 26. And when I watched that game in the comeback, I was like, damn, my boy is not returning the Cinderella slippers, if you even want to call it that. He was balling, taking a chance, or making the most of an opportunity. But, Steiny, I'm going to say this to you all because I'm looking at life different. I'm always positive, but now I'm super positive. But the one thing that's a negative is, we haven't seen McCaffrey play football in 8 games, and the Niners got to do with that what they have, and he'll come back, and then you get to see him. But this early, there's no Curry. There's no Wiggins, who was coming off a big game. So I love all of this, and you're right, especially a 3-1 record. But I do scratch my head, Steiny, as to, I don't know, I don't expect Curry back tonight. We know that. His availability on this 5-game road trip. But I guess I'm telling you, Steiny, I'm worried about stuff I can't control, but I'd like the team to be whole, and then we can mature and grow and kind of watch it manifest, at full strength, as opposed to now, Waters is getting Curry shots, and he's making the most of it, but that's the only drawback I have.
What?
To the injuries is, if 3 guys were out last night.
Yeah, and that's where I guess you and I are different, because I look at 3 guys being out as a positive because they were able to win by 20. And the one thing I was thinking about with this team, and I got a buddy out in the East Bay. His name's Don. He's a retired police officer. And he texted me last week after the Warriors and Steve Kerr said they were going to play a lot of guys, 12, 13 guys, or at least try.
Yeah.
And he suggested that maybe that's just a different way to load manage. And I started thinking about it that way, and I think he might be onto something. In other words, under normal circumstances, let's say you had Wiggins tonight and you were thinking maybe not. Should he go? Should he not go? I mean, I think what we're going to see this year is, you know what? Don't go tonight. If you're not ready to play, don't go, because we've got guys who are going to be at 100%. And so maybe this will just be a way to keep everybody's minutes down, and then some certain players, it'll be a way to keep their number of games played down. So, again, it's not going to come without challenges as the season moves forward. But for right now, I I can't say I don't like the idea.
Yeah, and I'll just say this to that, and I hope I'm not coming off negative, but you can't control when an injury is going to happen. You know, when you're out there, even if you had the night off the game before, it's still a risk involved once you get out there and play. So I'm with you. I like what I saw last night by a litany of dudes, and I got to be honest, the connectivity thing that we talked about, or what's, the doom and gloom, whoever was the clouds head that was over, if it were Clay or whatnot, you can tell something's been lifted.
Well, and here's this, and this is just the way I'll respond, and I don't mean it personally, but here's from the Comcast business text line from the 650. Lindy Waters is going to take minutes from Moses Moody. I think he is. I wouldn't be surprised if Lindy Waters starts at some point. You know what? Good. If Lindy Waters takes minutes from Moses Moody, then that means he's playing better than Moses Moody. And Moses Moody's got a new contract, $39 million, starting next year, over 3 years. And, okay, we know Moses Moody will always be ready. What'd
you make of him last night up close? 18 minutes? Started off a little slow.
He was good down the stretch, obviously, although there wasn't really much of a down the stretch.
But this team is definitely faster and more athletics, Donnie.
And they're much better. They have the ability to be a much better defensive team than they have in the past. I think that's pretty obvious.
They caused 23 turnovers from the Pelicans last night. That got them back in the game.
Yeah, it's funny. Maybe I was thinking, Pelicans really turned it over. Maybe that's because they didn't have their point guard, DeJounte Murray. And yet then the Warriors are without Curry, and they barely turned the ball over at all. I think they had 7 total turnovers.
Correct.
But let's get into it with Warrior fans. I want to take the temperature of Golden State fans and see how you're feeling 4 games into the year. Let's go to Vince. Start us out, Vince, in the city. What's up, Vince? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hopefully you can hear me. I'm coming off the bridge. But, to be honest, I didn't really have any expectations going into this season. I didn't know how this team was going to work. But I'll tell you what, I'm way more high on this team than the team that we had last year. I think the additions that we picked up are really, really good. I called last week, and I was saying I think this team gives me feels of 2015 with the veterans that they signed, and it just seems like the whole team is pretty much bought into the philosophy that they're using this year. If you look at the roster, they got a lot of 3-and-D guys. I think it's going to work. The only oddball on the team, and I don't even want to come down this guy's road, but J.K. wanting the money that he wants, I feel like could be an issue at some point. If it does, I mean, he was benched last night, and I know he felt some type of way about it. I hope it doesn't turn into anything. But of the guys on the team, I think he might be the only me guy, quote unquote. But I'm not here to try to come down JK's road. I still think he has a ton of potential. He's still really young, not only in age, but also in basketball years.
Right.
But that also brings me to Lindy Waters, like the guy in the 650 texted in. He is going to be taking minutes from somebody.
Right.
And I'm wondering if I see him and Moses Moody kind of being a similar type player, except Lindy is a little bit more athletic, like you said.
Right.
But I feel like on this team, Lindy Waters is more of a fit for this offense and this team than JK is. And I just don't know if that had anything to do with JK not getting a deal. I read last week, too, that the Warriors have been eyeing Lindy Waters for a while, and they finally got a chance to get him. And he seems to be fitting in just fine.
Man.
I mean, yeah.
Pulling up on fast breaks last night, Stoney.
Just fine.
Hitting them.
Let me read this text just because we love her. 925, quick vent. GP2, Looney, Waters, and Melton are all playing for contracts. JK is just one guy. Vent done. Dublin Marge. I said that, Kuminga's the only guy playing for a contract. I mean, technically you're right, Marge, but I mean, Kuminga's a young player who was in his window like Brandon Ayuk was to get his big money, and he didn't get it. And I just think that's a much different dynamic than a couple veteran players like Peyton and Looney and Waters and Melton who have been in this position before. But
what do you give me for this?
Your point's taken.
What do you give me for this, Donnie? Yeah. From a Kuminga standpoint, through his prism, the fact that this team is so deep, I don't think bodes well for him. Not that he can't ball out. Everything's in front of him for him to take advantage of. But when you're telling me this team, and we're watching now, it's deeper, and they decided not to put the ring on it, you know, you can get lost. And to his credit, whatever went down with Texgate, he wasn't benched. He didn't start. He handled it well because you're right. Had he been 1 of 9 and didn't put up any numbers, then what would we be talking about? So I just say that to say is I would tell Kuminga, man, you need to be consistent because this team is so deep and you can't be forgotten about. Like that doesn't help him that this team I added 3 guys that can play and are OGs and got the basketball IQ to, you know.
I mean, I'll say the same thing, you know. Lindy Waters is going to take minutes from Moody. It's good. If Jonathan Kuminga can't get on the floor, there'll be a reason why he can't get on the floor. Well, and it's because the guy who's playing instead of him is playing better. Like, this is there is no way. And I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know how good this team's going to be.
Right. That's what makes it exciting, too.
But he's just one player on this team. He's going to play in the league for 10 more years. It might be with the Warriors. It might not. But, like, the one thing that, I don't know, it's not about Kuminga.
But
it's just not.
I feel you.
It's just not.
But meet me halfway. He was like he was your future, the brightest chip of your future. And
well, apparently he isn't, and he never was. He had an opportunity,
but he was
in his first. He had an opportunity in his first 4 years to play to a level where the Warriors would have found a number that he and the team could agree on. They both couldn't find that number. I hate to go play. Go play.
No, that's what it is.
And let me tell you something.
That's what he represented to me, Steiny. He was the future.
Well, that's fine. And he still could be the future, but it's all up to him. And you just cannot focus on one guy when we see 11 or 12 guys who, at least at this point, are buying in. And listen, and this is no knock on Kuminga. I just think that he can't be the focal point of this team kind of with the fans because there's too much other good stuff going on, at least right now.
And that's why the coach didn't have him in the starting lineup by choice.
Well, it's funny, and
because Kerr's sending that message loud and clear.
Well, the interesting part was how Kerr explained it. And the way he explained it, I actually kind of get it, but I also understand that people would say that's BS. And what I mean by that is you got Jonathan Kuminga, and you're going into a game without Curry and without DeAnthony Melton and without Wiggins. Yeah. So your first thought would be, okay, well, go get him, Jonathan Kuminga. But Steve Kerr said that one of the reasons they're going with the starting lineup when everybody's healthy of Curry, Wiggins, and Kuminga, Draymond, and Davis is because they feel like that could be their best defensive unit. So they understand, according to Steve Kerr, that they have spacing issues offensively with that team. But he says that because Curry's out there, he can alleviate that to a large enough degree that they can get away with it offensively if they're going to be a really good defensive team. So now we go to last night, and they don't have Steph Curry, and they don't have Wiggins. And what Kerr said was, without Steph, we can't play Draymond, Kuminga, and Trace Jackson-Davis together without Steph because the spacing just is not good enough. That's why we're going to bring Jonathan Kuminga off the bench, and he's going to play with, I think it was Gary Payton and somebody else. And I understand that, but I also understand what Evan says. Like, wait a minute. You're missing your 2 best scorers, and you're not going to start your 3rd best scorer. Yeah, that's a head scratcher.
Totally.
But again, if Steve Kerr can stay consistent about it not being about one guy, well, then it's up to every player to accept what's going on and to try to make the best of their situation and their role.
Yeah, and again, it's not the Golden State Kumingas, but Stotty, when you come up with, what Steve Kerr echoed, I guess if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, that means I'm not doing something. If there's a formula or a recipe, that
he's not. He can't shoot threes.
No doubt.
Okay,
and it's like,
so what do we do? You can't just play a guy.
He had a good game, so he did his part.
Yeah,
so that's all he can do. But the way I'm watching it from the Guru computer, Steiny, is this thing is headed in a direction to where now he can be forgotten about, but you gotta make it to where your coach can't say that into a microphone. You're not starting because you got to eliminate all that. And maybe he can or maybe he can't.
Here's what Steve Kerr said about Kuminga.
Well, without Steph and Wiggs, I didn't want to start Trace, Draymond, and JK. I wanted a little more spacing, and I knew it would be a JK game. I knew he would play a lot because he's played well against this team. The matchups are good for him, and so I told him before the game, "You're going to play a lot. This is just about combinations and getting a little more spacing on the floor to start." So all it is just shuffling the lineup to try to get the right five-man grouping on there. But without Steph and Wiggs, to me, it didn't make sense to start the three bigs without those guards.
All right, there you have it. I mean, I think it's sound basketball philosophy, but you do run the risk of I don't want to say losing a young player because he came off the bench and he played well, right? At least in the second half. But team first. If you don't like it, hit the pike. That's the way I look at it. I really do. And I told this story yesterday, Goo, about my father. Well, no, maybe it was yesterday. I repeat myself a lot. Kuminga's got to make himself so valuable that Steve Kerr can't keep him off the floor.
And that's all.
And right now, he's not so valuable that Steve Kerr must play Jonathan Kuminga 35 minutes.
And I don't want to go Maury Povich on you, Steiny, but we just heard that soundbite from Coach Kerr telling him he told JK he was going to play a lot. What do you make of JK saying that wasn't said to me?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
That's where I'm like, oh boy. Like,
no, I'm not, oh boy.
But I am.
Okay,
it's my microphone. I didn't say you have to be that.
No, you
this
can be.
This is a two-man show.
I'm not saying you don't have to be.
We both have an opinion. That's what makes the show. Yeah, I get so sick and tired when you say somebody said something. You say I don't care. That's fine.
You misinterpreted.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
No, but. That's what makes us do what we do.
You can talk about Kuminga all you want. He's one player on a 12-man team.
Right.
And he's not the most important player. And otherwise, he'd be playing.
And I didn't say that. I just asked you, did you find it odd that he felt like he didn't get the message of he wasn't going to play a lot?
No. I would expect him to be pissed off about it. But I would also not care
I didn't
about
even put pissed off on it. I just thought it was strange that how Kerr said it went down. Kuminga said he wasn't told that. So that's off the court stuff, but I think it matters.
Kuminga was asked about not starting. And then Slater followed up and said, Jonathan, Steve Kerr told the media that he told you weren't going to start, but that you were going to play a lot.
Gotcha.
And Kuminga said, nah, right. I think he told me I was going to play with Draymond at the 4 and Peyton at the 3. But the more you play good, the more you get minutes. At the end of the day, I'm still a professional. I'm going to want to do what I got to do. At the end of the day, it's his decision. The other one,
wow,
okay.
That's perfect.
And this one isn't. First of all, that one's not great either.
Go ahead.
But here's the thing. Kuminga was asked about, he said, it wasn't my decision. It was the man himself, Coach Steve Kerr's decision. It wasn't my decision. Okay, yeah, Kuminga's probably not happy. Yeah. And I'm not saying you can't talk about him not being happy, but right now, so what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not saying... I just find that like we're giving Kuminga credit or some people out here for, I don't want to, how do I put this, taking the high road because he wasn't starting and he did everything he was supposed to do, especially in the second half, Steiny, to have a career high in points and minutes, season high. But that stuff matters to me, I believe, more than we're giving it credence.
See, I don't think it matters because I see 12 guys who are buying in and one guy can't screw that up. Yeah. And here's the other thing. I'm not saying Kuminga's going to screw it up. I'm saying he's probably frustrated right now, and he's got to figure out a way to get on the court as a starter if that's what he wants.
Yeah,
but
we know he wants it.
But if he doesn't, he's just one guy on this team. And
I think that message has been sent.
I hope so. 888-957-9570. Let's
we got
go
Monty
to
at 12 too, Stoney. Monty Poole.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area at noon today. Let's go to who's been waiting the longest? Let's go to George in Los Altos. What's up, George? How you doing, man?
Brother, I'm doing good. Stoney, you've never been so right. I mean,
what's that?
I completely agree with everything you're saying. I am so upbeat about this Warrior team this year because I can't remember we've never had 3 flamethrowers on the same team. I mean, you're not going to stop, Buddy Hield, Lindy Waters, and Steph Curry for all 3 of them. One of them's going to be hot every game. Number one. Number two, to me, the most successful seasons the Warriors have had is when they had a strong, well-defined second unit. Going all the way back to the days of Sean Livingston and David West and Leandro Barbosa, everybody knew their role. And we have a roster now that allows us to eventually get to the same spot. And if Jonathan is going to be a big baby because Steve Kerr is just doing his job as the coach, then you know what, brother? I mean, I love you. You're a good kid. You got a great game, but daggone it. If you're gonna moan, go play someplace else.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go play someplace else.
Thanks, George. No, I got you. Look, we're not there. We're not there with Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not there with Jonathan Kuminga.
When you say there, you mean
every player on the team's got to figure out their role and how they can get onto the court and play as much as they possibly can. And Kuminga's no different.
But I think he's different in this sense. You tell me what you think, Stoney. I believe the fact that they decided or passed on re-upping him like they did Moody, I would just tell Kuminga, if I were in his life, I would tell him, hey, you can take this 2 ways, but also this means that they need to see more.
No kidding.
And for you not to be in the starting lineup,
he was the only guy other than Josh Giddey that didn't get an extension.
Right. A big one.
So, yes, that's part of the dynamic that's at play here. But you can't let one player's dynamic impact the group as a whole. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. You know what? Let me hold on, Tom in Sonoma, because we're getting to the end of a break, and I want to give everybody a crack at it. I see a lot of people lining up. We got Big Smoothie, Tom, Josh, Austin, Pete, Sally, John Sally.
We got to get him on.
John Sally.
Yeah.
But here's the thing and listen, I'm just going to be honest with you. If I came off as saying what you were saying is who cares, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the Warriors just got contributions from 11 guys. Like,
I hope you don't
Jonathan
think
Kuminga,
I'm overlooking that.
You're not in this one today. Jonathan Kuminga's a little upset. So what?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's all I'm saying. Not you, so what?
Yeah, no doubt. But real quick, a rebuttal to that, Stoney, is I feel like I'm enjoying this team, but I feel like you think I'm so fixated on Kuminga more than the team.
Well, we talked a lot about Kuminga in the first 40 minutes.
Because you can get left if you don't fix or rectify what they feel you're not doing.
But the other thing is, if he can't fix or rectify it, train's moving.
No,
the train's moving. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, we can talk about this on the other side from the 925. Kuminga post-game reference that Kerr texted him about the starting lineup change. And then Kerr said he talked with JK pregame. Well, he might have done both, but the idea of him texting Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow.
I don't have an opinion on that because I think that Kerr probably texts players a lot more than we think, but I don't know. But I also, this is the kind of thing where I kind of don't care either. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Anybody who knows me knows Friedman's Appliance is my favorite store. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. With a Life Source whole house system, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe.
We all agree on one thing, the whoopee.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Monty Poole joining us at noon today, NBC Sports Bay Area. Warriors coming off a 124-106 win over the Pelicans. A lot of contributors, including Jonathan Kuminga. And here's another thing I'll say about Kuminga.
Give it to me.
And I've heard this, and I disagree. I've heard it a bunch already. Yeah, maybe Kuminga just doesn't fit. Maybe Kuminga just doesn't fit. Maybe he's just not. He doesn't give the Warriors what they need. See, I don't look at it like that. I look at it as, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Jonathan Kuminga is different than a lot of the guys on the team.
Mm-hmm.
That should give them an extra dimension. What he can do, which is get out on the break, make the mid-range. He can be a better defensive player than he's been, and those are the kind of things that he can add to this team. Just because he's more of maybe a one-on-one guy than, let's say, a passer or mover of the ball doesn't mean you can't use him.
Well,
it doesn't mean he can't help you.
I'll tell you what. This is how I see it. And you tell honestly, Sonny, because I think last break we were saying the same thing but saying it different. But I really mean this. Right now, I honestly believe this. Your second best all-around player on the Golden State Warriors is Andrew Wiggins. And nobody's mad at that. But I think in a perfect world, had Jonathan Kuminga been on his P's and Q's, and let's just say what I deem gone through his Jordan Poole's phase where you could tell he really went to the lab and worked on his game, I believe the Warriors, if it were up to them, would want to say young Jonathan Kuminga is our second best player. You know what I mean? No shade at Wiggins. He's an OG and we know what he is, but that's where the scoreboard reads to me in regard to Kuminga, Steiny. I think so highly of his game or his attributes that in a perfect world, if he was on point, it would be Curry, Kuminga, Wiggins, and Dre, however you want to, you know what I mean? And he's not there. And I don't know if it's going there quick enough because I feel like now you got a bunch of guys that can play. And for Kerr to say whatever reason, hey, Steiny, this is the reason you're not going to be in the starting lineup, that's where I would look at myself in the mirror and say, okay, I need to work on that stuff. So if that presents itself again, I'm not odd man out.
Fair.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tom. Tom's in Sonoma. What's going on, Tom? How you doing?
Tommy.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing this morning, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm high on this team. I've been high on this team every day. Every day I see him, I see it better and better. I'm going to say this, man. They were down 20 and won by 18 and didn't have their top two players. We couldn't have done that with our last year's team, man. We would have lost.
I agree with that.
Okay? Kuminga. What I see from Kuminga, and I love this guy, but what I don't see from him is that aggressiveness, that desire to drive to the basket and just stuff it. I don't see that from him. He looks like he's just going through the motions and thinking that he's going to get that bag any minute. It's really just, I love the guy, but I want to see more fire and passion in this guy. I mean, that's the rat on the table, like you say, Guru. I don't see it. I just don't see the aggression, man. I mean, do you?
That's to you.
All right, we love you, brother. I'll say this. Steiny, I see him thinking about what he wants to do, but doing it is another, facet to it that I don't think he's mastered. So I don't think he's lazy. I think he wants to do it. I just don't know that polish is there for him to do it. I don't know how you see it, but when I look at Kuminga, Steiny, I feel like there's a player with rage, good rage, that wants to wreck shop and attack the rim, but there's defenders, there's a defense, and there's a way to do it. And I don't think he's mastered his navigation system down to where he feels comfortable.
I see it like this. The Warriors have one star, Steph Curry. They have one star / superstar. And then 2 through 11 are pretty close in the grand scheme of things. And guess what? Kuminga's one is 2 through 11. And if Steve Kerr is going to be consistent and play the guys who are playing the best, and he sticks to that, and we see that's the way it's going, that's the definition of fairness to me in terms of playing time. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Josh in Tucson. Josh, what's going on, man?
Howdy. What's going on? Love you guys. Love the show.
Thanks.
What's going on is we got 49 from Buddy freaking Heald and Lindy freaking Waters. I mean, I could not be. This team is so much fun. The thing for me about this year, it's a new year. It's a new. But this team is just fun to watch. I mean, they're just a lot of fun. The whatever you want to say, the chemistry, the flow. They look way happier out there. We got Kyle Anderson, who I had, moderate expectations for. He goes 0 for 9, but it doesn't matter. He gets 4 steals. We got Gary Payton doing his thing. I think this team is much better defensively. They seem to the coaching, I'm excited about our defensive coaching additions. And I am high on this team, and more importantly, it's just a lot of fun to watch. I think this team is, knock on wood, if it stays healthy, is going to be a lot of fun to watch all year round, and then we'll see what happens. We get to the playoffs, but it's just a lot of
Nah, we lost you, but I'm with you.
He's having a ball, yeah.
I'm with you.
Those two guys put up numbers. Stoney, we can't forget old Loon Dog, 9 rebounds, 20 minutes.
Yeah. I tell you, I like Looney when he's in there against the other team's second team. He's better than most other teams' sub-big men. At least he's smarter and he knows how to play. I think he struggles, obviously, who doesn't against Zion, but
Draymond was giving him his all, but Zion, man, that dude's special, Steiny.
Yeah. And then you look in the box score, and he's got 7 or 8 turnovers, though.
Yeah.
So the Warriors did a nice job of turning over the Pelicans last night.
23.
Let's go to Big Smoothie. He's in Oakland. What's up, Smoothie?
Gentlemen. Funny how I'm laughing. Oh, I knew this Warriors team was going to be good. Shut up. I called this before the season. But anyway, it's not about me. The problem is Kuminga is a 4-3-2 guy. You know what I'm saying? He plays the 4. He's a 4 who plays the 3 that rebounds like a 2.
That's pretty good.
The door is open. Listen, if I was in his camp, I would say, dude, if you go out and get double-digit rebounds, nobody can keep you off the floor.
Wow.
But he chooses to go out. He gets 3 rebounds, 4 rebounds. We can't have that, man. But listen, and Goo, you said something. I think here's your answer right here. You said, well, if they would just tell him what he's doing so he can improve. Goo, how do you tell somebody you don't have basketball IQ? I don't know how you. How do you?
Well, Big Smoothie, you don't re-up their contract, so that they may have said that
Bingo.
with that. Okay.
Bingo. They have said it. Listen, and I will say I have receipts. I told my nephews when draft day, I said Moses Moody is actually going to become a better player than Kuminga. I said it. It's coming to pass. Yeah, drop, baby, because it's coming to pass because Moses Moody, he works on his game. He has intelligence. If you listen, if Kuminga did have 20 a game, I think it would be an ugly 20. I don't think it would be a helpful 20. I'll be honest with you. He's like I said it before, he's like a talented high school kid. That's how he plays. He runs up and down. This is year 4, dude. Are we going to just prolong this, or are we going to be honest? Wiseman, it took him too long. Kuminga is not Warriors' way. I love him. Great kid. But he is not. It's a lot of talented guys in the NBA that can run fast and jump. Warriors require something more. Because if you say they could salvage Kuminga, then okay. My argument would be, okay, they could have salvaged Wiseman. You're talking about the same thing almost. You're almost talking about the same type of scenario. So anyway, that's my thoughts. You guys have a great one.
Appreciate the call.
I've never heard Stoney. Well, I've heard it. 4-3-2.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one either. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
By the way, here's a guy I was thinking about. I was talking to the boss about this guy a little earlier, and it's Podziemski.
18 field goal attempts.
And I get Podziemski is a player that some fans like him more than others. Let's just put it that way. But there's something about Podziemski that I love. And I don't want to compare him to Jonathan Kuminga, but I just want to say this is what I think of Podziemski. So I think there are a lot of players who come into the league, they get drafted. Podziemski at 19. So he gets a contract, I don't know what it is, $5 million a year, something like that. I think a lot of NBA players get to the NBA and they exhale. I made it. But there are certain players that get drafted into the NBA, like Pajemski, who plays 1 year of college, and then he gets to the NBA and he's making $5 million. And instead of saying, I made it, now he says to himself, they're paying me $5 million. All I have to do is concentrate on basketball. And I think a guy like Pajemski wakes up in the morning, he eats breakfast, he goes to the facility, he lifts, he gets a massage, he takes a whirlpool, he gets 500 shots up, the Warriors practice, he sticks around after the practice, he gets treatment after, then he watches film for an hour, and the next thing you know, it's dinner time, and he eats dinner and gets a good night's sleep. Like, Pajemski can get a little rambunctious, but he's dedicated his life to basketball. You can just tell. Yeah. And not everybody's like that. And Pajemski's going to give himself the best possible chance that he can to be the best player he can, because when he came into the league, he was a professional and said, okay, I'm going to use every resource that this NBA team gives me to try to be the best player I can. And that's not easy to do when you've just gotten paid as a rookie and you're finding your way and the lifestyle changes and now you got money. And I just think he's a guy who wants to play basketball. That has nothing to do with like his game and his strength and weakness. Wow. I just think that if he fails, it's not going to be because he didn't work hard. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I got goosebumps by you. Like, I really believe that's the biggest compliment you could give an athlete. What you just said about Brandon B. Pods is, I mean, man, send it to him. Because, Stoney, that's all you can say. At the end of the day, the athletic stuff is going to work itself out. But you just talked about Rick James to me. Fire and desire. And he's got both of them, right? And I don't want to make this about Jonathan Kuminga versus any other player, but you tell me what you think, Stoney. If Pajemski had the physical gifts that Jonathan Kuminga had, I believe we'd be watching 24, 10, and 6 a night. So I'll just leave that there. Like, what you just said about Pods is everything, and maybe I'm robbing Kuminga of that, Stoney, but you could. There's no reason Pods is a better rebounder than Jonathan Kuminga. There's just not. Now, somebody could say, hey, Goo, they're shooting 63s a game, 70. Rebounding ain't what it used to be. It ain't about, so I don't know if the ball's coming off the rim long, Stoney, so it's different. But I know what I'm watching, and Pods gives you, say what you want about him, he gives you every day. And now he's went and worked on his footwork. Stoney, are you watching him or the defender? It looks like, oh, boy, he's stuck. And he ain't stuck because he ain't done.
Yeah. I feel like he...
what is it?
I feel like he's always ready to get called for a walk, but they don't call it.
It's not a walk.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors beat the Pelicans last night, 124-106. Look, nobody's saying this team's going to the finals. Nobody's even saying this team's a 50-win team yet. But, boy, I mean, what more did you want?
We're having fun. It's new.
What more of a start did you want from this kind of team? I don't know how many games they're going to win.
Could be 4-0.
Could be 4.
Like that Clipper game was
Curry got hurt. Yeah. I mean, Curry gets hurt in the second half.
But they were losing when he was hurt, too.
Yeah.
Tricked it off.
You're not going to go undefeated in the NBA. They're going to be tough losses.
Well, you think we get Wiggins tonight?
Maybe. You know what? Doesn't matter.
We'll see.
We don't know where Wiggins is.
No, his back is flared up.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, if you're out there,
3-1.
Are you more encouraged now than you were at the beginning of the season if you looked at this team and said, I don't see it, Bob? You tell me. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Austin. He's in San Jose.
Our guy.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Enjoying the conversation.
Thanks.
A little bit of I want to throw a little bit of a wrench in all this great talk. I know that everybody's excited, 3-1. I'm on the fence of being a little bit different, though. I don't think this model is sustainable. I don't see show me evidence where you run 12 guys out there every night and you win in the big games and certainly in the playoffs. So all the good teams have a 5. This is the second year in a row where Kerr doesn't seem to have a 5, consistent 5. And I don't know whether that's something we should be praising him for or something we should be scratching our heads about. Hey, why don't we have a consistent 5 yet? I mean, it's great to say that 12 guys are all good and competing, but that's not reality in the NBA, Steiny. You know that.
Well,
I know the media is selling this as being something positive. But
Austin, hold on. I would argue this. They do have a starting 5 when they're healthy. It's Curry, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, and Trace Jackson-Davis. Like, I think that's the one they're going to use if everybody's healthy. And that's why, and that'll be interesting tonight. If Wiggins starts tonight, I'll bet you, well, actually, Kuminga won't start tonight. He won't because the Curry won't be on the floor. But if they got those 4 guys healthy, that's the one he's going to want to go with.
And then Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, let me just comment about him. First of all, I think that the Warriors drafted him. Okay, let's go back to who drafted him. They knew he had to be developed. Here we are 4 years later. Now we got fans questioning, suggesting he doesn't work as hard as Pods. People suggesting that he doesn't come. He thinks he should be doing that he's not doing. I mean, come on, guys. This is part of the coaching challenge. This guy is talented. Why are we sitting here suggesting that anybody on the roster, any of the young guys, are close in terms of talent to this guy? I mean, I think it's a travesty that the Warriors haven't developed this guy. And listen, he's going to be an NBA player. He's going to be above average somewhere else. I don't think he's going to stay here. So I think let's just stop denigrating this kid and saying what he isn't. I think there's a lot more to say positive about JK than what I'm hearing today, guys. That's all I got.
Yeah, I don't.
Austin feels like the team's let him down.
Yeah,
Austin.
I mean, whether you like, I don't necessarily agree. I have not come down Kuminga's road. In fact, when we talk about development, I would say the kid averaged 16 a game last year. At 21, never played college, didn't play organized basketball till later in his life. At 21 years old, he averaged 16 a game. Like, what do you mean he's not being developed? Like, he wasn't going to be Karl Malone in year 4. Yeah. Like, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is failing. I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is like not living up to something that we believed about a guy that we never saw 4 years ago. Like, he's where he's supposed to be. Maybe he won't be with the Warriors
and that's
because they'll go in a different direction. But I mean, I'm looking at the numbers again. 16 a game last year. That's not easy to do in the NBA for anybody. So, it's up to Jonathan Kuminga to fit into this team, and they're playing a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Let's go to Zach. Zach's in New Hampshire. Hey, Zach, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you, Sonny?
Doing well, man.
Nice. So I'll get to it. These games are keeping me up at night, which is great because the East Coast is the worst for sports. But I'm excited. I can't help but think, though, I credit Dunleavy, right? We're shooting more threes. Celtics shot the most threes last year. We need to be doing that. But we're just so short. And Jason Tipp from Victory Sports, whatever, mentioned that Steph is the only superstar without a +2, like a bona fide +2 or +1. And, I mean, JK is amazing. I would watch him wherever he went. But do we need to consider, like, putting him and others for Giannis on the table? Like, Dame and Giannis has not worked out. We could use height. I mean, what do you guys think? Let me know.
Yeah, I mean, look.
They've already tried. That's why I give them respect. Go ahead, Dunleavy. They tried to land a big fish, Donnie.
I mean, the thing with Kuminga is you can't ignore that he didn't get an extension. And you can't say, well, it's not a big deal. He'll just play for – no, it's a big deal. And he's got to handle that, and the team's got to figure out what to do with him. But, I mean, suppose he'd be playing the exact same way. And by the way, he was good in the second half last night. But what if he had gotten 175 over 4? I just think the Warriors, while it may be a little bit uncomfortable for Kuminga, it's much better for the Warriors.
No doubt.
That they handled it the way they handled it. I think. Now, you can disagree with me and say, maybe if you pay the guy, he can settle in and then he gets confidence and he knows he's going to be part of the future. But the other thing I always think of, too, with Kuminga is when we say, well, the Warriors, they need to get Kuminga to – this is his 5th year, right?
And that's why I took offense to Austin's calls, Tiny.
This is his 5th year.
Nobody's anti-JK. You just can't ignore the scoreboard. And now, just for me, the fact that they went in and tried to get Marketing or Paul George, there's no doubt in my mind he would have been a part of that package had they been willing to play ball, those other teams. That's just me. So when Austin calls, who we love, and you say you feel like the Warriors had let him down, that's not consistent with the Austin from San Jose, I know, because now something's setting you off. And something's setting you off because everybody, and it seems rightfully so, are whispering sweet nothings about Podziemski, and he's working hard, and his IQ, and we're waiting for Jonathan Kuminga. I think Jonathan Kuminga has been given every opportunity to take off. And I'm not saying he can't, but Stoney, that 747 jet that I think he is on the court is still on the ground.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't think the Warriors didn't want to pay him?
Watch the game again.
And if we go over that rookie class with everybody that got paid, there's not one of those guys. I believe, Stoney, you would say I'll take Kuminga over those guys that got paid.
I mean, the other thing is that we got to recognize that everybody is in a different situation. I mean, what's the guy, Wagner in Orlando? He gets to be drafted by Orlando and he gets to play. Jonathan Kuminga was drafted by a championship team, and he didn't have a great basketball foundation. So it was tough for him to get out on the court in the first couple years. Last year, he played 26 minutes a night. Is that what he played? 26 minutes a night. Like, that's not nothing. Like, that's a pretty good minute total. And
they still don't know if you can play 3 or if they're comfortable. Oh, that's a big deal.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they're 3-1, ladies and gentlemen, after a win over the New Orleans Pelicans last night. Pelicans in town again tonight. It is a back-to-back, and that's a little bit unusual in the NBA, but the question now becomes, can they steal one tonight? This is Steve Kerr. What was the difference between the first half and the second half last night?
I just think, playing without 2 starters and another guy in Melt, who's one of our first guys off the bench, it's an adjustment. So first quarter, we were just trying to get a feel and obviously struggled to make shots, but I just liked the fact that we kept poised and everybody who came off the bench played well and made a big impact. And that's all we talked about in the first quarter. A couple timeouts. Just it's a long game. We'll get there. But we took care of the ball. 8 turnovers for the whole game, which always is going to give us a chance to win. And then our defense kicked in, and obviously Lindy Waters came in and lit it up and changed the game.
All right, that was Steve Kerr after last night's win. Lindy Waters gives the Warriors a big, big boost, as did Buddy Hield. And it's funny, when we were talking about the Warriors and Steve Kerr saying, we want to shoot threes, I'm thinking Curry, of course, and I'm thinking, I guess they want Kuminga to shoot him, which they say they want Wiggins to shoot him. And I'm like, this guy's really good enough to shoot a lot of threes? Well, let me tell you, I didn't put Buddy Hield and Lindy Waters into the equation because those guys can shoot it. And if they get open shots, they're going to make them. Now, how long it'll last where they play in this role, I don't know. 888-957-9570. What camp are you in, Warrior fans? Are you excited about this team and the way they've gone about their first 4 games? Or are you saying, guys, chill out, man? It's 4 games. They still haven't played a great team. It's not going to work. It's not going to work over the long haul. And not much to see here. I think if you watch this team the last 2 years and you watch the first 4 games, you've got to acknowledge that there does seem to be a different feel about this team. Whether they can keep it up, that remains to be seen.
17 steals last night, damn it.
But I think right now you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the Warriors that they at least know how they want to win games. Download the free app And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional...
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, thank you, Moses. Appreciate that. Nice fourth quarter last night. Oh, shoot, I forgot. I was going to take a picture last night.
Well, somebody took one of you on the bench, you and Stotts.
No, this was...
Looked like the Spider-Man meme because you guys look like twins.
He's 6 years older than me.
Dude, looks good. Got his hair.
I don't care how he looks.
Call it like you see it.
That is great, man.
Oh, I was going to say something. Not about Jennifer Coolidge.
Oh, you took a shot at me yesterday, too. I was driving to the burial and
What'd you hear?
on.
That's true.
Yeah.
I thought he just said I was driving through the burial.
No, to the burial.
From the burial.
Yeah, and you go, I hope you didn't hear it.
What did I say?
Just something about not being at work. I'm good now. I'm like, damn, put me in the coffin. Dude just killing me and I ain't even there. Must feel good.
What?
Just taking shots at people that can't defend themselves.
Well, that is fun.
Not your job.
It's like when, hey, Jerry. By the way, I was walking to the bathroom today, and you guys were talking about Jerry Jones. And before I opened up the door to the bathroom, a thought went through my head, and I don't know why. I was like, I kind of like Jerry Jones.
Well, we all, yeah.
Oh, do we? You don't like him, do you?
No, as a general manager, he should have been fired, but.
Like, you can't tell me it wouldn't be a
you want him at the party. Come on.
Sit in a suite with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, come on now.
Yeah.
Oh, not if you're losing by 40.
He's used to it.
Well, Evan.
He knows how to handle losses.
That's turning into Ronald Reagan, my Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
I'll vote next week. If I take the pig away. Wednesday. I'm excited.
With bacon. Yeah, I got my ballot. I got to fill that out. I got to fill that ballot out.
Yeah.
By the way, this is why I was thinking about the Warriors. If you want to jump into the Warrior conversation, 888-957-9570. Because we got a lot going on with the Warriors.
Monty at 12. Monty Poole.
Thank you. And so I feel like, okay, the Warriors are 3-1. And if they were a movie, all right, okay, what's the plot of this movie? I mean, to me, one of the big plots is they got a lot of contributors. They're going to try to play a lot of guys. That's a big part of this season.
For now.
Number 2, chemistry looks really good. It looks like they're playing freer, lighter. Feels like there's not a cloud over the team. I think that's a big plot.
Yeah.
I think the team's playing pretty good defense. That's a big plot. And I also think that Heald, Waters, Anderson, and Melton have helped in different spots. And that's a big part of it because those are 4 new guys. Jonathan Kuminga, to me, that's a subplot.
Wow.
It's a subplot. It's. I'm not saying it's nothing, but what I'm saying is it's just a subplot. There are bigger storylines as far as I'm concerned for this year. And a lot of them have been positive so far.
Yeah. And we talked about it last year, even though we said it ad nauseum. This is a different team. They got off to a good start. I believe 5-2, Steiny. But at the end of the day, you told me this, and you didn't say for fact, but you insinuated, you know what? This team could take advantage of an opportunity. If some relationships in other cities and other teams go awry, the Warriors could pounce and jump on it and have the necessary resources to make that move to bring in somebody. But what's exciting about through 4 games is I think we're back to strength in numbers. And last night was, Exhibit A. No Wiggins, Melton, who's been pretty good to me, and no Steph Curry, and you're able to come back from 20 points and win by 20. I forget who the caller was early on, but they nailed it when they said last year's team loses that game.
Uh-oh.
What we have?
Oh, boy.
What we got?
It's just the text that came in from the 415, our buddy Jim Mole.
Oh, yeah, our guy.
He said, someone please remind Guru that Election Day's Tuesday, not Wednesday.
I thought next November 6th.
Apparently, maybe you said Wednesday.
Well, I did say Wednesday. I just move on.
Well, that's Jim. That's your buddy Jim.
That is my buddy.
That's your buddy Jim.
Damn it, Jim.
November 5th.
Oh, I thought it was the 6th, so that's why I said Wednesday.
Well, then your vote's likely not to count.
Mine's already, I mailed mine in already.
Yeah, that a baby.
Yep.
That a baby.
No line for the goo.
Look, joke artist. And I'm also not going to ignore some of the things that are going on. This is 7 710 on the Comcast Business text line. It's Kuminga or Wiggins. They don't play well together.
Meaning, right now, who would that's since we're going up voting, it's a landslide right now. If it were Wiggins versus, thank you, Evan, if it were Wiggins versus Kuminga, that's not even close.
Right, but the idea, I think, here is it's Kuminga or Wiggins. They don't play well together. In other words, yeah, they're going to have to make a decision there.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah. They're probably going to make a trade this year.
But
it may involve Kuminga. It may involve Wiggins.
Right.
It may involve Buddy Hield.
But if Jonathan took the bull by the horns and was playing and showing you growth, you would feel like right now, Steiny, I don't know who that would be, or it might be Wiggins. But I just want to tell the Austins of San Jose that, and again, I'm rooting for JK. He's doing nothing to stick out. That's what I'm telling Austin. And that's why they hit pause on that extension. That was a big deal, man.
And this from the 718. The Warriors can win many games, but they don't have a dominant five, which will cost them in the playoffs. That might be true.
Because Zubac was balling, and he was the difference in the game the other night.
That might be true. But first things first, and that is, let's see if this team can be a playoff team.
No doubt about it.
The Golden State Warriors did not make the playoffs last year.
Oh my!
If they make the playoffs this year and then they get exposed,
all right,
okay,
keep it moving and you're fixed.
Then figure out how to get exposed less the next year.
And I don't want any part. I know Steiny's not up to me, but man, if somehow this team just get off to a start to where we don't even got to worry about the damn play-in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Barkley was talking that stuff last night. He was.
What did he do?
You know, Curry out and just saying, and it was only a couple games, hopefully, but just basically saying he thinks the Warriors are going to be part of the play-in conversation again. And that's the beauty of this season. And, you know, what they do is they control that. And I would love for this team to land in top six to where you don't even got to deal with that crap.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you enthusiastic about this Warrior team right now? Knowing full well nobody's crowning them, knowing full well nobody's saying they're going to win a title, and knowing full well that there's 78 more games left. But I'll tell you right now, if this team were 1-3 doing it the way they're doing it, it would not be good.
Yeah,
it really wouldn't. And as long as they keep winning, Goo, nobody's got a gripe.
Well, and that's where I was going. You play devil's advocate better than anybody, Stoney. Who could pick up the phone and say they don't like what they see through 4 games?
Well, I don't think you can say they don't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's like, really. We could say they don't have a 2 or a bona fide. You felt that way before the tip of the ball game 1. But right now through 4, what's the gripe?
Well, the gripe would be that it's early. You can't say they're bad. You can't say that. But yes, a reasonable person could say, settle down, 4 games. Settle down. You haven't played any of the big boys. Settle down. It's still early. Settle down. Injuries happen, and they're going to have to navigate a lot of stuff. All that is true. And everybody who would say that is absolutely right. But you can only go on the first, week and a half of the season. Yeah. And the Warriors are 3-1, and they look like they're having fun.
And they got some scrap to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you tell me how you gauge those first 4 games. No big deal, or I like what I see.
We'll see. Did you see, because you were at the game, you and Evan, when I thought this was going down the street of, oh boy, they're going to lose by 30 or 40 or 25, did you see the Pelicans try to get the ball down low in the second half? They've had success in the first half. Zion was doing whatever he wanted to do. So was our guy Ingram. But, Stoney, there was a resistance the second half, even when Pelican guys had the ball close to the rim or in the paint. They took for granted I can make a pass over here to Stoney, and a Warrior player was there to deflect it, steal, and that's where I was like, See, that's what I didn't see enough of last year. And it wasn't just one somebody I'm pointing out. It was everybody in the white uniform for the Warriors, and that's why you had 15 steals on the night. Like, you get credit for that. They didn't pack it up, but there was resistance. Like, hey, Zion, you had a good game, but you ain't going to have a great game, and that's why you had 7 turnovers. 31 points. Ingram had 30. You tell me those are the numbers going in. No other starter for the Pelicans was in double figures.
I mean, I just look at it like this. I'm at the game last night. It's starting. I look at the rosters. I don't think the Warriors are going to win that game last night.
That's wild.
I didn't think they were going to win that game last night. I certainly didn't see them winning by 20. So, again.
Did you see him coming back, or were you like, it's NBA goo, but I mean, like, this is a wrap?
They had already gotten it back to a workable margin at halftime. So, yeah, I mean, if it goes from 34-14 to 50-19, you're in big trouble. But instead of that, it went from 34-14 to 47-42, and the Warriors found themselves in a game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you feel like this team's different than last year, or do you feel like we're just dressing a window here up, and this team's not as good as their record indicates? They're not going to be able to keep this up. I don't know. Maybe they won't.
We're reacting to the games,
yeah.
And they're 3-1. They've won 3 of the 4.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
All right, just to get all the sound out about this. This is Anthony Slater. He was on. He writes for The Athletic, covers the Golden State Warriors, and he was on with Bonte and Shasky this morning, and he was asked, "Hey, what's the relationship between Curry and Kuminga like?"
Steve's very honest with the media, right? It's what we love about him. But, I don't, like, he has come out and been, like, saying that he thinks he's not a small forward. Like, I'm not sure that Kuminga loves to hear that. But these are just the back and forth of sports. High level, competitive, big money sports. I don't think it's at some, like, irreparable state. But that's just the reality of the situation. In a very complicated rotation, and that's always going to kind of create these moments.
Obviously, that was Steve Kerr, not Steph Curry, that Slater was referring to. Yeah. But, you heard it from Anthony Slater.
It's why we love Kerr. He's honest. I just, here we are the other day, we're the old heads, Steiny. I'm with you, talking about technology. I just, I've worked in corporate in my life, and anytime there's a big assignment or an assignment you're not going to get, you get called in the office. So I can't sit up here in front like I know the inner workings of what goes on with the Warriors. But for Kuminga to say he got the news via text, I'm like, that's just something I think I would want to give to the person, one-on-one, so we could talk if there's a need to.
Yeah, and you might be right on that one. I just don't have a feel for how often Kerr talks face-to-face with guys as opposed to texting guys. I don't know if it was out of the ordinary. I don't know if it was the ordinary. This is Jonathan Kuminga after the game talking about coming off the bench. Why do they say going to the bench? Oh, so Kuminga's going to the bench. Why don't they say
give it to me.
He's coming off the bench? He's not going to the bench.
Yes, because
he's coming off the bench.
No.
That sounds so much more positive.
Well,
it just does.
Well, there you go.
It sounds more positive.
Some said he got benched. So what they were out. But when you're going to the bench, where are you coming from? The start lineup.
Yeah, he's coming off the bench.
Taking the escalator to the bench.
He's coming off the bench, getting 28 minutes.
Yeah.
Here he is.
I mean, it's just a game of basketball. At the end of the day, we always got to stay professional. I mean, that's what we do. Just got to come out here every day and just play. Because that's what we choose to do every day. No matter what circumstance, no matter what's happening, you got to come here and just be a professional and play the game of basketball, play the game that you love, and go home. So it's that simple.
All right. Saying all the right things. They're saying the right thing there.
How about, I'm going to Woody Harrelson in True Detectives, Johnny, one of the greatest seasons, him and McConaughey. I'll say this. It's heavy enough that he's pointing out to anybody that can listen to decipher, Stoney, there was a way he could have been unprofessional about it. He could have been unprofessional and went hood and said all the wrong stuff and started a fire. So you are right. Kudos to for Kuminga, and that's growth. But you get where I'm going. For him to start off is, hey, you got to be professional. That's telling me I really can't tell y'all how I feel.
Well,
because that would be not good for me nor the team. So that's growth in itself.
Well, I wouldn't meet you. I'd meet you halfway, but that's about it. Because he also said, I feel like I still went back in there at 3, and it didn't change anything coming off the bench.
See, now
maybe it was just trying to see something else. I don't know. It wasn't my decision. I got a text. This is how it's going to work. This is how it's going to look. This is how it's going to be. I went with it.
That part is,
And then he said, yeah, I went with it. What else am I going to brag about? And say that this is like a language thing for him, I think. What else am I going to brag about it and say, why am I not starting? No, it's his decision. He's the coach. I guess we're going to follow what he's going to do.
Well, I'm sorry, Stotty. That's growth. Even if, I'll give that to him. I hear you. What are you going to do, Goo? I hear you.
Let's put the rat on the table.
Which is?
Kuminga's not happy.
Has he ever been? Because if we put another rat on the table, last year he went to the media during Christmas.
He didn't.
Well, okay.
He didn't.
But, some stuff had come out or leaked out.
Stuff came out.
So I just asked, Steiny, do you think he's ever been happy? Because he ain't happy when they said that phone didn't ring with that extension money.
The bottom line is I think fans look at it like, wow, Kuminga. He got drafted into a great situation getting to the Warriors. I think Kuminga looks at it like I got drafted in the worst possible position because it's hard to get on the floor for this team because they're so good, at least early in his career.
That's fair.
Or in the first year or two. Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Vallejo. What's up, Brian? How you doing, my man?
V-Town.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I love what I see with the Warriors, to be honest with you. It might not be plenty of superstars, but they step up when they need to. And I actually like seeing Buddy Hield come off the bench. When I used to play and whatnot, you get to see what's going on, pick your shots, and you see what happened to him in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, Buddy Hield's going to keep shooting.
That's what he does.
Like you would never tell Buddy, hey, careful with that shot selection.
And when he gets it going, again, I got to bring this up, Steiny. It's like Clay. It's when Clay's on. It's like he's a splash brother.
You know what? I'm thinking maybe we should come up with a new segment, Steinmetz's apology of the day. Oh, that's right. You weren't here yesterday. I apologized to somebody.
Let me guess. 2 seconds. Yeah. The Guru computer says you apologized. Oh, I already know who it is. Well, I love myself sometimes, Steiny. I didn't listen to the whole show. Why are you looking at it like I got something on my nose?
Just talk.
All right.
Go ahead. You don't know,
No, I do.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're telling me to say it.
Yeah.
CD Lamb.
Why would I apologize to him?
Because you went in on a Monday.
How so?
About when he wasn't getting the target to the balls. You called him a diva, and then he had a good game. So I guess
I think you're getting me mixed up with somebody.
All right, anyway.
CD Lamb's great. I apologize to Sabonis.
Oh, wow. You must have watched the doc.
I will not watch
and they got
that
part
documentary.
2 starting 5 coming out. But anyway, why did you apologize to him?
Because I watched him against Portland.
See, you're that's not enough. I wish you said I watched him for a month.
Well, I've watched him for longer than a month. That's why I don't think he's very good. I still don't think he's very good. But what I realized is that over the course of my broadcasting career, the one thing I've always held firm to is I love big guys who can pass. And you know what? The guy can pass.
And his daddy can.
The guy can pass. Not like his dad, he can't pass.
But whoa. Not he had 28 last night.
Yeah, but
28, 11, and 4.
Do I think he's overrated? Yes. Do I think he's the best player on the team? No. Do I think you can win with him if he's your top 2 guy? No. But
maybe top 3.
I apologize because I think, he's not useless, is what I said.
No doubt about it. And he's getting paid, and he fits in.
That's the problem. He's getting paid way too much for the kind of player he is. But, and so today, I may owe, and I've never come out publicly with this, but I'm going to apologize to Buddy Hield for some things that I thought about him before he got here.
Give us one thing.
I'll tell you the main thing.
He was a ball hog.
Well, that doesn't bother me for guys coming off the bench. Yeah. I thought Buddy Hield was like a little better version of of Nick Young.
Oh, that's.
I thought he kind of, you know how I use this word. It's more of I thought he was kind of a nitwit. I thought he was wasn't serious about the game.
I'm a back off.
Yeah, but
you don't have 500 threes over 5 years.
Well, Nick Young did.
Please.
I mean, Nick Young could shoot.
He could shoot, but he didn't have. He would have been up there like that. Buddy Hield's been in sack. He's been in a few places, Donnie. And what I'm loving about Buddy is he can finish with both hands, and it's not just the 3-ball. It's not just the Jimmy. When he's in traffic, Steiny, he'll send him in, lay it up off glass. He is the. I feel like this is Oklahoma, the Sooners.
He's still Buddy Hield,
but they called him Kobe, and I'm not calling him Kobe at all in college. Your boy is a professional scorer. That's all. And he's going to have bad nights. Sunday was a bad night against the Clips. But he bounces right back. Bam, second half. What do you need?
Okay. This is where, I've been positive. You know there's more of that with me this year.
Yeah.
415. Steiny, don't say Kuminga's not happy. You're starting-ish. Okay. Yeah, no, he's ecstatic. Jonathan Kuminga's ecstatic. You're right.
That's funny.
You're right. He's ecstatic.
Like, what does that do for us to try to start mess? We focus on the game.
Of course he's not happy. He didn't get a contract extension, and now he's not starting. It's fine for guys to be unhappy. It doesn't mean the season's over. I won't apologize to Nick Young, 650.
My God. Steiny, I forgot something.
Oh.
Friday, we didn't talk about this when I was in Monday.
Oh, you were in Monday.
I'm going to do
that's right.
I'm going to issue an apology to Warrior fans.
Okay.
Lowry Marketing stinks. That game against the Warriors, Steiny, thank God they dodged that glacier, that iceberg. My man ain't it.
Well, it would have been a lot.
And tall for nothing.
It would have been a lot better if you would have said that while they were pursuing him. And instead, you were saying they've got to get Markkanen. By the way, hey, Evan, I can do it at the break.
He had Pods guarding him and he's stepping back for threes. Get your big ass on the block.
He's a 3-point shooter. He's not on the block.
And it's funky.
He's a 7-foot guard.
I saw did he get hurt last night?
Yes, he did.
It looks like he only played 17 minutes.
Yeah, Danny is already pulling the plug.
New?
I mean,
what's new? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and the Golden State Warriors are 3-1.
Yeah.
What's the best part that you've seen so far of this early season start for the Golden State Warriors? There's a lot to feel good about. Whether it'll continue or not, we'll see. But for now, I like what I'm seeing. What's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
We go down the tough roads, Donnie. Toyota Tundra.
Head to Safeway this week.
Damn right, I fact check you.
Yeah, Steiny.
Now I'm back on the crackhead diet.
Yeah. Well, you can lose weight that way.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Timmy. Appreciate it. Monty Poole coming up in 10 minutes. NBC Sports Bay Area covers the Golden State Warriors.
The Dubs!
And Warriors 3-1.
3 up, 1 down, baby.
I just said they were 3-1.
But I said it more cooler. 3 up, 1 down, baby.
So if you do that, say more cool or cooler. But more cooler's grammatically incorrect.
That's what I do.
See, you got under my skin there.
Well, I'll tell you what got under my skin, Evan.
When you misinterpret. Oh,
you guys
never
just
mind.
doing drive-bys on me yesterday.
Please
explain. In the car, and
I thought we were very kind.
My brother Evan, that's my dog, right? I'm rooting for him. I got stock in Evan. He goes, Steiny, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna put my Guru cap on.
And then what did he do? Forget what he was gonna say?
Now that hurt too.
That's messed up.
He used nothing burger, but the way I'm driving, like, good God.
Well, you got to cite your sources.
I hate to put on the Guru hat. Whoa, Evan. Norma's like, they like you, huh, son? I said, sometimes, man. Whoa. It was a slip. Yeah. That's all you can do. It's rough out here for Guru, man.
Nah, man. You got it lit,
You vote
man.
next Tuesday. Jim Olay.
Well, I can vote right now. I got my ballot in front of me.
Who you voting for?
Secret ballot.
Yeah.
Why is that?
There's going to be drama.
Why is it such a sticky subject?
You know what? Yeah.
Who you vote for?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to. You have a choice to tell people or not. And either way, it's not a big deal.
It is because people judge you if you say who you vote.
Who cares?
Bosa's in hot water.
Caring about
he's in hot water. It's not about who he's affiliated with. You just keep it to yourself. They say, look, religion, politics, and sex, you don't talk about at work. There's a reason. I get that. It's divisive. I might go viral.
What did he say about Bosa? We got a problem? Is that what you said?
I don't even want to go there. No, I was saying he was in hot water. Or what you deem hot water.
That's not hot water. These guys get criticized all the time.
Yeah. Well,
let's hope that blows over, though.
Well, the locker room is what you think about. Yeah. Hey, that's our guy.
Yeah. Speaking of locker rooms, Jonathan Kuminga. I'm kidding. 510. Here we go. We'll get positive. Best thing. Energy and joy. Looks like they're having a good time out there. A positive regarding Kuminga. Did you see the smile on his face when he stole that ball and passed it to TJD for that was a nice pass to TJD for the dunk.
And I'll steal a line from Bonte. And I didn't believe he meant it when he said it, but he's like, I don't care who starts. I care who ends, who finishes the game. But I feel like the players care. But at the end of the day, Jonathan Kuminga, in a game he didn't start, it equated to the most minutes and most points he had on the young season.
888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about your Warriors, fans? They're 3-1. Joe Lacob was pretty happy last night in the second half. Took a couple looks at him.
You talked to him?
Bunch of clenched fists. No.
Well, you were at the game. It's your guy.
Right, but I don't feel the need
I didn't
to
say did you stalk him
into every person's life that I know of. Yeah,
Joe?
Yeah, if you see him at an event, what up?
I didn't see him. I saw him from the second level. And I'm not used to those seats.
What were you doing in the second level?
I was only there for a short period of time. Trust me.
Steiny, what happened?
Trust me.
He was slumming with me.
Oh,
I kept Evan company for the first half.
And then he said, I'm out.
A little bit.
What's that?
Why did I melt? My two guys at the game taking it in, because I've done that with Evan.
Yeah, we didn't talk a lot. We only said...
You were watching hoop.
Yeah. I like watching a game with Evan because you doesn't talk your ear off the whole game. Steiny, Kuminga, dunk.
I know you're not
Goo. I know, Goo.
Oh, my.
Ha-ha. Yeah. You don't have the ha-ha.
Oh, boy.
Kuminga does not have the ha-ha.
Steiny did say that.
I'm thinking of Clinton Dix. Remember the old cornerback, Clinton Dix?
Oh, yeah. I do.
That's not what you said, ha.
All right, let's go to Murillo.
Oh, man.
He's in Petaluma.
I just retweeted him.
Why?
He said something provocative. Let's see if he Listen, what's up, Murillo?
Twitter, not for me. I'm sorry. I avoid
got the wrong guy,
food, but everything is swell, guys. Everything is swell. Happy early Halloween.
Man.
All right.
Hey, yeah,
happy early Halloween. Hey, Steiny, can we, before I go to my worst, can we risk one name out of the list that you were talking about? Please don't bring Zion Williams here. For every point he scores, he allows 2.5 on the other way. Oh, my God, he's horrible on defense. Did you notice that Buddy Hield scored about 22 when they were involving Zion Williams on the act? So I'm good on him. But here's the thing, guys. I think there's a big audition going on here with this team. Outside of Draymond and Steph, I think I'm on a day-to-day. I'm excited. I think we're going to get another dub today because Herbert Jones probably will be out, and they have nobody that plays defense on that team. But one thing that I'm looking at, it's going to be there's a trade if not a trade to get a big guy, at least a trade to give room for the guys that are flourishing, because I don't think it's a good idea to go into the playoffs with a 12-man rotation either. I think you need a 7.5, 8.5 rotation.
Get to the playoffs first.
Yeah. Morale it's early though.
But I think I'm confident. But I'm confident we're going. I just think that I don't see the 12 men playing. I see a trade coming, but I'm excited where we are. I think the young guys are contributing more than I expected, to be honest. So let's keep going. Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
And real quick, Snotty, it wasn't an error. I have a Twitter follower named Morelli. And
that's different than Murillo.
I thought it was him. And he just tweeted, and I retweeted, the underrated part of yesterday's win is that we don't give enough credit for Draymond or talk about it. He had energy yesterday, and when he gets a tech or ejected, we do a whole show on him. And that's why I retweeted, because Dre was involved. I mean, he was going up against a bear. Zion's a bear. He can play on my team anytime in power
Well, of course, because he's got the ha-ha.
Well, he had 31 of them. Yeah. Well, he was a minus 14, but everybody was.
Oh, that's a great question from the 408.
We'll decide.
I just did. I called it a great question. Would you rather go to a game with someone who cheers and screams all game or someone who doesn't say a word? I know where I'm at. Keep your mouth shut.
Well, I'm with Leonis. Don't say a word.
That depends who's sitting next to me.
Well,
depends who's sitting next to me. You know, sometimes I catch up with one of the big boys. Oh, you know who I saw last night?
Let me guess. Marcus Thompson.
I did, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Well, damn.
Evan, you know this guy. You booked him. Om Youngmasuk was at the game last night from ESPN, right?
He's very nice.
Yeah, he's cool.
Did you say it? Go up to him?
Of course. I did something that I should have done earlier and thanked him for coming on our show periodically.
I like that.
Yeah, he wrote actually a good story about
so good.
Vibes. Was it about the vibes?
Yeah, and like the rotation and
right.
if the depth is sustainable.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Because that is the rat on the table. But if you take Kerr for his word with no trade, barring no trade, Stoney, I think this is a reality of the Young Warriors season. He's going to go 10 or 11. And like you said, guys are already out, the injury bug. So that takes care of itself. But, man, I just cannot believe this is the greatest win in the Young season. And the only reason it is no Curry, no Wiggins, no Melton, and you're down 20 and come back and win by 18? Please.
925, Zion stinks. And Ingram would fit.
Okay. Ingram was in his bag, man. That dude can he's a baby Durant without the killer mentality.
This is where we got to set the record straight. Zion stinks. Ingram would fit better with the Warriors. Okay, so.
Zion's a bad dude.
So who's in New Orleans now? Is it David Griffin? It's some retread. Hey, Golden State, you can have Zion or Ingram. Who do you want? Oh, we'll take Ingram. Okay. You're taking Zion. Ray in Watsonville, how you doing?
No, he looks good.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Dynamite.
Hey, real quick. Waters last night, not only did he have the shot outside, but he also had 8 rebounds. And I think for Moses and for Jonathan, you know, I mean, I'm looking at this year as, you know what, you guys have already been there. What is this, their 4th year or 3rd year? I think it's their 4th year.
For whom?
Yeah. Kuminga and for Moses Moody?
This is our fifth year.
Fifth year. Okay, well that speaks even louder then. Okay, so I'm not worried about them playing. They should get it by now. And I like Moses the way he's playing. He's always hustled. He's always played. And I don't know why he hasn't been able to get on the court. But Kuminga, he's got to. I'm glad they didn't sign him only for the reason that I was hoping that he would show out. But we'll see how mid season see where he's at. But I like when he came off the bench and how he performed and what he was doing. But the other guys that are coming in, I tell you, you know what? It's a night and day from last year, and I'm thinking that we're gonna. All I want to do is get number 6, all right? Maybe a little bit higher than that, but I don't want to play around with that playing game.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, guys, thanks for the talk.
Yeah, appreciate it, Ray. Thank you very much.
Beggars can't be choosers, but I hear him, Stouty. Obviously, Joe Lacob and company want that, but you just think about everything. I know we got Monty coming up at 12 here, but Stouty, you think about Curry's words in Vegas, his words about, a healthy ego. Some stuff was going on, and I just feel like that stuff is finally cleared out of their locker room, and hopefully it equates to more wins.
All right. Now don't just stop there. What's changed?
Guys with egos no longer in the jersey.
No, give me the names.
Clay.
Oh.
One of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's how you become. So Clay was a head case last
year. Please stop. You are such. You work in the courtrooms.
You're not Steph Curry. I get why Steph Curry can say, I like where we're at this year.
You
a little better.
You can suck the positivity out of a room, not being a jerk. Just with the silhouette of your person, people, they're on eggshells. I've worked with people like, boy, you know what I mean? Donnie, it's rough.
Yeah. But I find you can be more of a dark cloud, not only with just the silhouette, but by being vocal.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Monty Poole joining us momentarily here on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Golden State Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. And
if you had to bet, Stotty, do you think any of the 3 that missed the game, Melton, we know Curry not
Wiggins
playing.
is going to play tonight.
You think so?
Yeah. Take it to the bank.
Kuminga come off the bench?
Bank.
That's what I want to take to the bank. Kuminga come off the bench, or he's back in there?
Kuminga will come off the bench tonight because they still have the spacing issues if Steph's not there.
That could be a segment. Take it to the bank, and then you give a pick.
Sure. We could do something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Couple things here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. And Monty, we've been talking about the Warriors for a couple hours today, and there's really 2 schools of thought. There are a lot of people that are excited about what they see, and they think that there's an energy and a vibe about this team that's positive. And then, of course, there's another side that says, we've only played 4 games. Relax, it's a long season. There are going to be challenges ahead. What do you make of the first 4-game start for the Warriors?
I think there's merit to both those 2 schools of thought. You're right. It's only been 4 games, and 3 of those games are against teams that. Well, the first 2 against teams that are not going to be anywhere near the playoffs, Utah and Portland. The Clippers are going to drop. They were, 4 seed last year? They're bound to drop, and I say that because Kawhi Leonard is a question mark on a regular basis these days. And so James Harden can only go so far with that squad. Ty Lue's a great coach, but they lost that game. So they come back and they win a game against the Pelicans, who they're missing a couple of guys. DeJounte Murray's not there. Trey Murphy's not there. So they're down a couple of guys, too. Yeah, and the Warriors are down 2 key guys. But the other side that the other school is that, they should be excited because the vibe is really positive. And a game like last night was a game where, after we've seen a lot of Warriors teams over the years, after 1 quarter, they were down 17. And there are a lot of games we've seen over the years where, that's it. It's over. And instead, these guys came back over the final 3 quarters and laid a serious whipping on the Pelicans. And so it speaks to me, it speaks to their heart, their desire to play. And when Steve Kerr says, hey, I'm going to play everybody. Then you know everybody's engaged, and he actually does it. You see everybody's engaged, and when everybody's engaged, everybody wants minutes. Everybody wants to play. So they know when they go out there, if they don't show well, there's somebody else coming right behind you, and you can take a seat. So you saw that last night, I thought. They were like, okay, no Wiggs, no Steph. Okay, what are we going to do? And they got it done. So you have every reason to be excited about that.
Yeah, no doubt. Always a pleasure, Monty. A new season. Without the totality of the game, can you just walk us through Monty Poole's real time? Because you just said it. When I saw no Wiggins, no Curry, and no Melton, I'm like, Kuminga. But when you got that news he wasn't starting, Monty, how did you – what was your first initial thoughts?
It made sense to me. I know how much spacing matters in today's NBA. And, here's what I thought. And we talked about this on our podcast at Dubs Talk the day before, saying that Moses Moody would be a good call to start because aside from Buddy, Steph, and Wiggs, Moses is the only guy hitting threes.
Wow.
So you kind of need him. At that point through 3 games, Kuminga was 1 of 9. Podziemski was 1 of 14. And so I couldn't imagine Steve Kerr putting a lineup out there with both Podziemski and JK out there. And I figured he had to go with Podziemski at the point. So you go DP at the point, and if you go with him at the point, and you go with JK at the 3, you have JK, Draymond, Trace, and Podziemski. Those 4 guys combined have hit 4 threes all year.
Yeah, damn.
You got no spacing. So what did Steve do? He said, okay, I'm going to put Buddy in for Wiggs, which I was a little surprised by that, but I get it, spacing. And put Moses in for JK. I totally get that. So it didn't look great, kind of clunky, but I got the idea behind it. And then you saw in the second half, he flipped Buddy and Lindy Waters.
Yep.
Lindy Waters started the second half, and Buddy was back into his customary 6-man role, and he lit it up.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the Golden State Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, there's a lot of good vibes around the team, but, we got Kuminga who didn't get the extension, and that's just a fact, and that's something that both sides are going to have to deal with. He's probably going to start if they're healthy. If they're not, maybe not. How do you think this ends up with Kuminga?
I think really this year is like a sort of an audition. You got 3 years with JK, and they still don't know what the ceiling is. There are nights when you say, wow, JK is really good. There are nights you go, oh, regression, And so the key to me is that they need to see him do 2 things. They need to see him get comfortable shooting threes and making them at a decent clip. I don't mean 40%, but 36, 37, somewhere in there. Because if you're going to put Draymond and Trace out there, you can't have 3 guys that are quote unquote non-shooters. You can't do it in today's NBA when most teams have 4. And Boston has 5 shooters. So to me, it leaves him as a man without a position almost because he still doesn't have the skills to be a good 3 yet. He's not big enough and strong enough to be a 4. So where does he go? So you got to handle the ball as a 3, and you got to be able to shoot the 3 and space the floor. So I think, JK, last night he took a couple of threes, and he made at least one win in, I think. So you look at that and you're thinking and that's what he worked on all summer is his 3. That was one of the things he worked on. And then he comes out and he rarely takes it and made one going in the last night's game. So I just think that this year, if JK shoots threes at a decent clip, and again, mid to high 30s, 37% would be great for them, I think. Just enough to make a defense react to him behind the arc and handles the ball decently and makes decent decisions. I think they'll welcome him back. Now, how much will they pay him? Well, that depends. The guys who got max deals out of his draft class are all guys their teams have identified as cornerstones.
Yeah.
They've already said that. Franz Wagner, you're a guy, We're going to keep you around. Kate Cunningham, you're going to be our guy. You're going to keep you around. Evan Mobley, we're going to keep you around. Scotty Barnes, we're going to keep you around. We know you are one of our guys. The Warriors still don't 100% know that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be one of their future All-Stars. They don't know. They think he can be, but they don't know. They're not confident he's going to be. And that's why, they can't give him a max deal. You couldn't. The other guys are all starters and big parts of their team.
Man.
JK has been in and out of the lineup. Last year, there were times when he sat on the bench. So they're still trying to figure out where he can go. And this year is a huge year for him. He wants to get paid. He's got to be really good, and he's got to be able to show those strides in terms of three-point shooting and handling the ball and decision-making.
No doubt, Monty. That's good stuff. I'm rooting for the kid, and we'll all watch it play out. I know you're from Oakland. I don't have to tell you, but there's a saying in the street, put respect on somebody's name. In this instance, I'm going to switch out name for game. And I do wonder, Monty, if the average fan knew just how good of a shooter Buddy Hield is. And obviously Clay left, and when he left, I was thinking 38, 40% from three. But it's early, but it's been a seamless fit for him with this Warrior system. I mean, am I crazy to think this possibly could keep up when you think about 500 threes more than anybody else over the last 5 years? I'm excited for Buddy in this offense.
Yeah, when the Warriors, when Clay left, you couldn't do any better to replace him. And I say replace him loosely, but you couldn't do any better as a guy coming in than Buddy. You're not going to have the guy who's made the most threes over the last 3 years. And so the top three guys in three-point makes over the last 3 years, Buddy, Steph, Clay. And so that was a home run to me in the sense that you're paying Buddy a lot less than you were going to pay than Clay was asking for. And really, if you look at his history, you can say he's earned a lot of that. But Buddy has been a 40% shooter for his career from three. And for most of his career, he has been the number one three-point shooter on his team. Even when he wasn't starting in Philly, he was still a three-point ace. When he was in Indiana, same thing. And so, Buddy, I talked to Buddy when he first got the signed with the Warriors back in the summer, and he talked about the space he expects to see this year playing alongside Steph. And they haven't played together a lot, but they will. And so Buddy becomes now the number two guy on the scouting report. You look at the scouting, okay, Steph is always going to be number one because he's Steph. And Buddy is in the Clay role, and Clay got space because of Steph. Buddy and Clay play a similar game in the sense that they both do a lot of road work on the court. I checked the numbers a couple of months ago, and Buddy is a high mileage guy. When you look at miles per game a guy runs, Buddy's always in the top five almost every year. He's a guy you see. So you watch him now, you rarely see him walking around the court. He's running. And Clay was like that early in his career. So you're seeing that. I think Buddy and Steph combined can shoot easy, get to 500 threes if they stay healthy. Easy.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. What are you hearing on Steph? He's obviously not going to play tonight, and then they don't play again until Saturday, which starts a road trip. But I guess a couple questions is, how's he doing? And then B, because of the way they're going to try to play this year, can they be more conservative with Steph and Wiggins and Draymond if they're nicked up a little bit?
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, Wiggins, we don't know if he'll play tonight. He's a big blow because Wiggins, he's off to a great start, and so you look at Steph and Wiggs out, I think maybe a little bit. I mean, they got one last night. If they can sweep this 2-game set, I mean, that's a huge win for them, especially if Wiggins doesn't play again, So, but when they go on the road, I think the hope for them is that Steph can come back sometime next week. I don't think they're expecting him to play in Houston on Saturday. But once they get past that, they've got the Wizards, they got the Celtics next week. They got some toughies. So I think they're hoping that Steph will be back, with that 10-day frame. And so, now you're looking at sometime early next week or middle of next week, and they're hoping. And from what I'm hearing, they're optimistic that it's possible. But I think once he gets reevaluated tomorrow, Friday rather, we'll have a better idea of just, where he is, whether he's days away. I'd be surprised if he's like, he's going to need 2 more weeks. But I wouldn't be surprised if they say, he needs another week.
Hey, Monty, Stoney and I were just talking about Pods' game and his desire and intensity or whatnot. Not just, you've seen a lot of hoopers. How would you describe his game? And is there anything he's doing? I know it's early on. I mean, I'm looking at improved footwork and the rebounding at his size, but I'm just like, have you seen a guy like him in the past?
You know, and the guy who he reminds me most of is in the Hall of Fame, and that's Manu Ginobili. You know, you watch Pods around the court, and he runs around like Manu did. You know, he's all over the place, and he's in the way, and he's doing unorthodox stuff that helps his team. And Manu Ginobili wasn't a huge scorer, but he could score. He wasn't a huge playmaker, but he made plays. But he was someone, when you were playing against Manu, you knew you were playing against a competitor. You know, he was giving it all. And you see that with Pods. You know, the charge taking gets, you know, a lot of conversation, but it's all a part of him saying, I want to do whatever it takes to win. And that's how Manu was, you know, for those Spurs teams. He was a third guy, and they're built similarly. You know, Manu wasn't a great shooter. Pods should be a better shooter, but we haven't always seen that. But that's the one guy I look at when I see Pods running around on the court like a crazy man. I'm thinking, it's like Manu. You know, I'm not saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but I'm saying that's what it reminds me of in terms of style of play. You know, left-handed stuff, you know, and so it's kind of like that's the guy I think of.
Monty Poole, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it, as always.
Yes, sir. We see you guys later. Take care.
All right, that's Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
I got two things for you real quick, just off of what he said, obviously. But damn, Manu, that's a great comp. I mean, that's a
gutsy comp.
That's a
gutsy comp.
But he said in the Hall of Fame, I go, where's he going? But I'm not mad at that. But I'm trying to go back in my mind when it was announced they got Buddy Hield. Stoney, did you think then it was a perfect fit for what you could get and what's out there to kind of replace Clay? Because now it feels. Go ahead. I'm asking a question.
They had to get shooting in here,
man,
and. Boy. I mean, he can shoot it. There's no doubt he can absolutely shoot it. Listen, I'm sticking up for Monty here.
Okay.
Because who does he remind you of? You know what? He does remind me a little bit of Manu Ginobili. Doesn't mean I'm saying he's making the Hall of Fame.
Oh, right.
It means they're both. What does it mean? They're both left-handed. They're both really tough players.
Man.
We'll see if Podziemski can, you know, be as tough as Ginobili over the course of a 15-year career. You know, Ginobili wasn't a great shooter. Pods isn't a great shooter. But both of them are competitive, and they do have some similarities. If Brandon Podziemski can be 2/3 of Ginobili,
man,
I think you take that.
No doubt about it.
3/4, you take that. But yeah, I absolutely see some similarities in their games. But I'm going to stay away from the part of Podziemski's probably going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's not what Monty was saying.
No doubt. It was a compliment in itself. But I'm watching that game last night, and 18 shots. That tied for the team lead with Buddy Hield, Stoney. But never once did I think Pods had attempted that many field goals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I actually thought a little bit different. But
which is what?
I thought he took a lot of shots. I thought he's not afraid to get shots up.
No doubt. And he told us in the summer they told him to let it fly.
Well, but the thing about it with Podziemski for me is it's not just, you know, okay, he's not afraid to get shots up. Like he can get shots up. But to me, the thing about Podziemski is, and this is what I like about him and it's what I don't like about him, is I do feel sometimes like he feels like he's got to be involved in every single play as either a finisher, a passer, make the defensive play. I think once he plays in the league a longer period of time, he's going to pick his spots a little more. But
I like that.
Small potatoes.
What if I told you I want number 22 to
22
Wiggins?
I'm terrible with numbers.
What if I wanted Wiggins to do more of what Pods needs to maybe scale back? See, that's amazing.
Pods is in his second year, and Wiggins is in his 12th. So,
but you get the ideology behind the statement that if Wiggins had that antidote, it probably would make him a better player.
And he probably wouldn't be on the Warriors because he never would have left Minnesota because he would have had 3 rings by now. All right.
2 MVPs. Oh, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Matt in Oakland.
Matty.
What's up, Matt? How you doing, my man?
Hey, fellas. Long time no speak. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. I realize 4 games a bit early, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far. And I mean, Clay had to go, not so much for Clay, but we have to accept that this dynasty is over and this is a new thing. What excites me is how well Dunleavy has been doing with basically nothing. I mean, Heald, second rounder. Lindy Waters, second rounder. TJD, second rounder. Melton, second rounder. Pajinski, the 17th pick. I mean, that they're getting rotation minutes out of these alleged, whatever you want to call them, Island of Misfit Toys. This makes me think two things. One, I mean, as much as I like Kuminga, he's just not going to be ready. He's not. He doesn't have instincts. I like him, but man, the idea of giving him a ton of money seems nuts. If they can get somebody slightly better and like clean up the rotation a bit, that'd be great. And you know what? I think they'll make the playoffs, and they're not a contention team. And I also think that Curry and Draymond are on the downside, and that is perfectly okay. We're seeing an interesting team with players who like each other, and it's just, I'm enjoying it, loving it. That's what I got.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matt. So far, so good.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing
and it's bigger than the record, too.
Well, the one thing I was thinking about with Mike Dunleavy is, if you remember Mike as a player, I'm not saying every GM has the same philosophy as they had when they were a player, but Mike Dunleavy is being the exact same kind of GM that he was as a player. And he grew up the son of a coach. He went to Duke. He's got very committed values to what he thinks is important in basketball. And it is, you got to know how to play. You got to fit into the team. Chemistry is important. All those kind of things. The one thing Mike Dunleavy was always criticized for was that he wasn't a star. And people wanted him to be a star, but he was never really that kind of player, even though he got drafted at number 3. But what he was a guy who knew how to play the game and fit in. And those are the kind of players that he's brought in. And now it's a matter of waiting for the possible right move that may be in front of him to take a couple players that are on this roster and get a player who maybe singularly becomes their second best player once he's added to the team. But like, this team that he's put together is like the kind of version he was of a player. This is kind of the way he sees the game. It doesn't mean he doesn't want a superstar. It doesn't mean that at all. But I would argue that neither Paul George or Markkanen are superstars. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean he's not going to go try to get Giannis if Giannis is available or a great player. Yeah. But he's got stuff he's committed to before he has an opportunity to get a player upgrade through a trade.
No, it's interesting because now you got me thinking about obviously any team right now in the NBA, if you want to talk or overreact, underreact. It's only 4 games, short sample size, right, Stoney? Mm-hmm. But the bottom line is, when you talk about the team Dunleavy has built and where they're at right now, I'm just asking off the cusp, year 1, the team, quote unquote, when he took over, didn't make the playoffs. And a guy in his position, do you look at that as like a coach taking over a team that, hey, we got a couple years before, like Kyle he inherited a mess. Do you look? I
don't think he inherited a mess.
Even with the Clay situation and, things that he couldn't control, that's where I was double back into, like, yeah, it was a mess, not from the outside, but now I think we're finding out it was a mess inside.
I look at it the way it all came down. He took over a team after they won 44 games one year. And the next year, Mike Dunleavy's, I don't look at it like that.
Okay, that's why.
Because I think there are things outside of their control. They won more games last year. So to me, they won 2 more games than 44. Well, can they win 2 more games than 46? That's, to me, what it's all about. It's just getting better year after year. Eli in Berkeley. What's up, Eli? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Talk to us.
Man, I just want to touch on Jonathan Kuminga. He's one of my favorite young players in the league, and I think that he can be really, really good. But the one thing that we know in sports, speaking from experience, as a coach and a player development, you cannot break players' confidence. And the last couple of years, they've been on the fence with Kuminga. Oh, is Kuminga going to be you know what I'm saying, better than Andrew Wiggins and all of this stuff? But Kuminga is Kuminga. Some players, you have to give them a little bit of time. They drafted him a high draft pick out of the G League. And so I thought that, but the potential is there. You can see it, the size, the athleticism. He's really, really good in transition. He's good on the weak side with lobs and duck ends. He's developed in his handle. He worked really, really hard in this offseason at being more consistent with his jump shot, being more consistent with his handles. And then his playmaking ability, we've seen it last year. He took a huge stride, and that's why he was able to get time in Steve Kerr's system, because he was being better at playmaking, being better at being patient, letting the game come to him. And I thought that sometimes when you, bench people, because they're in a slump or they're not making a high volume of shots, which you expect them to make, you stunt their growth. And the one thing that you have to always show and have confidence in your players. Let them, because everybody's going to go through slumps. Let them go through their slump, and then let them know, encourage them, you know what, I'm still going to come to you. Don't worry about the last two shots. The next one, you're going to knock these down. It's stuff like that builds confidence in players. But you don't want to stunt his growth, because we did that with James Wiseman, the number 2 overall pick. Now look at him. I think he tore his Achilles a couple weeks ago with Indiana Pacers. So it's just sad because we could have really used James Wiseman's skill set as a big, but we tried to turn him into a system player. These guys are basketball players. Allow them to play basketball. I don't think that you should try to put them in a box.
Let me ask you this. Did you like how Kuminga was handled?
Maximizing their talent.
Do you like how Kuminga was handled yesterday? What box would you put that in? Do you feel like that was not a good thing?
To be honest, I'm more impressed on how Kuminga handled the situation, because I stream the game because I'm a big-time Warrior fan, so I have a YouTube channel, so I stream all Warrior games. So I was really unimpressed by the move. I said, why would you start 2 smaller guards when you're going up against Zion and a Brandon Ingram? We need a little bit of size. I know we had Moses Moody in there, but Moses Moody is a little undersized compared to Kuminga. Right. And we didn't have Wiggins. So I said, let me see how this plays out, because I know you're starting Brandon Podziemski because he's a point guard, but Brandon Podziemski's three-point shooting this year has been horrendous, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah. No, no, Pods made some threes last night, but he hadn't made a lot of threes before that.
Yeah, he's 3 of 8 last night. But
I agree with everything he said about a young player stunting their growth, but here's the way I would answer it. Eli said, you don't want to stunt Jonathan Kuminga's growth. You don't want to stunt a young player's growth.
Right.
You also don't want to stunt the growth of the team.
Oh, and that, man, you just nailed it.
If you feel like you're appeasing one guy
no doubt about
over the group. I'm not saying that's what the Warriors are doing.
That's what set you off early when you thought I was conveying that to you.
Yeah, I just think, what?
No,
what's going on with Jonathan to Kuminga? It's small potatoes, as far as I'm concerned.
But it is.
Yeah. Like he's not been great enough to demand that Steve Kerr plays him 30 minutes a night far in 4 years. That's all I'm saying.
And I told you when 49er Frankie would pick me up for high school, my mother would be watering the grass and I'd be primping in the mirror trying to get the hair right. She would tell him, Steiny, leave. And that's what I'm telling Kuminga and his fans. If you don't get your stuff together, this team is not going to wait for you. You're not going to have those chances. And the deeper you get and the more options they can put out there, you got to hurry up and salvage this moment.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, no. Stomach issues again.
Our Kamudi.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Goo, I got to tell you something. I know you weren't here, and the joke's not about you not being here. I'm going to say that right off the bat.
Evan, wow.
I gained an appreciation for you yesterday.
Now, listening for the little bit that I did, I would never have known that.
Just go with it for now, Goo. So the one thing, Goo, that you are, that I admire and respect about you is your timeliness, and that when the bell rings, you come to post, as I would say. Evan's in my ear saying 20 seconds, just a minute ago, because we're coming back in 20 seconds.
Okay, gotcha.
And I wanted to say, what did that matter yesterday? Dude, 3 segments. 3. I started the segment. He didn't come in here.
Different rules.
He was to the chair?
Yep.
Yeah. I had to do a minute by myself, and then he came in.
It wasn't a minute.
38 seconds.
Little Spray Thompson going on. Where were you at?
Well, I'll tell you where. Well, go ahead. Tell him where you were the one time. The guy, another clueless guy.
Oh, yeah. Lucas was asking me a question. Oh, I honestly forget what the question. It wasn't very important. But that was the one where I was legitimately late. But, all right.
Wow.
It's different when you have to start the segment and when you are in the second chair. I will say that.
So he's implemented
What does that
rule,
mean?
Meaning that I don't drive. There's a grace period for the 2-chair. You can kind of come in after the bill.
Oh, really?
To Evan.
Okay.
Did you air him out or did you keep?
I did not till just a minute ago.
I take after the morning show.
I love you guys.
Those guys, they do 3 shows a day.
What you mean?
On the air, off the air, and then in between shows.
The most popular.
Love you, Shasky.
I love man.
By the way, Shasky with a text.
No, I didn't. Just because of you?
Well, he only texts when he hears something that he agrees with, so you probably don't get a lot of texts from him.
What did it read? Because he didn't at me.
Great take on pods.
Great take.
Not Manu Ginobili.
Yeah, because a lot of people say Manu had hops.
About how professional he is. Yeah, that's the other thing. Until
Shasky, I gave him love too, bud.
Well, not like me. Until Pods can catch a bat in midair, no Ginobili.
Boy.
Remember when he did that?
How did you not get rabies?
You know what we're talking about? You ever see that thing of Manu Ginobili?
It was real, Evan.
Google,
yeah.
Google Ginobili and bat.
Well, he didn't catch it, but he swatted it.
He knocked it down.
He's the real.
Unlike a Pods jumper.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's early, though. It's early.
It is kind of strange that it feels like he turns down every shot he should take and takes every shot he shouldn't take.
Oh, man. Stott, if you had to guess his 3-point percentage right now, what would you say?
Pajemski?
Yeah. That's a little high.
Like, I don't even know what he shot last night.
Just Peyton Manning. How about that? 18%. 18%.
Nowhere to go but up.
Yeah. Can't fall from the floor. But he had last night, man. His footwork is Steve Nash like. I'm like, oh, they got him. Fred Astaire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
what time was that? Shasky sent that to you.
Right after I said it.
That's bothering me.
It should.
But they try to kiss
Try to say something that people agree with.
See, I don't placate like that.
Steiny didn't No, I took a car. I parked. I'll tell you, I can't.
You took an Uber?
No,
I heard the bit where Willard and Dibs. I love Dibs. Like, you can walk 2 miles. Don't let Evan talk you out of it.
Yeah, nothing like covering a game in a slather.
Well.
Or lather.
So where'd you park?
I'm not telling you. I got a spot.
I got a free parking spot down there.
Yeah, I don't do that kind of thing. I don't take advantage like that. But I found something that was pretty affordable.
Is this the one parking meter that... Oh.
Yes. Let's just stop after parking meter. All right.
It's dude, like I have to know now because I park at the... Let me be quiet.
This is a short segment, so you made a reference to it last... I told you the story. So I'm walking... Oh, boy. This was embarrassing. So I'm walking down in the second half courtside, and a gentleman who listens to the show comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?"
This is why you're being so nice to Pods.
I said, hey, man, how you doing? I was like, hey, what's going on? I said, hey, Mr. Pajemski, how you doing? And because I'd met Brandon's father last year. And I go, how you doing? And he looked a little, he's like, you know, I got to tell you, I really like your show, you and Guru. I was like, thanks. I said, boy, but I know Brandon got a little upset with me last year.
You said this to him.
He still looks a little like, okay, well, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know, last year in the spring when the Warriors weren't going very well and the Giants had just signed Blake Snell, you know, I said I'd rather go see a Giants game than a Warrior game.
So you're confessing.
I said, you know, Brandon was kind of upset, I heard. And he goes, yeah, I'm Coach Peter Diebenbrock.
Oh, boy.
I coached Jeremy Lin at Powley High School. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. You're not Mr. Pajemski.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, hey, how's Jeremy doing?
Dude.
He said, Jeremy's still in Taiwan. John Sally. Jeremy Lin's still playing. And then I said, well, Peter, let me tell you. I tell people all the time, Jeremy Lin, one of the toughest players I've ever seen play in our league. Guy was tough as nails, Jeremy Lin.
Do you think, and I'm going to give love to the toughest.
So anyway, hey, Coach Diebenbrock, apologize for last night, but thank you for coming up.
He walked away thinking you thought he was Pod's dad, or you still kind of think
you confessed. He did it in a great way. He didn't I would have been like, I'm not Pod's dad.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm Coach.
Did you run into Mr. Pod?
I didn't.
Okay.
Maybe he is mad at me because I said I'd rather see Blake Snell pitch an inning and a third.
No. Toughest guy to ever play in the league, that not no big Maurice Lucas or Shaq guy, Allen Iverson.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Yeah.
It's your opinion.
How did he just have that button ready? Did you hear AI? Practice.
Everybody's got that button ready.
It's probably Draymond.
Draymond was good last. That was my rat.
Draymond was completely nondescript.
He never let the fact that my boy was putting his shoulder in him rerun.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm Zion. I got Zionitis. I could watch him just play, and I know he had the turnovers, but Draymond just kept pushing. He was like, okay, you scored. Let's go.
12 for 17.
Let's go.
It's like when you said Julius Randle stinks, and I'm like, he's 13 for 17 tonight. Remember when you misread that game?
Remember when you fell for the cheese? You bit. It's like a bad cornerback. You bit. Oh, speaking of which, thoughts? No, I mean this, Donnie. Thoughts and prayers to Mooney Ward and his family on losing his daughter. That's tragic.
Yeah, we found out about that yesterday.
No doubt about it. That hurt all of us. So thoughts and prayers to the Ward family.
Yeah. Charvarius Ward's 1-year-old daughter passed yesterday, and he let everybody know on Instagram. Yes, prayers.
Puts it all in perspective.
Can't imagine, quite frankly. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get back into some Warriors. They win 124-106. They're 3-1. They got one more game tonight against the Pelicans before they head out on the road to play the Houston Rockets on a 5-game trip. How are you feeling, Warrior fans? This team's 3-1, and they look like they've got a good vibe going. Do you think it can last, or do you think, cool your jets? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-211-4413. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that Ed McCaffrey or Ross Tucker? I forget.
Ed McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Was it Eddie? Was it Eddie?
Yes.
Eddie Mack?
Yes.
Eddie Mack.
My guy.
You went to we got to go to the game together, man.
Yeah, maybe.
But you ain't got flow like that. You don't know how to.
Yeah, okay.
No, seriously, you don't got swag like that to where it's you and me, Batman.
Yeah, you've never seen me walk. You've never seen me walk into an arena, have you?
Boy, I seen you wear your yellow. Remember you had your coat.
That
what
was
do you
when,
call that? Sweat jacket. Black Mets. Listen, I saw something yesterday, real quick. Halloween. I don't participate. The lights will be off at the Johnson household.
People were all in costume here yesterday. You missed it.
What were you?
Nothing. I don't do
Evan.
that.
Did you dress up?
No.
Okay. This is who I'm gonna give kudos.
Did you see the boss dressed up?
No, nothing. Well, who was he? Pete Rose. Who was he?
Buzz Lightyear.
Who's that?
Now tell him who you thought he was.
Who is Buzz Lightyear?
I thought he was an astronaut. Who did I think he was? I didn't.
You didn't know who Buzz Lightyear was.
He didn't win.
No. You listen. Here's
all right. And who's Buzz Lightyear?
He's from Toy Story. That I did know once it. Yeah, I looked at him. I'm like, who the hell are you?
Right.
And he was like Buzz Lightyear, and I'm like, what? Oh, okay. To infinity and beyond. It's actually not a bad movie.
He didn't win it. But listen.
No, go ahead.
You've made it in this business when guys dress up on Halloween trying to be you. Spadoni was Bonte Hill, and Lubman was Joe Shasky. Did you see that picture yesterday?
I didn't.
So we have not made it yet until we have some people dress up like us.
I don't even know how they would do that. What are you going to wear the same pair of black pants every day?
Spadoni had the Warriors gear and wore the hat like Bonte wears it. And Lubman had the old Montana Niner jacket. Shasky said he wouldn't have worn the hat, but it was great. They should have won. I don't know who won. How much was it?
I think $100, something like that.
I should have came as Obama. This is Barack Obama, your 44th president. Steiny, I heard you went to the game. Hope you had a good time. And I hope you vote Tuesday.
It's just bad enough to be effective. It really is.
Kept going.
Wow, Evan.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Listen, some of us celebrate Halloween, some of us don't. But one of the things that I would stress, if you're in a costume contest like they had here,
I hate I missed it.
You cannot win a costume contest if it's a store-bought costume. We had some wonderful costumes, some of which were store-bought and others which were made by the person.
But
and
that's never been a rule,
it
though.
It must be given to the person who made their own.
You think?
Yes. So congratulations to Danae and Kalia, who deserved to win, and they did make their own costumes.
You were dividing the money between the two, trying to get them to fight. You were like, you don't deserve it all. You just did this.
I try to get everybody to fight.
Well, yeah. Anyway, shout out to Lubman and Spadoni.
Warrior fans, are you like me that care about the team, or are you like Guru that cares about one individual player?
Please stop, man.
Jonathan Kuminga came off the bench last night. A little bit of a slow start, but he did play 15 straight minutes in the first half, and then in the second half he played pretty well. But this is Steve Kerr on the thought process behind not starting Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, without Steph and Wiggs, I didn't want to start Trace, Draymond, and J.K. I wanted a little more spacing, and I knew it would be a J.K. game. I knew he would play a lot because he's played well against this team. The matchups are good for him, and so I told him before the game, "You're going to play a lot. This is just about combinations and getting a little more spacing on the floor to start. So all it is just shuffling the lineup to try to get the right five-man grouping on there. But without Steph and Wiggs, to me, it didn't make sense to start the three bigs without those guards.
What's that song? Every day you're shuffling.
Oh, yeah, Hustling.
Rick
Ross.
Oh, it's Hustling.
Ricky Rose.
Oh, guy from SAC.
He knows Vivek. He's been to the King games, Donnie, but he's from Miami.
Good vibes surrounding the Golden State Warriors. 4 games through.
I'll say this, because you kind of lied on me, but it's not the first time. You said Guru only cares about one individual on the team. But honestly, the rat on the table for me about this season not being consistent is number 30 and what he thinks. And I think what he thinks means a lot from Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr. And right now it's 4 games. Come on, 16 quarters, Steiny. But at the end of the day, push is going to come to shove. And if they got an opportunity to get somebody, and it may cost him Kuminga or Moody or whatnot, there's no doubt in my mind now I have clarity because of where Kuminga's at. I'm not faulting or hating on Kuminga. Steiny, they'll make that move in a Texas second. That's what going after marketing and Paul George as aggressively as they did do.
They weren't aggressive. I'm starting to think they just made it seem like they were. They couldn't have been that.
They want to help.
Mike Dunleavy's not that dumb to bring Lowry Markkanen in here.
Well, Paul George.
Him too.
And Draymond says it was both.
Please.
And I do love Markkanen had a bad game, but my God, I was like, you're the dude? Oh my God. Steiny, he was awful.
This is vintage goo right here. Let me get the exact numbers on your guy who was a must get. What are we going to do without Lowry Markkanen? It was a bad night
for him, but my God.
It's been a bad career for him.
Nah, he can. I see him heat up.
3, 4. This is his 8th season. Ooh. Ask me how many playoff games he's played in. Lowry Markkanen.
Okay, this is
0. Never been to the postseason.
That can't be right.
Why? Because it's a fact.
Why? What was Danny doing giving him the bag? He should have been night-night.
Keep him as an asset.
Yeah. But in the right situation, look.
In the right situation, he could be on a 500 team.
No, if he was playing with Steiny, that's how you look at stuff. Seriously, though. Look, Buddy Hield's already been making buckets, Buddy buckets, what have you. But Steiny, he's fitting in seamless with this Warrior team.
What does he have to do with marketing?
I'm thinking, what if marketing was in a system like the Warriors, playing with guys that are smarter, guys that are champions? Now,
Walker Kessler is a very intelligent player.
You don't have to ask that again.
Yeah, but I'll say this. What did it do for Wiggins? It got him a ring, even though we're wanting that old Wiggins back. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Wiggins helped get the Warriors a ring, too.
Because of what was around him.
No.
You don't think this Warrior culture gave him the...
No. I'm not with you there.
So what happened
Steph
for Wiggins?
Curry's the culture.
I agree with that.
End of story.
And people gravitate to him. They love him. So I'm saying, you don't think a guy like Markkanen or Paul George could be the best version of themselves in this system?
No, you think that like automatically, and I do not think that. Is this the best system possible for Jonathan Kuminga?
No, that's totally different. Yeah.
Okay.
But
was this the best?
I feel like you're not giving Markkanen the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not.
With his,
he's been on 2 teams and he hasn't gotten it done.
But it's not all him.
It's hollow numbers.
No, that's all around the league. But Steiny, to say he's the biggest reason he hasn't played the playoff game, I think that's putting too much on his doorstep.
I'm not. I don't.
Well, then why did Utah re-up, though? Re-up him.
Because they had to. They couldn't lose him. They still think he's an asset.
If you're rebuilding, you could have lost him. I don't know what Utah's doing. Like, I don't know why it's like Dak with the Cowboys.
I'll tell you exactly what Utah's trying to do. They're trying to keep Markkanen, stink again, and then go get Cooper Flagg.
Wow. Okay. And if I'm a Jazz fan, you got to get Flagg. I'm with that. But this ain't the NFL, Steiny. You can suck, but you still got that old lottery thing to see if you get the number 1 pick. NFL has the best tanking system. You stink, you get the number 1 pick. NBA, you got, you could say, you got a 2% chance, but there's a chance if you're the worst record, you ain't getting that 1 pick.
Right, but you know why they did that?
Patrick Ewing, David Stern.
To prevent teams from tanking.
How's that working, you think? I'm not being smart. I'm asking.
Yeah, it's not working any better or worse than the previous system worked or didn't work.
Man, I can't wait for Flagg to ball this year. The best American prospect since Kevin Durant.
Okay.
I'll leave that there.
And how many times have you seen him play? Yeah, here we go.
And he gave him the business at the
Guru's going to say like 50, and I'm going to say, he hasn't even played 50 games at Duke.
Enough, Steiny. I'm excited about him.
Let's go to Philmo, Mike.
Mike!
What's up, Philmo?
Yo,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, we're having an interesting conversation about Kuminga.
We'll see.
And development. And I just want to be clear. I don't want to yell. I just want people to hear me out.
Wow.
Because it's very unfortunate. Kuminga, you got to realize his development individually as a basketball player, it is where it is, correct?
Yep.
He hasn't been playing basketball for that long of a time. In the grand scheme of things, he's a hell of an athlete of a player, right? He's been playing probably what you say 15, 14, 15, 16 years old, and you averaging 17 points a game. It's like, man, it's amazing. That's crazy. On the flip side, when the Giants or when the Warriors drafted him, they were a lottery team, quote unquote, right? But they weren't really a lottery team. So the runway, good or bad, that a Scotty Barnes, a Cunningham, Evan Mobley got
no doubt.
Evan Mobley was probably in the best situation because they actually made the playoffs and he still developed. But Kuminga, it's weird. His conundrum is he's not that developed to get the $140 million, right? But the Warriors really had no opportunity to give him that true runway to develop so that they could see or that he could become that player. So it's really a weird, and the CBA only gave us 3 or 4 years to make up this decision. So it's like we're in a weird conundrum. Is he a bad player? No.
Mm-mm.
Is he a great fit right now in his career? Maybe not so much. But to say that he's not going to be this or he's not going to be that is very, very extremely immature, and it's not fair to the Warriors, Steve Kerr, or Jonathan Kuminga. If you really look at it on that broad scale and not say, oh, well, he's not playing tonight and stuff like that. Look at it on a bigger scale, and we may see something different.
Hey, Mike, if I would say to you, I'll ask you the simplest question in the book, is life fair?
No.
Exactly. And he got drafted
no doubt.
by a really good team. And the other guys got drafted by bad teams. You hit it right on the money. It's not
let me
fair,
give this to Mike too.
But he didn't get drafted by a team that went 20 was a 20 and 60 team.
Mike, great stuff, and I got to leave you with this one too. Just imagine, and I'm not being negative, but just imagine you, Steiny, and I are in Kuminga's shoes, and he knows this. He's watching Atlanta or some of these dump truck teams that run up and down. There's no doubt in my mind he would average 25 points. So he can't say that. But I know he's looking at it like, I got to this team with structure and whatnot, but if you put me on Portland, I would get you 25 and probably 10 a night. That's frustration.
He wouldn't get you 10 rebounds.
No, I just said 7, but go ahead.
If you listen to Kuminga talk, like when he does the interviews, and I don't know it's because, English isn't his first language, but he's very brass. So, like, Kurt, I think somebody asked him last night, like, hey, man, Kurt, he says, you play good when you do this. And he said, hey, I play good versus everybody, and I do the same thing every night. The shots just happen to go in. In a weird way, I think that's a good thing for someone like Kuminga because he can only focus on what he can focus on. And Steiny said something earlier where I think maybe, he has a lot of circumstances. He got to think about his parents trying to get him over to America. He may not fully be focused on basketball where it should be. This allows him to kind of like breathe. You know what? Chips fall where it may. I got to play my butt off to get paid for me and my family, and that could be a good thing in a weird way to me.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. We've been consistent with that.
There's still a fundamental question with Jonathan. You ever hear you ever heard of that famous book or saying, why can't Johnny read?
Never heard of it.
No. Never mind then. Why can't Johnny rebound?
Yeah, no.
Why can't Johnny rebound?
Well, I'm going to put another on the table.
That's all effort. Can
I give him a pass on they're shooting so many threes, Donnie, that the balls come?
That should benefit the most athletic player on the floor.
Well, when he's leaking out, you ain't getting no rebounds,
Thank you. Anyway, I'm not here for the Kuminga slander.
It's an expose about dyslexia.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Yeah, I knew. What's an expose, by the way?
Something between an article and a book.
Looks like I caught Evan by surprise. Kind of like the start of 3 segments yesterday.
What about that? Wow, Evan rules. Hey, you said you had a Maddie. Did I ever tell you the story of Maddie?
I'll tell you at 1:30.
Okay, right. 1:30.
I think I can tell this one on the air. I think.
Oh, boy.
It's just a funny little story. Involves Tiger Woods, actually. No, it does.
Yeah, you're hard on him. I don't like that.
What are you talking about? He's fine,
You
Tiger.
don't know there's certain subjects I get uncomfortable around you talking about.
Tell me all of what they are so I can bring them up as much as possible.
I don't know if you know
what's your
we're at
problem
the
with
cafeteria.
Tiger?
I'll leave if you start. No, I just think you're too hard. Why did he say his name on the voicemail? Player 101. So they know who you are. Why you never say your name?
This is something that I would disagree with. The 925. Kuminga's sulking instead of picking up coaching. I don't think he's sulking.
Not at all.
I don't.
Not at all.
I think he might be, I don't want to say confused, but
he's got to be disappointed, though.
Disappointed.
And what about the Warriors, guy? Do
you think he was sulking?
No.
I think that's too strong.
No, certainly not during the game. He might, sometimes I think he gets down on himself, but that's not because of how he's being used. He just wants to play better.
Real quick to you too, Steiny, and you kind of just something profound I say just went over your head because I was like, man, that sounded good. Don't you think, Evan, in a crazy world, the Warriors wanted to give him that money? They wanted him to. They would have been glad to be like, you are part of our future. So it was
right, but it was never close. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like
that's what's
they were
disappointing.
never gonna pay him $40 or more $million. Why should they have?
No, well, I guess had he shown you that he was,
he didn't.
And that,
like, we got to stop there. Yeah, if he would have shown them, and they believe that's who he was, yeah, but he's not, and they didn't.
Like you talk about real quick here, the Warriors' future or the guy after Steph, and I know nobody wants to. Like it was supposed.
This is the problem.
It was Poole, I thought, and then Poole, he's gone. Then it was always Kuminga, and I think that's why people are hard. I'm not like, you know what I'm saying? We're waiting for him, man. But it looks. Go ahead, Stoney, because it looks like he may not be the guy.
He's not the guy. What in the hell did anybody ever see in Jonathan Kuminga to think he could be a number one? And if you're following in Steph Curry's footsteps, that's a number one. He's not a number one right now. Will he be? I've got my doubts. Does that mean he can't be a good player? No, but the best player on a team has to be multidimensional. He is not multidimensional.
But Stoney, he doesn't have to be the one now, but show glimpses of, you're going to grow into that when it's time.
I don't think you'll ever be able to run your. I shouldn't say this. This is what Phil Mike's saying.
Yeah,
and I kind of agree with him. I have my doubts that you'll ever be able to run an offense through Kuminga.
I hear you. So it's too early to put a jacket on him. But my point is, there's still time for him. Had he shown the necessary signs that he'll grow into that when it's time for him to be the bona fide 1 or 1A or even 2A.
For the life of me, I can't understand how anybody who's followed basketball for a long period of time would have ever thought that an 18-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, who was late to the game, was going to be your superstar at 22. I'll tell you what.
But then what do you think they had in mind when they drafted him? In the perfect world, the Warriors.
To be at a place at 23, 24, 25 when he's ready for that role. But he might not be ready for that role.
Man.
And you know what? They drafted the best available athlete at 7. Yeah. That's all they did. I don't, how can you, here's what I don't understand. How can you draft a guy who is a flat-out project and then assume he will turn into a star? Like, you cannot assume that. If you're going to draft Jonathan Kuminga, you better know that it may take a little while. That you're going to have to invest a lot of time in
at the 2 pick.
Exactly. How the hell do you draft a guy who had 9 points against Southwest Missouri State? Well, he dribbled around the cones well.
That video I saw.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm not like.
Yeah. But they did it for a reason, Stoney.
Did what for a reason?
They drafted Kuminga thinking. Go ahead, Evan. I know you're going to chime in, but
no, I was just saying, don't you have to also prepare for the possibility that you invest a long period of time to reap nothing?
Oh, for a project?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that project will take you 4 or 5 years to figure out that it won't work.
Yes.
But
absolutely.
Do you do that at 7 when you got a pick like that?
Who was at 8?
Well,
who went 8?
I was just about to bring it up, I swear, but
Franz.
still.
Did he?
Oh, boy. And they happily gave him that money. Barnes, who got an orbital fracture, be out 3 weeks. Now they happily gave him that money. Man, just saying, I'm not out on Kuminga. I'm rooting for the kid, but you can't tell me him not being in that lineup yesterday was a good thing. There was a clear message that, you know what, there are scenarios to where if guys are injured, mainly our top 2 guys scores, and they're out, there's a scenario, Stotty, that you won't be in our starting 5. Like,
that's the point. That's where I'm at with Kuminga. It's like he hasn't been consistent enough for him to assume that he's going to start and play 30 minutes on a team where they're looking for guys, they're playing 11 guys. You said something that I completely agree with. If they're going to use 11 or 12-man rotation, that's not great for Kuminga. No, I agree with that. But they're not using an 11-man rotation because of Kuminga. They're just using an 11-man rotation or 12 or whatever it is because Steve Kerr thinks he's got a lot of good players, 1 through 10 or 1 through 12. But
you got me thinking about tonight real quick, Snotty DJ Quick. If somehow they could win this game and it's 4-1, and I know you go on this rodeo.
Order the rings?
No, I'm not saying that. Just stack them.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And last year, they lost a lot of games that they thought they should have won early in the season, and it came back to bite them.
Do you think the Pelicans, and shout out Willie Green, Bishop O'Dowd, Steiny, but do you think the Pelicans look at last night's game like, we gave that one away, we didn't get beat?
They lost by 20.
Yeah, that's why I think the Warriors' defense turned up that intensity.
I don't think you get beat by 20 and say, boy, we should have won that game.
All right. Even being up 20, 17
they
after
played one good quarter.
Yeah, you're right.
They're like the Niners against the Cowboys. Only the Warriors ain't the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Sengun? I don't want to hear about Sengun in Houston.
The Rockets come out and play.
They stink.
Jalen Green is athletic, man.
Yeah. So's Jonathan Kuminga.
No, this is different. This is different. Your boy, come on now.
415. Guru, didn't you listen to what Monty Poole said?
Every word.
Kuminga didn't start because they needed shooters and spacing. Did you even listen to Monty?
But sometimes when you're an intellect, man, a lot of people don't. Stuff just goes over. It's just sad.
What specifically sad?
Jonathan, go work on your shooting and go find out.
That's really something he should have been doing this summer.
No, we don't know if he wasn't. I'm different, man.
You ain't. You're a good different. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Everything.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this
Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors not in a shambles. 3-1.
Yep. They were 5-2 last year, so I got to be careful. But this is
they weren't
different.
this good last year.
Well, we didn't know at the time.
Trust me.
Because they were following up a conference semifinal trip. Lost to the Lakers in 6.
Yeah, blown out of that series.
I just hate that you make stuff
Remember
up.
they lost that last game? It looked like by 40 points. Whatever it was.
I don't think the boss is listening because the big boss is in town. Shout out Susan Larkin. I got to tell you this. I was listening to Norm and Steiny, you got owned yesterday. And
I got on or owned?
O-W-N-E.
I'll be the judge of that.
Unless it was a bit, Norm and I couldn't believe you were defending Anthony Richardson. And when Evan said he's not a running back or a wide receiver or a D, what? It's a quarterback.
Well, I got a big
thing arrayed.
I got a big problem for you then, because you know who else defended him? Your boy, Emmanuel Acho.
How do you defend that? I need to come out.
I didn't necessarily defend it, but defended it.
You were trying
I said
good.
It is not a career-defining moment.
He's not starting this week.
That's because he stinks, not because he got tired.
Wink, wink, Steiny. He quit on his team. You're the quarterback.
Oh, my God. Okay, Evan quit on me 3 times yesterday when he got into the studio 4 minutes late.
No, that's
4
different.
seconds late.
I was like, listen to my man. And Evan goes, Steiny, he doesn't get out every down.
Right.
Yeah. That was a bad look, AR.
That's fine.
What?
That's fine.
I think you're like Gilligan. You're on an island alone.
With Acho.
Okay, what's that mean?
Because he's your hero. Oh, Acho. He's the greatest. I love Acho. Acho knows football. Acho.
I have never, as we look at the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, I never talk about a man or a woman like that.
Anytime Emmanuel Acho's name comes up, you're like, oh, he's so good. Oh, my gosh, he's so good. Oh, he's so good. He's great.
Wow.
Can we get Acho? Hey, can we get Acho on today? Evan, how many times has he asked to get Acho on?
But not like that.
3 times a week.
Please stop. And he's a friend
Acho's
of the
like,
program.
who the hell are these guys out there?
Well, he called this 49er TV, and he says, we're his show.
Call it like you see it.
I need to get Shay Shay on.
Who's that?
Shannon. That's what they call Club Shay Shay?
I want one Shay Shay. That would be Shay Gilgeous-Alexander.
Boy, he's good, man.
You strike me as more of a Shania Twain.
Hey, by the way.
You know what that is, right?
Hey, 650, shut up. Steiny got put in the blender yesterday by Evan.
Oh!
I've seen this on the text line.
I don't have it up.
About Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
And, all right, maybe at some point the Warriors will have to, maybe they have to make a decision to move him. And people say, you get something for Kuminga. That's where I am a little bit skeptical. That you can get a lot for Kuminga.
I still think you can, man.
Okay, name me it. Here's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Let's say the Golden State Warriors sent a message to the league and said, we're going to make Jonathan Kuminga available for some player with comparable salary. You got to give us a $7 million player and just give us a first-round pick, and you can protect it 1 through 5. Which sounds like an incredible deal for the other team, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there'd be a lot of teams that would say we'll do it. The problem that Jonathan Kuminga has is what team out there right now would give him $40 million?
Now that's
going to be an issue when another team maybe wants to trade for him.
He has to know somebody in his camp, and it can be, Steiny, you can have a real conversation amongst loved ones. At some point, he's got to know, or they got to know, hey, Jonathan, we thought it was at 40, but maybe it's 25, it's 27.
But he didn't take that. He turned down 30.
Right.
According to reports.
But to just piggyback on your point of if there's not a lot of buyers at that rate,
right,
then the message has been sent or the reality is kicked in. I thought you were going to ask me, Do you think the Orlando Magic couldn't use a Jonathan Kuminga or take a flyer on him or Orlando?
Well, what are they going to give up for him?
Well, now we're getting into compensation.
Like, you're not going to get Banchero, obviously.
Oh, no, hell no.
But you're probably not going to get a proven sure thing for Jonathan Kuminga right now. I just don't. Wow. You got to find the right. First of all, the other thing is, as far as free agent, like, he's a restricted free agent. There's not a lot of money out there.
Well, all right, I'll give you all that.
Those are just that's just the landscape he's in right now.
Because I heard you ask Evan, and I was all ears, Steiny, yesterday as we were driving. You asked him, what do the 49ers need? What area, if you could make a trade for them, what do they need? Through 4 games, let's just be real. The Warriors have a lot of the same thing. What would you, if you had a magic wand, what would you give this team right now?
The Warriors? Yeah. I'd like to see them play more because I don't know what they need.
And that, man.
I mean, it's easy to say size.
That's right.
But I don't know what they need right now. And I'm not saying they don't need anything, but I think we need to see them play a little bit more before we judge like what they're short on or what they have too much of.
But the 40 somewhere else, Donnie, he's not getting that. I'm just saying there's a team out there, a young team, that may be like, man, we could take a flyer on this young dude, man. But again.
But a flyer to me is when you take a guy without any, like giving back anything. So if it doesn't work out, it's no harm, no foul. I don't like the way I don't like what I'm reading. I love the caller, but I don't like this. Priest, you have some wisdom for me.
Oh, I guessed it. I guess Priest. I didn't even see it. What's up, Priest?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
We all right, man.
I have not been ripping Kuminga today either.
It's a wrap.
What you got, baby?
All you, buddy.
Let me tell you a little story. That real life story.
All right.
There was a player that I saw in college and piqued my interest. Unbelievable. He was just different.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what sport and what,
Okay.
But I want you to listen. Okay. But he ended up getting drafted to a Bay Area team. And I was helping his mother do some stuff to, get him set up. Okay. Moved in and everything. All right. And she was just so concerned about her son because it was hard to get him here. And she was like, I want him to at least last long enough in the league to be here 2 years, just 2 years, because I'm tired. I don't want him to have to go through this again. And I wanted to tell her so bad, ma'am, do you have any idea who your son is? Do you know who your son is?
Wow.
But I didn't say it because that's her son. And she don't know me from Adam.
Oh, I got you.
Right? But I'm looking at her son and I just saw something in him. Anyway.
Yeah.
She left and went back and later on I got to, back and forth with her son. Well, if I would have told you, Matt, when her son was a rookie or second year, that he would be anything close to what he is right now, you'd have told me I was crazy.
Okay.
No way. You know who the mother of that was the son of that woman?
Who's that?
I can't wait.
Curry.
All right.
Steph Curry.
Wow.
Priest.
You would have told me that I was nuts.
Priest.
If I told you he was going to, yeah, go ahead.
Priest. I have never said that. Here's my issue with it's not even an issue. You drafted an 18-year-old kid. He's now 22. He's now 22.
I know.
I'm making no. Like, I think at 26 or 27, he's maybe a hell of a player. But you can't shortcut a basketball foundation, and I still think that too many people think he should be further along when he's still got work to do.
Matt, let me ask you a question. If Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green have been put in the same situation that those lottery picks were put in, do you think they would have succeeded at the rate that they did? Of course not.
Priest, that's why Priest, that's why I said life is not fair. He got drafted to a team that wasn't really a bad team. So he got hosed in that way where I agree with you. Wagner didn't get hosed in that way. Cunningham didn't get hosed in that way. So I agree that it hasn't really been fair. He was a 7th pick, but he went to a team that was really good.
Right. So all I'm saying is this kid has not been given the leash, the runway to grow at the rate that they did.
I agree.
So if he goes to another team, that dynamic changes.
Immediately. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Right. And so we don't know. So when we make proclamations about a player, what he can do, he'll never be man, no one knows, because it takes opportunity with practice. Preparation meets opportunity, and things happen. That's all I'm saying, bro.
And we get it.
No one is saying that Kuminga should be given this and that. We're saying if Steve Kerr leans into Moody, Kuminga, and these young guys, if he would just lean into them, the dynamic would change.
Priest, you're on fire. I got to just leave you with this. Do you understand, though, Priest, why the Warriors didn't give him 180 or 200 at this juncture? We know what you and Stotty just said, and you're right.
Everybody understands that.
Okay, all right, okay.
Guru, no one's tripping on the money.
Okay.
The money is the money. That ain't got nothing to do with Kuminga. The money is the money. All that stuff is ridiculous to me. Kate Cunningham ain't worth no $200 million. There ain't no way. But he got it. So don't talk to me about money.
All right, Priest, got you.
That last part.
I don't want to say I'm the guy, but I've been maintaining all along.
No, you have.
A lot of times over the last 2 or 3 years, you'd be like, the timetable doesn't match up. So, when will he be? And I'm like, be prepared to wait till he's 26 or 27.
Okay, but this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I agree with everything Priest and yourself said, Steiny. But at the end of the day, Priest, it does matter that Detroit thinks Cade Cunningham is worth 200. I'm with you, Priest. He's not. It does matter that Toronto thinks Barnes is worth 200 or whatever he got. That does matter. You got me thinking real quick here, Steiny, and help me. When you say life is not fair, I'm not trying to pit these two players together, and I don't have the power to do so. But do you think Brandon Pajemski's driving around listening to 95.7 The Game and hearing Matt Steinman say, Kuminga's a project. He needs 4 years. When he spent 1 year in college, and I'm just putting myself in Pod's shoes, he hit the ground running as a rookie. Nobody expected diddly squat for him. Do you think he's listening to guys talk basketball and say, a guy as gifted physically as Kuminga, that he needs 4 or 5 years to be able to do this or that? When Pods hit the ground running.
That's because Pods was playing basketball at 8 years old, learning the game, learning how to play the game, learning how to be on a team, learning what he does well, what he needs to work on, all those things.
Right, but my point is,
started playing at 5th.
But my point is, the game doesn't wait life for everyone, for anyone. So I hear what you're saying, Matt, but and I'm telling Priest this if he's listening, it still doesn't change the timeline. And the timeline has come and gone one time where the team said we're not ready to put the finger on it, and that has me believing this can go a few different ways. And you tell me if I'm wrong, to where you're right about the foundation, but Steiny, the clock is still ticking, and right now I just got a feeling if he doesn't fix it quick, Kuminga, or go get the necessary attributes.
You can't fix anything quick in this NBA. It takes work.
Right.
It takes practice.
And I'm bringing up, like, he could be in a different locale when he gets to that spot.
Exactly.
And I don't want that for him.
Then you shouldn't have put yourself in a position where you expected something from a young player who didn't have the foundation of other players in the draft and said, well, why isn't he better at 22? well, he didn't play basketball when he was 11.
Wow.
And 12, he didn't. And if you don't, so he never got to, like, at 11 years old, like, if at 11 years old, Jonathan Kuminga started playing basketball and he just happened to play for a great coach, he'd be further along right now. But he didn't play at 11.
Right. But, Steiny, I got to tell you this. I hear everything you're saying, and I agree with it. But if Jonathan Kuminga, I believe, were in this studio, and this is his truth, I believe he would tell you, yeah, you're right about my foundation, and I started late, but damn it, I still can do more than I'm being allowed to do.
What can you do? Can you rebound? And, like, this is the thing about Kuminga. Like, I like him, but when you constantly hear from some people that he's more than I think he is, then it's like, well, wait a minute. We're not talking about a superstar here. We're talking about a guy who's got a big upside, who's still got a lot of work to do. And yes, if you draft somebody at 18 and you know he's a project, then yes, you risk giving up on him when he's still 23 years old, when in basketball years, for another player, that may be a 27 or 28-year-old.
Well, I'll say this now because you got me thinking about it, and I got the Warrior logo on my chest right now, Stoney. At some point, if this thing doesn't pan out and Kuminga's not the next or part of the next, then they're going to, and I know Myers is gone, but those 2 draft picks of Wiseman and Kuminga are going to be something that we can say kept you at bay or had you not
depends on what they get for Kuminga.
If it comes to that and he doesn't blossom, but I'm just like, those are 2 projects with 2 high-ass picks.
Right. Why did they draft 2 projects? The answer's easy. The answer's simple. They drafted 2 projects because when they were drafted, they thought they still had, and they did in 22, a championship team. So they figured, if we draft 2 projects, they don't have to come in here and play right away and put that pressure on him. But maybe when they come up for their second contract and Steph's 36, we've got some players here. The problem is it's hard to develop those kind of guys if they're on a really good team and have trouble getting playing time because you're ostensibly a championship team.
So in a crazy world, it sounds like you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Stoney, the worst thing that happened to the Warriors was they needed Kuminga to contribute sooner than he was ready. In a perfect world, you wouldn't kind of like they needed him 2 years ago against the Lakers.
But here's where I'm different. He is developing. He averaged 16 points a game last year at 21 years old.
But when the report card was ready to come out, they weren't ready to give him 180 or 200.
No, but they were ready to give him 30.
Yeah. Wow.
So we
No, I hear you.
I like Kuminga.
And so do I.
I just don't think, well, this guy's automatically destined for stardom. I don't know. And by the way, the one thing I did want to say is, because I know what Priest was referring to, me saying, and I changed the way I said it. I said, you're never going to run your, and then I said, well, hold on. I said, I'm not sure that you'll ever be able to run an offense through him. Not that that's the be-all and end-all either, but if you're talking about a guy as a number 1, then you got to think about that down the line.
Yeah, because you answered Priest sounded like your conversation with former Mike or ours, Stoney, but it's interesting, and at the end of the day, this team is not going to reach its goal or do something in the playoffs with Kuminga on the roster not getting better. It's a mandate, Stoney. I feel like this dude, if you put him in, and it doesn't matter right now, but if you put him in some dump truck city in Portland,
that doesn't mean he's going to be better. It just means he's going to play more.
But what the numbers? More. Okay, there we go.
Who cares about the numbers?
Right. But that's how. Let's be honest, Stoney. The rat on the table is in this era of sports right now. That's what gets you paid.
You're not okay.
Like Cade Cunningham, to Priest's point, don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, he's not worth it, But they believe he is.
I don't.
Toronto believes Barnes is worth it.
I don't know that Cunningham's
and
worth it or not worth it.
Yeah, but it's not about that. Does your employer feel like you're worth it? That they signed the check, and the Warriors said we need to see more. Or you got me doubling back to maybe Kuminga should have took 30. Because what are we so sure that's out there?
I'm not saying the Warriors shouldn't have offered him 30. Should have offered him. I don't.
They valued him, man.
What?
They valued Kuminga.
Who?
The Warriors. When they offered him 30, allegedly. But if you're sitting somewhere thinking I'm a $40 million dude, then I'm just right now, Stoddy, at this juncture on this beautiful Wednesday, I feel like you're reading a roadmap wrong.
Who?
Kuminga in his company. If you may not get 30 again. We saw it with Clay.
He may get 50.
All right. Well, then he's balling, right?
It's still all on the table for Kuminga.
Just the other quick update before the break here, guys, in the crossover, of course. Andrew Wiggins listed as questionable tonight. Curry and Milton remain out. So game time decision, it seems like, for Wiggins.
And this is where I like.
Thanks.
The idea of that Kuminga's not developing, I reject that also.
I hope I'm not saying that he's not.
I completely reject that.
I'm just saying at what rate is he developing?
There's an opposite to everything. I understand the argument, well, Kuminga hasn't developed like he should have. Kerr's not giving him a chance. He should be playing more. Fine.
A lot of people feel that way.
There's another side to that, and that is when you give somebody the keys when they don't deserve it.
Right.
And then what happens? Then he's just a player making a lot of money who knows what he is.
You feel like the Niners did that with Ayuk.
Ayuk's much more proven to me than Jonathan Kuminga. All right. Oh, we got crossover coming up, and the boys are at
remote chase
at
again.
Thrive City. What? Yeah, Willard and Dibbs at Thrive City. Yeah. Oh, yes, they are. I went and said hello to them yesterday.
How'd that go? Did Willard had a football? They were talking about throwing the ball around. I was like, damn.
Yeah, they had a mini football. Like one of those little styrofoam ones. Like that
I thought it was the real one. Did you catch anything?
I wasn't playing with them. I was working.
You weren't working.
What are you talking about?
Working doing what? You went to the game.
Gaining knowledge of the team.
But you stopped by to say hello.
Yeah, hi, bye. For example,
I would have tossed you the ball.
Like here's one. This is why I'm working. I see Terry Stotts. I know we're at 42. They can wait. I see Terry Stotts. I haven't seen him. don't give me the wave right now. I see Terry Stotts. I haven't seen him in 20 years. We catch up, and I said, Terry, a lot of people I'm hearing that, you're that a lot of stuff that you ran in Portland. And he goes, okay. I brought 2 flare plays here. He goes, yeah, we ran flare. We ran flare with the guards, McCollum and Damian. And he's like, yeah, okay, I brought 2 plays in here. All right, crossover next. It's all brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes.
Look at them. Look at my guys.
It's called timing.
They got the puff coats, too. Look at Willie.
I can't see him.
Come on.
Look at their coats. I saw them yesterday. I said they clean.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Where are you? Come on, go.
We got the lights on in here, Willard. You can't.
Oh, I see him.
We got it all right.
You got to come see us, man. You got to come see us. It was great yesterday to see Steiny carry his bag on his shoulder in a different environment.
Yeah.
Not just in the studio, but to do it here at Thrive City. It had just a
I got to say
feel.
this. You guys painted the greatest picture of where you're at, and I've been checking. But, Will, I'm leaving the funeral, and I got you guys on dibs here. I said, those are the guys I work with. But when you mentioned Willard, I got a football to toss around.
Yeah.
I wanted to crash the caddy, throw it to me. I'm ready. So that's awesome.
I was just kind of like holding it in that quarterback stance, and I felt almost like Brock Purdy because a lot of the times no one was open. But yeah, man, Grandy caught some balls, and Dibbs caught a ball, and Tim Jordan caught some balls, and some listeners caught some balls. Steiny did not catch any. Steiny did not run any routes.
I did not run any routes.
Yeah, he was like the Eric Saubert of the broadcast, where he just blocked. Just do your job, do a little bit of blocking, and that's it.
I thought it was more like just, I like to sit in zone. I just like to go kind of meander 12 yards and sit in the zone and just wait.
Yeah.
Well, I got to say
you
this.
did meander. You did a nice job of meandering. You did your work, and then you got in there and you did your journalism thing. I was happy for you.
He told me he was working, Dibs, but I'm listening to you guys yesterday, and you guys go over who's not in for the Warriors, and all three of you collectively were like, you know what? This is the Kuminga game. If you can, just share with us your thoughts when we find out he wasn't in the starting lineup, which is not bigger than the win, but I've been fighting for my life for 4 hours. I just thought that was odd, too.
Well, Dibbs nailed it right on the spot. When the whole thing broke, he sort of said why. So you should say it, because what you said is exactly what Steve Kerr said after the game.
Yeah, not enough shooters. If you have TJD and Draymond and Kuminga, you have no shooting, and you don't have Steph to back you up on that. So you're going to bring him off the bench. And I do like, honestly, going forward, Jonathan Kuminga off the bench, I like that a lot more where, just come in with 6 minutes left, and now you can go ahead and do your thing. Steph will play 9 or 10 minutes of the first quarter. JK can come in and hit the ground running.
Do you think he would like that, Dibbs, right on the table? Do you think, deep down, he would like that?
Probably not, but I'm going to quote Rick Barry and say I could not care less, honestly. He's in a contract year, and he honestly should be looking to get what he gets. And if he can do better off the bench, then you need to communicate that to him. And, communicate that to him and let him come off the bench.
Yeah. He had his best game of the year, and I know this is small sample, but to me, there's three aspects going on here. Can he be disappointed by not starting? Yes, you can be disappointed. Number two, do you still be a pro and go out there and play well? Check. He did that.
Yes, he did.
Number three, do you express to the media that you're annoyed? Yes, he did, and that's the mistake.
Yeah.
Man.
That's what he should not have done. And all he's got to do is look around him. First of all, we're less than a week away from Steph Curry saying this is a beautiful locker room and there's no room for your negative ego. There's none. And then look at the other teammates. Look at Brandon Pajemski. Look at Buddy Hield. They will publicly say, Steph Curry is Steph Curry, and what he says I do, and I don't question it, and that's that. That's it. And Jonathan, for whatever reason, he looked good last night, but he doesn't seem to trust the organization. And that's what I find troubling.
Good call.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that's a great call by Dibbs, because I went from point A to B, but I didn't go from A to B to C, and I just figured, you don't have Curry and you don't have Wiggins. Kuminga's. I just didn't even think that he wouldn't start. But when Kerr explained it, I understand it, but it still doesn't. It doesn't bury the rat on the table. That wait, are you telling me that Kuminga's starting job depends on whether Curry plays or not? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but also maybe not. And I honestly think that perhaps he is better coming off the bench anyway. So when Steph is back and Wiggins is back and you've got Draymond, I like TJD in there to start the game, and maybe you put in Podziemski, Podziemski, somebody who's a little bit more, I think, befitting a better role player. And then I think that Kuminga does best when it's his time to shine. And when he's out there with Steph, it's not his time to shine. It's Steph's, and Draymond's going to do Draymond things. And so for me, Kuminga's a little bit more in the Jordan Poole mode of, all right, here, Jordan, go get the ball, go crazy, go score. I think Kuminga thrives more in that environment.
Well, and someone should tell him right now, and again, I know we're doing these small sample things, but if he wants a max or a big extension or whatever, his points per game are going to be way more important than which minutes he plays and if they happen to come starting the first quarter. Look at his output. How can you not see that in the first 3 games, he got totally swallowed up and lost? And then, yes, I know that Steph Curry is no longer on the floor, and that leaves more points open. But last night was clearly his best game. And how can you not think that part of that is the lineups he ended up playing in? And the Warriors have already proven, like, you don't need to be a starter to get paid. They just gave a 3-year contract to someone that they won't even play at all.
Right.
So, I don't know, man. If I'm an agent or a voice in the head of Jonathan Kuminga, I'm sitting him down today and telling him that message and that message alone.
No doubt, Will.
This organization and Steph Curry and Draymond Green have your best interests in mind, too. Trust them. They've achieved a few things. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and I told Steiny, I feel like, playing 12 or 11 guys, that was a message sent to Kuminga, like, you better be careful in this sense. The bus might leave. And the bus might leave without you on it because his team is so deep and they've given you the opportunity, so seize the moment. But I got to say this, going back to my my preseason debut I made at the Sacramento King game. If I had $1 for every time somebody said Lindy Waters III could shoot and would be a part of the season, I'm like, wake me up, miss me, when the real... If this was NASDAQ and I'm asking you to buy stock, what do you make of the kid? Because I know it was one night dibs and Will, but I told Steiny he looked like he might have the goods.
He might, but you should have bought the stock yesterday at about 5 o'clock because now that stock has gone up, maybe up and away. And my partner here is going to advocate today for him getting into the rotation, which is already too crowded. You got 12 guys for 10 spots, and so now... you got 13 guys for 10 spots? But I'll tell you, the way he looked, he did not look like a nervous Nelly. He didn't look like a player who was a G Leaguer. He looked real. He looked ready. He looked authentic. And so maybe now Steve Kerr's got to figure out how to get 13 guys into 10 spots.
Well, I mean, y'all saw that it took Steve Kerr, and I won't even say 1/2 because Lindy didn't really come in until the second quarter. It took him 1 quarter to realize he's going to let him play the entire third quarter. And he swapped out Buddy Hield for Lindy Waters for the entire third quarter. And I thought the reason I will say that even after 1 game, I would advocate a rotation spot for this guy is not because I'm box score diving. It's because I was at this game with eyes on him the whole time. He is smart.
That's a little awkward.
I hear you, Will. I've been accused of worse. So this guy was smart. He was under control. He was a floor general. His defense, I thought, was really good. Like they won this game in the third quarter with their defensive energy and effort. And so he's somebody who just gets it. And if you guys all heard Anthony Slater on earlier with the roast talking about Waters, and that you remember Slater used to be covering Oklahoma City, and he's like, I got Thunder people. They have been screaming and yelling that this dude can really play. So Warriors found something. I'm already a believer. And yes, it's too crowded, but so what? You got to figure a way to get this guy in there.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is more of a smaller picture. To me, like I feel like the bigger picture will take care of itself. That if Lindy Waters is a player, he's going to be a player, and he's going to help him. The way I look at it, just in a small sample size, and it's this way. Okay, so Lindy Waters is your 13th man, or was at the start of the season, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, he just helped you win a game. So your 13th man just helped you win a game.
On night 4.
Exactly.
On night 4 already.
It's like, and let's say Buddy Hield's the 8th man, and Anderson's the 10th man. Well, they've helped you win a couple games already. Yeah. And are they going to do it every night? No. But if they do it 8 times a year, 12 times a year,
strength in numbers.
That's big.
6'6", 210. Dibbs played the passing lanes, pulling up in transition. He's athletic. Hold
on. Let me do something, Dibbs. Dibbs, real quick.
Yeah.
And Guru, we didn't even talk about, you know what else he did?
What?
He punched it.
On the break, we got the
he
smashed on him.
Yeah. Do they still say punch, Dibbs? I don't know.
Guru, I'm in my mid-50s now. To me, it's I remember the days when the dunk was outlawed, and darn it, those were the good old days, Steiny.
My goodness, man. Steiny. He's feeling
all that showmanship.
This is where I have to go.
Showboating, I don't believe in it, Steiny.
And I have to say, of course, this is Dibbs referencing the former Lou Alcindor.
Thank you.
When he got to UCLA, they changed the rules. Back in 1960.
I got to give Willard some good news, though.
Oh, go ahead.
Again, listening to you guys yesterday, Willard, I know you said you are not ashamed being a Giant fan, rooting for the Dodgers' demise, but could this be greater than anything you could have written? The fact that they got out to 3-0, and this is why I love baseball, it's 3-1. Yankees win tonight. The pressure starts to shift.
Oh, yeah. Just like the pressure, just like 2 years ago against the Lakers.
Willie, I'm thinking happened.
Well, listen, I'm not going to tell you that one game is a streak, because if I did, I'd lose the bit on Fade the Dibbers whenever he says he's hot when he wins one time. So I'm not. I get where you're coming from, which is that there would be nothing sweeter than to watch the Dodgers become the first team ever to blow a 3-0 lead, but I ain't excited yet, and I'll only be mildly excited if they lose again tonight.
Wow,
there is still a very, very long way to go in the Yankee journey. But I will tell you guys something that did catch my attention last night.
Yeah, the 10th man.
Even the biggest Dodger hater out there. Dude, get your hands off of Mookie Betts.
What are you doing, man?
And I am beyond offended at two things. A, the media who has spent the day propping this dude up, and it turns out he's Rob Gronkowski's friend, and he's a crazy guy who's really fun to have a drink with him. And then here come the Yankees with, well, he's banned tonight, and we're going to refund his money. There should be no refund, and your ban should be a little bit longer, called forever. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Like this idea that permeates on the East Coast where it's like we care so much about our teams. No, you're felonious, you're awful, you've lost your mind if you think that it's normal to get involved in a game that way and care that much. You need therapy, not tickets. Therapy, not tickets. Please, West Best. You guys on the East Coast that think that it makes that you're a better fan, no, you're a moron. Get your hands off of the players. That was ridiculous.
And they're propping the dude up on the East Coast? I didn't even know that part of it. Oh, man.
Yeah, there's Jesse Rogers did a story on him for ESPN.
Wow.
And he's like, he's a gem. He's really fun to hang out with. Are you kidding me right now? Unbelievable.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yes, Dibbs.
Oh, I believe in athlete assault being legal. For example, Jermaine O'Neal. You remember the Malice in the Palace?
Never forget it, man.
Everything breaks out, and it's all crazy, and that idiot comes on the floor, and he tries to come at Jermaine O'Neal, and he slippity slides, and Jermaine just goes pop. Hit him with the one piece, and that bald-headed fat guy went straight down. I believe that last night, Mookie Betts should be allowed to, when the fan grabs his arm once, twice, pulls on it, Mookie should be allowed to climb up there and give that fan about a seven-piece McMookie, and that's the end of it. And he could pick his sauce, whatever he wants, but fans are out of control, and this is why we as fans can't have nice things. And Steiny, you remember the old expression about basketball players being called cagers.
Yes.
And it's because they literally had to play in cages with chicken wire because fans would shower the players with garbage and bottles and the rest of it. This is why we in America cannot have nice things.
Yeah, it reminds me of the time that Kramer hired an intern, and then the dean of the school said, "Why does he need chicken wire?" Anyway, a couple things. Two things. One is, Goo. Well, not Goo. I come in yesterday, and everybody's saying, the series is over. Oh, series is over. Series is over. Oh, no, one game. Oh, no, we got a series. Oh, don't let them go. The Dodgers are playing chess. They want to clinch at home. We know that.
That's dangerous in baseball.
No, I know.
I don't know about that last sentence, but you're right about the rest of it. I do not think the Yankees have a comeback mounted because they won a baseball game. They're still totally
they got the opportunity to win another one tonight with Cole.
Yeah,
A day off, then that shoulder starts flaring up from Ohtani. I'm just saying, you want to handle this now.
They've got Dodgers. My attention. If they win tonight, one eyebrow starts to go up a little bit, but not until then.
All right, here's my question. My question is, Willard, would you have rather seen the Giants slide into the wild card late in the year and get beat right away, or the Dodgers blow a 3-0 lead in the World Series?
Ooh.
Boy, that's a great question.
Notice I didn't say the Giants go on a run.
Yeah, no, I still think I would take the Giants because making the playoffs is great, and it would also mean that they played good ball and have something interesting percolating, which right now they don't.
Yeah, I don't really believe you. I love you, but for me,
for real.
That would mean that Farhan gets to stick around.
That's true.
And that would mean a repeat of and the rest of the nonsense.
Yeah.
And to watch the Dodgers go full-on collapse mode is something that you would cherish in your little schadenfreude heart for the eternity of your sports fandom.
I didn't say I would hate the other idea also.
Right.
They both sound quite delightful.
Yes, but this, I do believe, deep down in your heart of hearts, your hatred of the Dodgers is stronger than your love of a plucky little wild card burst.
I would say, they call October. Some people believe it's the best month of the year in sports, and I know this will bleed into November, but if we would get the Warriors starting their season off 3-1 and being back, and the Niners beating the Cowboys and the Dodgers blowing a 3-0 lead in the World Series all in a week and a half, pretty freaking good week and a half is what I would say.
I'll tell you what's also looking good. That All-Star 2025 banner sitting behind you on my bucket list. Please don't make fun of me. It's on my bucket list. Is courtside for a slam dunk tournament, and there's an opportunity this year. What if we all went as a unit and got those seats?
Yeah. Would you bring a little piece of paper with a number on it so you could hold it up?
Because it's out of control, the scores.
And considering it is on your bucket list, I'm not wondering if, but how many times you've already called Bob Myers to see if he can hook you up.
Now, Dibs, that hurts. And I got to tell you something, too, because you challenged your inner guru yesterday.
It hurts, but the answer's 3.
Come on.
I do the mess-ups, not you. I'm driving in the caddy with Norm. You bring up the slam dunk 2000.
Yes, I blew it.
And you say Jay Rich. And Sonny goes, Vince Carter. And I'm in the car like,
yes.
Yeah, Dibs.
There you go.
Elbow in the rim. I blew it, Goo. I admit it. And don't divert from the real question, which is how many of these angles, these back channel angles, are you already working? Because we're down to like only 3.5 months till the big day.
I hate that you think I do that. I don't. I haven't made any calls, but. Hey, Willard, if something were to happen, I'm available that Saturday night.
Let me just ask you this. You sat courtside at Chase Center, and I'm wondering whose seats did you sit in when you sat courtside?
They were Bob Myers seats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to rest.
And
does Bob still have seats? That's the question.
Well, we talked the other day. He called me. We were talking about
he
pickup.
Called him. Okay.
Yeah. No, he called me.
No, ring. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he rung you.
Oh my gosh, Willard. He actually called me. We were chopping it up about
I believe
pickup
you,
hoops. But when I sat in those seats, they're right on the table, Dibs, I got hit with the pass and then had to pass it back to Curry. And I said, do I chest pass or bounce pass?
And he hit him in the foot.
With the bounce pass. One of the greatest moments ever.
It hit him in the shoe.
He hit him in the ankle, if I'm not mistaken.
You know what, though? In all seriousness,
I was nervous.
In all seriousness, Goo, the idea of a bucket list to go be in the first row to watch a slam dunk contest.
You like that?
Yeah, no, it's worth it because that's where I saw Vince Carter win in 2000, courtside. It really is worth it.
Yeah, you guys are the best.
Yeah,
that's a flex. That's a flex.
I remember seeing you, Steiny, because when he put his arm through the rim, you were the only guy who held up a 4.
Well, I thought we were going on the Dibley scale, not the regular scale. Oh, man.
That's pretty good, man.
So it's a little nippy out there today. Yesterday was really nice. It was a little cooler, huh?
No, it's funny you say that because I saw you across the courtyard here at Thrive City, and you were over at Gott's, and you were doing your pregame work, and I could see you, and you were in the sun. And I'm thinking, that lucky SOB, because we are on, it's like the reverse Levi's. We're on the shady side of the plaza, and let me just tell you, the sun has no interest in shining on us. So, yeah, beanie, jacket, sweatshirt.
How's Tim Jordan holding up, Diaz? How's he holding up in this climate?
Dude, he's a gamer. He could do this whole thing in a diaper if he wanted to.
I listen to your show. I listen to your show. Tim Jordan is tougher than Jeremy Lin.
There you
go. However, his leg is already doing that bounce, which signifies that I'm cold and I'm trying to keep moving.
I know that
and
one.
The show hasn't even started yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
So, Dibs, in other words, I gots the sun.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Okay.
That's a 2.
No,
it might be a 1.5.
You don't even get it.
That's why it's a 1.5.
I get it. I'm looking at Gots right now. I got your joke, and it wasn't that funny.
What's really funny is, Goo, this man, your partner, I can see him, he's walking back and forth with his bag on his shoulder, and I'm thinking, dude, it's not 212.
Dude, what
the
are
hell
you
is this guy doing?
Relax.
Dude, put your bag down and do some work.
I love it.
By the way, where you guys are sitting in front of is going to be, I think it's that new, it's going to be the new Splash Bar.
Yes. 65 screens.
17 million square acres.
Wow.
And I took a look inside yesterday. It's monstrous, and they hope it's open by the All-Star game. That's the goal, apparently, or All-Star weekend.
Yep. Feb 1, I think, is the target, and, hopefully it's open before that. But I will say this, and you know this, Steiny, because you've been around a long time, and Goo, you too, and Mark, and whatever, but this whole area south of Market and whatever, this used to be where you would go to hide bodies in the 90s, and this is where we would go to rave parties in the mid-90s, and now when you go from Oracle Park all the way down and all these buildings and all of the hospital facilities, and now Thrive City and Chase Center and all these restaurants and bars, it is like a whole new city down here.
Man,
it is.
He's right. It's cracking.
Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice. And, you guys, I feel like
love when you feign interest.
I feel like you guys.
Because I got some trivia for you, but can I just ask him this before you go?
Cool, you can stay as long as you want, and you can come down here and join us.
Yeah. Any other day, Diaz. That's all. Any other day.
He blew me off, Steiny. And where did he blow me off?
Well, I didn't blow you off yesterday.
You guys are the best.
Just whatever.
You guys, seriously, looking forward to having you back in here face-to-face tomorrow. Have a great time at Thrive City. Willard and Dibs coming up next on 95.7.
Nothing more awkward than Steiny at the end. Seriously. Go ahead, say it.
I don't want to.
You want me to?
95.7, the game.
I'm out.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again. Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's go!
Let's go!
Live City, Thrive City. Night number 2 between the Warriors and Pelicans. And last night, Dibs, was good.
It got good.
Last night was good.
Started a little bit ugly.
Yep.
Started like, oh my God, can they not win without Steph and Wiggs and D'Anthony? Is D'Anthony Melton the key? And then all of a sudden, that switch got flipped, that flip got switched, and that thing turned into a Lindy Waters party.
Lovely Christy leans over to me and goes, I think they're going to get blown out. And little did I know, she was talking about the Pelicans.
Yeah,
got blown off the damn floor.
Totally.
And we got things to discuss. We've also got Greg Cosell in 1 hour. And all of you Dan Dibley fans know that this is the most nerve-wracking half hour of the entire week for him. We do it every Wednesday. He comes on. He talks about NFL tape and Suns Dibs all at the same time. That's coming up in an hour.
2 weeks ago, he got sunned. And tonight, just so you know, yeah, your boy brought the notes.
That's right. All right. So
Mobile notes. It's on, Cosell.
Will he bounce back? Right now, we've got Cosell at a lead of 2-1 as we head into round 4. We've got tickets to give away.
Yep.
Not once, but twice. And I'm talking Warrior tickets. The Brooklyn Nets are going to be here on Monday, November 25th. Be listening at 3:30 and then again at 4:30. Your 2 chances to win 2 pairs or 1 pair each, if you will, of tickets to that game. Your first chance is in 1 hour and 15 minutes. If you don't win there, you do it again at 4:30, and it's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We are live at Thrive City. It's all brought to you by Xfinity. And, oh, by the way, don't forget, in the 5 o'clock hour, we qualify another listener for the trip in March to Vegas, the Scorpion Show, the flight, the room, all of it. So that is all happening today. And yet another Warrior game, which, whether Andrew Wiggins is in it or not, there's 2 things that we want to discuss and would love your input at 888-957-9570. And that is what to do with Lindy Waters, who in a smallest of samples looks as impressive as can be, and Jonathan Kuminga to the bench, how he looked, and then how he sounded about the move.
A little bit different and maybe a little bit disappointing, but I also give him a certain amount of grace being a younger player, and I don't think that he is at the point in his career where he's got that media-savvy game. He's asked a question, and he gives an honest answer, and that is great. And I love to hear an athlete be honest, but at the same time, it does lend itself to questions about where his motivation may be. And yeah, it's a little bit awkward when you come into a year, it's a contract year, and now you're being asked to come off the bench, and you've been starting, and now you don't get to start for a game, and you come off the bench, and you're feeling some kind of way. And he went out there and did what he needed to do, which was play great. He played a great game. He showed an ability to pass. He showed better defense, I thought, an ability to rebound. He scored, and then in the post game, he said things that many people are interpreting as bad.
Well, I don't know if you interpret it as bad. For me, again, sometimes you have to play the game a little bit. And when someone says, as Zaza Nothing Easy said to us right here in these seats yesterday, when something like this happens, you have to be a pro. Well, what does that mean? I think for a lot of people, it means go out on the floor and perform. And Jonathan did. His best game of the season, that part is wonderful. But to me, being a pro means much more than just how you perform on the court. It is how you conduct yourself at all times, and more so because who cares how we take it?
Right.
I want to know how the locker room takes it. And when we're less than a week beyond when Steph Curry says this is a beautiful locker room and there is flat out no room for your negative energy. There's no room there. If it's not your night, it's not your night. If the staff asks you to do this, you do this. If they ask you to do that, you do that. That's a paraphrasing of what Steph Curry just said last week. And so to me, be a pro means perform, and then be a pro means also tell the reporters maybe not necessarily the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You know, like I really wish for Jonathan Kuminga, this is what, for me, the bottom line is, you got to trust this organization, man. They've earned it. They've earned it. And I know that Jonathan and his people may respond, this is the organization that I've had a hard time breaking through and getting into the lineup with for the last 4 years. Well, I'd argue back they had very good reasons for doing it the way that they did. And you did get drafted early, but by a team that's trying to win a title. And so, yes, it's harder to crack the rotation. And they're not going to just develop you because you're supposed to be developed. You've got to earn your way on the court. And if this is going to make him his best player, and if this is going to help the Warriors be their best selves, then you go to the microphone after and say, that is what I am here to do. I am here to be my best, and I am here to make the team the best, period, whatever that means.
Well, it's not that easy when you have a young player and a guy who maybe isn't as trained in American media. And I don't know about the English language. That might be a bit of a leap, but I do know that he has tended to speak his mind more frankly than older players and more veteran players and players who have spent their whole life here in the United States. And so, in general, when he's asked a question, he gives you the answer. And if that's how he's feeling, then I don't condemn him for expressing his feelings. The bigger problem to me is, why are we feeling this way? And he's allowed to feel how he wants to feel, but really, in that spot, you are 22 years old, and you're in a spot where you're playing for a contract, and you're going to get your minutes anyway. Does it really matter if you start or not? And also the idea about him finding out via text, which was the report that came out that Steve Kerr told him via text that he wouldn't be starting. And does that really affect you? Does that really bother you? Maybe it does, but the fact that this is more of a storyline than what took place last night is a big deal for me.
Brother, you played 28 minutes.
Yep.
You went 6 of 13 from the field. You hit all your free throws. You scored 17 points. You had your best game of the year. Like, I would love to see Jonathan telling reporters behind the scenes, wow, maybe we found something.
Yeah.
This is phenomenal. And I know that Moody also had 17, and Pajemski and Waters and Buddy Hield all scored more. But I tell you what, I was pretty inspired by that Warrior effort from top to bottom last night. You fall down by 20 points in your home building, and your star and your second star are both out. And then you do what you did there. Their defensive effort was incredible. Their spacing, I thought, was really, really good. They looked gelled already, despite the fact that there are a lot of new players out there. They didn't just score the basketball. They played a very smart basketball game on both ends of the floor. You'd love to see every member of the team hit the locker room and be clapping hands and saying that was great. And by the way, I don't want to overstate where he didn't do anything crazy. He's not pushing against it. I'm going to keep going back to Steph Curry's words. There's no room for your negative energy. This is going to look different on different nights for different people, especially this early in the season. And clearly, to me, Jonathan Kuminga looked better in this role.
Right.
So I would hope and believe the Warriors will do this again tonight.
I think that they're going to do it a lot more going forward, and I certainly would if I look at the rotation and the pieces that you have and what he can do. And I said this during the crossover. I do think that Kuminga off the bench with the second unit gives him a lot more offensive freedom, because when you play with the starters and it's Draymond running things and Steph, Kuminga is going to be the third option at best, and really probably the fourth option, because you have Andrew Wiggins as well when everyone is back. And if he comes off the bench and it's Buddy Hield and maybe Melton or Anderson, and it's Kuminga and maybe Looney, maybe GP2, whatever the combo is, Pods, then Kuminga can be either the number one scorer, the number two scorer. He could be the dude in that second unit where with the starters, he's not going to be that guy.
Well, I think there's also something else at work here, and it has nothing to do with basketball. It has to do with social media. And I really didn't like this. I don't know if you saw this, but the word sort of broke via the local people like Anthony Slater, but also through Shams, whatever.
Yeah.
He sent out a graphic below his tweet, and I have no idea if Shams is in charge of that or if it's ESPN and their people. But Shams tweeted out that Jonathan Kuminga is not starting tonight, and he's moving to a bench role, at least for tonight. Underneath that is a huge graphic, and in that square is a picture, a big picture of Jonathan Kuminga. And underneath that, in the biggest, boldest, most capital letters you could find, is the word benched.
Right.
Now, we know damn well that these players see that. Trayvon Diggs went chasing after a dude after the Niner game the other night for something that was tweeted literally in the middle of the game. It's almost like these guys' phones are embedded in their head or in their helmet in the middle of the game. So I think that has a lot to do with this. Jonathan might have felt somewhat embarrassed by the fact that he had to come off the bench, and he shouldn't. There's no shame in that. Again, you ended up with 28 minutes and 17 points.
Right.
That's wonderful. We'll take that every night. Why is that the way ESPN decides to pass along the news? Because the word
and they
benched,
weren't alone.
Well,
they weren't alone.
Yeah, and the word benched has a connotation to it. Benched, to me, if you Anthony Richardson got benched, he ain't playing this week.
Right.
Moving to a different role
Agreed.
is a little bit different than all caps benched.
I'm glad you pointed that out because for me, benched is Mike Singletary to Vernon Davis at halftime when he says, go to the locker room and get off my sideline. Yep. You're not going to play anymore. That's being benched. When you get moved out of the starting lineup and you still play 28 minutes, you said?
Yep.
That's not being benched. That means that you're going to come off the bench. That's not being benched. And so I agree with you about the verbiage and the overarching headline of it. And I think that it's a little bit of a lazy thing to do because you look at it and Kuminga comes off the bench. And so you say benched, and now it's going to draw more eyes than the actual reality, which is he's going to come off the bench.
Yeah.
Which is something he's done more in his career than he has actually started. So it's been more of a natural role for him than him starting the game. So is that really him being benched?
I don't know, man. Yeah, that would be my whole message to this guy is you can walk over to him right now and do you know that there was a guy in this very uniform that came off of the bench as the sixth man and won MVP of the NBA Finals doing it? There is no shame here. Take that part out of it. If there's something else that you want to talk to the organization about, if you want to say, I need to be playing with Steph, or I need to be playing with Wiggs, Draymond, whatever, it's a rotational thing, coach. Maybe there would be open ears to that. But if your issue is just that you're embarrassed by this, or there's some sort of cachet that comes with starting, man, release that. Trust the organization and look at the box score. It went a lot better. Let's do that.
Right.
No?
You played better, and you guys won.
And we played better. Right. Yes. All right. Live from Thrive City outside of Chase Center, brought to you by Xfinity, and we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 888-957-9570. Greg Cosell in 45 minutes, 1 hour away from our first opportunity to give you Warriors Nets tickets next month. But also, let's play a little Warriors Survivor coming up next.
Okay.
Because I was really impressed by Lindy Waters. And he has got to be in this rotation, which means someone else has got to go out.
Yeah.
So who is it?
A lot of someone else's.
888-957-9570. Tough choice. If you had to pick one, who would it be? We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, and I do need to say that I discovered something yesterday on my drive home that I was unaware of. The San Francisco Fremont Bank branch. I drove right by it. Unfortunately, it was closed because I locked it up, and I was going to pull over and go into the branch because I love my 21 branches of Fremont Bank. And I was thrilled to see one in San Francisco, and it reminded me of the reach and the scope of Fremont Bank and just how good it is, because it is a family-owned bank, and it started back in Fremont some 60 years ago. 1964, they started the first branch of Fremont Bank in, of course, Fremont, and it's grown from there throughout the East Bay, into the North Bay, some South Bay, and I now saw the one in San Francisco, and it makes me so proud to be a Fremont Bank customer because of the reach and also because of that family-owned feel that the bank does have. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, you know that money stays local, and they take the money and support businesses and home ownership and philanthropy and all the rest of the good things that make Fremont Bank and our Bay Area so strong. They make meaningful grants as well for the betterment of our Bay Area communities. It's Fremont Bank. It's full service banking with no compromises.
We're sitting in a very beautiful spot.
Beautiful.
Oh, my gosh. So good. Right here, Live City, Thrive City. And if you want to take a look at it, by the way, and don't come for the beautiful faces. Come for the beautiful backdrop.
Oh, yeah.
It really is. Maybe that doesn't excite everybody. It's the best backdrop we've ever had in the history of 95.7 The Game. I'm confident in saying that.
Apologies to the promotions team that works so hard on our other backdrops.
Yeah, those are great, but they ain't this.
Second place.
Good Lord. I mean, seriously, Charles Barkley would sit in front of this. This thing looks profesh, okay?
He might actually block out the whole thing.
That's true. You wouldn't be able to see it. But anyway, that was a fat joke.
Never.
Anyway, check it out on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And we're sitting right in the middle of Thrive City on another beautiful day with a Warrior game just hours away. And not only talking about that and thinking about and dreaming about the All-Star game, this also popped into my mind. And I know you watched on TV, obviously. I was I was lucky enough to be in the arena last night. Grandy, I know you were in the arena last night. I thought of Shasky, actually, for a minute, and Bonte, who will be along here in a little while because they're Jersey heads.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
And Guru, too.
Guru is, too. But I'm not. I'm just win the game. And if you wear fuchsia, great. Wear fuchsia.
That'd be awkward.
Yeah, but win the game.
Yep.
But I did notice those uniforms last night.
Those were sick.
They were pretty good looking.
Oh, yeah.
Those were pretty good looking jerseys. And so I wanted to let everybody know what those were if you didn't know what they were, because it was a commemoration sensation.
That's a buck.
There's no question about it. That was the 2024-25 quote, Classic Edition. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Classic Edition uniform, which pays tribute to the Warriors' Philadelphia roots, which, of course, is where the team spent 16 years and won a couple of NBA championships many, many years ago. So drawing inspiration from that Philadelphia Warriors jersey, you get this one, incorporating kind of a modern twist on the classic design. I think a lot of people, from what we've heard, really just loved the look, but now you know a little bit of the history about it as well. And especially with the holidays coming, guess what? Yep, those jerseys are available to you at the Warriors shop located in Thrive City, or you can always do it online at shop.warriors.com.
And you should go in there and get one of those. And I was lucky enough to get one yesterday, and the one that I got turned out to be of a player who went out and dominated. So for the Warriors who are listening, the team and the rest of the cognoscenti, if you want somebody to play well tonight, go ahead and give your boy a jersey of that player, and boom, you don't have to fade the dibber on this. I'm the good luck charm.
Can you buy a Lindy Waters jersey at Warriors shop? Do they even make those yet?
I would imagine.
I'll go find out right now.
Check it out. Is there a guy or a girl in the back was stitching fast W-A?
Right.
Who is this guy?
And what number does he wear? It's 60
don't do that
something.
to me. Yeah.
No, but the number that he's wearing, it's
Well, that was Pat Spencer. I think he's out there with number 61.
Thank you.
Looking like an offensive guard.
But Lindy Waters is wearing a number of Tabor Pepper rocking 48 and
Waters was wearing 43.
Yeah, there
43.
You go.
Troy Polamalu, 43.
There you go. 40. Wow, I can't
Some
believe
of them
you
I know.
pulled. Yeah.
Well, that was from the college
random
days.
One.
That's
Yeah, 43.
I worked at USC for a little while.
Yeah. Okay, anyway. 43. So there you go. Polamalu.
You know what? Actually, real quick.
And they had Lindy Waters rocking 43. Patty Spencer's rocking, I think, 61.
61. Yes, 61.
I mean, what
Pat
are we
Spencer,
doing?
I don't want to say something inappropriate, but Pat was running around at the end of that game last night, and I leaned over to Christy and I go, do you think Pat Spencer's parents watch him play and look at each other and go, can you believe this dude's in the NBA? If I were to draw someone that does not look like an NBA player, I'd draw Pat Spencer, and I'd give him number 61. but he's out there scoring buckets last night.
Oh, yeah?
I mean,
couple of them.
Garbage time, but
Yeah,
sure.
whatever.
The guy went 2 for 3.
Yep.
Shooting 66.7% for the year.
Let's put him in the rotation, too. While we're expanding our rotation to a 15-man, let's do this.
I get it. It's completely impossible, but I feel what I feel, and I got to share it because that's what we do in sports radio. Like, Lindy Waters was not just somebody who last night happened to get hot and pour in 21 points. Oh, by the way, if you're a plus-minus head, he easily led the Warriors in plus-minus at plus 26. You know, for you looking at Jonathan Kuminga, you're like, the numbers were good. Plus 4.
Right.
Lindy Waters. Plus 26.
And I love plus minus and the way we weaponize it. And you've been doing it this year. It's normally my bit.
I don't weaponize it because I don't.
You just did.
No, I'm just offering it to the public. If you want to use it, use it. If you don't. I don't think it's a big deal. But here's what I'm saying about Lindy Waters. If you were really watching the game closely, or if you were in the building, I'm talking about even the moments when he didn't have the ball. Lindy had a presence. Lindy played smart. Lindy played on both ends of the floor. Lindy can shoot, and he told you after the game, like they're like, how do you stay sharp when you're not shooting? He's dude, like I wake up and I can hit a 3.
Right.
Period. That's who I am. I love the moxie, the confidence. He was a calming force for all of his teammates. He made great decisions. Again, both ends of the floor. He was a general out there. You can look, if you watch enough ball, you know when you see a player. And this was a player. So I'm not saying he's going to go get what he got last night, which was 31 minutes and actually led the team in minutes. I'm not saying to do that by any stretch because there's a guy named Curry that plays on the team most of the time. But you got to find a way to get this guy into the rotation. I don't know who it is you drop. I've got an idea. We can throw it out there in a sec.
Right.
You can go through all the names, and it's a really tough decision. Bottom line for me, this dude needs to play.
Why hasn't he played before? This is now his 4th year in the association.
I don't know.
And he played for an OKC team in 21-22 that wasn't very good and probably had room for somebody to come in and play, and yet he only played 18 and a half minutes a game, and the next year he played 13 minutes a game, and then he played 7 minutes a game, and he's been in the G League more than he's been in the real league. So I wonder why in 4 years he hasn't had a chance to really pop and stick.
Well, I mean, 18 minutes a game is not nothing. I would take that. Again, you're not
for
gonna,
25 games.
Yeah, fair.
Like of the 82.
But he was a rookie. Like obviously the next year he played in half the games. He played in 41, and I don't know his whole story. I don't know if he got hurt or I don't know what was going on in Oklahoma City. And they've got a different situation and a different young roster that quite frankly might be the best one in the NBA this year. So put that aside. And Anthony Slater and Carter and Lucas, guys, I don't know. Do we have the sound clip of what Anthony Slater said this morning with regard to Lindy Waters and what the Oklahoma City organization thinks of him? Let us know if we do, because I think it would be good for our listeners to hear that back again. And he makes the case that the people around that organization have been saying, man, like it's almost like how we feel about Moses Moody, where it's like, this guy is good. He's got to find a way to get on the floor. And he comes out and we get one look at him for a lengthy period of time on one night, and I'm hooked. Like, this guy really, really impressed the heck out of me. There's no escaping the problem that it creates, though. They already had too many good players. And if you go name by name and try to figure out, all right, if he gets minutes, who are you taking him from? I don't know. I have a name that I can throw at you, but the first answer is there's not a good answer.
Right. What's your answer? And again, this is when they're healthy, because right now with no Melton and no Wiggins and no Curry, and Curry won't play tonight, and I don't think that Wiggins or Melton will play tonight, so you're in the same bucket that you were last night where you've got 9 or 10 guys if you want to throw in Lindy, and Pat Spencer would be 11. You've got those bodies playing tonight, so it's not an issue tonight.
Right.
But going forward, when everybody comes back, who are you taking out?
Well, there's no answer that doesn't make you sound like an idiot. I will say that. However, if you've got to come up with one, and we'll take your thoughts, if Lindy's in, then who is out, or at least who is minimized? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls.
Hey, boys, can I jump in and tell you we have 2 Lindy Waters elements for you, and I'll let you choose which one you want.
Okay.
You can either hear the Slater sound from the morning roast, or you can go live to the Warriors team store. We have super reporter Mark Grandy live from the team store, and he can tell you if they're selling Lindy Waters jerseys.
Can we do both?
Yeah,
you're damn right we can.
Whichever way you want to go.
Let's go to Grandy first, right?
I was thinking go to Slater first, which sets up Grandy.
Okay.
I think the Slater sets up Grandy because Slater talks about Lindy, and then we go live to a Lindy live look-in.
I'll do like Kyle Shanahan winning a toss, and I will defer. So yeah, let's hear Anthony Slater this morning on the roast.
He's taller. He's probably taller than you expected, right? A lot of times these sharpshooters are smaller. Like, no, he's not a huge wing that's going to like physically, be imposing defensively, but he's also not going to just get run over. And you saw that last night. He's smart. And the other thing is, like, you guys probably saw his personality at the press conference.
Yeah.
But he's like super professional. Again, that's a little bit like the Thunder factory that, he comes from. It's just like all business, kind of no distractions. And I think they found somebody.
Okay, so that is Anthony Slater this morning, who has not just Warrior knowledge, but Oklahoma City knowledge. He's covered that team as well. We want to remind a few people of how the Warriors even came to have Lindy Waters in a second. But yes, let's go live all the way across the plaza, about 90 yards from us right now, where Mark Grandy is inside the Warriors shop.
Yeah, what's up, guys? So I'm here at the Warriors team store, and they got so much awesome Warriors stuff here. And the new jerseys they debuted last night inside of Chase Center, which looks so clean. And shout out to the team's Philadelphia roots. They've got, let's see, I'm looking at a GP2 jersey. I'm looking at a Kuminga jersey, a Wiggins jersey, a Draymond jersey, Steph Curry and Brandon Pajemski, all in that edition that they debuted last night. I do not see a Lindy Waters version of that jersey. That you've got jerseys all over the place in the classic blue and white from a number of different players. You've got throwback to the orange and blue and white era Curry jerseys that they wore back in the day, the very beginning of Steph Curry's tenure. You go back even further to the Run TMC days. I see Tim Hardaway, Chris Mullin, and Mitch Richmond. You've got the normal Warriors jerseys, of course, for most of the players on the roster, but I do not see any Lindy Waters stuff. However, I did talk to one of the many awesome employees here at the Warriors team store at Thrive City, and he said you could go up to the personalization booth. It would be a personalization sensation, as you guys well know. And instead of putting, like Grandy or Willard or Dibley on the back, you could just put a Waters on the back and make it yourself. But when he continues to play well, like you guys think he's going to, and he stays in the rotation no matter what the health is of the team, then I would imagine eventually they will have Lindy Waters stuff here for you at the Warriors team store.
That's great, Grandy. And just one follow-up at Dan Dibley here from Willard and Dibs. Did you ask them if they're going to come out with a Lindy Waters bottle?
I did not ask them, but you should trademark that. That's pretty good, Dibs.
Well,
good
and
see barge in and demand
where my mind went, especially with the departure of Klay Thompson, this is the home of the Splash Brothers, and the guy's last name is Waters.
Hello?
There's got to be something we could do with this. The Healed Waters, something, I don't know. We got to figure this out, Grandy.
How about a Lindy Waters gun?
I'm in.
That's pretty good, yeah.
By the way, it's my only criticism of Chase Center. They do need, those little guns where they shoot the T-shirts out at you?
Right.
They literally only go like 12 rows deep.
Right.
I'm like, those people are rich. They get to buy a shirt where you get some higher-powered guns and fire the T-shirts up to the people at the top.
Didn't know you were an NRA guy.
Well, I'm a man of the people.
When it comes to T-shirts,
I'm a man of the people. I want the people. There's Grandy.
Yeah, Grandy, great job, Grandy.
Nice job, Grandy.
All right.
Great work,
Talk to you guys in a sec.
All right. So
that's a no on the Lindy Waters gun?
No, I like it.
No, we're in.
Not selling them yet, though.
No, but we're starting to build, I think, a whole Waters line. But the idea of a higher-powered T-shirt gun to reach the upper deck, you realize that becomes an actual liability where if there's a misfire and you catch somebody in like the 8th row, they will die.
Brother.
Death by T-shirt.
Dude, the Los Angeles Clippers just built a brand new arena where players are on a video board pretending like they're throwing a shirt in the air.
Right.
And then it actually does fly out of the top of the scoreboard to all areas of the arena. Listen,
But this is not a high-powered T-shirt gun.
I'm just saying, do
Dearly
something.
beloved, Gladys is laid to rest today. She was killed by an extra-large T-shirt.
This is the home of technology. We're in Silicon Valley, and Joe Lacob is running this place, and we got people running around on the floor with guns that go... and it's like, that person's a billionaire. Don't fire a shirt at them. Like, that's Mark Benioff. He doesn't need a shirt.
It's like Jimmy Garoppolo throwing T-shirts to the crowd.
Seriously.
It's like a 40-yard flopping dying quail.
Get it up to the guy who goes one time. Don't get it to the person that's going to be out all night at the clubs. For goodness sakes.
Anyhow.
I'm just glad that Grandy did good work and that Lucas finally joined the show. That was a big 5 minutes for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucas.
He does have a strap on him, so the Waters gun does make sense.
Very good.
Yep.
Only some people got that. That's from Lindy's press conference last night. But anyway, do you remember the Lindy Waters deal? Do you remember how the Warriors acquired him?
I have no idea.
You don't remember what they gave up?
No. And you don't either,
Yes,
but you looked it up.
No, I didn't remember there was a quirk to it.
You looked it up.
I knew that they gave up.
Don't try to be Captain Transaction Wire, because I'm not buying it right now.
I knew they gave up the 52nd pick in the draft.
Oh, that's right.
But what
the
I
old
didn't,
52nd
but
pick.
what I couldn't remember is because the 52nd pick in the draft was Quentin Post. And who does Quentin Post play for?
I think he plays for the Warriors.
Correct. So how in the hell did they pull that off?
Well,
explain that. Yeah. Riddle me this.
Well, because the Warriors flow both ways, apparently.
The Warriors traded the rights to the 52nd pick in the draft, Quentin Post, to the Thunder for Lindy Waters, and now both of them are here. Explain.
Well, the Thunder probably did the Ariana Grande and said thank you next to Quentin Post, and then Post was able to come all the way back around to the Warriors, and the Warriors got Lindy Waters with the 52nd pick, and then Post didn't stick with Oklahoma City, and now he's back here.
That is an incorrect answer.
Whatever, you don't know. You probably do know.
Go ahead,
he looked
Grandy.
it up.
Go ahead,
They
Grandy.
traded the pick away, and then they later just bought the pick right back.
From the Portland Trailblazers.
Well, there you go.
Yes, there you go. He was right. He got it. He nailed it.
He knew. You looked it up.
I'm reading, yes.
I'm at least trying to play along with the radio bit here.
I'm not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes.
I could have Googled it too and been Captain Know-It-All, but it's better for the show if I'm the guy in the middle. Fade the dippers.
But say it again, you didn't. You could have, but you didn't.
Because it's
What's that
better
right
for the
in front
show.
of you?
That's a box score.
It's a laptop, Dibs. It's got Google on there.
Right.
It does. Check it.
No, I get
Type the G. I bet you if you hit your G, Google will come up. You don't even need to do the OOGLE. Just a G. Boop. There's Google.
You don't know what my G comes up as, for one.
Anyway.
For two, from now on, I'll just skip ahead to and ruin the conversation.
Here's what I'll say, and I'll go back to the point. Any name you want to come up with here, you sound like a moron. Because who of these 12 other people are you going to suddenly take out of the rotation 4 games in? But if you go name by name, they all sound bad. But I will tell you, based on the 3 games that we saw from him and the back problems that are now dogging him for the 2nd year in a row, I'm wondering aloud if Lindy Waters shouldn't eventually, if they shouldn't take a look at him maybe starting to take some of the role that they had carved out for DeAnthony Melton. I know he's barely been here, so I'm not out on him. I don't even know how you could be. But he wasn't off to a terribly great start, and I am concerned that he has the exact same injury already that had him miss so many games last year. And so you wonder if, at minimum, this isn't just the insurance they need for DeAnthony Melton's back.
Well, if DeAnthony Melton's hurt, then you don't really have to worry about taking him out of the rotation because he's going to be injured and out of the rotation. So I'm more interested in which healthy players you would want to replace, because that's one. And if Melton is healthy and Lindy Waters is healthy and Lindy's actually playing better, fine, that's an easy one. DeAnthony Melton's on a 1-year deal, and I should probably Google what his contract is so I don't get it wrong.
Yeah, just hit the G.
Because, God forbid I get a decimal point wrong on his mid-level exception, but he'll be here for one and gone, so you don't necessarily have to marry yourself to DeAnthony Melton.
Is that the case? I think you're right. Yeah, he got the mid-level.
No, I'm right. I didn't have to Google it.
He got the mid-level.
Yeah. I had it.
Although he got more money than the other two did.
Of course.
Yeah.
Who else are you taking out? And I feel like we're heading toward a GP2 portion of the show.
I don't want to take
And he only
GP2
played,
out.
8 minutes last night?
But he had an effect on the game. Right. He really did. His defense is incredible, and they won this game with defense yesterday. So I don't want GP2 to be minimized. I mean, we get to a point where I don't want to use this phrase anymore. It's a good problem to have. No, it's just kind of a problem.
It's a good problem to have when you have 3 guys who are hurt. And I would bet that going forward throughout the course of the 82, you're going to have at least one guy hurt every game.
Probably.
If not more. You've got Draymond Green, who is a guy who's had a number of different maladies. Steph Curry is already hurt at 36. You already mentioned DeAnthony Melton and a bad back that he came with, and now he's out with the bad back.
Yep.
And Andrew Wiggins is hurt early in the year. I would bet with a team but a lot of guys who are 28 or older, you're going to have a lot of injuries, and so it is a good problem to have.
No doubt. You're going to have a lot of injuries, but what happens when you don't? And I'll just say, because there's no way to have a large sample yet, we don't have that yet, we will. I will say, this is the only way I'll phrase it. Based on 3 games of DeAnthony Melton and 1 game of Lindy Waters, I like Lindy Waters. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Lindy Waters was terrific last night, and DeAnthony Melton also played in games where they had Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins. So you can look at it a number of different ways. If Lindy is in the rotation with Steph and Wiggins, he probably doesn't get 21 points.
Oh, I would agree with that. But again, I'm basing what I saw last night on much more than his points. I know that he can shoot a 3. I don't care if he only scores 8 or 9 points in a basketball game. But if you do have, remember, we asked all these guys the other night, no Steph, no Melton, who brings the ball up? Well, no one threw out Lindy Waters, but he can.
Yeah.
He wasn't just shooting. He was getting the whole group into their offense. He was fantastic. Really in control of an NBA game, which is crazy because he barely plays in NBA games.
Right. And he has played, and it's his 4th year, and he's 27 years old. So we do need to remember that, even though he's new to this team and he hasn't played a ton of NBA basketball, he is 27, and so he's got a lot more real court experience than a lot of younger guys like Pods and Kuminga and Moody and the rest.
Thrive City outside of Chase Center. It is all brought to you by Xfinity. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Jonathan Kuminga, not benched, but off the bench. We'll get back to that a little bit coming up next. And in 20 minutes, it's Greg Cosell and Dan Dibley. Ding, ding, round 4 on Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I like that they call it 95.7 The Game, because we might as well be game show hosts out here today. We're giving away so much stuff. You know what I'm saying? Greg Cosell in 15 minutes.
It's on.
In 30 minutes, we will give away a pair of tickets to the Warriors-Nets game next month. In 90 minutes, we're going to do it again.
Yep.
And in 120 minutes, we will open up a window to qualify another person for the trip to Vegas. 2 tickets to see the Scorpions March 6th at PH Live, Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. 2-night hotel stay. Airfare for 2. We'll just give you a code word between 5 and 5:30, and then all you have to do is text that keyword to 20357, and you're entered. Many of you did it Monday. Many of you did it Tuesday. You can do it again today, tomorrow, and Friday as well. Text the keyword to 20357. You'll be entered in. It's that simple. That happens between 5 and 5:30 today. So a lot of people to make happy today.
Yeah, easy to make people happy, and those people coming out here to Chase Center and Thrive City, coming out and see us and, see our beautiful setting. And I know we've got a lot of Pride festivities out here as well. The plaza is resplendent with rainbow balloons and garnishments and a rainbow arch and all the rest of it. It's a great time to be out here at Thrive City.
Can I throw a couple of numbers at you? Because numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers.
Right, except when they're your numbers.
No, I'd like to claim these as my numbers.
Yeah.
Okay? That means they matter. All right? Here we go. First of all, the Warriors lead the league in deflections per game, 26 per game, 104 total so far this year. The next highest total is from the Raptors, who are almost 30 deflections behind the Golden State Warriors. 29 more deflections on defense than the second-place team.
Man, that's a lot of deflections.
Thank you.
Does that lead to steals? Is there a...
Yes.
Well, I mean, is there a metric that, deflections to steals and deflections to being a good defense, or is that just a number?
I mean...
I'm looking for some context, because I've never really thought about deflections as it related to an overall defense.
Here's how I relate to it. Steve Kerr said before the season started, we want to be a much scrappier defensive team. And that's the word that I use when you're deflecting a lot of balls. And I saw it a lot last night. This team plays hard on defense. And they are now not just dependent on one or two, GP2 and Draymond, elite defensive players. There's now more out there. Melton's a good defensive player. He wasn't even out there last night. But I thought Waters was fantastic on defense. I think that there's a tone that gets set. I thought Moses Moody had some moments on defense. We know that Kyle Anderson plays hard on the defensive end. There is a tone that has been set with this team to play much harder, and this is where the depth comes into play. You're allowed to play much harder because you don't have to play 35 minutes.
True. And you don't have to play more than 5 minutes or 6 minutes at a time, certainly. Just looking at the numbers, and I know numbers are numbers, but they are 12th in the league in steals, but they're second right now early on in points allowed, allowing only 102 a game. Part of that, though, is the reality that they've played a terrible Portland team and a not very good Utah team.
Maybe.
In 2 of their 4, they've played against 2 bad teams.
Well, be careful with that. You're not wrong.
I won't be careful with it. They're bad.
Well, they're bad.
I'll say it with my chest.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you get to just compile stats against them. This Pelicans team went to Portland and played 2 games. They lost one of them.
Sure.
And they won the other one by 2. So...
But maybe the Pelicans aren't very good either.
Maybe they're not.
So, and time will tell. And, based on what we saw last night, with the Pelicans giving that effort against this Warrior team without Steph Curry, without Andrew Wiggins. You're down 2 starters. You're down 3 of your top 12 because it's a 12-man rotation.
13.
And it's 13 now, maybe even more. And I know that they were down players as well, but you came in with 2 or actually all 3 of your best players, and you got beat by 20? What the hell, New Orleans?
Yep, and now they're down 2 more of their best players,
Correct,
by the way.
yeah,
we haven't
for
even
tonight.
mentioned that yet, but C.J. McCollum is out. Herb Jones is out. Andrew Wiggins is a question mark tonight, and Tim Roy told us last night that Andrew might play in this one tonight, so we still don't know, and we will pass that along as soon as that news comes down.
Jordan Hawkins for the Pelicans also questionable in this one.
My goodness. So they're down at least 4 of their probably, what would you say, top 7?
10, yeah, sure.
Maybe even top 7 or 8 players. I got another numbers for
I
you.
love it. I love it.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Thank you, caller. The Golden State Warriors are averaging 61 points per game from their bench. That is 10 points higher than the second-place team in the NBA. So my message to Jonathan Kuminga, dude, the bench can be cool. Last night, the bench was cool. Don't get swayed by the fact that you don't get your name called by the yelling person at Chase Center before the game starts.
Franco Finn.
Don't get swayed by that. Don't get swayed by the fact that Shams is tweeting benched right below your face.
Right.
Don't do that. The bench is cool. The bench can be cool. You got more minutes off the bench than you did as a starter. You got more points off the bench than you did as a starter. The team played better with you off the bench than they did as a starter. And because of the depth of this team, they are going to need and rely on a lot of stuff from their bench. The bench is cool. Be cool.
Well, everyone is, for the most part, off the bench. And if you want to look at what this team has done to start games, they've been bad to start games. With Steph, without Steph, you've dug a hole in, I believe, all 4 of the games. They've come out and they've trailed. By the time you made your first substitution, you have trailed.
Arguably, your best first quarter was the game you lost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even last night, again, so Kuminga doesn't start, and he comes off the bench and has his best night. So for me, the whole thing about starting or off the bench, and I thought about this in the NFL with Jordan Mason, because Jordan Mason was terrific all year. And then you got to a game, and on the first snap from scrimmage, Deebo Samuel, and it happened again this last weekend, Deebo was the starting running back. So Jordan Mason didn't start the game because on the first snap, it was Deebo who was the running back. So the idea about starting gets so overblown. And for Shams and other people to say that Jonathan Kuminga was benched is total nonsense, because when you get benched, that means you don't play. And you don't play for a reason. And usually it's for discipline or bad play. And this was not Jonathan Kuminga's case.
Right.
He wasn't benched. He came off the bench and played more and scored more. So what are we doing here?
We are at Thrive City getting ready for another Warrior game. It's brought to you by Xfinity. We're taking your calls. Let's go to Theo in the East Bay. Theo, thank you for calling the show. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, man, just listening to your guys' conversation. Love the Warriors so far this year, man. They're doing great. Wanted to give props where it's due, man. And, man, Mike Dunleavy, he put a hell of a team together, man. And I know it's been a conversation with how deep this roster is, but that's a good problem to have in my eyes. I mean, I remember a few years ago it was Draymond Green and a bunch of guys that should have been playing in Spain. So I love the problem that we have, man. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I think this team is set up to play with the best of them. I mean, if we got bigger teams coming in to play against us, we just put TJD in there. And, against a small ball lineup defensively, you just move Draymond back there, and then you just mix and match around the players on the outside. But, with this team right now, I feel like, man, I said it last year, this team is way better than what this team was last year. I know it's not good to talk about old people that were here last year, but him moving on and being with another team, it helped us out, and now we're a way better team for it. Cheers, boys.
Theo, thanks. It's a great call, and I'm glad you brought up Mike Dunleavy. I mean, he has not been the GM of this team for very long, and look what's already sort of on his resume. First of all, his very first draft, he gets 2 picks. They're both in the starting lineup last night already. Brandon Pajewski and Trace Jackson-Davis. Then you go into the offseason where there's a lot of pressure to make a big move. He tries, this is what I love, go after the big fish, but then don't blink if the deal is not right. Don't go crazy and overpay because you're desperate. So he doesn't play a desperate game and instead stays patient, pivots, keeps their flexibility, and then, oh, by the way, now it turns out that on draft night, based on last night, he might have pulled another rabbit out of the hat with Lindy Waters.
Might have, and think about what he did with Klay Thompson, where he was able to turn Klay Thompson into 2 players in a 6-team sign and trade, which is unprecedented in the association. The fact that you went from Klay to 2 veterans, and then you got a mid-level guy who's hurt right now, but he's rotational, and Lindy Waters, and maybe draft picks. He's been amazing so far. Hopefully, he can come off his high horse and come down and join us today.
Yeah, well, that would be great. That'd be great. Is he on his high horse?
Nah, not really.
Oh, okay.
He'd be our second tallest guest, though, if he comes on down.
That's true.
Zaza, a legit 6'11".
He's just not on the ground floor right now, so maybe he does come down and join us.
Mike.
We'll see. It is a Warriors Wednesday. They play tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. All of it is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And if you want to go to the Warriors game against the Nets on November 25th, we're giving away our first pair of tickets coming up within the next 15 minutes. Don't call now, but get your phone ready. And this number, our contest line, please don't call now. You'll lose. But 415-523-4652. That's the number. Have that ready within the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll do that next. We're brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water and Greg Cosell jumps in here to break down the NFL and each of its plays and players unlike any other, like he does every week right here on Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You're good. You're good.
Man.
It's okay.
Man.
Moses, who
my guy, Moses
he had
Moody.
some moments last night, too. Finished with 17, even though a little bit of it was in garbage time. It's Willard and Dibbs live on the Plaza. Out here getting ready for another Warrior game. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, so you can take a look at what it looks like. It's pretty cool out here. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And we are out here at Thrive City, powered by Xfinity. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm sure?
Ready. I love this segment every week because I know what I know, and then I take what I know, and then like one of those clay pigeons in the skeet shooting yard, it gets shot down.
Yeah.
Sometimes he misses, though.
You know what you know, and that is you know nothing. Let's find out what we don't know. And then after we're done talking to him, we will know. Out here on the River Islands guest line, it's our weekly visit with the great executive producer of NFL Films, Greg Cosell. Greg, how are we doing this week?
Gentlemen, at least we got a 49ers win. And Dibbs, what do you got this week? You have like 5-6 pages of notes or what?
The usual 2 pages, Greg. And what I do, Greg, is not unlike what you do. I watched it. Well, it's different because I actually watch the game as a fan, usually with a couple of cocktails, and then I will rewatch the game and I take notes, play by play. I look at formations, I look at scheme, and I look at tendencies, and then I come to you. You riddle my notes with bullets. I cry a little bit, and I try to bounce back the week after.
Well, I think the most important tendency, based on what you said, is how many cocktails are involved.
Yeah, get him, Greg, get him.
I'm usually a good 3 technique over the course of a game, but Sunday Night Football, I do more of a wide 9, Greg.
There you go. There you go.
Perfect. All right, Greg. Well, let's start getting all the information that Dibbs doesn't know, even though he's watched the game 9 times. Let's start with this because you last week, I don't even know if you know this, you had a sound clip that we used over and over because it was a fun word. You said that Ricky Pearsall looked juicy. And then he went out there and you're really starting to see the 49ers get the dividends of how he looks. So what did you see specifically from Pearsall in this game?
Well, I think as the season goes on, obviously because IU's gone for the year, that you're going to see him used more and more. He has tremendous location versatility within the formation. He has size. He has movement. He's not a small guy. He's got really good route running traits. When I said juicy, what I meant is he's so smooth and fluid as a route runner. There's an ease to his movement for a guy I think he's over 6'1", or he's right around 6'1". So you're going to see him line up all over. There are snaps he lined up at boundary X, meaning he was the single receiver to the short side of the field on the back side of trips. So he's going to be more involved as the season progresses for sure.
And is he the kind of receiver who could get involved in some of the actions we saw with Debo? And I saw, Greg, on the film the second time I watched it, a lot more of the quick game from Brock Purdy. Does Ricky Pearsall have those skills to where he can get involved in some of those throws?
Yeah, and look, you saw in the fourth quarter the reverse as well, the orbit reverse. And, I'm not saying he's exactly Debo in terms of what he can do. That probably would take some time, but he has those kinds of traits. He's not as physically powerful as Debo. Few are in terms of, with the ball in his hand. So therefore he can be used, as we know, Debo as a runner like that. You wouldn't hand the ball off to Pearsall on normal run plays that you would use for a back, which of course Debo can do, but you can see him get the ball on jet sweeps, on orbit reverses. I think he can factor into their offensive game plan that way as more time goes on.
Greg, it was a pretty good game for the 49ers defense, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, when it got late, the Cowboys started moving up and down the field, and I think fans had a little bit of head-scratching moment there.
They got all nervous.
Yeah, well, so what did you see? Was there something schematically that changed? What did you see there in the fourth?
Maybe the fans had a few extra cocktails then too.
Yeah, well, they've been listening to Dibs.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Right. Well, there were a couple of busts in coverage. I mean, both Lamb touchdowns were confusions, assignment confusions. But I would say, and I know it got close at the end, and obviously, it's not acceptable for the coaching staff that there are busts or there's confusion in coverage. But I would say, for the most part, the defense played really, really well. Their front four dominated the Cowboys' O-line. They hardly blitzed in this game. I think they rushed 5 on only 4 of Prescott's 40 dropbacks. And that's sort of been the case through the season. They have the second lowest blitz percentage in the NFL, and that counts rushing 5. A lot of teams have what we call a 4-man zone exchange or sim pressures, where it's a 4-man pass rush. But as far as rushing 5, the Niners don't really do much of that. In this game, they did not need to. As I anticipated, they were able to really control both of the offensive tackles for the Cowboys, Steele on the right side, the rookie Guyton on the left side. I thought Elliott had a lot of good snaps in this game on the inside. So they really were able to control the game from a D-line standpoint. I thought they played a good amount of man coverage in this game as well. I think Green helps in that regard. He has tremendous experience as a man coverage player, coming from man-heavy Florida State, where he started for 2 years. And I think one of the things that always stands out to me watching the Niners D, and this goes back 2, 3, 4 years as well, is they, in their zone concepts, they read routes and they pattern match as well as any team in the league. And Fred Warner may well be the best underneath zone defender in the league in terms of his understanding and recognition of routes.
And he almost got a pick there on the last drive that Dallas had. He got his hands on it, couldn't quite pull it in. When you watch the film defensively, what do you see from Diamador Lenore as far as his ability to be an all-pro type of corner?
Oh, I don't think like that in terms of whether a guy's an all-pro, but he did make a great play on the interception to end the Cowboys' first third-quarter possession. They were in cover 3 in their nickel, so he was the slot. So when you're the slot and the slot receiver goes outside, that becomes your responsibility, because the number 1 receiver who's outside the slot receiver, he's the responsibility of the outside corner. So now Lenore did a really good job recognizing Lamb, sinking underneath his route as he took it to the sideline, and he's responsible to match up to Lamb on any route outside the numbers in that coverage, because as I said, the corner is playing the outside receiver. So Lenore did a great job. When I watched that play, that struck me, and I can't remember all the details, but there was a similar interception that Prescott threw against the 49ers. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, and it might have been Lenore as well. Was it not?
It was. Greg, you're exactly right. It was the same guy.
Yeah, and again, I don't remember all the details of that play. It just looked similar when I was watching the tape, and I said, God, that looked very similar to one I remember.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's a good spot. Greg Cosell, the guru of NFL films, Diamador Lenore, has been fantastic. I got a broad question, though, for you, Greg. We've now seen 8 49er games. We've seen 7 Cowboys games, and I wonder if the way the Niners actually performed, when you look at the tape in this one, to you felt like the step forward that we're all looking for, or are the Cowboys just so banged up and ineffective that it was more about their downfall as opposed to the opposite?
Well, my guess is the coaching staff, beginning with Kyle, would say they're worried about how they play, and I'm sure they're still looking for more consistency on offense. Obviously, they came out in the third quarter and had 3 consecutive touchdown drives, and Purdy, I believe, was 7 for 7 for over 100 yards in the third quarter. But I think in terms of the way in which they want to play with the quick rhythm timing pass game, they started to get a little better in this game than they have been in the last month or so. That's the way they want to play. And I think, as I said, Pearsall will become more involved in that as well. So, I think that's what they're working toward. I felt in the last month, and I think we discussed that last week or the week before, that there'd been too many plays where, for whatever reason, Purdy just was not comfortable, and he ended up holding on to the ball and then moving around. Now, he's got good movement, but that's that's not the way you want to play. You want to play within the structure of the offense. And when they're at their best, there's a rhythm and there's a timing to their offense in the pass game. And we started to see more of that in this game. So hopefully, I know they have a bye this week. They'll keep working on that. But hopefully that's a stepping stone toward getting back to what we're used to seeing from their pass game.
And I think we did see that in the third quarter, Greg, and you're right about Purdy and, the first 3 drives were touchdowns. I want to take you to the second one, which was the Kittle 2-yard touchdown where they ran that little rub route. They threw a flag. Rub. They picked it up, the rub. Your thoughts on the rub at the goal line?
Well, that was just a well-schemed man beater. They knew they were getting man, and so they had Connolly run the natural pick on Wilson and Kittle, from the slot breaking outside. I mean, that was pitch and catch. That was a designed, schemed play, knowing exactly what they would get.
Greg Cosell with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single Wednesday. Greg, you were just complimentary right there a few minutes ago to the Niner defensive line, saying they dominated here. That said, a lot of people right now are talking about the trade deadline and pointing to that defensive line as a spot where the Niners might need an upgrade. What are your thoughts on the Javon Hargrave replacements and how that group is performing?
Well, the thing about Hargrave is that he was a very good pass rusher. He was a better pass rusher than run defender. So they don't truly have one guy that fills that role as an inside pass rusher. I think Malik Collins has played well. I think he's a good player. In fact, I think it was Collins on the 4th down play at the end of the game who had a great spin move on the left guard Smith, if I'm not mistaken, and caused Prescott to have to run out of the pocket. And then Floyd ended up kind of running after him, and he threw it, had to throw it down the field, and that wrapped up the game. But ultimately, they might see it. Again, we don't know the answer to this. We're not in their meetings, but they could see it as possibly wanting an inside pass rusher. But those guys, they don't fall out of the sky, and there's not, I don't know what's available. I don't follow that super closely, like who might be available. Everybody likes to have fun with that. Just like everybody likes lists and all that stuff. But I don't know who might be available, and then it depends on what you might give up for that. I mean, I think they do not have a bad D-line. Collins is a good player. As I said, they probably don't have that pure inside pass rusher, but we'll see. We'll see how they feel.
Does the wide 9 scheme make you more susceptible to runs off tackle and up the middle? Because we've seen some running backs, Connor and Kyron Williams and even Kareem Hunt, kind of get them in those areas.
Well, I mean, I think it makes it so that the linebackers technically have a little more space to cover, but they've got really long, athletic linebackers, and I actually thought Campbell played well in this game. And he played every snap in the nickel. Winters in this game played no snaps in the nickel, whereas he did play snaps in the nickel last week. So Campbell must have, had a good week of practice, and they felt very comfortable keeping him out there. I thought he and Warner, well, Warner's always great, but I thought they both had some really good run plays in which they played off blocks up front and had some downhill attacks, run-throughs. I thought they both played well. Campbell, played well in the run game. So, those guys are long, athletic guys. So, look, that's the way in which they play. They're not going to change that.
Our first set of Warrior tickets to give away this afternoon and evening is coming in less than 5 minutes. Brooklyn Nets in town next month. More on that. Please stand by. We're hanging with Greg Cosell. Greg, we've talked about him, I think, a couple times the last few weeks, but this was the biggest game of his career. Isaac Guerrero, and he seemed to be hitting the hole harder than Jordan Mason, who is hurt. But what did you see with regard to the way those two looked?
Well, Guerrero he's a straight line speed guy. He's not a shifty back. He's not loose hipped. So when that zone run game works and there is a gap to hit, he has explosive downhill burst. That's his game. And he had a couple of runs. It was a third quarter where he had some back-to-back runs. I think he had a third one too. There was a holding call that brought it back. But he that's who he is. he's a straight line, vertical, explosive downhill runner. He's not a shifty guy. I think he ran under 4.4 at the combine. That's who he is. So he fits that running scheme. So if he has to play more, well, who knows what McCaffrey's situation will be. But if he has to play more, he kind of fits what the Niners do.
Yeah, the expectation is that McCaffrey could be ready coming out of the bye to take on Tampa, and I can't believe we've made it this far without a real Brock Purdy analysis from you. What did you make of Brock's performance, having seen it on tape, as you know I have, Greg?
Yeah. Well, here's one thing I will say, Dibs. I don't get caught up in redefining a player on a week-to-week basis because, we kind of know what Brock Purdy is. Do quarterbacks some weeks have great games, some weeks not so great games? This is the NFL. So Brock Purdy isn't a different quarterback today than he was last week. As I said, I think that he's gone through a stretch here where he was a little out of sync. He started to get back into playing to the way he has to play at his normal high level. And I think that, he missed a few throws in the first half, some throws he'd want back. I think he had that 4th and 3 play where Samuel was wide open on the timing inbreaker versus zero coverage, and he left the throw a little behind him. That's a throw he can't miss, and he knows that. He has to make those. Any quarterback has to make those throws, actually. But, he's not a different quarterback tonight in our discussion than he was last Wednesday in our discussion. He just has to get back to playing consistently to what he is. He's not all of a sudden going to be a bad quarterback.
That said, Greg, is he maybe to a certain degree redefining a portion of his game this year because he is running more? And I wonder what you make of that as we get another game where he really uses his legs more than he has maybe in years past.
Well, and he has, but I think sometimes that's because he wasn't playing to the way he normally plays. We know he's athletic. I'll give you a play that, to me, is what Brock Purdy is all about, okay? The Kittle 27-yard completion in the third quarter, okay? I don't know if you guys remember it.
Oh, okay? Yeah.
Okay, it was what we call a flood concept. Kittle came from the opposite side, from the back side. They got cover 4, which is a great coverage. It's a zone coverage with 4 across, zone defenders on the back end, and it's a great concept to run against that coverage. And it was a great ball by Purdy because Kendricks actually did an excellent job hunting up Kittle off the run action. So Kendricks actually couldn't have done really a better job, given that there was what I call conventional play action, meaning Purdy was under center. And that ball was precisely placed, hitting Kittle right in stride. That's Purdy's game, okay? That's when he's at his best, those are the kinds of throws you see. So I'm not denigrating his movement ability. I think we've all found out that he's a better athlete than many may have thought when he came out of Iowa State. But you don't want to see him running around all the time. He's not, you don't want to start thinking of him in the way you think of the way Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes plays. That's not really his game. And even though he is athletic and mobile, his game is the kind of throw to Kittle that I just mentioned.
Yeah, it's a great call, Greg. I had it down in my notes as play action. It was 1st and 10 from the 45 on Dallas's on their own side of the field, rather, and that was a play that really kind of opened it up for them to get their third touchdown and all but salted away. So when you look at the first
was that after the second or third martini?
That was after the third glass of wine and probably the second IPA. Okay. But on the rewatch, Greg, on the rewatch, I feel like I'm Danny Cosell. I'm so locked in, and just the notes I take are copious and also dubious. But when you look at 8 games, how do you assess what you've seen on tape from this offense? Even though they're 4-4, do you see this offense as starting to find its identity?
Well, I think this game was a step in the right direction, and I think, as I said, we'll see Pearsall get more involved because he fits this offense beautifully. So I think you'll start to see more of that. It'll be interesting to see when McCaffrey comes back because obviously he adds a dimension to their offense, especially in the pass game. Obviously he's a great runner. That's not my point. But, he gives them more than either Mason or Garendo in the pass game in terms not only of his pure receiving skill set, but what you can do do formationally. See, keep that in mind. But there's some limitations to what they can do formationally without McCaffrey. So when you talk about this offense and the impact potentially on Purdy, that's a factor as well, because McCaffrey is a big-time receiver who can line up anywhere in the formation, and defenses have to play differently when he's in the game because of that. So, that impacts the playbook and the game plan for Kyle. So, keep that in mind as we discuss a lot of these players.
No doubt about it, Greg. We're told that we're about 3 or 4 days away, as long as there are no setbacks. Practice on Monday for Christian McCaffrey. That's the word from 49er camp. So could be a very different deal starting next week, and that's when we'll talk to you next. Thanks for jumping on, and thanks for somewhat taking it easy on Dibbs and his drinking habits.
Well, I love the fact that he's taking all these copious notes. Keep doing that. We'll compare notes every week.
Always, Greg, and this is the high point of my week as I go toe-to-toe with one of the best in the business.
All right, guys, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Okay, Greg, we'll talk to you next week. There he goes, Greg Cosell. I'll reveal in a few minutes who gets that round. The executive producer of NFL Films joins us every single week on Willard and Dibbs. How do you feel?
I feel good. I don't feel like I took any big shots. One of the questions felt a little long, and he jumped in, which is always a pop-pop. It's a little bit of a two-piece, but I felt like I made some cogent points, and he acknowledged them, and he even agreed with some of them. I felt good about my performance today, Mark. I'll be honest.
More on that coming up, because there are a couple things I'd like to point out. But right now, we'd like to give away some freaking tickets to a Warriors game.
Let's go.
They're playing the Nets on Wednesday, November 25th. Do you want to go? Well, of course, your answer is yes. Okay, great. One of you is going to win. The rest of you, however, just know that in less than an hour, around 4:30, we'll do it again with another pair. But call right now, the contest line, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652, and all you have to do is get that number right. And then be lucky. If you're the fifth call answered, you're in, and you've got yourself a pair of tickets to the Warriors and Nets on November 25th. Caller 5 right now. Good luck to each and every one of you.
So good. And giving away tickets is awesome, and winning is even better. And I feel like, coming off the Greg Cosell interview, that maybe I didn't win tickets, but I feel like a winner. I feel like I won.
Well, there was the one time that you went to your notes.
I went to my notes a lot.
But you went to them like specifically, like he brought up a play, and then you're like, yeah, that play is on my notes. And then his answer was that after your second or third martini?
Right. His bad. I don't drink martinis.
And
what am I, 80?
And then when you referred to the notes again at the end, and he was like, keep taking notes, buddy. And it felt very teacher to student, like, keep working on it.
For sure.
Someday, maybe your notes will matter too.
Well, yeah, and I could be like you and just be like, football, Greg. The one guy caught it. Wasn't that cool?
Wow.
Or you can, dive deep and do your homework like the Dibber does.
And you practically said, hey, Greg, you're my idol. And he said, all right, talk to you next week.
That was
Bye.
awkward.
Yeah.
That was awkward.
Yeah,
that punch came after the bell, though.
You can turn this on me all you want. It won't work. And I
don't need to.
My final answer, the round goes to Cosell.
Of course it does.
He's up
and you are the arbiter.
You got sunned.
What's funny is that
I
wrote down,
keep working on your notes.
He talked about the Pearsall, and he called it an orbit reverse, and I had written down jet sweep.
And
I was like,
yeah.
I'm glad I didn't say jet sweep, because he would have said orbit reverse, and I would have been totally
It's not a jet sweep. It's not a jet sweep.
I got to change my notes.
We got something.
Orbit reverse.
Whatever the hell that is.
Thank you.
All right, we got something special to celebrate coming up at 4 o'clock. And so we're going to do that coming up next. Plus, a quick aside, I think both of us, got a little something to get off of our chest about the game last night, and we're not talking about the Warrior game. We'll tell you what we're getting to coming up next. We're live at Thrive City. It's brought to you by Xfinity, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Pods. He was good last night. A little bit of a wobbly start, but then he got it going as well. I guess they all had a wobbly start. But Pods was also a good stabilizer last night for the Warriors. Warriors and Pelicans, part 2 tonight at Chase Center and right here on 95.7 The Game. And we're right here at the Thrive City Plaza, all brought to you by Xfinity. If you're going to the game tonight, please stop by and say hello. Doc Pandia is going to stop by and say hello here in about 10 minutes. Live Pandia, not just Pandia.
Yes.
Live and in-person Pandia. Pandia is here.
Yeah, cold
right
Pandia.
Here. Yes, he's
cold Pandia.
Cold.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the shade, Pandia, and as a slender guy, the cold doesn't really work for you.
Well,
I used to be a lot heftier, and when you're hefty and it's cold, it's like, yeah, fat, do your thing. Work for me, fatty.
There you go. Yeah, that is
Skinny and bald equals cold.
Clearly someone who was not here last night, so he decided a simple zippy pullover was going to be enough. And spoiler alert, it's not.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, I guess they don't teach that in medical school,
it's
huh?
Not. All right.
Score one for the state schoolers. Yeah.
You love us. You love us. You want to be us. But anyway, they not like us. And thankfully, we not like them. I want to mention this before Doc Pandia comes on. This dude's name is Austin Capobianco. Do you know who that is?
You got to say it the right way.
Capobianco.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Austin Capobianco.
That's Italian for assault an outfielder, I believe.
That's who we're talking about.
Right.
We're talking about the absolute moron who not only grabbed Mookie Betts, but grabbed his arm long enough to dislodge the ball from his glove last night and has now been banned from the game tonight. He's going to get a refund because we wouldn't want him to lose any money, right?
You're banned.
You know what's weirdest about this? If you all go back and look at the replay, I want you to focus in on the look on this guy's face as he's doing it. He's a sociopath. This guy is
trying to make a play.
I mean, but he's not. Just like he's getting so much joy out of the fact that he gets to accost a ball player in the middle of a game.
Is he the one to the right? Because to the
left, the first one, the one that actually takes the ball out of the glove.
Okay, because then the other guy came in and grabbed his arm too.
He grabbed the other arm. So that Mookie could actually, I mean, literally.
That's Gianluca Capobianco, I believe.
I mean, my God. This guy could have actually been lifted off the ground by these two fans. So they've been banned from tonight. But I've got multiple issues with this. Part of it is the way the Yankees are handling it. Part of it is the way the media is handling it. And then part of it is actually an umbrella issue of the way we look at situations like this as a whole. Let me start with the media.
Okay.
Jesse Rogers is a guy who I really like, who reports for ESPN, and he does have plenty of tweets and appearances today about how this should not happen. This should not happen. You know what else, though, Jesse, should not happen? The tone of your article should not happen. I want you to hear, this is the first tweet that he sent about it. He linked a story to Austin Capobianco 17 hours ago. So this was last night after the game. And he sends out a picture of Austin and his buddies and writes, "Meet Austin Capobianco, the fan that interfered with Mookie Betts. I was talking to him at a local bar when a bunch of other fans asked him to take a pic with him and for his autograph. He was a beaut." Story up at ESPN. Quote, "If it's in our area, we're gonna D up." End quote. Are you bleeping me right now? You're going to do a feature story on this guy and say he's a beaut because other idiot New York fans want a picture with him and he said yes? Like, what on earth are we doing? What are we doing? You're going to glorify this guy, and then the Yankees are going to come out the next day. Don't worry, we banned him from tonight's game and gave him his money back. This person should not be allowed at a sporting event for the rest of his life. If it's in our area, we're going to D up. My God, have you got a lack of awareness of who you are in this whole picture? You're not on the team. You're not on the team. This was assault. If I were Mookie Betts, I'd be exploring completely other avenues here. And before you say, "Oh my gosh, this is an overreaction," where do we draw the line? This is not funny, and this is not one of those things that we do with a lot of, pardon the generalization, but East Coast fans, where we decide, oh, they care so much. They're great fans. What happens on the West Coast? Well, you just leave early and you have a glass of wine and you don't really care. No. We have decorum is what we have. We have decency. This is absolutely bananas to me that there is any story here other than, this is Austin, he's a moron, he never gets to see a game again. I couldn't believe this. This is the worst fan interference story I've ever seen.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, nor would I say it's assault. And I think that is a little bit too heavy-handed for me. At the very least, or at the very most, rather, it'd be battery, third-degree battery, and that's fine. And there is a sense of, when the ball goes in the stands, you as a fan have a right to it. Now, when the player catches it, you don't get to grab his glove. And for me, the bigger issue is the other fan number 2, who comes in and grabs his forearm. Yep. So Austin Capobianco, who is going for the ball, Mookie gets it. At that point, you let it go. But he was trying to dig in, and he dug it out of the glove. Good for you. It still isn't out. For me, the bigger issue is his buddy, I assume they're friends, who comes in and grabs Mookie's forearm. That, for me, is the bigger offense than the first guy who goes in there and tries to dig the ball out.
Well, they both grab it.
This is where, for me, this is where I believe in our pro sports, we need to put up barriers so that these imbeciles don't have the ability. And you had the play in the Dodger series earlier where Mookie thought he hit a home run and the Mets player robbed it, and he pretended like it was gone and you didn't know because the fence is so low. Unfortunately, we need to get to a point now where all of our walls and fences are so high that these sorts of things can't happen anymore. And you see it in the NFL where there's no place on the field where the fan can hang over the barrier and be involved in the play. And I know you've got the sideline and you've got the end zone and all the rest of it, but there's a buffer in the NFL, and it's for good reason. And we need to get to that same level in Major League Baseball. And it is sad that this fan is banned for a game, because we've had callers on our station, and I'm thinking about Mitch in Jersey. Hey, he banned me. Am I banned? Yeah, you've been banned for a lot longer than this fan's going to be banned from going to a Major League game, and that listener was only banned for bad phone calls. This man committed battery on Mookie Betts, and this is where unfortunately, we in American society, we can't handle it. We try to give people this great access, and we can't handle it. We now have nets around Major League Baseball ballparks because fans can't be trusted to pay attention.
Did you guys?
And when there's a line drive, I'm sorry, Grandy, fans can't be trusted to protect themselves, so now we need a net. Unfortunately, we probably need to remove these sorts of seats from baseball.
Go ahead, Grandy.
My fault, Dibs. Did you guys hear what Gronk said about this and how Gronk is related to this?
He was a college friend of him.
A college friend of him, and he says, quote, him doing that represents him very well. He is all in for his teams. He is a beauty. I just want to say congratulations for shining when your moment came.
And Gronk is a meathead.
Right. Shining.
Gronk's a meathead. And that's not a shot. Like, we all know this. Gronk's a meathead. So that doesn't make him a bad guy, but he's a meathead. And this guy being a beaut or this is fun, he's all in for his team. No, he's all in for himself because he's decided that he's a part of this process. And he's not. Like, again, this is what I would liken it to. Never forget that this is a sporting event and you bought tickets to an entertainment entity. If this were a concert, if this were a play, and the artists came down off of the stage, as they often do, and went into the crowd to give some people a little bit of a special experience, you just decided that, hey, you know what? I'm a part of this concert too.
I'm going to grope that artist.
I'm going to grope him, and then I'm going to grab the mic, and I'm going to sing my song because I think that I've purchased a ticket. Look, if you want to boo and you want to carry on, yep, your money. You are not a part of the show. You're not on the team. This person, that's a quote. If you come into our area, we're going to play defense. My God, you've lost your mind.
Yeah.
You've lost your damn mind.
You know what this is like, and I hope that this is the case, but, and you know I'm a huge fan of the medical world, and I've been through so many different surgeries in my life. I would love to have the opportunity if, for example, I don't know, a Doc Pandia, for example, was doing surgery.
That's an idea.
I could just scrub in. Somebody slip me a scalpel and let me get in there and do my thing. What do you think Doc Pandia would say if he were here?
Doc?
Well, let's go for it.
There you go. There you go.
Scrub me in, Doc.
All right.
Scrub me in.
This is a special one because Doc Pandia is not just here, but we are also celebrating the 3-year anniversary of Cleared to Play, our partnership with UCSF and the leading authority in orthopedics, Dr. Narav Pandya and Dr. Brian Feely. But come on, more Doc Pandya because you handle what? At least 80% of these.
Yeah, the heavy
and you're
lifting.
the one who's here right now. Doc Feely, we love you too.
Love him.
But it's appointment listening every week and the longest running weekly medical segment in all of sports radio. No other show provides this immediate insight like we're about to dive right into Steph Curry's ankles right now.
Yeah.
And the medical perspective, Christian McCaffrey will do it for fans and parents and athletes and whatever the hell Dibs has got going on
Sports
this particular
talk radio
week.
hosts.
Okay? So cheers to you, Doc Pandia, and to all of our friends at UCSF.
No, awesome. Thanks, guys. It's crazy. It's been 3 years. I talk to you guys some weeks more than my family. So
Yeah, right.
No doubt.
Well, there's more to talk about with us than the family. It's like, hey, honey, how was work? Fine. How was your day? Great. See you tomorrow. And yet, here we are talking about the same old ankles again, Steph Curry. When you saw it, and I was telling Mark, I get worried when it's a non-contact rollover. What did you think, and what's your prognosis from afar?
Yeah, no, I definitely was worried when you see that non-contact injury. It reminds me of Curry, first or second year in the league when that's happening a lot. Luckily, the MRI shows this peroneal strain, which basically is like secondary damage that can occur. Just means that foot twists, that muscle gets a little bit sore. Luckily, no structural damage, but that early in the season to see that happen, just something to be cautious about because it got a little nervous. Remind me of the old Curry.
Okay, more with Doc Pandia on the Steph thing in just a minute, but I'm going to call a false start on Dan Dibley because you jumped the other part that I need to say, which is to actually go out to the River Islands guest line and welcome Doc Pandia in.
7 reads later, maybe you can, get to the interview.
Well,
but that's okay.
I mean, listen,
It's on me, Doc. I'll take that.
Do you want to get paid or not for this show?
I was so excited I pulled a hammy.
It's time for Cleared to Play. We're going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment for 3 years now and talk to Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Narav Pandya. You're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Doc, I think I saw you talk about this on social media. What is the net effect of not sort of doing this once in that game, but he did it twice?
Yeah, it definitely becomes more painful. You get that ankle, you twist it, it gets a little irritated, and that second one's going to look that much more worse. So I think it looked worse than it actually was, but the fact that he was already a little irritated, I don't think it caused more damage, but it's going to make it seem more dramatic when you see it on TV.
And you look at the footwear, and I always was told as a kid, like, high tops are going to support the ankle so much better, but you see so many of these pro basketball players now in the mids or the lows. Is that just a myth about a high top shoe being more supportive?
It actually is. They've done studies looking at that, and it's more about your strength, kind of all that rehab Curry does. Low top, high top doesn't make a difference. Now, the key thing for Curry, he's got those big ankle braces, which probably is what saves him a lot of the time from getting that bigger sprain.
So you're telling me that through my entire high school basketball career, we spent all that money on those extra shoes for no reason at all?
Absolutely.
Jeez.
That's unbelievable. I need to go back and do it again. Mom, I'm sorry. We wasted a bunch of money. What about this? What is your translation of what you heard the Warriors say after the injury in terms of, okay, he's going to miss 2 games and then we reevaluate? What does that mean to you?
I think in general, you're looking just for that pain and swelling to go down. There's naturally going to be some of that. So you give it 48 to 72 hours. And just with this, it's how does he feel? It's not necessarily there's some structural damage that takes 6 weeks to get better. So you look to see, is he feeling better? Is he able to move on the court? Because if he's sore, you don't want him to injure something else. So usually it's that 48 to 72 hours, see how he's doing. And he knows his ankles well. I mean, that's the key thing. He's going to be the one who determines if he feels ready.
And does it, I don't know if help is the word, but the fact that you sprain your ankle so many times and the ligaments do get stretched out, does that aid in the recovery because your ankle is already so loose?
Absolutely, yeah. Whenever you sprain your ankle, you worry, is there going to be secondary damage? If it's so tight, so much force goes across it, you damage the cartilage, things get irritated. But if it just twists, it's frustrating, but you're going to be able to come back quicker because that secondary damage isn't there.
Let's talk about DeAnthony Melton, because he's dealing with an injury that's the exact same injury that dogged him for a very healthy portion of last year. So what's the concern level there?
I think a little bit more concerning. He had this, what they called a lumbar stress response, which basically just means your back's inflamed. So they got this MRI. Luckily, it sounded like no structural damage, and I think they're going to be safe. Rick Celebrini is very safe. Any degree of soreness, they don't want it to creep up again. So I think it's more caution because it's early part of the season. Based on what they describe, if this was the playoffs or, kind of a big game, I think he'd be able to play.
And similarly with Andrew Wiggins, who is out with a short-term injury, the level of concern for Wiggins is probably pretty low as well.
Yeah, I think so. And I think this is where having that 12, now 13-man rotation with Lindy Waters comes into play. Like maybe 2 seasons ago, you wouldn't have Wiggins sit out, but you've got enough depth where you can give him the rest if he's got these aches and pains.
Doc Pandia with us, cleared to play. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, and celebrating 3 years of talking about what's going on with Bay Area athletes and their injuries with the great Doc Pandia. I think that all fans in the Bay right now, they want to be so optimistic that Christian McCaffrey is ready to go. We've had a series of weeks now of hearing from the Niners, no setbacks. But how optimistic would you suggest that a fan should be right now, about a week and a half from now?
I think they can be optimistic. I think there is definitely a chance he's going to play. You haven't heard the setbacks. He's ramping up, as John Lynch is saying. The key is how much Christian McCaffrey are you going to get? Is there going to be a rep count? Is he going to be, trading carries with Jordan Mason? That's going to be the key thing. So are we going to see, 35 touches McCaffrey? Probably not. But I think we'll definitely see him play. The key is how is it going to last after a couple weeks? How does that Achilles feel?
And how typical is it to have bilateral Achilles tendonitis when maybe you're favoring one side over the other? Is this abnormal or is this somewhat garden variety?
Pretty common. You're going to get that secondary issue because typically what happens is that not only are you compensating, but whatever issues with that one Achilles is probably going to crop up in the other side. So definitely not uncommon and makes me feel a little bit more confident as opposed to it being there's something structurally really wrong with that one Achilles.
What is the risk of rupture or some kind of re-injury here?
So the risk of rupture is less than 10%. It's actually not that high because we hear about when someone does tear it, you're like, oh, you've got tendonitis, but we don't hear about the other 90 athletes who have it and are totally fine. So given the fact they've been slow with this and they're ramping it up, I think he'll be okay. But there's that risk. But once again, he's younger. This is his first bout with it. So I think it's relatively low.
Dre Greenlaw with the ruptured Achilles back in February, and it seems like 9 to 12 months is your typical return to play, which would put it at early to mid-November on the short side. What will his ramp-up be once he's cleared to actually come back and practice?
Yeah, you can go pretty quickly with that at that position. The key is how is he feeling? And I think that's going to determine how much he plays because at that position, you have to be explosive. You have to feel right, and that's the hardest thing at that position is you go through all this rehab, and are you ready to react and move quickly? So that's probably going to limit him more than some sort of physical ailment. Like his strength, mobility, all that stuff's going to be back.
I mean, the 49ers today, for the first time, put some sort of a timetable on Dre, which to me suggests they're starting to feel kind of good about where he is. But my question, and I don't know if you can know this, but what are the chances that when Dre plays, he looks like Dre?
It's going to be hard. You look at most of the data, it's that second season back. I mean, we saw it with, Clay and other players. It really takes a long period of time. You just can't recreate football activity in practice. So the timing, all those things you worry about. So this season, you could see flashes of him. I really think it's going to be next season.
Is that similar to the ACL recovery where you can come back and be 75, 80% of you, but it does take that full year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think anytime you're away from sports, whether you're injured or not, it's going to take time to get back into shape, get that, that sensitivity back. So absolutely, same sort of thing as an ACL.
Doc, I wonder this and what just patients tell you through the years, because when I watched Jordan Mason the last couple weeks. It's his shoulder, but he looks hesitant to me, which is more like you would think your legs. But I wonder if there is a mental thing that he's dealing with there. What do you hear from people as far as the mental side of playing full speed when they're hurt?
They absolutely struggle with it. I mean, I can tell them you're ready to go, they're excited, and then you're like, wait, I got to actually test this out. I'm going to get contact, and sometimes that can take even longer than the physical recovery. So absolutely, you're playing football, you're used to playing a certain way, and you got this injured area, and you may not want to take that contact, or a little bit of contact makes you sore again. You're like, look, I'm pulling myself out. So it's a hard part of the rehab process.
That being said, Ricky Pearsall now 2 games back after his terrible gunshot in the end of August. What have you seen in terms of his hesitation or lack thereof as he's gotten back on the field?
He looks like there's really not any hesitation. It's pretty remarkable, and I think he's probably been thrown into playing more just with all the injuries as well too. But for a rookie, I mean, he's out there taking a lot of snaps, has looked good. So it's once again, it's remarkable. We're talking about how many passes he's going to catch and things like that. When we're just talking about, are you going to be alive?
Are you going to live?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't even know what to ask you on this because I feel like there's 4 injuries every week for Deebo Samuel.
Right.
But like, what are we supposed to expect with a body and a style that seemingly keeps repetitively getting hurt?
These things are going to just keep popping up. And I think the expectation is going to be you're going to have Deebo miss maybe 25% of the games. And if he doesn't play that way, he's not going to be Deebo Samuel. So that's just the secondary impact of him playing wide receiver and running back and playing the way he does. So is there going to be a 16, 18 game Deebo season? Probably not, but you're going to get 10 good games of him playing aggressively.
Yeah, it's just incredible when he's out there and then you watch him run the ball or catch it and then he stays down. It's like, geez, Mark, and I mean, which one is it going to be this time? It's the hip, it's the back, it's the knee, and all the rest of it. But rugged game. I mean, what can you do, right?
What can you do? Well, I know what you can do. You can talk to Doc Pandy every week.
I would love it.
That's the best that we can do.
Pretty fun.
Great to see you out here. And not just thank you for today, but thank you for your partnership through the last 3 years.
No, absolutely. Thanks. It's been a pleasure. It's a great time every week. I look forward to it.
And you got to ask him the eternal question, the age-old question.
Which is?
Who plays basketball tonight?
Well, I got the little reveal here.
Moses Moody's in the building.
Oh, wait, and you had hey, what's the difference between an Achilles tear and an Achilles rupture?
So Achilles tear, you can still have some of the tendon there. Achilles rupture, totally gone. Totally gone.
But when you have an Achilles tear, do they ever stitch that baby back up? Or if it's torn, it's basically going to rupture anyway, so that they're going to go ahead and fix it?
It depends on the athlete and how old you are, but if you have more than 50% of that tendon gone, you're going to be sewing that together. So
if you're in your mid-50s and you slip and fall, what does that mean long-term?
Yeah, a lot of problems coming, Dan. A lot of urgent care visits.
Yeah.
You're not kidding. I was there on Saturday.
Yeah, you
My
old.
God.
All right.
You old. You're gone.
Doc, thanks, man.
You're the best, Doc.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Get this man a parka. Somebody's freezing.
The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And coming up next, we get back to your phone calls on Lindy Waters and now Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench. Should he stay there? Is he right to be frustrated? We can get to all of that. Plus, we're less than 20 minutes away from giving away yet another pair of tickets.
Another pair?
To a future Warriors game next month against the Brooklyn Nets. 888-957-9570. Live out at Thrive City. Brought to you by Xfinity. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hill. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I was getting texts about Buddy Hield in the fourth quarter of the game last night.
Buddy Buckets.
Well, I think Evan Giddings in the third quarter is blowing on the back of his fingernails because in yesterday's crossover, organically, a bet just kind of developed when people were talking about what Kuminga might want to or need to average in terms of points per game. And it just kind of popped to my head. I go, and this isn't saying that Kuminga can't do 17, 18 points a game this year. I said, I bet you Buddy Hield averages more points this year than Jonathan Kuminga for the Warriors.
Yeah. That was in the crossover, right?
In the crossover, yeah. And E-Dog's like, I'll take that bet. And then we go out there, we're watching the game, and Kuminga kind of has a little slow starter, but then he grows into the game, and he starts to feel his spot a little bit, and he's attacking the rim, and he's getting by people, and it's like, okay, we got 13 points, got 15 points, got 17 points, and I could feel it somewhere in the building. I didn't even know where he was sitting. I could feel Evan being like, I can taste that beer at the old ship now. It's going to be so good, because Buddy Buckets only had 3 points in that first half, and then the buckets caught fire in the fourth quarter. And so, look, I don't know where this whole thing is going, but Buddy Hield, he can shoot. And when he gets going like he did in the fourth quarter, the Warriors are, along with Lindy Waters, when Steph Curry comes back, etc., the way Andrew Wiggins was shooting through his first 3 games, and we still don't have word on him tonight. But Steve Kerr said, even with the loss of Klay Thompson, we need more three-point shooting. I do think they found it.
They did, and I think a more fair bet would have been Buddy Hield against Stephon Curry. I think that's how you say his name. But because Buddy's leading the team in scoring
right now,
he might outscore Steph Curry, for crying out loud.
Not happening.
Probably not. But when you watch Buddy play, and you see the game before when he was 3 for 14 or 3 for 15, and that guy has no conscience, which is what you want, because he comes out, he could go 0 for 17, and the next night he could go 11 for 12 or 14 for 19 or whatever. That guy gets hot in a hurry.
Did you see where he drew inspiration last night?
From?
Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
Reggie Miller, TNT broadcast, he said to Buddy at halftime, you look tentative, shoot the bleeping ball. And then he did.
Shoot the buckets ball.
Shoot the damn ball.
Yeah.
And 25 points in the second half. I think 19 in the fourth quarter. Ooh, it was a good game for the Warriors.
He looks a little Steph-esque. I'm not saying he's as good or will ever be as good, but the way before he even gets the ball, doesn't matter if he's balanced or not, doesn't matter where he is, it's going up, and he gets to the release point and he lets it fly, and when he's hot, he'll throw it up from anywhere, and it goes.
Yep, and it's a very easy release.
Yeah.
It's a very quick and easy release from Buddy Hield. So that looks to be so far so good. Good fit for Buddy Hield and the Warriors, who are 3-1. Do you want to see them next month? Within the next 10 minutes, okay? We will give away another pair of tickets to the Warriors versus the Nets on Wednesday, November 25th. All you will need is the contest line. Don't call now, but have this number ready, 415-523-4652. We'll tell you when to call. You can win your way in. Speaking of which, in less than an hour, between 5 and 5:30, your chance to win 2 tickets to see the Scorpions in Vegas on March 6th. PH Live, Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. We'll throw in 2 plane tickets and a 2-night stay as well. That's a text contest. We'll give you the key word between 5 and 5:30 and tell you what to do to see if you can win your way for a trip for 2 to Vegas in March.
Giving a lot of stuff away. Got Warriors tickets, trips to Vegas, Scorpions tickets, and all the rest. And, man, if you're in or around San Francisco, come down to Thrive City. We've got a lot of pride commemorations and celebrations here. We got a live DJ. You got a Warrior game that's coming up. The Thrive City area is slowly growing and percolating. The sun is out. Beautiful day in the city, Mark.
And by the way, last night was a TNT game, so there was no local broadcast. That's not the case tonight, which means that in about less than an hour or so, our buddy Bonte and maybe some friends from NBC Sports Bay Area are going to jump over to our table and talk a little Warrior basketball as well. So we got a lot of good stuff up. It's clear to us that a lot of people still want to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. And to me, we're sitting here talking right at the end of the show when we get word that Jonathan Kuminga is coming off of the bench. And your breakdown of maybe the X's and O's, the reason why, was one thing. The other side to it is the emotional side. How does Jonathan handle that? And we're always usually a little worried about it based on how he handled some things last year. So to me, here was the arc of the whole thing and how I kind of feel about it as we sit here at 4:25 today. Number one, you get named as coming off of the bench, and your job, especially this year, Steph Curry, no negative energy. Your job is to go out there and play well. And then he did. And I was so thrilled to see the way that all went down. And so there's three aspects of this. Number one, should Jonathan be disappointed or bummed? Yeah, you can be. Is it your job to still go out and play well? Absolutely, and he did. But then there's the third aspect, which is, do you then after the game need to go let everybody know that you're not pleased? And it's clear that he did, because every local reporter with the Warriors reported after the game that Jonathan is not very pleased with this role. And then there's the obligatory, but I'm going to handle it and do fine. That's great. But to me, if you're going to handle this correctly in all aspects, it's not just be a pro, go play well. It's also be a pro and don't start throwing teammates under the bus or expressing frustration with the whole process. You had your best game. The Warriors had their best game. You had your highest scoring total. I feel like he should accept this with open arms.
Yeah, he should, but he is still a young person. He's a young player. He's in his fourth year, and these are all things that hopefully he's being helped to learn and grow from. Because I'm looking at the quote right here from Kendra Andrews, and he said, when Kerr informed him via text, according to Jonathan Kuminga, that he was not going to be starting, he says, it wasn't my decision. I got a text. This is how it's going to go. This is who it's going to be, and I went with it. What am I supposed to do? Ask him why I'm not starting? This is the decision of the coach, and we will follow what he's going to do.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
It's a good answer.
But at the same time,
it's like Family Feud.
Well, yeah, good answer. Good answer. At the same time, it does come across a little bit petulant and a little bit immature. Like, well, he said that this is going to be what's going to happen, and well, he's the coach, and so this is going to be the way it's going to be, and I'm going to go with it. And it just takes a little bit away from the positivity of how he played, which is, yeah, I played 28 minutes. I played great. I'm kind of finding my footing this year and all the rest of it. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand how he could be potentially frustrated by this, but at the same time, he's only 22, and he's still figuring out how to be an adult, let alone being an NBA player.
I also think that as a group, those of us who follow or cover the Golden State Warriors are a little triggered by this idea because we're only 1 year removed from Klay Thompson, for example, being openly offended by the mere idea of coming off of the bench. And I guess I'm just starting to get to a spot of, why is this so offensive? Especially, like, it's one thing we're talking about Klay. You've got a bunch of rings, and you're a future Hall of Famer, and so there's an ego there that we understand. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You've been a starter for less than a year. You haven't even earned a second contract yet. Why is this so offensive to you? And why don't you have, what I would argue or ask, why don't you have a deeper trust for this organization? And if you want to go back to 2 years ago, he took me out of the playoffs against the Sacramento Kings, you can go back to that. But that's old news now. Steve Kerr has backed Jonathan Kuminga. Once they put him into the starting lineup, they left him there. They're trying to develop him. I don't understand why an organization like this has been so successful, has star players at the top running the show. Why does Jonathan not have a larger trust for the decisions they're making and the things that they're trying? Because clearly last night, that looked like a much better spot for him than what was happening the first 3 games.
Agreed. And I think going into tonight, when they got the Pelicans again, and we don't know officially if Andrew Wiggins will be out. He's questionable. Curry will be out. I would imagine that Melton will also be out, so you'll be shorthanded again. And if I'm Steve Kerr, and I look at last night, and I look at it and say, well, he came off the bench, and he played great, and we won, so guess what, JK? You're coming off the bench again.
Yeah.
And he's only started 77 games in his NBA career of the 215 he's played in the regular season. So coming off the bench is something that he should be somewhat used to. And I also think that there shouldn't be a stigma about coming off the bench, especially for a younger player. Like, if you're Clay and you haven't come off the bench since your first or second year, fine. I can see where you're thinking, I'm a veteran. It's been 10 straight years of me starting. I want to start because that's what I do. But when you're a young player who's mostly been coming off the bench, I don't know why that'd be a big deal.
Well, here's when I know that somebody has, at least on some level, kind of handled certain things the wrong way in the last few years. I don't think there's any other Warrior where people are asking the question, how's he going to feel about that?
Right.
Pods to the bench, nobody asked.
Moody, DNP.
Buddy Hield to the bench, nobody asked. Like, great point. Moses Moody on certain nights is like, do you know that I'm here?
Right.
And he signed a contract extension. But when Jonathan Kuminga specifically goes to the bench, we've all got to go, oh, how's he going to feel? Well, I'm sorry if this sounds harsh. Here's my answer. Who cares?
Yeah.
It is not.
So what?
It is not the job of Steve Kerr or anyone with the Golden State Warriors to worry about how each individual feels based on a decision that you think is the right thing. Unless, of course, the only caveat would be if that person has such a presence in the room, like if it were Steph Curry, but that's irrelevant because who would do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't understand why we've got to ask that question. Jonathan Kuminga has not earned the right to be upset if he has to come off the bench, particularly if you're still going to play him almost 30 minutes.
Yeah, 28 minutes, which is plenty. And honestly, if he starts, he's probably not going to play more than 28 minutes anyway. Because you're playing 10 guys or you're playing 12 guys or 13 guys, whatever. And we did the math before about how many minutes there are, period. There are 240 minutes in a game. So when you play 28 of those 240, that's a pretty big total. And I think that only Brandon Podziemski played more minutes than him last night. Yeah, Kuminga at 28. Waters played 31. Buddy and Draymond played 29. Pods played 34. So of the biggest minutes guys, you were in the top 5. So just because you didn't start doesn't mean you're not going to get healthy minutes.
888-957-957 if you want to weigh in on this situation, which we knew. Like we knew before the season even started, there was going to be plenty of this. You've got 13 players who look like they've earned playing time. How on earth are you going to keep everybody happy? And how on earth are you going to even do things that all the fans are like, yeah, that's the right decision? It's next to impossible. So 888-957-9570. But beyond that, I will say this. I loved the rotations that Steve Kerr had last night. Not only did Kuminga look the best so far this year with coming off the bench, I thought there was one really kind of in-the-moment tweak that was pretty brilliant, which is the fact that Lindy Waters, who essentially played a good portion of the second quarter, and that is the sum total of what the Warriors had seen from him in a regular season game in this uniform in history, he immediately started the second half with him instead of Buddy Hield. And Lindy used that third quarter to absolutely build a lead for the Warriors. Maybe that sort of gave Buddy Hield a minute to breathe, light a fire, whatever it is. When he came back into the game, he was absolutely absolutely fantastic. Those two probably ended up as your best two players for the whole evening. And that's not an intuitive move to make. But he made it because he saw in the moment, I think this will work. If we're going to rip Steve Kerr's rotations when it doesn't work, let's be there to point them out when they do.
No doubt. And last night it was really prompted by the fact that you were down 3 bodies, but you're right, when you get to the second half and you realize that Lindy is playing great, so you put him back in there instead of just the tried and true, well, you were my starting 5, so you got to start the third quarter as well. And the other one is to keep an eye on is Kyle Anderson, who 20 minutes last night, 0 of 9 from the floor.
Oh, his shot was brutal.
Brutal. He does a lot for you.
Yes.
Good defense, high IQ, distributes, and all the rest of it. He did have 5 steals in the game as well, but when you start thinking about that rotation going forward, I don't know how many of these types of players you can afford to have. Kevon, not much of a scorer. Draymond doesn't score a lot. He's got to play. GP2 doesn't score a ton. Kyle Anderson, not known for his shot. So you start getting through your rotation. How many of these guys can you afford to play a lot?
Well, although all of those guys are guys you can't afford to not play, it's just about how many of them can you have on the floor at the same time. But yeah, Kyle Anderson, that corner 3 last night, it's not just that it was missing, it was it was missing by a lot. But you're not wrong. He's very Draymond-esque in that he's going to do a lot of things on the court for you, a lot of smart things. So you live with slow-mo, whether or not that shot happens to be falling. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also, right now is time to give away a pair of tickets, Warriors and Nets, Wednesday, November 25th. You just need to be caller 5. That's it. That's it. You don't have to be talented. You don't have to be smart. You don't have to always listen to Willard and Dibbs. It helps, but that's it. You just need to dial this number, 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652. Be caller 5, and you go into the game.
That's it. Just call and win and show up and enjoy.
Yeah.
It's an easy contest.
So we're also waiting to find out, and my guess is somewhere within the next hour or so, we will know if Andrew Wiggins is playing in this basketball game. By the way, if he is, how would you then go about shuffling what happens with the lineup in the rotation?
Well, you probably put Wiggins right back in the starting lineup, and then you go with Draymond and TJD, and then you go with Podzminski.
And Hield.
And Buddy Hield, yeah. I mean, that's probably, I think, what they would do. The idea of Wiggins and Kuminga both on the bench, then you're probably going to have them on the floor together. And we haven't really seen that be tremendously successful before. I do like TJD as your starting 5, and Draymond then at the 4. You don't want to play Draymond too much at the 5, I don't think. But that's kind of the way I would like to stack it.
NBA puts out injury updates every hour on the bottom of the hour. So 4:30, 5:30, 4:30 just passed. They have an update out, but no update for Wiggins. He's still officially questionable.
Okay. I got to consider that a good thing. If you're in favor of Wiggins playing tonight and the way he's been playing, I don't know why you wouldn't. But again, it does create a nightly pickle, and we're going to be playing Warriors Survivor for the next 15 games at least. And I'm really curious to see how it plays out. Yes, this is one of those things classically that'll probably work itself out because there will always be a couple guys who are hurt. But even then, with a couple guys, 3 guys out last night, you still came out of that game feeling like, boy, I kind of feel like Moody probably could have had a few more minutes, He ended up with 6 more points, but in Garbaggio time to finish with his 17. I thought he was really, really good again last night.
Yeah, he was really good, and 17 points in 18 minutes, and it obviously was padded by the garbage time points that he did get. But when you look at the minutes, it was GP2 who was kind of the odd man out. He only played 8 minutes, and if you're going to play 12 and you have everybody ready to roll, and the chef is going to get 32 of those 240, and we did this before, you start to slice slice that pie, and of the 12, 2 guys are always going to be the odd men out. Yep. I asked Steve Kerr earlier in the week when we had him on Monday about slow-mo in the game against the Clippers, and he just said, hey, when he came in that second quarter with that group, it didn't go well, and some nights that's just going to be the way it goes.
888-957-9570, the number. And listen, here's the other thing I'll say about it, because I really do. I like Jonathan Kuminga, and I thought he looked really good last night. But I'll admit, sort of if you will, a scab or a weak point that I have as a Warrior fan in watching this stuff. Last 2 years, there has been too much in terms of drama. There's been too much in terms of attitude. There's too much in terms of, I deserve this, and he deserves that, and I'm looking out for my money, and I should be in the starting lineup. You're going to bench me? You're going to bench me? You got guys punching each other. There's just too much of it. And I think most Warrior fans right now are addicted to the tone that they're hearing from almost all of these Warriors, where they're just like, we're a team. We don't care how many minutes we get. We're listening to Steph, Draymond, and Steve, and what they say goes, and that's it with no ego. And that's everybody except for a tiny little smidge of one person, and that's Jonathan. And as long as it doesn't affect the way he's playing, I think everything's fine. But teetering a little bit when he also is feeling that frustration. It's not so much that he's expressing it at all. I just don't know why he's feeling it. Like, why are you feeling frustrated? It's okay to come off the bench and still get your time and your points.
Well, it's because when you look around his draft class, and I was doing this yesterday, doing a little bit of a search about all the players in the class of 2021, and you've got Max, and big money here, big money there. Even Moody got 3 years and $39 million. Now, Kuminga wouldn't sign that. He's worth more than that, and he wants more than that, but there's a little frustration when you look around your draft class and you start to have FOMO, your fear of missing out. And I know he's not Scotty Barnes, and he's not Cade Cunningham, and he's not Franz Wagner. These are players who are ones on bad teams, and he happened to land with a team that won a championship his rookie year or his second year, so he doesn't have the same ability to complain because you're in a winning situation. But at the same time, I'm sure it's a little frustrating that you don't get the minutes, you don't get the touches, and you certainly haven't gotten the money.
That's a fair point. But at the same time, it's natural to feel it, but still not okay to bring it to the locker room. Not saying that he's done that as of yet, but I think everybody's eyes and ears are out for where this situation goes next. I know where we're going next. We're heading for our 5 o'clock hour, which is going to be a fun one. Thrive City is where we are. It's brought to you by Xfinity. You can hear and feel the energy building toward game time. We will continue to take your calls, and also Bonte and maybe more are going to jump on by and talk a little bit more Warrior basketball with us right out here on the plaza. We'll hope that you join us and stay tuned. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of
of Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, TJD. We're live out on the plaza. Thrive City getting ready for the game. It's all brought to you by Xfinity. And remember, a fly away for two. Fly away with me. Actually, no, I won't be there. But you'll see the Scorpions in Vegas sometime between 5 and 5:30. We'll give you the chance to text in and win. Scorpions tickets.
Scorpions!
Airfare.
Klaus Meiner.
And a hotel stay at Planet Hollywood. So keep listening. Details are right around the corner. And we're going to go to the calls as well. I tell you what, the idea, and again, I want to present this right. I don't think Jonathan has really done anything necessarily wrong yet. He played well last night, and so that's wonderful. But the word is, Jonathan is bummed that he's not starting. I liken this to, look, I went to the game. Lovely Christy and I went to the game last night. We had great seats. We weren't on the floor. We weren't on the floor.
No.
I wasn't in the first 10 rows.
No.
Am I supposed to be like, well, hold on a second. We host Afternoon Drive on the home of the Warriors.
Yeah.
I don't just want row 25. I want row 5. Like, that's how to me, that's the same thing we're talking about here. You got 28 minutes. You got 17 points. You have very smart people running this show. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Mike Dunleavy. You have it. Trust them. Trust them. Don't be offended that you're coming off of the bench for the Golden State Warriors. That is a fine spot to be.
Don't know if he was offended. I just think that he spoke to what he thought was the way he heard about it. And I guess after the game, he kind of recanted that part of the story. But I'm sure it's frustrating for Jonathan, and there's a certain amount of anxiety about what is yet to come because he's in a contract year. And if you're seen as a bench player by other people in the league and around the league, and when you've got reporters using the word benched ahead of your face when it comes to the story. But think about it from his standpoint.
Yeah, that was out of line.
It's out of line, but if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you're worried about optics as well as how you play because you've got 78 more games to show everybody just how good you are because at the end of the year, he's going to be a free agent, a restricted free agent, which means any of the other 29 teams can come to him and offer him a big deal, and then the Warriors have to match it. So it's up to him to go out there and show these other 29 exactly how good he is.
No doubt. And I want to talk a little bit more about those social media posts that referred to Jonathan Kuminga as benched. We'll do that in a few, but let's go out to the phones. Mary is in Marin County and joining us on Willard and Dibs. Mary, thank you for the call. What's up?
I was just listening to you a little bit earlier, and I didn't hear his comments last night, but what you had said was everybody on the Warriors team buys into the coaching staff, the coach, and we're all here to win. But it sounded like from what your quote was that he said was kind of the same thing, and I feel a little bit like people are reading in between the lines. He said coach texted him and said he wasn't going to be starting, and so that's what he was doing. So,
well, Mary, I'm drawing more, not so much from just the direct quote, because I agree with you that there's nothing bad about that quote. I'm drawing from the report that Anthony Slater has given, that Monty Poole has given, that Kendra Andrews, everybody who reports on the Warriors has stated publicly today they don't think Jonathan is thrilled with the move. Let's just put it that way. And that's fine to not be thrilled with it. I just don't think you should be letting people know that. And I also think as long as you're playing 28 minutes, who cares if you come off the bench or not? You know, that's my point.
And I agree. But again, you're saying they think. So I wonder what it is that's causing them to think that, you know, what he has said off the record. But for sure, the Warriors have got to be the classiest team in the league about keeping stuff close to the vest. What happens between us is between us, and none of your business, and it doesn't come out. So I was just curious. I missed the first part of it, and I thought, well, it sounds like a lot of speculation and not anything he's said or done. But that was my comment.
It's speculation, but it's also reporting from the people who are there each and every day. And again, neither Mark nor I is portraying this as a real problem. It's just something I think to kind of keep an eye on because of what Mark had said earlier, reminding me about the previous years where he wasn't in the lineup, he wasn't finishing games, and even last year where he felt like the coaching staff didn't have his best interests at heart necessarily. And now here we are in a contract year, and it's game 4, and already we have these things kind of percolating again.
Yeah, I like the way you're saying it. Is it speculative? No, not really, because these reporters, we know them very well. They do a great job. They're getting this from their off-the-record conversations with Jonathan, or maybe they're just unquoted conversations with him or his agent or whatever it is. You're never going to get all those reporters to come out of the room with one impression and have it be wrong. So, again, I've got no problem if Jonathan is frustrated, but I would ask him why. Like, there just really isn't a reason for it. And if it is, and here's where I am speculating, if Jonathan is upset because of the way this was portrayed on social media, then A, I do think it was portrayed incorrectly on social media, where Shams and others had posts that said Jonathan Kuminga's been benched, all capital letters. I would have loved, by the way, for Steve Kerr in his post-game conference, because he's done this before. He knows what's being said on social media. Come out and say, I didn't bench Jonathan Kuminga. We decided to bring him in at a different time. And those are, like, I get it. It's not benched. It has a connotation to it, and it's not accurate in this case.
At all. And he came off the bench, and Steve Kerr ended up playing, 15 guys last night or 14 different players?
Yeah.
So, are you telling me that Pat Spencer was benched? Well, he wasn't benched. He just played 3 minutes. And so if he had expectations about being a starter and he only played 3 minutes, then it might be a story. And Jonathan Kuminga played 28 minutes. So for me, it's a complete non-story. And I do think part of this stems from Jonathan Kuminga's, I would say, emerging command of the language. Because if you read the things that he said, they come across differently than the way he intends to say them, I believe. And he says, it wasn't my decision. It was the man himself, Coach Steve Kerr's decision. It wasn't my decision. And some of the other things he says come across a little bit more terse and direct, and it's because I don't think that he has total command of the nuance of the language to where you could convey things in a different way.
Yeah, and again, there's not been some tirade or anything like that. I just think that following Steph Curry's lead this year with a team that has some new players and some youth is really important. And when Steph says last week, this is a beautiful locker room, we need to make sure there are no agendas. We need to make sure that nobody has negative energy if it's not your night. I don't want 4 games in to be hearing from all the reporters that someone's upset, even though they still ended up getting more than their full role and filled up the box score in a way that they hadn't in games past.
Yeah.
So there's no offense in being benched. I don't think it's too much to ask every Warrior to be like, you know what I want to do? I want to do what is absolutely best for this basketball team to win basketball games. And if that means that I go sit up in the upper deck, I'll go sit up in the upper deck, because that's what all the other players have said.
Yeah, and that's what Steve Kerr said last night, and he actually was praising Kuminga. He said JK was great. We're going to need him.
Great, yes.
There's games like tonight where we have to have him. There's other games where maybe things aren't going his way, and that's okay. This is a deep team, and the thing that Steve has asked all these guys to do is just commit. Every night is going to be different. So,
trust. That's the word we've been talking about. Just trust them.
Trust that, everybody has to commit. And some nights when maybe it's not your night, like Kyle Anderson on Sunday, wasn't his night in Steve's eyes, he didn't play anymore. And last night was a case where GP2 only played 8 minutes, and maybe it wasn't his night. So every every night is going to be different, except for guys like Steph and Draymond. They're going to play regardless, but the other 10 in the rotation, you may go from 30 minutes to 4 minutes night after night.
Judy in Oakland is next up. Judy, thank you for calling. You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Judy.
I think that Kuminga needs to just be quiet and follow the process. All this complaining and griping and all these things, I mean, look within. Why are you not getting the contract that everybody else says you think you should get? Because you're not being a team player and you're not following the process. Everybody else comes in. I mean, if Steph can come off the bench, everybody should come off the bench. I mean, just get over it. And what is the big deal with coming off the bench? So what? You're getting your minutes. You have your playing time. You get in there, do what you're supposed to do, make a good impression, and then get more minutes for yourself. But shut up about it. I don't understand why all of this talk outside of the locker room. We don't need any more drama. We got rid of drama. Can we just move forward peacefully?
Judy, thanks so much. I agree with you completely, except for I will throw this out. I don't think Jonathan has done anything dramatic as of yet.
No, those words that Judy used were a little strong for me.
That's a little strong.
He's not griping.
But here's what I would say. Again, look, where did Jordan Poole usually play when he played? Did he start, or did he usually come off of the bench? He usually, unless someone was hurt, usually came off the bench. And when it was time for an extension, what happened?
Oh, he got paid.
Kaboom.
Yeah.
So that's all I would say to Jonathan. It's not shut up, you're being too loud, because I don't think he is being too loud. I just wish that someone would get to the guy and go, get out of your feelings. It's not, you're not a disruption, but you got to trust that the money you want, you can make it this way too. You do not need to be one of the first 5 names called in order to get big money in this league. You do not. And you will be helped if the Warriors are a better basketball team too.
Yes, you'll be helped, but at the same time, you look at the other guys in his draft class who have gotten paid, and the money is bananas, and the overall number 1 pick, the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, the number 4, the number 5, they all have gotten those extensions. And Cade Cunningham, $224 million, and Evan Mobley, $224, Barnes the same, Franz Wagner the same, and Kuminga's like, I want one of those $224 million deals, and he didn't get it.
No.
And his teammate got a 3-year deal, $39 million.
$39 million.
Smaller deal, certainly.
If Jonathan wants $39 million over 3 years, he can have that.
Right. Şengün got $185, and Jalen Johnson got $150 for 3 years. So all these guys in his draft class are getting all this money, so he's feeling antsy, and I get it.
You got to go get it. You got to go earn it, and you can earn that from a number of different places. There's more than one way to eat a Reese's. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And by the way, it's after 5 o'clock, so the contest is officially open. If you want to go to Vegas, and my goodness, who doesn't, then during this window, you need to be listening closely. We have tickets to see the Scorpions perform at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino in March. Round-trip airfare for 2 and a 2-night stay at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. The text number will be 20357. You just need to text the keyword to 20357. When we give it to you, we haven't yet, but we will in less than a half hour. It's also Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Rich in Fremont is next up. Hi, Rich. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I think at the end of the day, this is about 2 parts. First of all, understanding that Kuminga has not been in the league long enough to understand that side of the way you handle things is being subdued when you need to be subdued, but also being vocal when it's time to be vocal. And if he's handling it vocally behind closed doors, that's going to be the professional way of handling it, okay? Now, I understand he's entitled to his feelings. I'm not telling him not to feel the way he feels. Yep. At the end of the day, like you said, he needs to realize that, hey, if you come off the bench, you can still get paid. And so by him going out and do what he did last night, great for his resume, great for what's going to happen if he continues. But he also needs to realize at the end of the day, keep your composure, go out, do your job, and make sure at the end of the day, by the time the season's over, hey, these guys will be ready to back up the Brinks truck and make sure you get paid. Why? Because you earned it out there the way you play. And by the way, guys, I won those tickets, so thank you very much. And thank you, 95.7 The Game. And thank you, Mark, Willard, and Dan Dibley. Thanks, guys.
Did you really, Rich? Good for you,
Rich.
man.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were caller 5, and then you were like caller 85 also, and actually got on the air. Look at you. You're having a day.
Cool. It was cool. Thank you.
Look at that.
Nice,
See?
Rich. Congratulations.
See? Rich is coming off the bench, and look at the points he's putting up.
Yeah, it's big time performance from Rich right there on a Wednesday. It's nice.
We're out here at Thrive City. We're about to have our 4 minutes of sunshine. We're very excited about that. It's all brought to you by Xfinity. You hear the party that is building here in the background. The fans are starting to show up as we are now just about 2 hours away from tip-off in a game that you will hear in its entirety on 95.7 The Game. I really want to drive this point home. I don't think we're at a spot yet where Jonathan Kuminga needs an attitude adjustment.
No.
I think he needs advice. I really do. I think he needs to understand there's no shame in coming off the bench. You can still make money off of the bench. If you're getting your minutes and you're getting your points and you're out there with better lineups that put you in a better position to succeed, then things are going to go well for you. I think there's too much of this in sports right now where people are like, I'm being held down. This coach, this general manager, this whatever, keeping me down. This is a good organization, and they have no designs on holding Jonathan Kuminga down. They want him to be his absolute best self. And so they're going to keep trying things that maybe put him in different spots to see what he'll do. And last night, I tell you what, if he wants to start, last night was actually a bad night because he looked great.
Yeah, he played great. And yeah, I don't know about the idea that the Warriors, not that they want to hold him down, but I'm sure that they would like to be able to sign him for less than what he could command if they just turned him loose and he had a monster year. And they want to win, first and foremost. And beyond that, they want to develop their team and they want to keep their guys most likely. And Kuminga's in an interesting spot because he's probably not going to go out there and get as much money as he wants at the end of the year. And whatever offer is out there, the Warriors will have a chance to match or not. So, it's going to be an interesting choice that they have to make, and maybe they've already made it by not coming to terms with him because you signed Moses Moody to a 3-year extension that felt about right. $13 million a year. He was okay with it. That was their offer. He signed it. Boom, that's a nice fixed cost. It's also a tradable contract at $13 million. And for Kuminga, you probably would have wanted to sign him at, $35 million a year, and maybe you didn't want to sign him at all. So that becomes interesting when we get to next offseason.
Let's keep it going. Michael in Berkeley is next up. Michael, thank you for calling.
Charles, thank you for having me. Question I have, because I somewhat disagree. When you played sports, did you want to start or did you want to come off the bench?
I just wanted to play, man. Like, do you want to start? Is it cool? Sure. And again, I don't have a problem with Kuminga wanting to start. I already said there's 3 aspects of this. It's, can you be disappointed? Sure. Do you go play like a pro? He did. Do you then start telling reporters that it bums you out? That's the problem I have. I just want him to know that I think he can still achieve his goals, whether he's starting or off the bench, Michael. That's it.
Yeah, but, you listen to a lot of coaches, and they'll tell you that, they're happy that somebody doesn't appreciate just playing. They want somebody that has that fire, wants to start, and wants to win. They're not looking for it, and I don't think the Warriors are looking for a role player in Jonathan Kuminga at this point. Yeah, there are players on the team now that, are role players. And the other thing is this is not a championship team. So to say he should be happy to sit on the bench and come off the bench and not want to start. I don't believe that is anybody should think that's acceptable.
Well,
do you think that they see themselves as not a championship team?
Yes, they see themselves as not a championship team. I'm sure they know. I'm sure the Warriors know with their talent evaluators, and suppose Steve Kerr is great. Mike Dunleavy, I'm not sure, but I'm sure. If you speak with the Warriors and they're honest, they don't believe they're a championship team.
I just don't think that they think like that, Michael.
Here's why I disagree with you, Michael, and I know Dibbs will back me up on this, and thank you, Michael, for the call. I disagree with you because you have no idea who's going to be on this team next March. You have no idea who's going to be on this team. So it's not just look at the roster, do you think they can win a title? It's also what position do you put yourself in to potentially make a trade at the deadline, or could this team overachieve? You have no idea the way this season is going to go. I'd love to see you look Steph Curry in the eye and tell him that this isn't a championship team. I promise you that that's not the way they look at it. They just look at this as a moment in time, and we'll see where it goes next. And they're off to a very encouraging start. Your larger point, Michael, I agree with. I don't have an issue that Jonathan wants to start. The issue is whether or not Jonathan feels comfortable telling other people that he wants to start, and whether or not this in some way kind of dampens his glow. That's the issue. It's great if he's got that drive. That's wonderful. But the bottom line is it very well may be that for this team, it's better for him to come off the bench. And if that's what it is for the next 78 games, then that's what it is. And you got to find your happiness in that.
Well, you can find your happiness in that, or you can be frustrated by that, because there is a certain amount of cachet that comes with being a starter. And if he goes into free agency and he only starts 2 or 3 games all year, other teams are going to see him as that, a sixth man. And it does lower his value. If you couldn't start for the Warriors, if they saw you as a guy coming off the bench, then why would any team go out there and give him a huge contract if he is a bench player? So I do think that some of that plays into his desire to start.
Well, again, if he's scoring more points off the bench than he is as a starter, I think that's going to make his numbers go up. People can see that a role is going to change team to team based on who you're playing with. The returns off of only one game, but one game off the bench were better. Yeah. I understand that there were more points on the table last night because Steph and Andrew weren't there. But if that's who you're going to perform best with, then do it. Do it and trust it. That's what I would say. Let's go to Dre in San Jose, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Dre. Thanks for calling.
Fellas, good evening to you guys. Hey, I know we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga mainly, but you niggas couldn't hear me.
What? We hear you.
We hear you just fine.
Yeah, I think that...
all right, did we lose him?
No, yeah, he got run.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Jan, thank you for calling.
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
The only thing I wanted to bring up was when before the beginning of the season, everybody was locked in. Everybody in the preseason was happy. They got along. There were no issues. And now all of a sudden, we're now 3-1, and now Kuminga is starting this, kind of behind closed doors, like, you don't know if he's happy or if he's unhappy, and he's, in the contract year, and he's kind of just, instead of, like when I was working, I mean, if I had an issue, I brought it up to the manager. He'd always, say, speak up if anything's on your mind. I'm here. I have an open mind. I listen, and I will do my best to help you out, but you need to bring it to my attention. Instead of, keeping it inside and, making other people guess about, well, gee whiz, what's going on with you? You're not your same happy self that you were a couple of days ago. I mean, bring it up.
Yeah, I would imagine, Jim, that he
Thanks,
has, any issues they have, I'm sure that they bring it up to the head coach. And I think all that you're saying, Mark, is that it's a little bit of a slippery slope when these feelings come out in the public, and now it becomes a part of the conversation where it doesn't necessarily need to be a part of it.
No doubt, but I also think that there is a point there again. There's nothing like it's not an issue yet. He's not an attitude problem yet. But I do wonder, the NBA is so based on a hierarchy. And this team has its hierarchy already. Steph Curry, Draymond Green. That's your hierarchy. And you've got, for example, Buddy Hield. This guy has averaged almost 16 points a game for his entire career. And what does he start saying upon arrival? Whatever these guys say goes.
Yep.
Whatever they're doing, they get it. This is the best organization I've ever played for. They're smart. They're accomplished. I'm going to listen to everything they say and trust it absolutely without question. And you don't all have to sound like that, but a little bit more of that from Jonathan Kuminga, who's still on a rookie contract, who's still 22 years old, has still not started that many games, does not have that kind of career cachet, and he's the one who seemingly wants the structure to be different. I'm always interested in that. Those things need to be earned, and they are not earned just because you want money or just because the number next to your draft status is small.
Yeah, number 7 pick in 2021, and I get that part of it. And, it's just a challenge when you're younger and you start to have success, and then you want more of it, and you feel like you can take on a bigger role, and maybe that bigger role is not there for you. And also being on this team, a team that has won 4 championships, and you were a part of one of them, and it's a team that still is in a winning mode, so they're going to be a little bit more Spartan and a little bit more strict with how they give out minutes to just any young player.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Mohammed in Elk Grove. Hey, Mohammed, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
You guys, I'm good. How are you? First time calling in. I don't think for the rest of the season there's going to be an issue with Jonathan's play. And so far, I don't think there's going to be anything with the attitude. But if there is, and he poses any threat to the locker room, this guy won't be here in December. If he's running the chemistry, I wouldn't be surprised if he's dealt quicker.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he's dealt either way. Thank you, Mohammed, very much. We've already 4 games in had a number of conversations with people around the league who think merely because of the structure of the Warriors, a trade is very, very likely. Now, will that include Kuminga? I doubt it. Mainly because of the point you've brought up, which is that his salary right now is just kind of like too much of a bargain. Then again, he's also the piece that other people would really want, and that's the beauty of building up a roster of 13 people who can play, which is that if a big name or somebody really, really sure thing talented comes on the market, the Warriors are able to get into that conversation, and Kuminga very well might be a part of those conversations.
Especially if you're a team that is looking to get, younger, and if you've got a star who is maybe expiring and you want to move off of that player and you want to get younger, Kuminga certainly would be attractive if you like the player, but you do know that he's going to have to get paid in the near future, which is why this past offseason, it wasn't surprising to me that it was really Podziemski who was most coveted because they have him under team control for 3 years.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Eric in Oakland next up. Eric, thank you for calling. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say that I think he needs to understand a little bit of context, but it's really hard to tell a 22-year-old kid about context. So what needs to happen is he just needs to play his butt off and be in the rat like a gym rat and not contribute to all this social media stuff and just focus on basketball if he's getting the same minutes he would starting or not. And, and what's going to happen is if we're 12 or 13 people deep, there's no way we're going to sign them all. So just play your ass off and see what happens.
And Eric, he's off to a good start with that last night. You know what I mean? That's the good news in all of this. Eric, thanks. I mean, if I'm and offended's not the right word, but if I'm bothered by anything I saw last night, quite frankly, it's the way that this was presented on social media. Because I do have to wonder if that's what maybe bothered Jonathan more than anything else, is seeing in all caps the word bench right under his face, when in actuality, he's still got 28 minutes and 17 points.
Right. You can go ahead and bench me and give me 28 minutes. I mean, that to me is not being benched. As a guy who has been benched in a number of different arenas and varieties, as we welcome in Bonte Hill, that, my brother, is not being benched.
It's
Bonte Hill in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
We got some Bonte. What's up, Bonte?
I walk out to Thrive City, and the first thing I see is Willard and Dibbs in front of the All-Star banner looking big time. Man, 95.7 The Game must be making some money right now. Get you guys outside the studio looking good.
Pretty sweet.
Sounding good, and got my guy Granny out here looking cold. I thought he went to Oregon. It's looking soft over here, shivering.
I know.
Like, dude, it's 60 degrees. Relax over
Dude,
there.
we've been in the shade, and it's funny because when you're like 8 feet that way, it's nice, warm, sunshine, and your boy Tim Jordan, engineer
Look at
extraordinaire.
him. It's like it's 20 degrees or something.
Wow.
It's not that cold.
His rapper name would be Two Hoods, not Two Chains. Two Hoods.
Two Hoods.
He's also on his 9th hour out here. So
yeah, he is overworked, but I mean, he makes all the big bucks. He makes more than anybody here. So, I mean, you see what he does from 9 a.m. or actually 6 a.m. to about 2 p.m. He does really nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, he just walks around doing nothing.
Plug two things in and hang out, you know?
Shasky, my mic flag. Okay, sure, I got you, Shaq. I mean, come on. I mean, Tim Jordan, what a life.
We got a lot of people that want to weigh in. Stay right where you are. We're coming to you. Bonte can even ride with you as well as he gets ready to go over to NBC Sports Bay Area to take care of things tonight. Andrew Wiggins remains questionable. All
okay.
Right. We're getting close to the game time. They still have not announced him as out. All right, so we'll keep you up to date there. But Bonte, what was your reaction to the effort last night? Down 3 players.
Well, I was playing with Baby Chez's Encanto house, and she was Maribel, and I was Abuela. So I had to play the little voice, and my phone just starts going crazy, and it's the big graphic by Sham Sarania.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga, benched. And I'm thinking, wait, he's out of the rotation already?
Right.
3 games? And he ends up playing a season high in minutes. So finally on the morning roast, we asked callers, like, hey, does it matter if people start? We've had this discussion when Chris Paul came aboard. And I always had the philosophy, especially with this team under Steve Kerr, and we've seen many times, he'll start at 5, start at the third quarter, it'll be a different 5. You know, it'll be maybe a different center, a different small forward. And this is how Steve Kerr is going to do it. So is it the final 5? That's what we should worry about, is the Yankees. Oh, wow, we're going back to L.A., baby. Yep. Going back to L.A., let's go. Put some pressure on the Dodgers. But I was like, he got a season high in minutes. And if you play well, you're going to get 25 to 30 minutes. Now, how do they come and what type of combinations? The starting thing has not mattered to me with this organization for a long, long time. So the graphic was very misleading.
Yeah, agreed. The only thing that, for me, if I was Jonathan Kuminga, that would maybe get to me is it's a contract year. So if you're seen around the league as a reserve,
right,
then even if you're getting 25, 30 minutes, you're still not a starter. So why would another team go out there and break you off the big bang?
Yeah, no doubt. They want to see you. So you got to make every second count, right? You have to make every possession count. You got to play defense. You got to play the right way. And if you play the right way in this system, the Warriors will get you paid. They've gotten people paid in the past, and it's so Kuminga just dots his I's, crosses his T's, and play his ass off like he did last night, which started off hairy. It was like, whoa, it's in his head. And look, that's going to be something that lingers. We see it all the time with guys in contract years where it's like, boy, if I'm not playing well, that's $1 million. Whoa, I had a great game. That's another $2 million. So that's going to be something we monitor all season long with Jonathan Kuminga, especially because he's a young player and the history he's had here with this organization.
You have been steadfast with this idea of doesn't matter who starts. My question is, does it matter to him, though?
Yeah, it probably does.
And that's what we're wondering right now. And yeah, that's tough. Like the eyes are on him. I keep going back to what Steph Curry said last week, though, where this needs to be an almost egoless locker room. And so he hadn't caused any problems yet, but you don't like hearing sort of underneath the sheets that he's not digging it.
But you know what, though? The transparency between Steve Kerr and Kuminga, and then what he said after the game was indicated on NBC Sports saying, I need to be a professional.
Yep.
I just need to play basketball, play hard, help my team win, and things will take care of itself. So I saw maturity right then and there. I saw maturity actually last season when he went to the media and caused a rift when Jokic hit the big buzzer beater on that 25-4 run by the Nuggets. And Kuminga said, yeah, that's it. I'm done. He didn't play the final 18 minutes. But the way he responded the rest of the season, averaging nearly 20 points a game and playing his butt off to say, oh, wait, we may want to keep this guy around. So he's responded in the right way. And I like the way he responded last night.
And what about the idea, I'm sorry, partner, about
Kuminga's got to get his touches, man. You've been hogging, man.
I get all excited. I get excited.
He really doesn't. He really doesn't, Bonte. He really doesn't.
Hey, Baby Tazzy was saying, where's Divers at, man? I'm trying to fade the Divers, man. And Marcus is ball hogging, causing all kind of shot clock violations.
I don't want to lose too much money.
Yeah,
I don't want to lose too much money.
I mean,
who'd you take last week?
I lost.
You took the Cowboys?
No, I took the Niners.
Okay, all right.
Monday night, I took the Giants. I took Danny Dimes.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, if Malik Neighbors can catch the football, maybe we get the cover. But I got another lock for you tomorrow, fans.
Can't wait.
Don't you fret. You fade me again. I'm only 3 games below 500, right? I'm ready to get hot again.
I ride with you, Diz. I rode with you last week, man. I ride with you.
Don't ride with him because your suit looks nice. And you're going to be wearing.
It's going to be the only suit I can wear, too. Messing with Diz.
Dude, the pocket square game is legit.
Black suits for sale.
You're going to be in a Hawaiian shirt pretty quick.
And I need those Chanel purses. We got to get this off, man. We got some debt
Looks like the wedding is off. You guys going to have to elope. Keep riding with the Dibber.
I'm trying to do that anyway. I'm trying to save a buck.
Why not, dude?
I'm trying to save a buck.
Take it from someone who's had a few of these. Save your damn money. Anyway, let's go to Steve in Fairfield. Steve, you're on with Willard and Dibbs and Bonte, too. What's up?
Hey, great, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I'm a team-first guy, but this thing with Kuminga, it's only going to resolve itself one of two ways. There's only one of two ways. One, he earns himself back into the starting lineup, or two, he gets traded. If you're expecting a 22-year-old that feels he's a star on the rise to come off the bench continually for the rest of the year, no matter how many minutes he's got, it's just not going to work. Number two, he saw how young guys look up to the vets, and he saw what happened with Clay. He saw when they tried to bench Clay, and they said, Clay, you're not coming back, and Brandon couldn't handle the starting lineup, and Clay had a great second half and came back to it. Trust me, Kuminga, you're just hearing the beginnings of his complaints if he doesn't start. He's going to either start or he's going to get traded. There's no in between.
Interesting, Steve. I don't necessarily know.
I don't buy that, Steve.
Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near that yet. I just think the reason this is already a story, and I don't know if you guys agree with this. There's been so much drama the last 2 years that, like, even the first sign of it, and we're already pretty sensitive to it. That's kind of what I'm feeling today.
I also think that Jonathan Kuminga might be better off as a player coming off the bench. And last night is a very small sample, but what I was saying to Mark Bonte, and I want to throw this by you if Mark allows it, when he comes off the bench,
let me check.
He doesn't have to worry about deferring to Wiggins and Steph offensively.
Exactly.
If it's just him and Buddy and GP2 and maybe Looney, now you can be a more forceful scorer.
It's such a good point, Deborah. Look at Buddy Hield just last night. He started.
It was all right.
It was a good point. He could be like Shasky, just interrupted. Just Shasky doesn't need.
I'll be honest, Bonte, I didn't hear it because I don't listen to him. What did he say?
You see what
I already forgot.
Exactly.
I listened to it. Trust me. Baby Tess is like, she actually rides in the back of the car. It's like, wow, she hasn't told me to change the station yet. All right, let's keep riding here. Let's keep riding here. So you guys are doing something well. Maybe it's Mark's voice because that's all she hears most of the
deep
time.
And very consoling.
You know.
No, seriously. Buddy Hield
from Willard. There we go.
Buddy Hield came off the bench in the third quarter yesterday.
Yes,
he didn't have it rolling. He came off the bench. Liddy Waters is cooking, plays, and then look at Moses Moody. Doesn't play the entire second quarter. So I think Kuminga is taking lessons, even as Steve brought up Klay Thompson last year. Klay told us on the postgame show, hey, now that I'm coming off the bench, I can see how the game is flowing. It's a lot easier for me now. So to your point, Dibbs, I do think with the combinations coming off the bench, playing next to Looney, who's a great communicator defensively, and he's going to be able to get touches and go to the rack, the bench is not a bad thing. But Steve Kerr also hinted that once Steph and Wiggins gets back, Kuminga may go back into the starting lineup. But as long as you're getting minutes, Can you be productive in the minutes that you get? It's a team thing. They're trying to get back to the playoffs here, man. They got bills to pay here at Chase Center, so we don't have time for egos because, to your point, I don't know if this is going to be the final roster by the end of the season. I think everything's up in the air with this Golden State Warriors team.
Probably not. Yeah. Moses Moody, by the way, how interesting last night. How often do you start the game? You're a starter, and then you're also on the floor in garbage time when, when number 61 comes in to finish your 20-point lead. Moses Moody has got the weirdest ride, man. Let's go to Kevin in San Mateo. Willard Dibbs, Bonte on the plaza. What's up, Kevin? No, Kevin. Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, are you there? No, George. Let's go to Mike and Santa Clara.
I read everybody off.
Let's go to Mike and Santa.
There goes your ratings.
Yeah.
There goes your ratings.
Let's go, Mike.
Oh man, the ratings are good. The ratings are good.
Business is booming, Mike. Go.
Hey man, first off, I gotta say that I feel blessed to actually have Bonte on here also. So
I appreciate that.
Just want to say that. Yeah, love you, Bonte.
I love you too.
What I wanted to say was, out of anything, Kuminga needs to know exactly what his role is in this case. And what I mean by that is the Warriors have always been a team sport. And he needs to know if he's coming off the bench, it's not a hit on him. It's a matter of fact of especially with Steph and everyone else out right now, we need to play the players that need to be played at that point. So it's nothing on him. He just needs to get with the program in regards to how Steve Kerr plays the team. And Steve Kerr is no joke. He knows how to play the players. He needs to understand that. And I just feel like he doesn't understand that. I just feel like he's looking for the payday at that point. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But at the same time, he needs to understand if you're going to play for this team, you're going to get your payday, but you also need to be a team player. So that's what I had to say, guys. Thanks.
Mike, thanks. Yeah, Bonte, what do you think about that? Because where I keep going on this, it feels like Jonathan is not where you'd love him to be in terms of trusting the organization and their plan.
Yeah, it's again, the 4 years you see it. The rookie year, he doesn't play much. The second year, we see Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome are playing ahead of him because, quite frankly, they may have been ahead of him in terms of helping the team win. Yep. He's still trying to figure out his game. The guy was only 20 years old at that point. And then you look at the fourth year here, where is he at? We just got to simplify his role, and we can't freak out over the first 3-4 games. They blew out the Blazers and Jazz by 77 points. When you're playing 12, 13 guys, it's going to be tough to find the rhythm here. His time will come. He'll be asked to do some things here, but to the caller's point, simplifying Kuminga's role. Dive into the basket, run the floor hard, rebounding, and playing great defense. And when a three-pointer presents himself, I would actually like them to get touches down on the block a little bit more. Get him some early touches like they do with Andrew Wiggins, mid-post, elbow, let him get to the cup because he's one of the few guys on his team that can actually get to the free throw line.
Exactly.
And the Warriors have been at the bottom of the league when it comes to that for many years in terms of getting free throws. So in terms of the trust of the organization, yeah, he's got some thoughts. He's looking at Cade Cunningham. He's looking at Franz Wagner. He's looking at Jalen Suggs. And he's looking at his contemporaries, and they're getting paid, and they're getting a lot of runway here. But Kuminga, you're in a winning situation. Those other guys are not, except my Orlando Magic. My League Pass Orlando Magic, Paulo Becerra company.
League Pass Bonte. I love
League
that.
Pass Bonte.
I was running down all the guys, and pick number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all got the bag, including a couple of those guys got $224 million, which is what he wanted, and even his own teammate got money, Moses Moody. Small money, but money, and so
he's not Mo money.
Right, he's not Mo. He's got Moses Moody money, which is I'll take $39 million for 3 years, but that's small money compared to what Kuminga wants, and so I do think there's part of that pressure, and it's not frustrating being on a winning team, but it's not freeing either. Like if you're Cade Cunningham, look, Detroit's not very very good, and they haven't been good. Go out there and just play and have fun and do you, and then he gets paid. Yeah, you'd rather win, but if you're Kuminga, you kind of want the best of both worlds.
Right, you do want the best of both worlds. So if he does want that, then there's some teams that are available that have a lot of money. And those teams that do have some money are not very good teams.
Exactly.
Like the Brooklyn Nets, for example. They're not a very good team. Do you want to go there and lose the games because of the bag? Or do you want to play on primetime television and play with the winning organization and learn from one of the best superstars we've ever seen in this league in Steph and Curry, one of the most humble superstars? So Kuminga's got a lot to think about. And I get it. I wish the contract would have got done, or if Kuminga would have just signed with some money just to get something. Because now, not only is he in his head, maybe with terms of playing time and production, but what if an injury happens?
Yeah.
Like, I did look at Brandon Ayuk, and I know the Brandon Ayuk thing, it didn't go well.
Well, James Wiseman's a good example. He signed a 2-year deal for tiny money, and now he tore his Achilles. So his career may be over, and he never got that. To your point, he never got that big bag.
So that's a concern. Like, if he gets hurt, like, where's that money going to go? But if you play well, and if you play well in the playoffs, because the playoff stage, we don't even know what Andrew Wiggins did during the regular season. We forget that he was an all-star, but we remember how he helped the Warriors get 16 wins on the way to that 4th championship in 9 years. So if Kuminga plays well on the biggest stage in March and April, and they get to the playoffs, and he's balling in the 7-game series, that money will be there for him.
Bonte is hanging out. We're on the plaza here, Thrive City, getting ready for the Dubs. It's all brought to you by Xfinity. He's looking at his watch, and hopefully we're not messing up your hair too much.
Oh,
with the headset.
probably, Nobody can see it from the back.
You know, on TV
the curls
right now.
get a little pop, man.
I like what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing, Dan. So I'm trying to hold on for dear life. The soft spots in the corners. I can't let there was these listeners that started zooming in on my haircuts. It was like, hey, Bonte, you getting a little soft in the corners. It got to me. Ask Guru about this stuff. Brothers, we take pride in our haircuts. And we get a little sensitive when it comes to the receding hairline. So I'm going to let this thing go for as long as it can.
Let it go, because I'm at the spot, and I look at my partner here.
Great hair.
Well,
oh, my God.
The salt is now outnumbering the pepper, but he at least has something to work with.
It's salt and Lowry's. It's not salt and pepper anymore.
The only good thing about being bald is that my budget for haircuts is down to 0.
That's good.
I buy one of those shavers once a year, and that's it. You know?
That's good.
Let's do one more, if you will, man. Let's talk to Brandon in Fairfield. Hey, Brandon, thank you for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? I love your show. First time calling in right now.
Thanks, Brandon.
I see Kuminga being with us for the rest of the year because we need the size at the because we don't know what's going to go on with Andrew Wiggins in his personal life. Andrew Wiggins looks locked in, but he can never seem reliable for the past couple of years. This man said that Jordan Kuminga has coming into this year.
Ugh. Brandon,
Brandon, we're losing you, Brandon.
Your phone kind of crapped out on us there. But, just to the point that he's making with regard to needing the size of Kuminga, I mean, yes and no. Like, I agree with the concept. I'd love to see Jonathan play even a little bit bigger than he plays. He has some size. I think that's one of the things he still needs to work on, actually.
There's no doubt. And we don't know if he's a 3 or 4 or you playing positionless basketball. We do want to see him grab a lot more rebounds. But in today's NBA, everybody's shooting threes, right? So you're going to get a lot more longer rebounds, and a lot more guards are going to rebound. That's why you see Podziemski's rebounding numbers are up and up and up as he continues to trend, or ascend, I should say, Brandon Podziemski in his second year. So, Kuminga, look, you need his athleticism. He's the most athletic player on your team in a league full of athletes. And at some point, you got to guard the LeBron Jameses of the world. These wings all around the league, especially in the Western. Anthony Edwards is in Minnesota. Dallas has Luka and Kyrie. It would be nice to have somebody to try to slow those guys down on the wing. So I do think there's a role for Kuminga on this team. I would try to hold on to him. I'm glad they didn't move him in the offseason, especially for like a Paul George. I know there's conflicting reports in. Well, he wasn't part of the deal. You bet your ass he was part of that deal.
Of course he was part of
that deal for the Clippers.
If he wasn't part of that deal, then he would have been part of the other
marketing deal. No doubt about that. So I'm actually glad. And I would rather just see it through because the Warriors, as an organization, are in a great spot.
Yeah.
Pardon me, as the Flynn gets me, they have their finances in order. They got picks. You have assets to trade for maybe a superstar who becomes disgruntled down the line. Maybe Giannis. I don't know. Because Milwaukee, I'm watching that situation, said that thing's about to implode very fast.
And,
it's not working.
He's the ultimate target. Joe Lacob loves him, but then you start thinking about how many players you'd have to aggregate to get up there. And,
it's a lot.
And the downside of a trade this year is that you have so many guys making $7 and $8 and $9 million that now you're going to have to trade Wiggins and 3 of those guys price to match up a salary for a big boy.
I agree. But I like this team as is. I like where they're at as an organization. You could just play this thing through. Get off to a great start. Reassess the situation week by week, month by month, because this road trip coming up is going to be a tough one. It's grueling. The 5-game road trip coming up for the Warriors after this game. So you try to get this one, bank these wins early in the West, and then we'll see what happens here. But I think it's much ado about nothing. The drama with Kuminga. They got a great win. Why aren't we talking about the great win? They were down 20, and we have funeral vibes. Lindy Waters.
Dude,
and that
how
great
did they get him in? They got to get him in, but he was brilliant last night.
I could not believe my eyes. They were down 20. I'm like, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Here comes fire Kerr and fire this guy and trade this guy. Morning's going to be a nightmare here. Dread this one. And then all of a sudden they flip it because Lindy Waters a third, shooting, rebounding, running the floor
general.
Oh, my gosh.
So
and that speaks also to the OKC and their player development program. They had him in the wings. Imagine if they had Lindy Waters on that roster right now. So Lindy Waters playing well. Buddy Buckets.
I love Buddy
Hills.
He's my favorite player right now.
Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding
love
me?
The Buckets, yep, no doubt.
So it's a good win, and I think Kuminga, look, that stuff's going to sort itself out. It was a bit misleading when it came to Shams Charania. As we see, I don't know what James Kincaid is.
It's Raymond Ritter.
It's Raymond Ritter.
Raymond
oh, my
Ritter.
gosh.
With the vest and the ball.
You need white shoes. If you had white shoes, you'd have nailed that out.
No well, you know what? We iced James Kincaid out because a lot of us there didn't get an invite to the wedding. And Nick Friedel, cousin Nick, texts us, hey, man, I'm at Kincaid's wedding. How are you guys doing? We're like, wait a minute. Friedel was here in the Bay Area for 3 years. I've been doing Jimbo for over a decade.
Dude, this is how I felt about the Stephen Langford wedding. You guys are the
you got iced out. You got iced out.
You're jumping into Guru's territory. Guru's the one who complains about no wedding invites.
But he never goes. Yeah, he never goes. That's why he doesn't get invited. He just wants to be invited.
That's so fun.
Hey, man, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you, B.
Anytime, man. You guys are killing it, man. Always good to talk to you.
Yes,
okay.
Enjoy it.
See Bonte on TV tonight.
Yep.
We'll let you know right now. The window is officially open. 2 tickets to Scorpions, March 6th. PH Live, Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. 2-night stay at Planet Hollywood. Airfare for 2. Just text the word Vegas to 20357. Text the word Vegas to 20357, and you will be qualified for today. You can have your chance again tomorrow and on Friday as well. We're live from Thrive City outside Chase Center. It's brought to you by Xfinity. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water, and more coming up as we get you ready for yet another night of Dubs action right here on 95.7 The Game and Willard and Dibbs.
at Thrive City, and I'm happy to say that I myself am thriving, down 25 pounds thanks to the great program at Abundant Life Weight Loss. You too could find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. That's right. You could lose up to 1 pound of fat a day with the program at Abundant Life Weight Loss. All you have to do is give us a call and get started with a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. 925-854-5140. And the good thing about the program is there's no additives, there's no steroids, no injections, no surgery. It's a good, solid weight loss program that works. It's doctor supported, it's doctor recommended. It's the kind of program that would help you lose between 20 and 30 pounds in the first month or two. Don't wait any longer. All you have to do is call and get started. 925-854-5140 or go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
You know what's about to happen on this radio station?
It's going to be time for Mark Grandy.
Yeah, Mark Grandy.
Who can do the pregame, the Grandy man.
He's about to do the damn thing.
Yep.
Warriors Live is coming up at 6 o'clock, and then the Warriors game is at 7 o'clock. The two-step, and I tried to tell you yesterday, don't you tell me the Warriors need a split here. They can get both. I want both of these. And I hope the Warriors bring the same intensity tonight that they brought to the second and third quarter of that basketball game last night, because I found it to be memorable. Memorable.
Yeah.
That effort was unbelievable. And listen, I'm not getting into, you know me, I don't want to get into what the end of this season is going to look like. I'm not predicting this seed or that seed or championship, but the early returns here, I am very drawn to the specific vibe of this team, because it's like getting out of any relationship. You get out of a relationship, and if it was kind of bad, you want to do the opposite.
Yeah.
And the last 2 years have just been too drama-filled for the Warriors. So I am addicted to the team vibe that this group, this strength in numbers thing that we're seeing right now.
And you can be greedy after you win the first game, and you can obviously hope that you don't then get a split, and that makes perfect sense. And, you come into tonight more favored than you were last night. And last night it took you a little bit of time to kind of get off the deck and get things going. And you go in tonight, second half of a back-to-back, and you feel good about, what you have going forward, especially after last night where you had Lindy Waters play so well. Kuminga looked good off the bench, and, it seemed like after the first quarter, you played the kind of game that you would have expected to play all four quarters.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So this has been a great little two-step for us out here. Thrive City Chase Center, brought to you by Xfinity. So we're very, very thankful to the Warriors and James Kincaid and Raymond Ritter and obviously our team here with Tim Jordan, Mark Grandy, our guys back in the studio, Matt Nahagi, and everybody who helped put this together. This has been a whole lot of fun. And above all the listeners who have come by and said hello. So we appreciate that. The Warriors do tip off at 7. Warriors Live just around the corner with the Grandy Man. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
And I think by the time Grandy's about wrapping up, we should have a decision on Andrew Wiggins.
Yep.
Anthony Slater tweeted that he remains questionable and he's going to warm up before deciding.
So we may not know actually for another
half an hour,
30
probably,
minutes or so.
So by the time he warms up, which will take place before the actual warm up, and they'll have a decision. So hopefully Mark Grandy will have that for you before he gets off the air at about 6:25.
Kind of an interesting way to go about it too for the Warriors. I mean, I think there's a couple messages that come just from the way they're playing this, which is Andrew is not that badly hurt. He sat out last night, and they're already going to try to give it a go tonight. So I like that, even if he ends up not playing. And then B, I think this goes to a point that Bonte just made. Look, come out of the season with some urgency right away. Things are not going to come easy in the Western Conference this year. You have got to bank every single win you can get. You are playing a wounded dog on the back end of a road back-to-back tonight because the Pelicans are not just down the two players they were down last night. They're down two more.
Right.
No C.J. McCollum, no Herb Jones. Add that in with DeJounte Murray and Trey Murphy and all the guys who've been out for the Pelicans. You got to go win this basketball game tonight.
Yeah, forget the fact that it's the second half of a back-to-back. It's game 4 in 6 nights, and it's their second back-to-back.
Yep.
They went Portland Friday and Sunday, so not back-to-back days, but same opponent, and then they go Tuesday, Wednesday, Golden State. So that is 4 games in 2 cities in 6 nights. And so what do we see a lot in baseball on a team at the tail end of a road trip is you usually don't give your best effort at the tail end of a road trip. And so the Warriors have an opponent that is kind of wounded, and they're at the end of a road trip. And I don't know if you can carry momentum from one night to the next, but at least you feel like you found something last night in quarters 2 through 4.
No doubt that was impressive. And then just to sort of put a bow on the conversation we've largely been having today, I certainly don't want anyone to walk away from this radio show thinking that we think there is, quote, an issue issue or an attitude problem with Jonathan Kuminga. There are some indicators that would give us pause. This is now just me speaking for me. And I also think we're a little sensitive to the drama of the starting versus not starting and everything that the Warriors have been through the last couple of years. But my main message today is not that Jonathan is a problem. I just want him to get some advice. I want someone to get to him and say, hey, you got to trust this organization. They know what they're doing. They're going to try some different things. It's early. I don't think that you're going to be off the bench for all the games. But, oh, by the way, if you are, you can still get to where you want to go coming from off of the bench. You play like you did last night, this is going to work out just fine.
And Monte made a great point about what really matters. And, yes, you want to be seen as a starter. But if you get to April and this team is in the playoffs, and I would hope that this team is a playoff team, well, that's where the money can be made. And it doesn't matter if you're starting or if you're off the bench, and you come in April and hopefully in May, and God help us, even June. If you get to June and you're playing basketball, and if you're Jonathan Kuminga and you're averaging 16 a night in the playoffs and the Warriors are winning playoff games, that matters a whole lot more than coming off the bench in October.
I'll add this in, though, and we haven't talked about this yet. Here's another piece of advice I would give Jonathan Kuminga if what he really wants is $200 million. Jonathan, care about the defense as much as the offense, because I did see a couple of plays last night where I'm not going to say he's loafing, but I think Jonathan can be better on the defensive end. And when we watch his play, what do? We go straight to the box score. How many did you score?
Right.
What was your shooting percentage? And we're not watching what's happening on the other end of the floor. This league, these GMs, they value that. The Warriors even made it their main message at the start of this training camp. We will be better defensively, damn it. You talk about it every year. Who wins the championship? Someone who's in the top 5 defensively. If this guy can make himself as valuable on that end of the floor as he wants to on the offensive end of the floor, again, to me, cha-ching. That's going to mean dollars for him.
Well, it's going to mean minutes, and minutes mean everything. And then it also means he's going to be on the court at the end of these games, because Steve Kerr wants to have a better defensive team, and when you get into late game situations, you've got to have good defenders on the floor, and Wiggins is a great defender. Draymond, we know. Steph is going to play because he's Steph Curry, and then there's 2 more spots, and if you want to be one of these finishing 5 guys, you've got to be able to defend, and I think he's gotten a lot better on the ball, but for me, it's defensive awareness, it's off-the-ball defense, all the other things that really come with time and experience and effort.
And it's that's the word. It's max effort, because I'm especially seeing it from some of the guards on this year's roster. We know about GP2. Melton is a very good defender. I love what I saw from Waters last night. Moses Moody is a max effort guy at all times.
Pods is always on the floor. He's taking charges.
Pods is a nut job. So, I don't always see that from Jonathan Kuminga, and I'd love to see him go there next.
Yeah, and it's hard because it does take effort and desire, and you've got to have some of that innate. Like Pods is a good example, and you called him a nut job, and that's a big compliment because he plays
floor burn.
Yes, the guy's broken nose in preseason. He's already in a mask, and it's October, and he's already masked up, and he led the league last year in charges taken. So that effort is something that you have to work at, and it can't just be a sometimes thing. It has to be an every time thing.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do.
You're going to have to fade.
Oh, that's right.
Thursday night football is coming up tomorrow.
The pick is not in.
The Jets and the Texans.
Oh, the pick is in.
Okay.
I mean, what are we doing? And I'm going to start fading myself. That way I can get on a little bit of a win streak.
Don't overthink it. We love things exactly as they are.
All I hear is fade the dibber.
Yeah, fade the dibber. That's
so
the
I'm going to start fading the dibber.
No. It's for everybody else. It's not for you.
Gotcha.
It's not for you.
You know what I'm doing tomorrow?
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm wearing shorts again.
Yeah, we're going to be inside.
We're going to be in shorts.
But we did have a whole lot of fun out here at Thrive City. This was great. What's coming up on the game other than Grandy is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It is Warriors Live with Mark Grandy ahead of Warriors and Pelicans yet again, part 2. That's coming up. We'll talk to you again tomorrow for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, for Carter, for Steven, for Tim Jordan. For Bonte, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.